Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
I'ma get. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2025 for StarCraft 2. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is Artosis.
Hey man, I'm pretty excited about this year. Very, very competitive field, and in fact, 5 former world champions playing.
Yeah, we're going to see if Clem can win this again, or we're going to have a new world champion here for 2025. Of course, we have more Protoss representation than ever before, so there's a very realistic shot of Protoss could take this whole thing.
On the eve of the StarCraft 2 15th anniversary, we are here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to bring you the StarCraft 2 Championship from the Esports World Cup. Yes, 15 years deep, a decade and a half, and we are still alive and kicking as we are going to be bringing you some of the very best StarCraft over the next 4 days. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, and we are here to bring you all of the action from the desk, from the casters, from the studio itself. Joining me, we have Roddy as well as Zombie Grub to break down everything that's going to be going on. Rotterdam, we're back. It feels like ages ago we were able to do this, but we are here.
And it feels good, man. You look around you, you see how excited the gamers are. You know, this is the one event that everybody has been looking forward to. The biggest event of the year. A lot of qualifiers leading up to this. Dallas was great, but this is the one that all the nerds had their eyes on. And I love it. When I see how excited the gamers are and you know how much work they put in, it's so natural for us to get a lot more excited as well.
Yeah.
All StarCraft is great, online, offline, but this feels special.
You can really feel it, ZG, of course, as we're kind of all getting together, saying hi to everybody as everybody flies on in, all the players, all the talent as well, back together again on this stage to crown a new world champion for StarCraft. The feeling is palpable.
It's the best feeling in the world, honestly, to get in with like all your friends and everyone that you haven't seen for a little while, and it feels magical, and I think it can be feeling that magical actually from the fans as well. I remember the good old days watching them all from my own home and just being like, yes, the game's on. Like, I got my whole plan for the weekend. Like, it's a good feeling, and I'm really happy we're here.
And all the players arriving and getting ready for things. This brought to you by Jameel Motorsport, and of course, all of these guys looking down at the barrel of what could become a world championship run for them. As You can see leading the charge there. Oh, Clem. Good old Clem. Is it time for a back-to-back world champion? It's never been done before, Roddy.
You give me goosebumps when you say that, because Clem obviously is an absolute animal, and he comes in once again as one of the top favorites. But what I love so much about this week and this World Championship is that I feel it's quite open. And I know that's a bit of a cliche. Oh, they're doing the caster thing. No, with the green wave that is upon us, that has taken over Liquipedia, it feels like it's so much more realistic that other guys can win it as well. And it's not just Sarah and Maru who's potentially going to be in the final, or Clem who goes again. It really does feel that there are a lot of guys out there that can dream of a serious run, maybe even going all the way. Makes it mega fun for us.
So the green wave, is it time for a Protoss ZG?
Well, I was going to mention, you brought up Clem, and I'm like, is that going to count as a Protoss champion?
Does he count? That's true. That's true.
That's a good question.
We almost certainly will see it, right? Surely he has to go up against a Terran at some point.
It's very possible that he's going to play Protoss in his first appearance here at this World Championship.
Yeah.
The start of his title defense could very well be a Terran, as there are 2 Terrans in the play-in stage, and Clem is going to play one of those 2 players. Could be Hero Marine, could be Beyond, but I still think we'll count him as a Terran champ.
Yeah, I think so. But it's great to see that he has such flexibility. It really shows that he is an insane gamer. Speaking of insane gamers, let's head over to the Totem and Cats, who's ready to go.
Excited for all the StarCraft action to come, but first we wanted to zoom out into the bigger picture. You just saw that Clem etched his name into history here last year on behalf of Team Liquid, who ended up actually finishing second because of Clem. If it was not for Clem, they would not have done that, and he got a really nice fat bonus because of that, is the word on the street. Here we are now at the 2025 Totem, and Clem has much tougher opposition with the buffs to certain factions and races, and we will see what happens this year. Will he do it again? To explain how the Team Championship works, here's a video, because I cannot explain it myself.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
That's right, the Club Championships. As a multi-video gamer myself, this is an excellent initiative for all of these teams to try and claim the Club Championship award. And so far, so good for Team Vitality. Usually, I think a lot of people are coming into EWC thinking Falcons is going to be able to go big. But Vitality, #1 right now, ZG, and they could get more points here with Maru and Zhao.
Yeah, I think people are actually very optimistic about their chances. Maru obviously winning Dallas was pretty big for him. And then Zhao is just on fire. So Team Vitality, they definitely picked up 2 great players that are in very good form as well for the EWC, so they could keep that top spot.
How are you looking at this? You think Team Liquid, though, with good old Clem's going to be able to bump up a little bit, Roddy?
Yeah, not just Clem. Obviously, Cure is an absolutely amazing player as well. We can't forget about him, but Clem was monstrous for them. Even 2 years ago, by the way, he also did great. When we had Gamers 8, it wasn't quite the Esports World Cup yet, but we already had a similar format. He was good there. Last year, of course, Clem was massive for Team Liquid. I'm looking at Falcons as well in 3rd. They've got Solar, they've got Rogue. Artosis is here, and yes, guys, he is yapping about how Rogue is going to become a 3-time world championship or 3-time world champion. I don't know if that's going to happen, James, but I'm sure that Falcons will be very actively following the StarCraft tournament.
A different kind of green wave if Team Falcons is able to push forwards and get more points on the board, that's for sure. But before we get to really the nitty-gritty of the tournament, let's talk about how the keys and how the trophy is going to work here and how these teams can potentially unlock a championship.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy. When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see. And it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champion selects 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
An important shot for these teams to try and qualify and get themselves more points on the board, but an important time for all of these individuals in StarCraft 2 to get themselves the chunk of $700,000. First place will be that 200 grand at the very top, but importantly, nobody walks away empty-handed, ZG.
Yeah, even the play-in, we do see all the way there at the 18th. They've already gotten $7,500 for arriving, basically, in Riyadh, and obviously they're going to be much bigger prizes down the line.
Roddy?
What makes me very happy is that the entire top 16 gets 17,500. I feel like that's more than enough for a lot of the gamers to relax a little bit and just play their best StarCraft. And of course, you get deeper, yes, the nerves will come into play again because you're going to play for insane amounts of money. But I hope that this all gives them the feeling of like, all right, I've already done great by getting myself here to the Esports World Cup. Let's just do what I've prepared and let's just do what I do best, and that is play amazing StarCraft. And hopefully they won't feel that insane pressure. I really need this win right now, otherwise I go home empty-handed. So I like that a lot.
And as you said before, it is very open for all of these players to try and get themselves a shot at the World Championship here for StarCraft 2. But before we get to breaking down some of these players, let's talk about how the tournament actually breaks down. And in fact, you know what? I think I'll do it myself. A new StarCraft 2 World Champion will be crowned here in Riyadh in just a few days, but the road to the top is never easy. So let's take a look at how the path to glory will shape up for our contenders. The tournament features 18 players and is divided into 3 stages. First comes the play-in stage, where 4 of our gladiators battle for 2 spots in the group stage. It's a dual tournament format, which in essence means that 2 wins and you're through to the next stage, and 2 losses means that you're out. However, we don't envy the ones that qualify, as right off the bat they're thrown into deep waters, with Clem and Cyril waiting for them in the group stage, along with 12 other players, making it 16 in total. It's a dual tournament format again in the groups, so players will be looking for those 2 wins again to make it to the quarterfinals, avoid the double loss, or you're done in Riyadh. Here, matches are divided into the well-known round of 8, played in best of 5 format. Round of 4 will be played in best of 7 format, and of course, the grand finals is played in a best of 9, where our new world champion shall claim his throne, alongside a hefty $200,000 and 1,000 points for the club championship. Well, thank you very much, Virtual Colaris. And as you can see here, how everything breaks down, we have our 18 players looking to try and qualify through into that single elim bracket. And that's where things become truly grueling, ZG, because there, it's some long best ofs trying to get yourself that World Championship. Yeah, I mean, play-ins is kind of crazy because whoever wins those play-ins, they're facing either Clem or Cyril. Those are the only choices. Yeah. So that's pretty brutal already. And then you do get into the actual groups. You're talking about the absolute best in the world for the top 16, right? There's tons of matches that are going to be also kind of revenge matches potentially. That are going to be the decider. Like, did Rogue actually have a chance to beat Classic, for instance? I mean, these are very exciting groups and very top tier play. And as mentioned before, 5 returning world champions, Roddy. That is, I think, the most we've ever had in regards to a next world champion to try and get themselves either a 2-time or a 3-time. Yep, and it all feels like they're somewhat recent as well. It's not like we have the 2011 or the 2012 World Champ that's still going. I guess SOS, is Beyond the oldest one? Yeah, I think Beyond 2016 would be the oldest one. But obviously, all of these guys have already had really cool careers, and this is not their first rodeo. We don't have the, wow, where did that guy come from on this stage? We have a few guys making their debut at the World Championship. Like Trigger, obviously, this is a big opportunity for him to play on this stage. But we have an amazing lineup, and World Champ, no World Champ,
all 18 players, I think, are reason enough to get very excited.
And let's see where we've ranked some of them, right, with the Aramco Power Rankings for some of these players, because we have some names that we think are going to do pretty darn well, ZG. So I think nobody is going to complain about a lot of the favorites that we've kind of picked for this one.
No one should complain about the favorites, in my opinion, but I think we are going to talk a little bit about Raynor. Raynor's always an interesting one because, like, very recently, maybe he doesn't feel like he's going to be a favorite, but if you look at his results overall as a player, he's actually perhaps even more storied than some of, like, the older players.
Yeah.
As in, he's the only one to make it to 3 global finals, actually, and people seem to forget that. He was back-to-back in the global finals as well, and let's be real, he's, like, probably one of the hungriest players to this day. I think he's really wanted to lift the trophy at a global championship ever since he had to do it in his home back in the COVID days. So he really wants it.
Your boy Roddy, I know that you're going to be backing him, but we don't actually have as much time to talk about it because we're going to need to talk about the contender. You'll get a lot of time to talk about Raynor, I am sure. But let's take a look at the contenders here. And one name that really sprung out to us, actually, Roddy, was Cure.
Yeah, I mean, Cure obviously was the runner-up at Gamers 8 here 2 years ago, and Cure is also an incredibly accomplished player. He's done great things under the Team Liquid banner, but also before that, he's a fun guy. I feel like the Terran, just like a lot of Terrans on the ladder can really identify with Cure, where it's not about the ultra-crazy multitasking or the mega-flashy micro, but you're so solid and so smart, and he takes his battles so wisely. Cure is a guy to, I think, always get hyped over, and in the eyes of some diehard fans, they may be like, what are these nerds talking about? Cure is actually a top favorite. He shouldn't be in the second tier. He should be in the top tier. But I mean, we've got a lot of awesome players, James. Someone had to be in the middle.
Yeah, and our dark horses are going to be rounded out here. It looks like we have Zaun, Showtime, and Rogue in there. Now, I know Artosis is tearing out his hair somewhere, but Showtime actually is kind of on fire right now, ZJ. I love watching Showtime.
Yeah, again, you can talk a lot about the slot that we put them in. Obviously, Zaun is going to be a big discussion as well. But yeah, I think the big thing is Showtime, right? One of the non-Koreans coming in here. He's always looking so on form in a lot of these tournaments, but then he does tend to kind of, maybe not quite reach over the edge, right? He doesn't beat like that one Korean Terran that goes on to get to the finals, of course, but he gets knocked out in the round of 8 for it. So he's playing really, really well. I think he's doing well on PVT, which has been maybe the weakness previously in brackets, and this could be a chance to really get high in a global finals.
And maybe he needed that just little extra jolt that maybe some of our Protoss, our Green Wave, may have had right now. But I mean, Showtime was always spectacular. A lot of our Protoss were always spectacular. And a question that was asked to a lot of the players was, do they think it might be a Protoss year for this one? And Roddy, obviously, we have a lot of great Protoss. You have Hero, you have Classic in the mix as well. Guys that have just won GSLs, but still on this stage, people are saying Clem and Cyril, these guys have still got the skills to be able to outpace them.
Yes, but there are quite a few diehards out there that say, like, no, this time actually I really think Hero's a favorite, and especially Classic gets mentioned a lot. I feel most of the time whenever people mention Classic right now, they're like, I think this is a hot take, but I feel Classic. I was like, well, it's you and a lot of others that have that same hot take, because yeah, Classic has looked phenomenal. He looks unbreakable, and he's so good in just stabilizing, and obviously in the late game, Classic knows how to control that Protoss army like no other. Yeah. He's got that patience when it's truly needed that Hero sometimes lacks, but that also makes Hero so fun to watch. But just to go back a little bit, that dark horse Showtime actually has a bracket that I think he's pretty excited over. It's Cure first, and then it's PvP. Showtime has played countless of PvPs with max packs. I think he's incredibly good in the matchup. A Showtime upper bracket run is not crazy, and that would send him straight into the top 8. That could give him wings, and who knows how far Showtime can go.
All of these players going head-to-head, 18 of the very best from around the world, trying to contend to become the world champion. And we have a lot of Protoss. They've come in with a lot of momentum. A Home Story Cup win, GSL wins here as well, an RSL win, ZG, but these players are fierce overall.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think a lot of people agree that there are 6 favorites, across the community as well. And that's just not something that we usually say. Usually there's a very clear favorite. Like last year, everyone talked about Cyril, rightfully so.
Agreed.
Obviously, he was taken down by Clem, and now everyone's talking about Clem. But things have felt closer than ever before amongst those top players. And then you still have a chance from the guys who have to play play-ins. Like anyone who reaches the actual round of 16 from these guys also has a strong chance to make a very good performance.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Of course, as the play-ins will be on the cards first. Beyond Estrella, Hero Marine, and Lambo will be going head-to-head in a double elimination to figure out who is going to be able to make it. But for now, it is time to get things going here for the StarCraft 2 World Championship here at the Esports World Cup.
EWC 우승은 프로 게이머로서 최종 꿈을 이루는 거지 않나 싶습니다.
일단 결산대 우승이 없는 상태라서 제가 우승한다면은 너무 뜻깊을 것 같아요.
올해 끝? 그러니까 마무리? 네, 올해 마무리.
And that is it! It's over! Clem is your world champion, defeating Cyril 5-0.
Obviously, it would feel amazing to lift the trophy again, and it would make me the only back-to-back world champion in StarCraft, which never happened before. So the fact that I get the chance to do that is going to be very fun and amazing and exciting.
Against Cyril. Those files coming in. Oh, Hero! Not watching! He just lost almost all of his point rate.
I think Protoss has a chance this year to take the throne. The recent patch made Protoss a lot more stronger than before. So yeah, I definitely think it's possible.
밸런스도 그렇고 그다음에 저드랑 테란 선수들이 프로토스한테 어려워하는 건 사실이니까 결승전을 갈 수 있을 것 같지만 우승은 뭐 힘들 것 같아요.
또 게이머 생활하면서 없는 커리어가 생기는 게 더 좋을 것 같습니다.
This is a triple medevac and just seconds away from sustaining the show.
It would feel amazing to win again here in Riyadh since I won Gamers 8.
솔직히 긴장이 좀 많이 되긴 하는데 준비된 것 같습니다.
Okay, keep it. Oh, the medevac. Okay, one medevac down, but hot pickups again.
I am ready to crush my opponent's keys and dreams.
This year is the time for the real world champion to lift up the trophy.
Hello, StarCraft 2 fans, and welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to the biggest tournament in StarCraft 2. It's week 3 of the Esports World Cup, and we have 18 of the very best StarCraft 2 players ready to duke it out for their share of a $700,000 prize pool. My name is Seltzer, and this is Sandstorm.
And this is the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena. The players that are about to join us aren't here to just compete. They are representing their teams, their regions, and the countless hours that they have poured into their craft. One chance, one stage, and the whole world is watching. So, without further ado, let's welcome the legends of the game to the arena, starting with the lone wolf from NA. It's Estrella! Awoo! Qualifying through the Americas Regional Qualifiers, taking second place, earning a spot here through the play-ins. Can he make it by getting it first at the EWC?
Next, representing Mal's, it's Hero Marine. He's represented this org since his StarCraft 2 debut, nearly 14 years ago, and he has never once stopped making them proud.
And now, joining us in the SMB Arena, it's Shopify Rebellion. Represented by Byun, who qualified through the Korean Regional Qualifiers, earning a direct spot at the EWC. And alongside him is duo Lambo, qualifying from the EU Regional Qualifiers.
Next, Basilisk. As intimidating a roster as their name implies, with one champion of Gamers 8, one of the world's winning most players, and one of the best in LA. In NA, it's Trigger, Cyril, and Rainer.
And now it's none other than JD Gaming. Represented by Cyan, qualifying through the Asian regional qualifiers through the Chinese bracket, earning himself a play-in spot now here at the EWC. Can he make it to the main event?
Next, Sentinels. Represented by Showtime, who qualified through the Bellum Gens Elite Star Zagora. He joined Sentinels in May, and he's already proved the value of that investment.
And now, leading in Club Championship points as we start Week 3, it's Team Vitality! Represented by a multi-time GSL champion and the top-seeded KR player, it's none other than Maru, joined by Zun, who also made it through the KR closed qualifiers. Can this duo make it all the way to the top?
Next, Twisted Minds. Represented by Hero, the GSL Season 1 winner. He's hoping to pick up points for his team in the Club Challenge, as well as another victory with his powered-up Protoss.
And now, it's Virtus Pro! Represented by none other than Classic, who qualified through DreamHack Dallas with strong placements in the global LAN, giving him a direct invite here at the EWC.
Now, Weibo Gaming, represented by Shin. This Zerg qualified through DreamHack Dallas also, and he's looking to pick up his first S-tier victory. Also, he's never been in better form to do it.
Representatives from the Club Championship champions of last year in 2024 here at EWC, it's Falcons! With Rogue, a former world champion, and Solar qualifying through DreamHack Dallas, this duo is looking to get the first win for Team Falcons at EWC.
And finally, Team Liquid, a legendary StarCraft organization represented today by Cure, who earned his spot through the Korea qualifying gauntlet, as well as the defending champion of StarCraft 2 at EWC, the French Terran Clem! There is so much history on this stage represented by these players, so much history between them, and so much history still to make this week.
And now the hunt begins once again to crown a champion here at this arena. And this time, it's for none other than StarCraft. So, 4 days of competition ahead of us. Let's begin as the journey for the hunt for the champion begins now. Without further ado, let's head on over to the studio and start off our first game of the day.
That's right, the very best players in esports, never mind StarCraft 2 here to try and get themselves the most coveted title, becoming the world champion. We're going to start things off with the play-ins as we have Beyond, Estrella, Hero Marine, and Lambo looking to try and get through into what is effectively the main event. And these 4 overall, they're tried, true, and tested veterans, ZG, all of them going to be putting their heart into trying to get further here at the Esports World Cup.
They're veterans of this photo shoot, man. These are great pictures.
They are good,
I absolutely love them. But yeah, there's so much to talk about with even just these 4 players. Obviously, a lot of time given for the prep makes people really excited for Lambo, who's just a super smart guy. But then we have a lot of, the fan favorites are looking at Beyond to finally repeat perhaps a global championship. Estrella is such a fun player to watch, plus all the accolades that he has.
Yes.
And then Hero Marine, I mean, I don't think anyone can really forget how far he got at a global championship when no one expected it. He almost made it to the finals. Let's not forget.
Yeah, he did. And everyone was a lot of people were rooting for him to make that final, of course, Roddy. We were watching it from the sidelines, is this Big Gabe's time? Is he going to go bigger than ever?
Yeah, that was actually one of the craziest runs. Of course, Oliveira's run probably forever the craziest, but
of course,
Gabe making it semifinals, taking a 2-0 lead as well in that semifinals against Reina back then. I mean, Gabe can be massive on a stage like this. He really has been a big game player in the past. I love all 4 of these guys, and I don't think there's a bad outcome for us. It doesn't matter who makes it through. all 4 of them belong in the main event. Unfortunately, 2 of them will be eliminated very, very early today.
A very important adjustment, though, right, compared to last year, because last year I believe it was single elim play-in. You play 1 series and you're done. At least this time around, ZG, there's a bit of reprieve in what is a very strong lineup.
Also a smaller bracket too, so you do have a lot of that more prep, which I think people just really enjoy, right? They really want to see what people are bringing out to maybe tackle a challenge like TVP, for instance, so Beyond versus Estrella, right? So I think it's just something that we all can look forward to as almost an appetizer to the entree that is the round of 16, but it's like equally delicious, right? It's just a very fun setup of players in this match right now.
And it's massive as well that even if you just win a single series, but you don't make it into the main event, yes, that'll be disappointing, but you still pick up $5,000 extra dollars. I mean, that's as good as making it to the semifinals or the finals of most other tournaments out there. So that's what I love a lot about weeks like this, is that every single series is going to be so incredibly important with this format. Nobody has a throwaway best of 3. Like, that's just not a thing.
No, absolutely not. So double elimination here, and of course we have the 2 matchups set in stone to start things off. All the players have known exactly who they're going to be playing against, but as ZG mentions, in terms of prepping for what is effectively a field of just 3 other players, there is a good opportunity here for you to have really got things down for the schedule that is to come. So let's take a look at those games and see how they do shape up across the day to start things off, because later on we will have ourselves some of the group games, but we start off with some of our matches here to figure out who is going to be able to go forwards. Later on, we have Hero Marine going up against Lambo. Everyone's excited, I think, for the German Classico here, ZG, to feast on later.
Yeah, absolutely. Very close in the win records as well between them, and then there's the dynamic of the Hero Marine performing on the big stage, but Lambo having that time to prep. I mean, they're obviously both going to be bringing some of their best games in a really exciting matchup nowadays, Terran versus Zerg, so eyes are on that one as well. But I do want to talk a lot about Beyond versus Estrella, which I know you're going to lead into. But yeah, Beyond versus Estrella, even though a lot of people will give Beyond the credit, and he does have an overall favorable record against Estrella, and recently there was a 3-0 that was very strong for Beyond. Estrella brings these games that are so exciting and sometimes so odd that it throws off even the most established player like a Beyond. And you kind of combine the two as well with Beyond's micro and his aggression, and you just get the potential for one of the funnest series of the tournament.
Estrella, one of the only players that is teamless here at the Esports World Cup, and actually quite the coincidence that Beyond won his World Championship when he was teamless as well. So maybe Estrella can kind of turn the tables here on Beyond, but what's your thoughts coming into the matchup?
Yeah, I guess that's why they introduced him as the lone wolf from NA. And
I was like, he's a big furry.
That was very good. I loved it by Rachel and Sandstorm. But yeah, it's very cool. I'm sure he was in talks with teams at one point, but maybe it just like it didn't really fit. And at one point, Australia was like, you know what, it'd be pretty cool to just not sign with anybody, try to qualify, and then just be one of the very few guys that doesn't represent an org at the biggest event of the year, and he has made it here. I think it's going to be fun. I agree with everything that Zombie Grub said. Like, I think Beyond is the favorite in the eyes of a lot of diehard fans. Obviously, Protoss is pretty good right now against Terran, but on top of that, Australia's always been a bit different, and that makes him so fun, but not different as in like, oh, I do a bunch of really funny stuff and then I just lose. Like, no, he can do very funny, wonky stuff, stabilize, and find clever ways to win. Like, I actually think it's a banger best of 3 to start the event off with, because I'm sure that Beyond is going to do whatever the hell he can to keep this in single digits when it comes to minutes, because anything past 10 minutes is going to be really tough. Australia, some people have even called him a bit of an abuser right now on this patch, where he will just warp in infinite amounts of high Templars and he'll keep on storming. Like, every inch of the screen is going to be really fun.
How about your thoughts, CG?
I'm actually thinking kind of like the cool, like, you know, looking back on 2010, 2011, as I do, I suppose, which is just, I remember those really, really exciting games, you know, like Parting versus Marine King. And it was so storm heavy and it was so bio-focused and it was just everywhere action all at once. And that's kind of what Estrella's game can look like. But then let's also talk about maybe, again, the word abuse may be a little strong, but it's super, super late game. That's why Beyond wants to keep it within single digits. It's where Beyond is strongest. But Estrella isn't just strong in the late game of this matchup. He's even kind of pushing it forward a little bit. Those matches that we saw in the global qualifiers, I mean, they're kind of crazy just how much we could already glean from just a couple of games that went over 30 minutes about how patient Protoss is very good.
And we're looking at our vetoes here, starting things on Persephone. We'll be heading to ley lines and then Ultra Love if we need it here, Roddy. But Continue.
Yeah, I did ask Australia about some of those games where I was like, Max, congratulations, great job qualifying for the Esports World Cup. I was like, come on, man, like you are pushing it a little bit. And he just said like, well, it's not my fault if they never move out. He's like, if they want me to take the entire map and they don't want to do anything, I'm completely okay with it. I will not get debated into attacking into a concave, get EMP'd and somehow lose my lead and throw a game. He's like, I'm not doing it. Like, if they want to sit back, more power to them. I'm going to do the same thing. And if it's a 30-minute game, so be it.
It feels like he's a bit of a mini Demauer with a bit of extra flair. Because I mean, even like some of his past games, beyond all of that, it felt like he would like to go into the late game, even before we had this kind of storm situation going on ZG, and he find his power there.
Who did you say?
A mini Demauer, a mini wall. A mini
okay, that's what I thought you said. I thought you were gonna go with like mini Spoon Terran or something, you know, just like there's a very long reference, but just someone who like refuses to move out because it's kind of the worst thing that they could do.
Yeah.
You know, like that is just very simple logic, and it actually is just that it was highlighted in those games, you know? Like logically we think about that, we say okay, but yeah, Australia just proved how good it was.
I mean, he did kind of move out, but he moved out to the center of the map, to the point where the Terran is scored and is like, now you have to move into me. That's basically what it was. But this is going to be a fun series. Bjorn's the favorite on paper, Kalaris, but honestly, this is not a foregone conclusion.
I agree. I mean, obviously, Australia, we know how he wants to play, but Bjorn is going to try and subvert that completely and bring the pressure, and Australia does not want that. But for now, let's head to it. It's stage time. It's game time.
Versus Bjorn. We are indeed starting off with Estrella versus Bjorn. It's going to be a really exciting series. Obviously, we've known about these guys particularly playing each other for quite a while because they were the 4 players in the plan. Bjorn and Estrella, we knew were very likely to play each other, and I think it's a tough matchup for Bjorn because, yes, he likes to go quick. Yes, he can kill you early, but if that doesn't happen, I actually think the longer this game goes, the tougher it gets for Bjorn. He has typically struggled sometimes finishing games off against Protoss players, and Estrella is quite clearly very good at not dying. So that is going to be a challenge for Bjorn going into this series. Super important. Every match, even if you don't make it out, just one match win can mean money. And it is time to start the EWC for StarCraft 2 in the top left-hand corner. We're going to begin things with the red Terran player from Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And his opponent, down in the bottom left, we have Estrella. Every single match matters. Every single map matters in this tournament too, so it's gonna be, well, what hopefully will be a fantastic series to start the tournament off with. I mean, this is a big one right from the start. I find this one incredibly difficult to predict. Maybe indeed, like Roddy was saying, Bjorn is the slight favorite going into this. At least historically, it seems to be quite back and forth. But across the board, I think Estrella really has a real shot at doing it. I think you're absolutely right, Wardy. If these games drag on and if Estrella can actually stay alive for long enough, I think the longer the game goes on, the better it will be for him. He's been very fond of just playing those big macro maps and just taking as many bases as he needs to and winning almost with like a Zergy style, right? Where he just warps in unit after unit after unit and tries to overwhelm you with just sheer amount of, well, zealots and stalkers. And I think that'll be what Estrella is aiming for in a series like this. Bjorn obviously is fully aware of that. He will be more than happy to try and throw his opponent off, but what exactly can you do as a Terran player right now in that situation? It's a very good question, but I mean, Bjorn is very good at just hitting early, hitting strongly, start multitasking. He doesn't even need to do anything overly special. If he can just start putting pressure in one place, putting pressure somewhere else at the same time, even this, right, this is the first barrack, which is just missed by the probe, and already Estrella might be like, oh goodness, that's going to be an early Reaper on my side of the map, and that's just not the case. So this Zealot finishes up. He is actually going to still send it forwards onto the map, so he's not going to be afraid of the Reaper popping through. So I'd say that that's very nice for him, as that Zealot gets to come across, but I'm kind of intrigued that he is sending it out, right? Because Bjorn is going to wall off. His CC is on the high ground. This Zealot can't do anything across the map. Yeah, and Estrella has seen that command center as well inside of the main base, but he's got, of course, a Stalker here to try and deal with it. He probably made the Zealot and then figured, I gotta do something with it here regardless, but he didn't see where the barracks was. He, well, I guess called the bluff, right? And now he realizes that something is going on. Now, Bjorn historically has had some wrist issues, so whenever we see him looking at his right hand like that, it's not generally a good sign, but maybe just him getting ready for the games.
Stalker gets a couple pings off, Reaper gets pushed back. The Zealot is going to show up and will be able to actually step into this base as Bjorn does not lift the depot. That is so frustrating because you've got 2 Marines on the way, but they're not ready yet. And now your command center is actually not going to get delayed because the SCV took the perfect path. Oh, he even jumps it in, jumps out the other side. That really was kind of ideal, but it's going to be a starport delay then, as the 2 Marines and the Reaper will get rid of this Zealot. The Stalker can now ping from the other side. Shouldn't be able to do too much, though. It's going to start turning away. Doesn't want to get caught out, as Bjorn should not lose SCVs here. He should be able to keep these alive with good micro, but he steps one too far forward, and that is going to be 1 kill in the end.
First blood indeed for basically both of the players at the same time there. Estrella getting a little bit of value, a bit unlucky with not delaying that command center. Bjorn though letting that slip by, right? Like that is not really supposed to happen. A Zealot is a relatively slow-moving unit at this stage in the game, and it does show that both players are probably maybe just a little bit nervous. You obviously are playing a big match here. There's a lot of money on the line for this tournament too, and both of these players have real chances at making it super deep into the event. And you live up to a tournament like this as well, right? Not just for a couple days, but you live up to it for weeks, maybe even months. So these players have been dreaming about this match for a while already, and they knew who they were going to be facing off against. I'm sure they did a lot of studying. Knowing exactly what the opponent is going to go for is obviously impossible, but there's a lot of replays out there.
Great hallucination, going to swap the medevac straight away. Cyclone trying to get work done at the front, but will not do much. Now Astray, obviously, you just got to find the right split of units. You don't want to let the Cyclone free in the natural, but you don't want to let this drop free in the main base either. 2 Stalkers might not actually be it. These Marines will unload, and this is troublesome. That first Stalker is in some trouble, gets pushed back. Probes begin to run away, but only after a couple have gone down. And Bjorn, those probes are trapped in there. The Cyclone dies at the front, so we do lose 1 Stalker. Oh, sorry, we don't lose that Stalker, we do lose that Cyclone. And now in the main base, 4 probes, but a lot of lost mining time. This entire duration, those probes were off the mineral line, not mining, and that's a major win early for Bjorn.
Absolutely. Bjorn is certainly going to try and layer up the aggression. You can see there that's the workers not mining for just a small period of time. Obviously, the values here, they don't immediately count, right? It's going to be a full minute of mining if you want to be losing the full 750 minerals there. But it still is a painful hit here for Estrella. And in general, the early game for Protoss is always very delicate. It's very easy to fall behind against all of the aggression that Terran players are known to go for, and they will be more than happy to layer it on.
Absolutely. Those few Stalkers want to step out onto the map for a moment. Stimpack starting from Bjorn back at home. Second tank out. Of course, he did get those Marines home. He got medevac home as well. That now gets repaired, so you can keep those units alive to join in a bigger push further down the line. But it is only going to be those couple of tanks. He now puts a reactor on the factory, and that's something which Australia did see with that hallucination. So that's good info. Those Stalkers should not have turned around there. That tank does have good range. That's going to be another good pick-off so far from Bjorn, who slips around with the Raven, and he's going to get to the main base unhindered. And now that's going to be another bit of pressure that Australia has to continue living up against throughout this game, as these Stalkers are doing their best to lower this Marine count. There's the Raven on the picture-in-picture. Just going to start draining that battery energy, even maybe go to the natural, drop an auto turret there as well, as it looks as though Bjorn's had enough trying to go across the map.
Yeah, I quite like this last little half minute or so of the game for Estrella. It was looking a little bit shaky, losing a few units here, a few units there. None of it is overly dramatic, as he does now find, beyond that is, a bunch of worker kills in the opponent's main base. Stalkers do have to run around, and losing Stalkers like that to just unsieged units and a bunch of unupgraded Marines is really not what you want at this stage in the game. You know as a Protoss here that Terran is going to go for a big move out before too long, and you need every single unit. Now Bjorn, smartly going for the really fast third command center here. This is not a 2-base all-in or anything along those lines. We've been seeing that quite a bit over the last few months. Small little supply block it looks like here for Bjorn, as he wasn't producing there for just a second, and that could be a bit painful.
Yeah, needs those depots to finish up. He does have stim here if he wants to stim a few Marines or Marauders up to try and help push these Stalkers away. Again, Estrella has lost a couple throughout this game so far, but does have the healing shrine. That is one of the unique features of this map. Heals those units up, doesn't heal shields though as the Raven comes back in. That natural is just such an easy target. No battery there or anything of the sort. Now Bjorn is stimming a few units, pushing these Stalkers back, and he's going to be able to take position across the map, Loco. He's going to be hitting before charge, and that's concerned with a drop in the main base as well. Bjorn is picking up the action right here.
Yeah, all of these little fights in isolation are just simply better for our South Korean Terran player, who's now also pushing at the third. There is in the meantime, an hallucinated Phoenix over here trying to set off those Widow Mines, but there's an Immortal, there is a Colossus. This could certainly be holdable for Estrella.
Marines go down very quickly, and Bjorn is going to lose the Marauder as well, but we do get the Immortal at the very least, but 12 probes going down. Bjorn doesn't need to do more here. He's already done a lot. The Widow Mines do clash in. 2 Zealots and a Sentry going down. As Bjorn loses that tank in the end, yes, but this was great damage. Like, this is the damage that keeps Bjorn very much so in this game, because he's now going to take that momentum and keep rolling with it, where Estrella will struggle to have the economy he's meant to have at this stage because of all the damage taken, and that makes it so tough for Estrella to get into that comfortable later game scenario that we were talking about and loving so much.
You're absolutely right. Bjorn at this point, slightly ahead even when it comes to the economy, and usually in this matchup it's the Protoss who has the bigger eco, especially when they play that style that Estrella is very well known for. Now, of course, the age-old adage, when behind, Dark Shrine. It still works. It worked back in the day. It still works in 2025 as well, though. Bjorn, of course, here, he is around and he is going to check for it. It's a long structure. Takes a very long time for it to build, right? So you do need to make sure that you can actually sneak it out. And Bjorn seeing it, I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to get cancelled. It will be something, though, that he has to keep in mind.
I do hope he noticed it, because, I mean, you should, right? But the scan... Canceled. Yeah, okay. Good cancel, but the scan was for the drop, to check if the drop was safe to go in, so... There could be a moment where he's like, oh, Stalkers, and he just doesn't look at what else is there, but cancel anyway, so that's not going to come through, as Bjorn has an observer over his army right now. That's one of the things Estrella gets away with a lot, keeping that observer overhead and just knowing where Bjorn is going to be at. It's one of the big things we saw in some of the longer games he's played in the past month or so. Those observers, if Bjorn wants a successful game, I would say, let's try and get rid of some of those.
Those Ravens, or just the auto turrets rather, just a single Raven, getting 10 confirmed kills, and it's just constantly going into the bases of Estrella, killing a few workers here and there. It really adds up over the course of the game. So far, Estrella has mostly just been a punching bag. He hasn't really been able to do too much. Maybe though he can, okay, intercept his medevac drop, but it seems like Bjorn noticed it. Unloads the units here. Yeah, Estrella needs something, because at this rate, the Terran is outgrowing him very rapidly.
Yep, I mean, he's just had a rough early game, and Bjorn keeps making very daring moves, like lifting a bunch of medevacs up. It's so rare in the current state of TVP to see the Terran control the middle of the map, right?
Yeah.
And yet here Bjorn is, in the middle, splitting off some drops, CC on location, knocking down observers. Just like I said, if you get rid of those, Estrella's going to feel way less confident, especially after the start he's had. I think Bjorn is doing a lot of things right at this moment, and because of that Templar Archive not coming down straight away, Storm is not ready yet. This could be an opportunity still for Bjorn to go if he feels like it.
Yep, as soon as Storm comes out, then we get that extra set of splash damage for Protoss. It becomes way harder for Terran. Estrella, though, finally finding something. The 4th Command Center, much like the 3rd, was being built on location, but this is going to be a council or even a kill. That is 400 minerals down the drain for Bjorn, and that's exactly the type of move that Estrella needs right now. He gets a few Marines and Marauders here, too. This is all amazing here for Estrella.
Forces a massive split back from Bjorn, whose Raven ends up back at home as well. And I mean, this is damage, right? CC killed. This is going to be a bunch of Zealots now going down, but only after they've killed 7 additional SCVs. Bjorn just refused to bring all of his army back, and sometimes you see that whole army coming back, you're like, oh, well, that's what the Protoss wants. But it's because it takes so long to kill these Zealots otherwise, and this is now serious damage. I mean, that army is in the bottom right from Bjorn. Would love to see what he's going to try and do with that, because realistically, he needs to do something after losing 11 SCVs. You know, you don't want to let all momentum fall away from you here.
Running through the speed circles right now, not even stimped up yet, but there we go, and suddenly they move like they are Zerglings. He decides to try and snipe as many structures as possible. Maybe he could have gone for the Nexus, decided to go for the guaranteed damage instead. Does eat a lot of big storms. You have to be so careful here as a Terran player. Protoss just has many sources of splash damage now, and you're pretty much always one bad engagement away from it being an absolute disaster. Bjorn not yet starting up the +3 attacks either, by the way. Of course, Estrella here a little bit behind in that department anyways. He had to cut some corners, but he is now starting to turtle up a little bit. This is the style that we were highlighting before the games began. This is the type of style that Estrella really likes to go for. If he can indeed survive to the late game, his chances become better over time.
Well, the Zealots being annoying, we're going to get a couple snipes and the Ghosts showing up to be the heroes, and that is the first sign of Ghosts on this map. So EMP is now available, going to be a major help scanning for those observers, but this one sits on the edge of scan radius, so that is going to be a straight informed, and Bjorn misses it, scanning ahead. I think you will see the edge of the army there, so He knows what's up, but obviously Astrea is very aware too. He does catch the High Templars on the left side. That's going to be no Storms available. Hits the High Templar in the middle as well. That's a major move, dodging that Disruptor, and suddenly 90% of Astrea's splash damage is just gone. It's one Colossus that's being chased down. There's a couple of High Templar on that right side. That's the only Storm we had right there. And Astrea, okay, Storms from the left, Storms from the bottom will finally come to his rescue. But what an opportunity from Bjorn with some stellar EMPs to open up this engagement.
Yeah, fantastic fight right there for Bjorn. He still needs to be careful though. It seems like the weather forecast is stormy indeed. Astrea just has so many High Templar. They were pulled away from all of those bases. Now he decides to blink after it, maybe get a couple of those units. Another big storm does land. And this has been an excellent back and forth so far. Even though this fight started off terribly for Astrea, he does push that Terran army away. And all things considered, like as the dust settles right now, he's still sitting at a superior economy. He's got a decent amount of income, right? His upgrades are starting to kick in. He's getting to that stage that he's been aiming for the entire game long, even though this hasn't been an easy first 13 minutes of the tournament for him at all.
I just love, like, just Storms were endless, right? Like, Bjorn hit the great EMPs, 2 High Templar and 4 High Templar all EMP'd, and Astrea had so many more High Templar to bring into play, and that's what's so frustrating playing against Astrea. You feel like you've got a moment or an opportunity, and then it's not actually there, but these are good EMPs again, and currently no High Templars in this army. He does have some further back, but Bjorn's going to split. He's going to catch the High Templar from the left side. One stepping forward there as well will not do much. Finally gets the Storm off, but Bjorn, I think, knows he's got a bit of an edge right here. He wants to keep pushing this, catches a new Colossus. It will go down instantly. We are finding into cannons though, and reinforcements showing up as well means that Bjorn has to make a choice, but he decides to go even deeper loco as he wants to take out this base, but the Stormer boys coming in from the left will get massive kills at the end.
What a game to start off the tournament as we have more and more reinforcing units showing up. Bjorn only has a few medevacs. It really makes it difficult for him to sustain these fights. He has 6 of them in total right now. For the majority of that fight, he only had about 4 in the actual engagement, so not a lot of healing during all of it. And Astrea, once more, just barely survives. It's so common, right, for us to see games like this snowball way out of control for the Protoss, where Terran just piles on the pressure, gets a base. Even though Astrea lost a lot of important units there, he didn't lose the actual economy. But still, Bjorn is not done just yet. He is going in for another move. This time around, though, Astrea seems prepared.
No EMPs on the left side initially, does hit the High Templar on the right, just trying to make those pickups. Losing the High Templars is a big deal, right? Because every time you have to replace those, that's gas. That is not going to really stack up for Astrea then if you're replacing the whole time. His economy is good. Bjorn clearly knows he needs to get something done. I love that couple of units just getting forward, getting that High Templar. That Storm's going to be much bigger, though. So many Marines just sitting in there the whole time, and now the Zelda on top of this army, and Bjorn, after so many good fights, has butchered this one, and that lets Astrea just push back up the right-hand side. Bjorn's going to try and get these Stalkers on the left. They are exposed. Now you got to wonder if chasing this far was the right call. Bjorn's reinforcements helping him out, and Astrea has to turn tail and run. It's a very different scenario now because we're in a game where Bjorn has A, got a command center floating in the middle of the map, but B, has lost momentum. He's not going to have that army that's overwhelmingly able to just attack in as he's been doing.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we see Bjorn pushing so aggressively. He knows he's got a slight edge there, but at some point you overextend, right? Now, he's going to be able to catch this base, it seems. That'll be a cancel. Astrea not going to take the bait to fight further once more. All Astrea really wants is like a minute or so of peace and quiet. He doesn't really need to be fighting right now. All he wants is just to max out. And ultimately, when you max out and you have a good economy, the route that you got there in doesn't really matter all too much. Bjorn needs to be very careful. He's been uncharacteristically losing quite a few units. Likewise, Astrea also, well, bleeding out a few too many High Templar throughout this game for my liking. But ultimately, both players are now maxing out. And Astrea's economy is very good.
I mean, his economy's been great all game, right? It's really been the reason he's been able to take what has been bad fight after bad fight. Even when Bjorn had good eco damage done early, hasn't quite been enough. And with observers speed up, like Astrea's just zooming about the map with observers, permanently keeping track of what's going on. And that's a major attack on the left-hand side. Is he going to have enough to survive on the right at the same time? EMP comes down. First Storm doesn't do too much. EMP on the Colossus. Those Colossus right in the front, loco, and they are not going to have a good time. 4 of them being chased. The Zealots and Archons will jump on the planetary in the picture-in-picture, but every single Colossus has just fallen down. Do we have the repairs on the planetary? No, it will go down, but Bjorn is looking for a base in return over on this right-hand side as he will push in and see what he can do. High Templar goes down, Zealots everywhere, chaos ensues.
Yeah, suddenly bases are dropping all over the map. Estrella's gonna warp in reinforcements as well to try and push this Terran army away. Okay, Björn is indeed looking like he's ready to turn around, but he's taken so much damage at home. Suddenly the supply lead is absolutely massive for our American Protoss player, who looks like he is, well, about ready to maybe even go in for like a killer move here. He may very well have an opportunity in just a moment. He even finds the bases right there on the left side too. Man, what a game to start off the tournament, Wardy.
Yeah, Estrella really just hit Björn's economy so heavily there. Björn did not have a good response to it, and while Björn did well on the other side, this is the power of the Protoss army. It was enough to kind of push Björn back to the side. You're ahead on bases. Yeah, you're ahead on bases as the Protoss player as well, right? So you can go base for base, and he got 2 bases while Björn killed 1. It's just not a good enough kind of trade-off for Björn. And Estrella, because he's got bases still mining and economy still in play, his reinforcements will come through in waves. And right now, I just do not think Björn's army is good enough to close this out. Storm coming down. High Templar is going to get some damage done there as Estrella just looks to buy time for that economy to kick in some extra reinforcements. And Björn is already not going to be feeling good about this game 1 because it was meant to be his game the way it all started out. But Estrella has done what Estrella did lately.
Chasing through the storms is just so incredibly difficult. He does get another Colossus here, but this is exactly what Roddy was talking about before the games began. Estrella likes sitting there. He doesn't mind. You can push into him if you want to fight. Björn realizes, though, that it's not going to happen here on Persephone, as he decides to GG out of the first game of the tournament. Man, that was, all things considered, at least for these two players, quite a scrappy game, quite a sloppy game too. A lot of losses, a lot of damage done. Both players clearly feeling that this tournament is very important. You can tell that they are a little bit nervous going into it. I don't think either of them really, too happy with how they performed here. Obviously, Estrella will be, well, happy with the win, but he can play a little bit better than this too.
Yeah, I mean, Estrella's got to be feeling better than Björn, not just because of the game win, but because it was so weak in the early game, and he was able to turn it around. Now, Björn took a lot of rough fights, right? Like, he actually did a great job pressuring, but all it takes is one fight that doesn't go your way. 1 or 2 storms that land a little bit too heavily, and that's all Estrella needs to get the distance to kind of make this a game that's competitive once again, and that's exactly what he had, and that's, like I say, got to be frustrating for Björn too, because now Björn looks at this and says, well, I'm in a bit of trouble. I did all the damage, I got in a great position, I was playing the way I wanted to, and then I messed up. So he needs to kind of tighten up that stage of the game, but that's been his consistent issue in TVP. That phase of the game where he takes a lead, close it out, you know? That's when he's not been able to do so much for.
Yeah, for the longest time, Björn would go for massive drops at that stage in the game. And I feel like Persephone, the one map we were just on, is really good for that particular style. Then again, though, Estrella was prepared for it. Björn did scan a few times, and he did load up the Medivacs, especially earlier on in the game. Either way, that game is now over. We're going into the second map of the series. And it's, of course, a 1-0 advantage right now for the American hero, Estrella. Man, I love these map intros.
Yeah, very cute as we have a look at ley lines here. This map as well, I think, is going to be perfect for Estrella's game plan. This is the map where 10-15 minutes in, you're going to see the pros starting to just really take over the edges of the map. Their army sits in the middle, and it's so difficult for a Terran to split units away to hit those bases around the edges. So I think this map is going to favor Estrella a little bit more than what Persephone just did. And that's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Björn unless he can really get those bigger drops actually into play and making some action happen.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Game number 2. Top right-hand corner with the red SCVs, he is Björn.
He is taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map. We have got Estrella.
Now this is a bit of a different opener here. Björn, even though it's a best-of-3 series, and even though he's currently 1-0 behind, is proxying 2 barracks on the other side of the map. Estrella is scouting, though. This is not a very uncommon spot, but there's so many locations where Terrans can go ahead and build, and Estrella really just making sure that there's nothing sneaky happening inside of his natural expansion, and then decides to send the probe straight across the map. Now, that alone will already give him a lot of info, right? Just knowing that the opponent doesn't have barracks on top of the high ground. Admittedly, he didn't either in the previous game because he missed the barracks hiding in the main base at the time. I hope that this is not going to be that big of a deal for Estrella, but yeah, this is, of course, exactly what Björn wants to have here. Earlier on, he gets away with those 2 barracks on the other side of the map.
This is kind of why you play the kind of barracks a little hidden in the main base in Game 1 as well, right? Because then maybe Astrea is not as worried about not seeing a barracks here in Game 2. It's also Marines. It's not like he's going earlier gas for Marauders or anything, so it looks very typical to the last game still. Here's the bunker going down, though. Now, there is a Zealot. That Zealot being made is a big factor. Steps back for the moment. Stalker on the way out. That will help a lot more as the bunkers start to come up.
He pulls the probes, he's ready to fight this before it really gets going, and that one Zealot is actually massive. Having the Zealot out really makes this defense so much better. 3 probes, though, already do fall. Bjorn, of course, known for his phenomenal micro, and he's targeting them as much as he can. The Zealot so far not really able to return much of the damage, and it looks like it might even go down here. The bunker, though, was delayed to buy time for this Stalker to come out, and now a shield battery is also producing, but I think Bjorn can get on top of it as he pushes the Stalker away. Does he have enough damage, though, to prevent his battery from coming up?
Yeah, I mean, this is all good for Astrea right now, who has not really got anything else coming out behind this. The Stalker's getting very low. He has to step in to be able to, defend the battery. It goes down, and this Marine count's only getting higher. Astrea was not building a Stalker for a long time here. Yeah. He's only just started Warp Gate as well. Like, this is troublesome. Like, he is not as rich as he wants to be right now, and the Marine count growing, I think Bjorn has an opportunity. He's expecting a second Stalker already, I think, which is why he stepped back, but Astrea was making mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering if that was the third Stalker, but you're absolutely right. He forgot building a Stalker here for just a moment, and you know what? Bjorn gives him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I think Bjorn could have actually committed more there, but he was a little bit afraid that the third Stalker would be popping soon, and at that point, your Marines are unlikely to go home. So, a little bit of respect right there, coming out of the Terran player who's waiting on the high ground, hoping that maybe the Stalkers are going to overchase. Cyclone, though, on the back of this, and I think all things considered, even though Bjorn could have done even more damage, he will still be pretty happy with this.
Absolutely, because Bjorn, once that Cyclone comes out, I imagine is going to go back across the map. The Cyclone gives you so much more freedom, where Stalkers especially have to really respect that Cyclone, because it's so hard for them, especially in low numbers, when you've taken damage on one already too. It's so hard to step in and push the Cyclone away and pull the other Stalker that's targeted back. So yeah, I actually think there's maybe an opportunity here for Bjorn. He might also pull these Marines back and just wait for the medevac for those, and then maybe like 2 Cyclones plus the 8 Marines and a medevac. Cancel Cyclone 2 and go Siege Tank instead, so switching up his plan, as we see. Probably should be the medevac right out of the starport here.
Yeah, it should be. He's waiting for the gas to come in. Right now he can start it. There we go. Astrea does see that there's no add-on or anything along those lines there on that particular starport, and he does see that something is in production. Cyclone is also pretty common, of course, so you won't be too surprised to have seen something along those lines, but you're absolutely right. Here we go again. Terran does prepare to move across the map as Astrea builds up a Dark Shrine here. That is a really fast Dark Shrine, too.
It's super quick, and his blink obviously is only just starting to come through. He has a couple of Marines on that tank.
Why is he building it in a natural, though? It seems like such an obvious location.
Maybe if he's expecting to drop into the main and the Cyclones just poke at the natural, maybe it's going to be seen.
Really, the only thing that makes sense is we do now have a proxy pylon going up at about the 12 o'clock position of the map. Astrea will be using that as a warp-in location, but Bjorn indeed is ready to fight now, and he may accidentally see the Dark Shrine in the natural expansion. That's going to make life way easier for him. Hallucinated probes send out to try and scout, although they are going to get intercepted here immediately.
Yeah, I think Astrea's unlucky. If this was 2 Cyclones to the Marines, I think he would have not had the tank push here, and obviously then the Dark Shrine goes a little bit less seen. Yep. As Bjorn pushing in, he will start to notice that, so again, preparations can be made, scans can be saved. Right now, just this gateway going down to struggle. No blink is the biggest issue, right? Like, these Stalkers cannot really engage right now, as the Dark Shrine is going to be next on the target list very, very soon here. That Cyclone could lock onto it and just step away. We get rid of the Sentry now as well. Dark Shrine finishing. Bjorn, what are we going to do? Edge forward with the Siege Tank. He's got to have a scan saved up, right? He must know that DTs are going to be a factor. Scan. Scan.
There it is. Yeah, but he still needs to be careful. There's not a lot of gateways, though. Astrea is not going to be able to warp in that many of those Dark Templar for now. It's an expensive structure to be losing, too. He's building gateways. They're all the way on the other side of the map as well. I think there's at least one all the way up north, but this is still an extremely difficult push to hold. Bjorn is likely just going to try and squeeze as much damage out of this army as possible, and you know what? We're never even going to get to the point where Astrea can clean it up. That was a sloppy game. You can see him shaking his head, but a fantastic win, of course, for Bjorn. Not really making a whole lot of errors whatsoever.
Just really good micro, played very cautiously with the Marines, didn't just, try and get more than he needed to. The difference of bringing those Marines back is huge, right? Because if 6 Marines run home and stay alive, this could happen. If those 6 Marines push too much and the 2 Stalkers can chase them back, then you have so much of a weaker push now and the game doesn't actually end. So very well handled by Bjorn. Came across, loved the decision to go for the tank push. Very nicely done.
Yeah, Bjorn looking very anxious there while he was going in for that push. You can already see how much this game matters to him, right? It's obviously not the only best of 3. Even if he were to lose this series, it's not the only best of 3 of the tournament that he gets, but every single one of these games matters. And Bjorn's certainly very happy with a win like that. I believe that means we're going to Ultra Love. Final game in this best of 3 for now.
Yeah, I was thinking about this when it came through. Obviously, best of 3, most of the maps should be pretty okay for both players, right? You've had a lot of vetoes. But Ultra Love is scary for the tank pushes because you're so narrowly choked up on the natural. There's a couple high ground positions as well. That's the sort of thing that can really get to you early, and especially after you come out of a game like this as Astrea, where you just lost to the tank push. Reasons to be concerned. Now, that said, he's now had 2 games in a row where he's taking damage early. You know, first game was a bit more standard, but Bjorn found damage. Second game was more dedicated from Bjorn. Kind of makes me wonder what Bjorn does game 3. Does he continue to play on the idea of, hey, I'm going to hide barracks, or are they actually hidden, or are they just in my main? What does the plan kind of become once he gets to this game 3 now? And what does Astrea do as well? Because he's mostly kind of going fairly normal and just kind of accepting the game as it comes. But that might just be because he is taking damage as well.
All right, well, here we go. Bottom left-hand corner of a map called Ultra Love. It's Bjorn. Bjorn looking very hyped up.
In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be Astrea.
Astrea accidentally forgetting the second Stalker in that previous game. Now that it's one of those moves that didn't really matter all too much because Bjorn didn't like overstay his welcome. He didn't push for the maximum amount of damage at that point in the game. Instead, he decided to save the Marines for that tank push a little bit later. But the fact that Astrea lost that early game because he forgot one of his units, that's a massive tell, generally speaking, as to whether or not a player is nervous. Obviously, across the board, I mean, just an unfortunate sequence of events right there for Astrea, but I can imagine he is not happy about the way that he performed in that previous game.
Probe shows up, sees a barracks in the right location. A little bit of a...
First time in a series.
Yeah, a little bit of a moment to be like, okay, I like it, I like it. I mean, you can't be unhappy as the Protoss. Seeing that as the Nexus will go down on the natural, and he is going to put that Nexus down nice and early, so it's Nexus before the Cybercore. And we will then pull back, put the Cybercore down, follow. And it's just going to get a Marine out of Bjorn. So this is super interesting because obviously a lot of the time you want the Reaper, you want to get the scouting information and everything else. But by going Marine first, you're saving 50 gas, and by saving 50 gas, you're putting yourself in this position. Oh, this is really smart as well. So Bjorn could have killed this probe, but he actually pulls the Marine back, builds another Marine, and makes it look like he's building a Reaper.
Yep.
Right? So now as Astrea, you respect the Reaper and the Reaper Scout, when in reality, Bjorn has a Marine and more gas available to start up, well, I thought a factory, but he's actually going to go into a tech lab and a Marauder opening here with concussive shells.
Love it.
Lovely little cute play by Bjorn.
Absolutely. This is a big misread for Astrea, though, who may assume that the Reaper is going to show up in about a couple seconds from now. Usually that unit spawns around 2 minutes. He knows that it's going to be about a 20-ish second, travel time, and he decides to just go into the Twilight.
He's going to skip the Zealot, right?
Yeah.
As well, because it's going to come down to he's going to skip the Zealot.
Yep.
He might even skip a second unit for a little while, right? Prioritize other things. Definitely doesn't have a reason to build a battery. So if he loses this Stalker to concussive shells, he's in so much trouble. And Bjorn knows he can get damage done with this. He follows up with 2 more barracks, so he's going to have punch after punch ready in this game 3.
So he's actually using right now, as we see a little bit of player point of view here. This is Astrea's point of view as he's moving the Stalker up towards the high ground. Marauder does immediately get the concussive shells. Now his shield battery starts up. He doesn't even look at that Stalker anymore because he knows it will 100% go down. In the meantime, Astrea was also building a proxy on the other side of the map, but once more, we're going Dark Shrine. Man, he's been trying it in all 3 games so far, but I think he needs to be a lot more concerned about this push with those Marauders and that Marine that is currently going across the map.
It's very scary as well, right? Because this is a Dark Shrine, which means you've got no real tech to play with against the 3 racks follow-up. So when Stim hits and we start attacking across, unless DTs are doing serious damage, you're going to get hit hard, and that's going to be a massive factor. Now, Bjorn has no idea about the Dark Shrine. That does have potential, but Bjorn's going to be hitting very soon as well, because you can see that Stim is already halfway done. And he's going to see this probe still out on the map as well, and that's very funky. Oh, he misses it.
Man, it's been extremely close so far. He's gonna try, right? This Marine is rallied towards the bottom right-hand corner, and just getting the heads up that this is an attack, even if you can't really prevent it from moving out, is a massive win for Terran. So this Marine, he's just marching around the map. He's on a big path, though, and he is gonna be able to see that there is a proxy once more, and he will now also scout that it's a Dark Shrine. Unlucky right there for Estrella, who immediately shakes his head. Look, losing the Stalker there is not a disaster. Losing this, also not necessarily a disaster, but it's the type of stuff that just piles up. Beyond not really losing a whole lot in the process, he's going right now into a few missile turrets. I guess that's been forced out. Those Dark Templar are gonna, well, force out some form of detection. That Marine, by the way, does not get a whole lot of reward for the scouting.
Bjorn didn't realize the second DT split off, by the way, so there's one entering the natural in a moment, so Bjorn's gonna deal with this one. But then DT2...
There's a missile turret, though, somewhere in the natural.
Oh, is it deep in the natural? Okay, I'm gonna actually try and warp in the 2 more DTs. It's actually gonna be kind of a close warp and does not go off! And that means the Dark Shrine and the Gateway there are just doomed. And Bjorn all of a sudden doesn't need to press the 3-axe issue super quickly. Like, he knows it's a bad start from Estrella. He can just wait a little bit.
Yep. Not a whole lot of pressure here for Bjorn to immediately move out. The bunker here and the missile turret are going to make everything quite defendable, and Estrella therefore also doesn't move up towards the high ground. Again, in isolation, all of these losses for Estrella are not that bad, but now the third Nexus has been delayed, his economy is kind of shaky, he doesn't really have much of an army, upgrades aren't really there either, so you start falling behind in every pillar of the game.
And he misses the move out, so he actually does not see this army coming across the map until maybe this hallucination spots it. Okay, DT on the right side did see it just then, so Bjorn knows there's a DT there. Oh, he scans it. He's going to get the conclusive shells to help, but he might have needed to stim the extra Marines for the damage. He just gets it on the edge of the scan. And of course, the DTs are a rare resource now, as we're going to start building the Storm. Like, look at that's Estrella's army, by the way.
Yes, this is everything.
Yeah, this is rough. If Bjorn just sees it and goes, like...
His defensive strategy is to hope that the opponent gets scared by seeing a High Templar. Yeah. That's the build. Yep. Storm is still a very long time, though, away from finishing, and I don't think Estrella is going to be able to scare somebody of the caliber of Bjorn with that.
Well, Bjorn knows that there's no way Storm can be done. Right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He's seen extra DTs as well, so he knows that a lot of those were made. There is a DT doing damage on the other side of the map, but the third base of Estrella is just given up. He doesn't even try to play defense. He realizes that that's unrealistic, so he lets the third base go down, and he's just going to rely on what worked for him in Game 1, which is sitting back, this time not off of a great economy, but just sitting back and hoping eventually some Storms can do some work.
Estrella's heart rate is going upwardy. We're at 154 while sitting in a chair. That's how much these games mean and how he knows that this is going to be difficult. Still, though, Storm is now done. He does have charge as well, but nice catch here, actually, for Bjorn. Dodges the Storm as well. Snipes a few of the Zealots, I believe.
Just as the medevac show up as well, so a little unlucky for Estrella because Bjorn is happy to stim, he's happy to start fighting. Ton of High Templar, and that's what you're going to rely on. I mean, Bjorn realistically doesn't want to push his luck, probably wants a Ghost Academy and Ghosts before he truly tries to push in. The damage is done, get your tech up, take the advantage. I like this, right? Dropping around, just don't have your whole army able to be jumped on by a Storm, because that's where this game probably is one of the only ways it can go down. These pros were just pulled from earlier, and they go down as well. Bjorn doing a great job, and just keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, I think Bjondo is thinking back of that first game of the series, right? This advantage is much bigger, but the first game sort of slipped out of his fingers. So I wonder if Bjorn, therefore, is going to be a little bit more aggressive than he technically really needs to be. He really doesn't want to give Estrella a whole lot of wiggle room. These high grounds are nice, though. Ooh, not enough energy, I don't think, for a Storm there, although the other High Templar does. It goes down with the Storms as well. Stalkers right now, though, starting to break out of the natural expansion. 14 probes, though, is so much worthy, and I don't think he can still reliably fight his army.
No, but now you go into the natural. I actually love the idea of going to the natural with those two medevacs because Estrella's pulling everything to defend the third base, and as Bjorn, you're just looking to run him ragged, right? Just run around, kill more probes, keep Estrella in a very difficult spot as Bjorn is looking to get the opening series of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2 this year. As he is very close to it. I mean, a couple Storms here will play cleanup, but Bjorn is going to have so much production back at home, and it's just going to continue to be an overwhelming amount. Third CC finishing. Ghost Academy now on the way. There's one DT, a remnant from the early game, trying to find the best possible moment to arrive. It's not going to go just yet, but we'll pull the trigger soon.
Yep. Bjorn just playing it safe. Getting the third command center up, getting the Ghost Academy is just the best thing that you can do right now if you don't want to over-risk it. Overextension is a very real problem in StarCraft. We see it all the time where players get just a little bit too greedy. but also he knows that he can't really let this Protoss player macro up all too much, so you gotta try and balance it. Dark Templar, though, being annoying, I don't mind that whatsoever. Pushing into the main base here is actually really quite nice. Even just getting like a pylon, a gateway, a cyber core, super annoying. In the meantime, he does lose a few of those SCVs on the other side. 8 of them in total. For 2 Dark Templar, though, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Like, it's okay still for Bjorn, and he's also doing so much damage over here. Those DTs are not helping you defend. I mean, Bjorn looks to go into the main base. Actually sees the 2 High Templar there, so now he knows there's probably no High Templar to the left-hand side, so he's going to dive up a bit higher there. That High Templar does not have energy just yet. You still got to respect the energy overcharge. Then Bjorn has the Widow Mines down to kind of zone onto the low ground, which is really nice too. Going to make Estrella lose something for coming down that ramp.
Impressive work, though, so far by Estrella. It really felt like he was in a world of trouble. I mean, he still is, but he's hanging on. It's very difficult, but he's not making it look impossible. I don't think he can take the heads-on fight, though, and that's exactly what Bjorn is aiming for right now. Another good storm there on the left. Zealots move in. Widow Mines do latch onto them immediately. So far, Estrella, with a much smaller army, is keeping this huge Terran force at bay. I think going around the side here is perfect for Bjorn.
Because then the army can't come in from the right side. The threat of the storms is way less because you're going to have to attack in as the Protoss player. Widowmine is actually going to get the Observer, which is kind of cute. We've got a bunch of storms coming up the ramp, but the first EMPs are great, and the High Temple will have no energy left as Bjorn kills everything, gets the GG, and will take the first series of the play-ins. Step 1 for Bjorn is accomplished.
Yeah, and I don't think it was easy for him whatsoever, but he certainly looked very strong doing it. I think game number 1 was a little bit of warm-up for him, a bit of an overextension in some of those fights, but across the board, Bjorn just looked like a better player here in this first series.
What a massive way to start, because it takes so much pressure off. Every match here is worth like $5,000, right? Because even if Bjorn loses out from here, he's still 5k richer than if he went 0-2. So there's a lot of money on the line. Every match means so much, and Bjorn is going to give himself that chance in the winners match later today to advance to the main portion of the tournament. As we go to the highlight here, you mentioned it, the swing around the left, it was just a beautiful way to close out. Had the EMPs finally.
Yeah, and the Zealots, they're charging at that one Widow Mine too. That's got to put their ability on cooldown, and now you're sort of awkwardly walking into the Terran army. Excellent game right there by Bjorn, who does indeed obtain the victory.
Yep, absolutely beautiful stuff. Really loved the way he played. Really kind of upped the ante a little bit. Let's head on down to the stage and see what he thinks of that series.
Hey everybody, we're down here on the stage with Bjorn. An incredible first round. You've got to be feeling great after that one. And I want to know a little bit of the forethought that went into it. We're going to go back to map drafts. You really good on Ultra Love. Everyone thought you were going to pick that for your first map, but you chose Persephone, and unfortunately did lose on it. But I have to wonder, what was the strategy there?
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 번째 질문으로는 한번 맵 뱀픽으로 좀 들어가 볼게요. 일단 울트라러브를 좀 고를 거라고 다들 예상을 했는데 페르세폰을 고르셨어요. 그리고 좀 패배를 하셨죠. 좀 그 맵 뱀픽의 좀 이유가 좀 궁금하거든요.
일단 사실 다들 예상대로 1세트를 울트라러브를 고르려고 했는데 갑자기 상대인 아스트레아 선수가 저한테 너 울트라러브 고를 거지? 하면서 예상을 했다고 하더라고요. 그래서 그냥 청개구리 심리로 그거 하기 싫어서 그냥 페르세폰을 골랐는데 그래도 뭐 빌드 준비한 것도 있고 했는데 그래도 잘 안 됐네요.
Well, I mean, everyone expected me to pick Ultra Love, but Estrella actually told me like, "Oh, you're gonna pick it. It's so obvious. You're gonna pick Ultra Love." So like, I didn't want to fall for that, so I picked Persephone, and I actually had the build to prepare for that map, but it didn't work out.
Well, how well were you acquainted with Estrella's strategies going into this matchup based on your recent history playing against him? Was that maybe an information finding opportunity?
이제 아스트레아 선수가 워낙에 좀 다양한 빌드를 선택을 하고 좀 여러 가지 변수를 보는 플레이를 또 선호를 하잖아요. 그래서 좀 아스트레아 선수와의 이 대결에서 좀 어떤 걸 준비를 하셨는지.
일단 아스트레아 선수가 다양한 걸 하긴 하지만 전체적인 틀은 같다고 생각하거든요. 어느 정도 부유하게 시작하고 그걸 좀 중점으로 노리고 한 빌드를 선택을 했고 또 작년 EWC에서 아스트레아 선수를 만났기 때문에 어느 정도 잘 아는 사이란 말이에요. 그래서 뭐 3세트에서 다크를 예상했다든지 뭐 그런 거 보면은 제가 예상한 게 잘 맞아 떨어진 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, he uses a lot of different openings, but I think the baseline is actually the same. He opens greedy and then he goes to the the aggro and all the attacks overall. And that being said, I actually have met in last year's EWC, so I know his play style. So I do know how to counter him. So I think that went well. Also, for about the expecting the DT picks of Australia, I think that went well as well.
I think it went well for you because you're standing here doing the winner's interview, and I'm sure this won't be our last time in the tournament. Always great to talk to you beyond and impressive games from both of our players to start off StarCraft 2 here at EWC. Let's send it back to the desk and take a closer look.
Most would have had a few heart palpitations after that first game here, but Bjorn stayed cool as a cucumber and was able to take out Estrella 2-1 in the end. It was a good start from Estrella, Roddy, here, but it wasn't able to continue after Persephone.
Yeah, I thought it was a very impressive game, especially after that one medevac split off of the main army, center of the map, snuck into the main base. Estrella wasn't quite ready for it. If you lose 10 probes there, then he gets pressured at the third, lost that Immortal. I'm like, yeah, the next wave of Bjorn is just going to be a little bit too much to deal with, but did a 10 out of 10 job in keeping track of Bjorn's army for a little while there. I think if Bjorn kept it together and would have forced a fight, he probably could have just won, but Bjorn kept on looking for those openings in the main, but Australia deflected all of it, and from there on out, when Australia was finally rich, he played a stunning PvT.
Storms galore.
Yeah, the storms galore in game one were excellent, but then obviously the rest of the series kind of just tumbled forward after that. So, I mean, it might sound kind of surprising, you know, like the first game went so well for Australia because he won it after a bit of a blip. Why don't we just macro again? Isn't that going to work? But that has actually been somewhat of a problem for Australia versus Bjorn, is surviving a more typical mid game. And I think there might have been some fear to that would then result into a couple of cheeky builds of his own to try and kind of subvert that expectation. And it was unfortunate because it feels like, you know, Estrella knew what Bjorn was going to do, but then Bjorn knew what Estrella was going to do, and at the end of the day that favored Bjorn, you know? So it's a circle that just, I mean, another day, another, you know, an unprepared matchup, you know, they meet each other in a bracket, it might have gone the opposite direction, but as much as they could prepare, Bjorn just looked very comfortable against them.
Bit of a metagame of a metagame, yeah. Game 3 comes along, you see that Dark Shrine as Bjorn, you're like, haha.
Yeah, like game 2 is obviously funny because Bjorn kind of forces Australia's hand there. I think Australia didn't handle it perfectly. It's incredibly hard to figure out how far do I want to chase those Marines. But if there is a world where he's chasing Marines that far out with Zealots and Probes, the battery comes online in a natural immediately, then that Stalker can actually battle those Marines with ease, right? The Stalker doesn't have to worry about a couple of Marines. But because the battery wasn't come online quickly, he had to micro the Stalker all the time. He couldn't chase those Marines back home, which obviously allowed Bjorn to have a much bigger army the next time Bjorn came back, because Bjorn is supposed to lose all those Marines, which he now didn't. And I think game 3, which is funny, is an incredibly impactful moment, is when Australia sends his first Stalker to the other side of the map, where he peeks up that ramp, and he's like, oh my god, it's Marauders. So then he only has one unit at home. He's forced to stay near his battery. Bjorn peeks, and he's like, well, not much I can do here. And then Bjorn has all the freedom in the world to spread the units around. Obviously finds the gate, finds the Dark Shrine. But I think normally Bjorn can't just retreat with those units and split them off if there would have been 2 Stalkers on top of the ramp. So that first Stalker loss, I think, led to the eventual scout of the Dark Shrine, which was very painful for Australia.
I think for some of the players in this bracket as well, this might not change the full complexion of the bracket, because I think the other guys may have been anticipating Bjorn to eventually be victorious in this game. So let's take a look at how that shapes things up. Bjorn will move on through into what is effectively a qualifying match here, whereas Australia moves down into the lower bracket. It's last chance saloon down there, ZG.
Yeah, as you said, maybe that was the expectation results-wise. The games definitely played out, I think, to our expectations. Opposite to them, but yeah, the result was that Bjorn was going to advance into the upper qualification match, and then it was going to be obviously like who Australia faces, Lambo or Hero Marine. I do think both of them feel more comfortable against Australia, so that might be kind of like the extra nice, like a half glass full thing if they end up losing, whoever loses Hero Marine Lambo. But obviously actually getting to that top qualifier spot, defeating Bjorn is now what you're gonna have to do.
Yeah. I believe that Gabe actually said that he's very worried about Australia in this bracket.
That's true.
Like perhaps the most out of the 4 players there, because Australia is just tricky, it's hard to break, and maybe it's a bit of a stylistic clash as well between how Hero Marine likes to play in Australia. But honestly, I believe in a tournament like this, it's so silly to look further than the next guy that's in front of you. Right now, if I'm Gabe, if I'm Lambo, I'm not thinking about if I win, I get Bjorn, if I lose, I get Australia. Full focus on this best of 3. It's a guaranteed $5,000 pay jump. If you just win this series, like, it's massive. It's so silly to look too far along.
Well, plenty of games to come up here on the A stream, but we also have the B stream that's coming up a little later on as well. Let's check in with Cats and see what's going over there on the stage.
I am here just trying to show you the secondary stage, a sneak peek while there's no one yet here, but games will be happening. You're already watching the action in the primary stage. Here later on, we will have Sound versus Solar to start things off, and that should be an incredible match. I have it on a good word from my friends that there's some cool, hot, spicy builds coming up. But yeah, Cyril's also scheduled to play here later on, as is Hero. So a lot of action coming from this area later on.
All right, well, thank you very much, Cats, here, as all of the players here for the main stage of the tournament are getting ready and good to go. Some of those will be playing on that B stage, but for now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to a break, and when we return, we have got more games coming at you here from Stage A, as we will have Hero Marine going up against Lambo. We'll check in with you in just a bit.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going.
All right, get ready for a Meisterschaft masterclass because it is going to be Hero Marine going up against Lambo here, the German Classico, for the two best in the region alongside Showtime to try and get something done. It's an important match. Joining me, Rotterdam, as well as ZG to talk about this one. ZG, talk to me.
I will talk numbers to you.
Talk to me.
Is that good? Is that great?
Yes.
All right, yeah. So my research, I did just basically 2-year results, figuring that was good enough, right? Even though we've had meta changes and ladder changes. And historically, Lambo is unfortunately not favored, right?
Uh-oh.
They're 3-5 in series. And that includes a match that Lambo was able to prepare for. Because I think that's a lot of the discussion about a match like this, is how well can you prepare for your opponent? Who's better at preparing for their opponent? And certainly, no doubt, Lambo gets a lot of credit in general for preparing for his opponents. 100%.
True.
But unfortunately, that still doesn't quite do it. And then it does become maybe more of a question of who is able to perform the day of, who has a good day, who's better on the stage, all that good jazz, right? And I think that Hero Marine does tend to do a little bit better in that regard, but it does still kind of feel like it's fresh, you know, like they don't have that many series or that many games. And when you think about it, I think most of us, our hearts will say like 50-50. Either way, anyone could win.
What's your heart saying, Roddy?
My heart, first of all, is saying that Classico is very Spanish, James, and in Germany it's Der Klassiker. Okay, this is very important.
Dankeschön. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, mate. Auf Wiedersehen. Now, my heart is saying that I obviously agree with a lot of the things Zombie Grub said. I think historically it's so close. It's so competitive between these two. One of my absolute favorite things is we take a little look at Hero, who's definitely not playing yet.
He's a good guy. He's a good player, but
he's very good.
He's not playing right now.
He's also on one of the stages outside here. Like if you walk into the store, he's always there on top.
On the Twisted Minds.
Looks very cool.
Yes.
I'm kind of jealous of that. But now, to go back to Lambo against Hero Marine, what I love most about this is that they're both confident against one another.
Yeah.
And to me, that just always sets the perfect stage for a match to get very excited over, because Hero Marine generally believes if he brings his A game, that's good enough to defeat Lambo. Lambo generally believes that if he brings his A game, that's always good enough to beat Big Game. And that just gets me really going, because like one of them is obviously wrong, but then one of them is probably going to feel like that wasn't quite the best. And then there is one more thing that I do really want to mention. We joked a little bit earlier, as there's a fly around my face, about the Green Wave. The Green Wave is a big story coming into this event. But there is another big storyline, and that storyline is the Cyclone, James. We're gonna see a lot of Cyclones in TVZ. Perhaps more than some StarCraft fans would love to see.
Sure.
And my question is, are we gonna see Cyclones already in the very first best of 3 of the weekend? Are we gonna see it once? Are we gonna see it every game? Or will Gabe just go back to Marine Tank 8-Rex, something he does incredibly well?
Some may say the Cyclone is a problem.
Some might say a decent amount on some social media. I mean, I don't know if Lambo's one of those guys, but obviously it is a problem. What's interesting is that in the last few weeks, though, watching a bunch of StarCraft games, it's actually not that pervasive, and so I do wonder if it's going to be hidden. Right? Yeah. They're just waiting. They're like, you're going to forget how good the Cyclones are, and then we're just going to go pow pow. Or if there is maybe something that we have missed overall in the discussion. But that is the question that we might get the answer to in this first match.
I've definitely had Zergs DMing me saying like they're lowballing right now. Like they're sandbagging, they're playing Marine Tank, but when it comes down to the big stage, when we're playing for all the marbles, you're going to see so many Cyclones at the Esports World Cup. So I'm very curious, because apparently that has definitely been practiced a lot more in custom games than it has been shown in these minor online events. So I'm definitely expecting a lot of Cyclones. Otherwise, I don't know what they were practicing in the first place.
I sort of have to agree. I mean, even in smaller tournaments that you're watching, like a Home Story Cup, Star Zagora, all these GSLs and things like that, I'm like, okay, it doesn't feel that problematic, but there are some moments where you're like, okay. So what do you think, ZG?
This actually kind of reminds me, though. I don't really mean to keep bringing up history, but
no, please do.
In 2020, the weeks leading up to Katowice that year, which wasn't technically a global finals, but whatever. There was mech everywhere, and it was Cyclone mech too, actually.
Yes.
Kind of the old version is now I get to fly as well. And people thought it was very, very oppressive. There was constant complaining about it leading up. I mean, talking like weeks leading up to Katowice. And I remember that was a huge storyline we all decided to talk about.
Yeah.
None were played. I'm pretty serious about that. Like 90% of TVZs did not include mech. And it was such a weird, just like gap of knowledge where everyone's just like, yeah, we're not really sure. Like, what happened? Like, the Zergs weren't really sure. The Terrans were like, I guess it wasn't as good as it was. It was a really weird moment, and now I'm like kind of getting that same feeling. But again, like, this is why we're going to be watching the TVZs with great interest, is like, how often are the Cyclones going to come out? And then how often are they effective? Because I also think of Maru, who has tried it, and he's not necessarily good with it. So it does still kind of... It's not like everyone's cup of tea, even though it seems pretty good.
You're smiling, Roddy.
Yeah, just because I'm thinking of Gabe right now, and I'm thinking of Gabe, his stream, and I'm thinking of his comments, where whenever he plays mech, he's always like, this is just like a troll strategy. But then when it comes to the big stage, he's absolutely willing to repeat that exact same troll strategy. But what CG said, definitely spot on. There was that one Katowice. I think Gumio did try to play Cyclones back then against Raynor, and Raynor basically hit him with 2 ZVP all-ins and shut it down before the Cyclone party even started. The other Terrans were like, the Zergs were just being dramatic. But this time I do think it's a bit different. I'm sure we're going to see a decent amount of Cyclones. I don't know if we're going to see it every game, but Lambo against Gabe is going to be really fun, James.
Yeah, we'll have Tokamak to start things off as well between them. If you had to give me a cheeky prediction, ZG.
Oh boy, I forgot about these. Wow, it's been a while.
Every so often,
all right, I think I did predict Hero Marine 2-1.
Okay. How about yourself?
That's very boring, but I think I agree. 2-1 Hero Marine. Yeah, boring from my side, not from ZG, because he was the first. But if I just... I just mean that I'm going to say the same thing, but before he said anything, I was like, I'm feeling 2-1 Gabe. And in the past, then I've been like, all right, 2-0 Lambo, but then like it's 2-1 Gabe. And I was like, that's actually what I meant to say. So this time I'm just going to copy ZG, 2-1. I love it, ZG.
Oh, I've got the Fly now. All 4 of us clearly are very excited here, including the Fly wherever he's gone. Jeez Louise. But yeah, for this game, I'm also kind of excited to see how it's also going to go, because it does feel very close between the two, which is always quite exciting. And you know what? To kind of offset the balance, I'll go with good old Lambo. Even though he did inform me, he's brought some lovely clothes, and he will be a guest for us if he does get eliminated, which I wouldn't be against, because it was awesome having Lambo here last time on the couch. No, we weren't on a couch. We were stood up doing some analysis.
I love that, though, because I'm pretty sure like this isn't something that like maybe like the overlords have decided. It's like Lambo's like, I'm going to do it. And everyone's going to be like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're all right with that.
And I mean, at this point in StarCraft, right, any of our guys could just come up here and just like do a brilliant job and just talk to us about good old StarCraft. We'll also watch both of these players getting ready and good to go. You can see them just at the moment waiting for our lobby to get ready. So we're just got a few more minutes before we actually get into this, Roddy.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about Gabe and what he can do and the Cyclones. We haven't spoken so much about Lambo, other than the fact that obviously we know him as a player who absolutely loves preparation, build a tournament. And what's actually very cool about Lambo, by the way, is that Lambo barely missed out on the Esports World Cup last year.
Yeah.
Made a couple YouTube videos about it, and there is one quote in one of his videos that kind of lives rent-free in my head, where he said, I really love being an analyst, I love being a commentator, but at this point, I really want to make it at least to another World Championship. And he said, I owe it to myself. Like how much time and effort and passion I put into this game, and I know the level that I can have. I owe it to myself to perform one more time on the biggest stage. He set that goal like, what, 9-10 months ago. Here he is. I think that's very cool, man. That's the kind of stuff that also really gets me going.
They're both brilliant figureheads, and when I was talking to Hirmarine before coming on into the tournament, he's like, it's time for this streamer to become the world champion. And I'm like, you're a bit more than that, mate. Like, obviously.
I mean, we don't even bring that up as a point. I think when he first talked about maybe like, you know, being more streaming and maybe like thinking about his future, we were bringing it up. But that was like 4 years ago or something. So it's not something we bring up very often, but he has kind of considered himself more of a streamer, but just be able to play at that highest level, because he did. I mean, I think he was actually saying that when he got to the round of 4 in Katowice, for instance. So it's just like, yeah, okay, like whatever you want to, you know, call yourself. Obviously, you're still a great player who can make waves in any tournaments, and I think we're all excited to get this game going.
Yeah, he's in the lobby. All right, so we are very close to this, Roddy, but Lambo going to be very focused on trying to get on through. I think one thing's for sure, Lambo doesn't necessarily want to have to meet his teammate in the next round. He would, I guess, like if Bjorn could go through, and then maybe both Shopify Rebellion guys could actually make it on through together.
Yeah, I think any win is obviously great, though, because Australia is very dangerous. And even if Lambo recently had a very decisive victory over Australia, a little bit of time has gone by. Maybe Australia has learned a bit of those games, because a lot of those games were over before they ever got truly started. So there is no guarantee for Lambo that he can repeat the exact same build orders and get another convincing win. This is a big match. Whoever is next, doesn't matter. This one matters.
All right, thank you very much, guys. It's time to get it going here. We have Hirmarine going up against Lambo here in a best of 3.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. It is indeed time for our second best of 3 series of the StarCraft 2 Esports World Cup. It's going to be Hirmarine taking on Lambo in what should be a really close match, Wardy.
It's really exciting, right? Because you've got two players who are actually great preparation-based players, always coming up with something cool, and I feel like they're a great match against one another, right? Yes, Hirmarine has the historic edge, the recent edge as well, perhaps. He beat Lambo in the qualifiers for this event, but I think this really is close. I think a 2-1 prediction on the couch was not a bad idea, as we are going to dive into Tokamak to start it all off. In the top right-hand corner, representing Mouse, we've got Hirmarine.
And his opponent all the way in the bottom left, representing the Rebellion, it is Lambo. Very focused. Of course, this is an important match. It is their start of the tournament as well. They do have a double elimination, right? So if they do end up losing, at least they're not immediately eliminated out of the tournament. But this is the type of game that you live up to for not just a few days, but for weeks. You know who you're going to be playing for a little while already. You get to study all of their games. And even though you probably are already very familiar with their playstyles, it will still be very beneficial to, at the very least, grab some of those replays. Now, Lambo is not really somebody who plays in a lot of online tournaments. You host a ton of events, Wardy. How often does he sign up?
Very rarely. You know, he sometimes he goes through phases, but he's not the every week, every tournament kind of guy. Same for Hirmarine as well, right? Which is kind of interesting. But then Hirmarine streams so much.
Yep,
and
exactly.
Honestly, they've not really kind of shied away from playing in stuff lately. Like, they've not played in everything, but they've both played in different things here and there. So it's kind of been an interesting build-up. I mean, like I say, Hirmarine's always streaming, so he has a lot of information out there. But I think there's definitely a Hirmarine that turns his stream off and goes into the lab and cooks up some strats and figures out what he's going to bring to the Esports World Cup.
Exactly. I also feel like Hirmarine is very aware of what he says while he's streaming and that his opponents might be listening to him because he has strong opinions, like, for example, about the Cyclone, but I would not be surprised at all if we are going to indeed be seeing some of those Cyclones as well, maybe even in this particular series. Either way, for now, it is just going to be a Reaper, nothing out of the ordinary. Forces the little morph-in right there into that Sport Crawler just to save the worker for now. It's actually a very quick third hatchery here for Lambo, and not a whole lot of gas mining.
Yeah, just wants to set up into, you know, mineral heavy opening, get the queens out, get the zerglings, the drones ready. And yeah, just going to be very slow with that gas, so he is not in any concern at all right now getting that at all. He actually pulled out of gas.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So normally Zergs, they do pull a couple drones out of gas to get the third hatchery going before the Reaper can arrive. That's quite a normal build. In this particular one, you're not even going to get Zergling speed done by the time that 4 Hellions can get to your side of the map. So if Hero Marine decides to be aggressive, even if it's just like a Reaper of 4 Hellions, it can really hurt. Instead though, Lambo is delaying Zergling speed probably until much later as he's favoring a fast Roach Warren. And we've been seeing this a lot over the last few months. Zerg players that are very much so relying on those Roaches as sort of like a stepping stone. It seems like Roaches into like a very fast Hive with Ultras, and then a transition to like Ultra Ling Bane is quite popular right now. But again, these players have had time to prepare. Obviously, Ultras are a very long way off at this stage in the game, but maybe that's what Lambo is cooking up here.
It is weird to play gasless, only you have a gas, which
Yes.
is essentially what he's done. And look at Hero Marine with the fusion core.
Oh.
We have got preparations made, and love that. Morphs the lava into a drone so it doesn't die to the Hellions. And Hero Marine's going to be respectful, backing it up.
Does it have to be for Battlecruiser? It's very odd to be seeing a fusion core at this stage in the game. Okay, it's going to be a Banshee for the time being. The problem with Battlecruisers is that they're extremely expensive and they take a long time to build. So he's faking the cloaking upgrade there for the Banshees, cancels the Banshee, and then I guess he's saving up. This has to be a Battlecruiser rush.
It has to be a BC opener, yes. Good fake as well, because Lambo hard commits that Overlord. He's like, I want to know if you're playing mech right now. Like, he wants that info, right? So you try and deny that as much as possible. So you see the Queen's doing a good job zoning. Will not get the Reaper, but stops the Hellions from dealing serious damage. Lair on the way.
There it is.
Yeah, there's the Battlecruiser. And you know, I mean, it's kind of interesting because you should have a lot of Queens here as Lambo, and they're going to have to stand up strong against this. He actually has 5. He could do with an extra round of Queen starting ASAP. He just doesn't know what's going on.
Exactly. Now, he is likely going to be forcing out Spore Crawlers with that fake Banshee, so there it is. Indeed, the Spore Crawler does start up. It is a Battlecruiser into mech. Now, the man's name is literally Hero Marine, but we're not going to be seeing a whole lot of those, at least in the opening match for this best of 3. I am loving what Hero Marine has got prepared, but I'm really curious to see what the Battlecruiser is going to do. He starts up the weapon refit upgrade, that is the Yamato Cannon research. You rarely get that if you're planning on going for just a single BC.
No way.
This has to be multiple.
It's going to be probably the 3. It's like, you basically force the Zerg to build Corruptors, and it's very powerful because if the Zerg builds Corruptors, he's going to get a good scout with the Ling. If you force the Zerg to build Corruptors, it's a part of their army that has to be kept the entire time. As now we get let in, we see the factories. That's all we're going to see.
I wonder if like seeing the starport in production here is enough though with a tech lab on it as well. Either way, the Battlecruiser is out. He decides to teleport it all the way to the bottom left-hand corner of the opponent's bases. Queens are in position and there is a Spore Crawler too. Battlecruisers are strong. They mostly have a lot of HP, but yeah, he's trying to just harass the opponent at this stage. And keep in mind, Lambo does have a Larry done. He needs a Spire ASAP and there it starts.
Yep, Spire starting up. I mean, that's just going to be the response to this. Roach is obviously out, will help against the mech-based follow-up of this, so that part of the game from Lambo was absolutely the correct call. BC will come back in, we'll get a Queen. It's concerning because these Queens do not have energy to transfuse right now, so that is going to be the Queens in a bit of trouble. Overload up for grabs there as well. This turned into a good bit of damage. Again, you need these BCs to stay alive and active as the drones are now going to be exposed and Lambo is going to lose a ton of them.
Yeah, this is way more scary actually than the Battlecruiser going into BC. Mostly just a distraction as the Hellions are now diving deep. The Cyclones are starting up on the back of this as well. Now the Yamato gun will be available as well for the Battlecruiser, although it's at too low of an HP count. He should really not be skirting it around the edge of the creep there. Yeah, just send it all the way back home, please. The second Battlecruiser just spawned too. I think we're going to be seeing them move around together. Now, in general, this type of Terran opener is quite slow. With the Terran bio approach, with the Marines and the Marauders, you push continuously. You can do a similar thing as well with this type of like battle mech army, but it's much more difficult to reliably pull off. So Lambo is going to be able to quite easily replace all of the lost workers.
Yep, as you all can see from Lambo's point of view right now, him having a Battlecruiser approaching, obviously Queen's coming through. He does have the Spire up, and I imagine from Draconian production, but it's all about not overbuilding those Corruptors. You need enough to withstand the Yamatos and to still be okay at pushing these back, so you can't overbuild them so you have no response to a mech ground-based push. Lambo has a shot in this game. He needs to really balance perfectly the units that he makes.
What will be difficult for Lambo is getting a 5th base going. In general, it's not super straightforward on this map. He's going to try and take the one in the bottom right, but it's quite harassable, and he doesn't have a lot of creep in that bottom right-hand section of the map. So for now, he's mostly just concerned, trying to stay alive here. I'm certainly not disliking this position for Lambo much, though. It's a tough spot to be in, but I feel like he's got a very real shot at holding this next big incoming attack from the Terran.
It's like the best situation you can be if you've lost like 20 drones.
Exactly, yes.
You know, it's, he's going to get the BC here. That did not teleport in time, right? So that's going to go down. Second one teleports away. Now those corruptors can go hunting. We are going to lose more drones here as the Hellions just run in. That is the real shame of this, because getting rid of a BC is huge, and you can see Hero Marine's economy is booming. 80 workers, kills 12 drones. Lambo just needs to be better about those Hellions running by. If he stops that, then that would be huge.
Yeah, in a very strange way now, it feels like Hero Marine is the one trying to swarm the opponent, right? Usually it's the Zerg player who has that approach, but Lambo going for the more methodical, the more slow-moving army here, at least relative to what Zerg players can build, whereas Hero Marine has a very active force and a very large economy. And I think that indeed is the scary part. Right now, there is a big tech advantage here for Hero Marine, who's starting to link up really nicely. There's siege tanks out already, tons of missile turrets too, making it pretty much impossible for those Corruptors to dive onto the battlecruisers that are still around.
Yeah, not really a situation where you want to do much here as Lambo in terms of like committing in, but hey, piling from a distance is absolutely fine. A missile turret goes down. We take what we can get. He's going to swing to the right side and just force this army to keep on relocating and just find the little chips of damage he can do. Supply blocks Hero Marine with those 2 depots falling, so again, it's the little things add up, and that's actually a pretty major supply block, heavy block for Hero Marine to get out of.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Difficult, though, here for Lambo to actually commit. I don't think he wants to do it, although maybe I spoke too soon. 23 Banelings are coming in, Wardy. Does he have enough to overwhelm this? How many siege tanks are there? I've only seen about 2.
Yeah, he's only got 3. He's very Cyclone heavy, so if the Banes can actually just get forward and threaten that mineral line effectively, that could be huge. He's got even more finishing. There's 30 in production. At one point, he's going to dive onto the Hellbats quickly. BCs start to teleport away. The Corruptors do their thing, and the Banes are going to go for that mineral line, but the Cyclones going to do some work. The tank shots were good as well. Oh, the SCVs in the corner are super low. There's more Banelings looking for them, and they are going to get there. So SCVs going down. Hero Marine in general does not have enough to hang on, and Lambo's counter-attack busts through after taking all the damage. Does serious work.
Yeah, and this is going to knock Hero Marine all the way back to his starting corner. The 3rd base is going to stay alive for now, but he lost so much army, and this is going to give Lambo all the opportunity to do whatever he likes, and apparently what he likes is to do more of the same. He is just holding down the Roach and the Zerg button, trying his very best to send them in. A couple nicely placed corrosive biles as well. He's going to use the caustic spray ability from those Corruptors too to try and see if he can kill the command center. Even after it escaped and these units deal serious damage, the SCVs cannot repair it. He decides to run away and just sustain them. I think that was on purpose. Lambo could have probably had it. He decides to not take the risk, but look at the supply count right now. This is a massive advantage. And at this point, the floodgates are open. Zerg can just run more and more units across the map.
It makes sense keeping those Corruptors alive because he wants to stop the rebuild of anything out in the starport, right? And he doesn't want to have to build new Corruptors to keep that threat away. So yeah, I like that he kind of kept them alive and just pulled them back, even if in the moment it's like, no, you could have had it.
Yeah.
He's just going to bust through the natural. Those Cyclones are chasing the Corruptors into the main base, which just leaves the natural completely wide open. The Cyclones turn around, but it is a Baneling explosion in the natural. GG. Lambo took a bullion in the early game and just brought it back with one major burst and exposing a massive weakness, which was that Hero Marine was not set up. He was not ready. He was not powered up at all.
Keep in mind that Hero Marine, right before that big counterattack, lost one of the battlecruisers, right? And I feel like that really enabled this type of attack. Also, like, we did see a lot of drones going down, but it wasn't free for Hero Marine at all. Hero Marine was like a minute away from being pretty safe, and I think Lambo hit his opponent right at the perfect time. He kind of looked like he was ready to go back home. He feigned that retreat, but then decided to come out swinging with a massive Baneling transition there. It's a super costly approach there from the Zerg, but I think Lambo honestly managed that really well.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he stayed calm as well when it was going wrong, right? Like, you know, there was losing a lot of drones, and he just said, okay, but I have the units I already need. Let's just hold down the drone key so that when I come out of this, yeah, I'm not ahead on drones, but I'm not behind on drones, right? So he really was able to get into the unit production. It was very Cyclone heavy without those Cyclones ever having anything to say on the map, right? Like, there's a bunch of Cyclones and they were still at home, which is exactly what you want. You take away the power of the Cyclones when they have to stand and fight rather than kite away the entire time. So Great job by Lambo, putting Hero Marine in a tough position. I mean, if there was a few more siege tanks there, that's not an attack you can really make at all. Yeah, very nicely done, as it lines up with a 1-0 lead heading into a Game 2 in the next few moments.
You're absolutely right, though. Those Cyclones, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about them, right? Are they too strong? Are they too powerful? Have pro gamers been hiding build orders just to, like, not showcase the strength of them in online tournaments? But then in this particular game, they did nothing, right? They just kind of stood there, and obviously they traded a little bit, but it was by no means cost-effective to go Cyclones.
That's why you don't go BCs, because BCs are such an investment, whereas if you go like the Speed Banshees, they have that kind of similar vibe, and they do a lot with the Cyclones as well, so it feels like the follow-up hits a lot nicer there.
You're right.
So I think there is something to maybe just be, maybe we look at the BCs and we point the finger at them as we get into a game number 2. Down a map, in the bottom right-hand side, representing Mouse, we have Hero Marine.
And his opponent in the top right-hand corner. He's 1-0 up. We have Lambo. You know what? When he wins this tournament, if he wins the tournament, he can buy one.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a shame if he won and all those shirts he brought to join the desk go to no use.
That would be incredible.
That would be absolutely ridiculous. That would be the run of a lifetime. Of course, it's just the play-ins, man. There's a long road ahead of us here. We've got the play-ins to start us off today. We're going to delve into the main tournament later once we figure out which 2 players advance from here. It is an exciting day of StarCraft 2. We've been waiting so long for this tournament to come upon us. And there's always something special about the World Championship, right? Because this is the moment of the year everyone is in shape. Everyone is playing their best StarCraft 2. You know, the level is really up there that you don't get to see the rest of the year because no one else is always in this good shape at the same time. So, exciting week.
I feel like in that previous game, Lambo really did lose strong, right? The main mistake he made, and obviously this is like very significant, but he lost a bunch of drones. That really did make his game a lot more difficult. Imagine though, if in that previous game he did not lose those workers. That would have been extremely dominant. Either way, Hero Marine here scouting, and he does spot that the opponent had already mined out in those skinny golden mineral fields. Lambo's base is gonna get blocked for a little bit. In general, you have a couple of third base options on this map, but the nice thing about this particular one is that it makes taking that gold base so much easier. I love this bunker block though. He gets a drone, and I think he's gonna cancel the bunker. There we go. Excellent start here for our German Terran.
Yeah, Lambo will decide what to do about this. Couple of Lings going to head across the map. The Queens are going to wander over to try and push this Reaper away and to take this hatchery, so...
It slows everything down so much, though. I love the grenade. Perfect grenade right there for Hero Marine. Look, his only goal is to try and slow down the Zerg. And this Reaper, it's achieved all of that and then some. Oh, he's not done. He
He's not done at all. Yeah, blocks. Yeah. Oh! That would have been so bad as well because you're already delayed, being delayed even further because of the Reaper blocking you and then killing the drone. New drone has to run over. That really would suck. So this was a very well played early game out of Hero Marine.
Wants to Reaper again. Yeah. Oh, there we go. You're never going to get back to creep at this point. And you know what? This does delay that creep tumor for a while, so not bad. I still don't mind this situation here for Hero Marine at all. As Lambo, by the way, is once more delaying the Zergling speed in favor of a fast Roach Warren.
I don't hate it, right? The weakest thing you're probably playing against, the weakest you are right now is if you play against mech. People struggle. So I don't hate if we play like a good opening versus mech. That can also be used against Bio. Like, do you want Roaches for the full game against a Bio army? No. But can you transition from Roaches to like Lingbay and Ravager? Absolutely. So I think if you go in with that approach in this current meta where we're expecting Cyclones, we're expecting mech, I don't think it's a bad approach at all. Lambo gets that leg going. And on this map too, I feel like there's also a potential to be aggressive too with the Roaches because it's not super difficult to run down the map and overwhelm your opponent and hit it at good timing, so...
Yeah, we've even seen like 1-1 Roach speed, like the oldest Zerg timing attack in the book. The ones that used to work back in Wings of Liberty, they have sort of come back again with this particular start of the Zergs. Look at the quick double Evo chamber and the Lair on the back of this as well. It's important for Hero Marine to try and slow this down. Now, he's not opening up in a very conventional way. Yeah, he does have the triple command center, but he's doing a quick Marine drop on the back of this. Usually it's up to, well, for example, Banshees, maybe a Liberator, or even a Battle Cruiser like what we saw in the previous game, but a Marine drop does feel a little bit weird.
Yeah, it's just the lack of Hellions, right? It's like, where's all the usual things that we build? And they're just not being built here, which against the Roach opener might actually be kind of nice. So Marines into the main base. Roaches are immobile. They do not move around quickly. So, and one Roach popping out ain't going to do much. It has to pull back. So we have the Reaper going to try and join in as well. He pull away as Hero Marine, but the kind of stage is set, right, where Hero Marine's going to try and get some work done. He is out on the Reaper in the picture-in-picture doing work, by the way, but Lambo is protecting his drones with the morphs. And I like what Hero Marine's doing, though, keeping Lambo busy, making it difficult. Lambo just starts 1-1, and I can only imagine we go Roach speed, and I really feel like he's going to try the 1-1 Roach speed attack. Like, I feel like there's good potential, and yeah, I don't hate it.
There it is. So those 3 upgrades on the production tab for the Zerg will finish up right around the same time. It's not going to be perfectly lined up. Hero Marine sees it coming, though, but the thing is, we very frequently see +1 melee here rather than +1 missile. Hero Marine just sees that the structures are wiggling, he knows that something's researching, but he doesn't know exactly what is researching inside of those structures. They're actually expanding in the direction as well. Hero Marine, that is. He's expanding in the direction of Lambo. So this map is suddenly going to feel much smaller as both players are effectively becoming neighbors.
Yep, we're going to knock down the rocks, give us some better position to move on through with, and, you know, that's the thing. The rocks open up on their own accord, right? Because they die over time, so about 7:30, they will disappear. And as we have the Roaches stepping forward, Roach speed done soon. Lambo did cut just beyond that 3 base saturation kind of setup with work accounts, so that's all looking good, but Hero Marine has been building Marines from the get-go. Tank production's coming through, and he will at the very least have stim for this attack, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So let's see.
He should be able to finish it up in time. I wonder if he's expecting it, because this is one of those builds that when you first start learning Zerg, right? Like this is like baby's first Zerg build order, right? Like this is the type of thing you begin with. He sees a lot of Roaches, but Roaches are quite common right now. Roaches into like Ravager Lingbane or Roaches into Ultras, we see all of that against Bio all of the time. This is just straight up mass Roach Ravager. Hero Marine right now sees that something is just a little bit fishy. But my question is, can he stop the swarm?
Yep, this is definitely the moment, right? Because Lambo's going to have a whole lot more. He's going to aim to bile down the bunkers in the front and then try to get in range to bile the siege tanks.
He's doing 2 different fights at the same time. He's using half of his army to try and break open the natural, whereas the other half is very disconnected, maybe trying to pull these units away so he can overwhelm the siege tanks in the bunker. And that's exactly what goes on here. He needs to be careful, though. Roach is in the natural expansion, jumping back up there. Using Stimpack, but it's so costly.
No, this was absolutely beautiful, man. He got on top of the tanks, no problem at all. Bunker went down. He completely negated the defense, and Lambo smashes Hero Marine in the opening series for himself. That was absolutely beautiful.
Both players clearly prepared for what the opponent could bring, but Lambo there countering Hero Marine brilliantly. Not just in this second game, but also in the first one. What a phenomenal performance there by the German Zerg.
Wow, you know, you could see on his face as well when he won. Like, that meant a lot, just getting that first win already. And, you know, he is prepped. He's shown us what he's bringing. It was a good build for the map. It hit at the right time. And I love the split, right? Because this dive is so important. Being able to get rid of the tanks in the bunker, all of this defense is now completely negated just because some Roaches on the left side pulled the Marines away. Hero Marine walked right into it. Lambo won the game with it.
Bile as well, just perfectly hitting 4 Marines all at the same time. Phenomenal performance right here by Lambo. Not a lot of people would have necessarily picked him as, well, the favorite going into this best of 3, but he gets the job done.
That preparation mode Lambo, man, showing up a little bit. Very happy for him because, you know, as Roddy was saying on the desk at the start as well, like, you know, I think he really, you know, looks to believe that he can do well in a tournament like this. You don't get that chance a lot, and being able to come in and look so convincing in what I would say is, to me, one of his rougher matchups as well. Impressive stuff. Let's hear from the man himself down on the stage.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. I'm here with Lambo representing Shopify Rebellion, getting a 2-0 win against Hero Marine. First of all, congratulations. I want to ask you, when it comes to that first game, first couple of minutes, were you expecting a battle cruiser opener coming in from your opponent?
I was expecting it when I scouted that there was no add-on on the barracks and also no cloak in research. And I figured he was most likely going to play mech on that map, so I had it in the back of my mind already that it might be BC.
And we saw, I want to say, like, you were able to catch him off guard a couple of times as well, and you used your Ravager army like consistently, and you were able to wear him down. Were you expecting it to work that well? I want to say both in game 1 and also at the end of game 2 as well.
Game 2, I was expecting it to work that way. Otherwise, I would not have done it, because that was the plan, to kill him right then and there. In game 1, it was more of a constant attack. Like, I saw that he had many Cyclones, so I decided to commit in. If he had more tanks, I think I would have played it more slowly.
Well, I want to say congratulations. That was a quick 2-0 fashion for you in the first best of 3. One more, and you will make it into the main stage, of course, for EWC. Thank you for joining us. Let's head on over back to the studio.
Wow, what a blitz coming out from Lambo here after what we expected to be a bit closer than this. Turns out to be an absolute smashing here from the Lambo. We have got ourselves Roddy and ZG to talk about this one. ZG, this ended faster than I could finish my food.
Yes. Yeah, no, very surprising. I mean, just from the beginning, right? Like, if you're like, oh, you guys didn't give Lambo enough credit, it wasn't even that was necessarily surprising that Lambo won. It was that the first game, he took so much damage. I mean, it looked like he was really going to be on the back foot. The first attempts to go over to Hero Marine side of the map, the planetary tank combination looked unbeatable. I had to actually watch the game-winning maneuver a couple times to really understand what went wrong. And to me, I mean, I think Lambo's right. If he had more tanks, that would have been a more defensive position. But I think what went wrong, actually, was just that Hero Marine, he pulled his Cyclones to a side in which they could no longer retreat, which makes them very bad. The idea is you retreat, you keep the Cyclone army alive, you always have that supply. You also chase after the retreating Zerg army, you kill 30 supply while they're just running away. And I think that was what was really missing from the first game. Still surprising that Lambo had just the game knowledge to go in at that time and win with it, of course. But it was a very surprising game number 1. And then game 2, I mean, strategically, like, okay, that happens. The Roach Bust does defeat a Terran, but it just was kind of like the closure, you know? It was like, that was an interesting game 1. Oh, Lambo just won one. Oh, okay then.
Terrifying stuff, Roddy, really coming out from Lambo.
Preparation Lambo strikes again and never count him out. He's not ready to join us yet, James. You were already talking about how he was going to take us.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Have a nice little sit. No, it's a very impressive series by Lambo. I felt the start was honestly very rough. Lost a lot of drones, over 30 in like the first 7-8 minutes. Couldn't quite kill that first BC. Obviously, that very rarely happens, but it's still annoying when you see it get out there with like 20 HP. When I saw him poke near the planetary, I was like, no way you attack into that. Lambo looked at it. He's like, nope, no way I attack into that. Rotates over towards the third. I was like, that's going to be very tough as well, but he made it work. And I am a little bit surprised that game 2 was as easy as it was, because I feel Torches is a map that very often gets vetoed incredibly early by Zergs. So if you're Hero Marine and you see that he lets Torches through, you got to know that something crazy is coming, something very committed, something very aggressive. Otherwise, they don't play Torches. And I felt that Gabe did kind of expect it, and he saw it rather early, but I guess he was just surprised by the sheer volume and the raw power that the Roach Ravager +1 missile attacks timing had.
I mean, with that now, Lambo got to be elated. He moved through into a qualifying match here, ZG, but Hero Marine, a bit of a stinger, really.
Yeah.
I think he didn't expect anything like this series to go the way it did, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Roddy was right, you know, pre-segment saying, like, you don't really want to think about the next series that much, but I think you have to think about it a little. And yeah, Hero Marine, one of the first things he said in the airport was just like, yeah, I'm scared of Estrella. So I think it would have been more ideal for him to face Bjorn with a life left, because that actually is a fairly even matchup for him. But now, you know, obviously he has to face Estrella, who he's a bit scared of, and then still face a very strong opponent, either in Bjorn, who he's pretty even with, or Lambo again, who he just lost to. So very, very scary result now for Hero Marine.
Tough stuff. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, especially because if you look at that best of 3, like every best of 3 has a story and often it's a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, but this one maybe like a little bit nervous at first, but Gabe said in one of the little segments he did with Mouse leading up, he's like, oh, I'm actually not nervous at all. I love this stuff. I can't wait to sit on that stage. I can't wait to play in the biggest event of the year. Then you start going and you just off to a tremendous start. Like the BC finds some damage, the Hellions find all the damage, you're well set up on 4 bases, you really feel like the mech build gets going, then you get punched in the face once and you're dead, and before you know it, the entire series is over. Like, that's gotta just be a mega frustrating way to start your Esports World Cup journey.
Yeah, definitely. Great stuff from Lambo, though. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it shapes up so far, because now 2 Shopify Rebellion players have put themselves in pole position to try and qualify through on into that main event, with Bjorn and Lambo finding themselves head-to-head against one another. One of them will guarantee qualify, so Shopify Rebellion flag is flying high. That's the playoff bracket. We're not ready for that just yet. That's the last day coming on up. So let's take a look at that play-ins and see what is going on so far. This also now means that Hero Marine and Estrella find themselves both in the lower bracket. Do or die for both of these players. And as EG's previously mentioned, for Hero Marine, it's a little bit scary. We'll see if Estrella can kind of beat out all of that. And considering that we just got to see Estrella playing up against Bjorn, did look pretty decent in that series. Just a few hiccups here and there, proxies and little things not going his way.
Yeah, Australia is scary to go up against this Terran. He really is, especially because he's got a lot of different openers that I think he's comfortable with. Beyond said that he sees like a lot of maybe repetitiveness in some of his builds where it's like, it's Stalkers, it's Colossus, 3 bases. But I feel that Australia is really capable of switching it up and staying on 2 bases a bit longer, going quick Storm, which I think he's incredibly good with. He has already shown us he's not scared of going for early Dark Shrines. I honestly think he got a little bit unlucky with the way that Game 2 and Game 3 opened. If those opening stages would have been a bit different, we could have probably had a very different outcome of that entire best of 3. It's going to be close. Those two can always beat each other, but I'm sure that Gabe is feeling the pressure.
Well, let's head over to Katz now, who is live here for us in Riyadh, and he's found himself a little special guest.
I am here with my good friend Tasteless. What's up, Nick? How are you?
I'm doing great. It's my third EWC. I'm super excited to be here. It's good to be back in Riyadh.
Hells yeah. I mean, we were here watching the games between Lambo and Hero Marine. Lambo took it as you predicted.
Yeah, Lambo looking really strong. Kind of just smashing Hero Marine, kind of powering through with the Roach Ravager. And so it's going to be, Lambo versus Beyond coming up, right?
That's a pretty good matchup. Who do you think is going to take it? I mean, you got this one predicted down the...
If I have to predict one, I think it's going to be Beyond. I think he's improved a lot. Obviously, we had a period where there wasn't that much StarCraft 2 going on, so it wasn't really clear where everybody was at. But in both GSL and RSL, I thought Beyond played pretty well. And I think it'd be kind of nice if Lambo lost. Maybe we can get some casting from him, maybe some desk analysis if he's not in the tournament anymore. But if he wins and moves on, that's great too.
Yeah, I mean, the word on the street is that he even brought clothes, so he's pretty ready for casting. That's pretty good. So I'm very excited for that. And I mean, just to fill people in, we had some great American barbecue yesterday by Nick's recommendation.
Yeah, we got right into Riyadh. We thought we'd do something local, so we went to an American barbecue restaurant. But in all seriousness, it's been really good to be down here. It's been pretty cool to see how much Riyadh has grown as a city and how much better Esports World Cup gets every year. So it's good to be back.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Katz and Tasteless here to talk about exactly what is going to be coming up. As I say, that Shopify Rebellion Derby will be on the way. So we are going to go to a break. When we return, we have more here from the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
And now, the main event of the... No, I'm not going to start doing that. I've got a hand mic. And I thought I was getting in the mood. But I am in the mood for some excellent StarCraft 2 here, as one of these players will be moving through into the main event. Will it be Lambo or will it be Bjorn? Regardless of who it's going to be, Shopify Rebellion is going to be eating good after this one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have got now a qualification match into that, what is effectively that round of 16. And joining me to talk about our next match coming up, I've got Wardinio, I've got Locoio. We are ready to talk about some Lambo versus Bjorn Wardy.
Yes, we are. Those two guys looked really freaking good.
Yeah? Is that all you're going to do?
What?
They looked good.
Yeah, they looked... No, you looked at me like I was saying something funny. They looked really good in their previous match, Lambo especially.
Yeah.
Because to me, I think he struggles ZVT. Whenever I see him as ZVT, I'm like, this is the matchup I feel like he struggles to get into. It started in that first game. He was taking loads of drone damage, and then he just bounced back. So I'm super excited to see if he can bring a similar vibe and a similar level of dominance to someone like Bjorn, who's really freaking good in TVZ.
Yep.
I think we're going to see like a different approach from Bjorn as well than what we just saw from Hero Marine. I don't think they really play very similarly at all. And in that previous set of games, I don't think Lambo really revealed too much. Like he's a type of player that really likes to prepare for his opponents, right? And really make sure he's got specific strategies prepared. And I mean, the Battlecruiser game, that's a reactionary style. He obviously went for like the Ravager, Ling Bane all in and with the Corruptors for support. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think you're going to need that against Bjorn. And then likewise, a 1-1 Roach speed attack is also not really something you're going to need all too frequently.
We look back at what was going on here for Bjorn to be able to qualify on through to this match, of course, as Australia did take the early lead and everything that was going on, but Bjorn came back fierce. And for Bjorn, as you were saying, not exactly the most similar playstyle to someone like Hero Marine. He will try and micro his way out of some early game situations against Lambo. He will try and put on some big damage early against someone like Lambo. So Lambo's got to be ready for that kind of thing, right?
And I think that's why it gets really interesting when you talk about Bjorn versus Lambo, right? Because to me, Bjorn against Astrea, I feel like he had to be a bit prepped. He had to be a bit sneaky. I don't know if he necessarily has to bring that versus Lambo. I feel like against Lambo, he could actually maybe get away with just playing a lot more normally. a lot more regularly. But do you want to take that risk as well? Like, how much does he really show? I think his best bet actually might just be playing fairly normal and just making sure he doesn't die to the roach rush, doesn't die to the big aggression or something weird that Lambo does.
I mean, the mid-game Ling Bane Roach Ravager from Lambo, ever since like the Baneling change came along, and this was of course was a while ago, but the Roach Ravager inclusion into that mid-game feels so robust for these Zergs that have gotten so good with it that I think any Terran would be a little concerned about how these Zergs have been able to play this style.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, if the Zerg is in position with Roach Ravager, it's pretty much impossible to break them reliably, right? We see that time and time again. When a Zerg is like not in position and like a double medevac drop comes in, and then suddenly you do end up losing half your mineral line. But Lambo is very much so the type of player that can prepare for that. I mean, it's the type of style that you can actually practice for. It's something you know you can expect from a lot of Terran players. Obviously, he plays on the European server. Clem is somebody who plays at least, you know, somewhat similar to the way that Bjorn plays as well. I think Lambo has a real shot here.
I think he's got a real shot too, especially when he showed us what he just did against Hero Marine. I feel like now you look at Bjorn, he knows he had a good chance of having to play against him. So, yeah, I think he's got a shot, but it is going to be an uphill battle for Lambo.
Fair. As you can see, I wouldn't say concern on the face of Lambo here, just kind of quietly trying to contemplate exactly how he's going to go up against Bjorn. Obviously, this means a lot to both of these players. They're not out if they do lose this loco. They still have another opportunity, another chance, as both the players have placed their keys upon plinths to try and secure themselves a spot into that playoffs. But I think that overall, there is a potential for it to be a close match. I just got our producer saying Persephone out of nowhere. Interesting.
I guess that's the first map for today.
Maybe.
It's also just a beautiful word.
All right, well, I'm getting word that our casters are ready as well, so let's get to it here. It's a qualifying match here. It's Bjorn, it's Lambo.
We're getting into another best of 3 here. Bjorn is going to face off against Lambo. A bit of a surprise to have this match as the qualifier, but Lambo looked great versus Hero Marine.
He really did. I definitely expected to go the other way as well, but some very strong roach-based attacks there. Kind of cool to see out of Lambo, and you know, I'm not so sure that will be as useful against Bjorn, to be honest. I don't really look at Bjorn and Hero Marine as having almost anything in common.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Bjorn is going to stay to his roots, which is very bio-focused, very micro-focused, even though Cyclones have kind of been a big talking point for a lot of other Terran versus Zergs. We're into the match. It's going to be on Persephone for game number 1. In the bottom left, representing Shopify Rebellion, he is Bjorn.
And his opponent here in the top left, our German Zerg player, it is Lambo.
So I do have to bring up something, though, which is like, Lambo, current form, looked excellent versus Hero Marine. Way to go, fantastic. Overall, his record versus Bjorn is grim. Bjorn is 22-3 in games, 11-1 in matches, across their entire career. So Lambo has won 1 series since 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
It is, yeah. And 2 of those series, 2-0, 2-0 in 2025 in the last 2 months.
You know, I think there is a chance in here still for him, though. You know, Bjorn is not like a perfect player sometimes, especially when he should be winning. He'll do some sort of panicking moves. You know, sometimes his mentality gets the best of him. So if that happens, I think it's too early in the tournament for something like that to happen to Bjorn. I think that's the type of thing that happens if you're beating Cyril or something like that. But maybe that's an area where Lambo can just hit a very nice attack like what we saw against Hero Marine, and you know, maybe upset it and start turning that record around here in 2025.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, we ask the pro gamers if you recognize the record, and a lot of them are like, no, I didn't think about it. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, you know.
Yeah.
But it is something that Lambo might still have some confidence, especially since he has been working on Zerg versus Terran, because he knew Hero Marine is going to be his first opponent, and he would know how Bjorn plays, being teammates, being practice partners occasionally, and then in general, Lambo studies like everyone in the scene, right?
Yeah.
So for instance, this forward 2-racks opener, it's a macro opener, not that big of a surprise. Of course, a lot about StarCraft 2, though, is in the execution. So how much damage is Bjorn going to do?
indeed. It'll be cool to see as well, like how many Reapers do we actually want to pop out of these barracks. You know, there's a little bit of variety with that. Are you going to get 3, or are you going to get a little bit more and really pressure that third hatch? Right now, just pressuring, you know, obviously we don't have that third hatch going down or anything, so Lambo just sitting back on the defense for now.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, really all you can do. He did get an Overlord Scout in to see if there was something cheekier than a factory, which is a pretty basic follow-up to this. And then the real trick, I would say, for the Zerg player, besides obviously taking 0 drone damage, nice cancels right there. Grenade tries to pop that one forward, doesn't quite do so. But it's also to make sure that your third base isn't as delayed more than it needs to be.
Yeah.
And that can be tricky, because sometimes you're like, I can take it now, I send the drone out, oh no, the Lings didn't do their job in killing the Reapers. But it should be at the speed timing with this, such a low committal to Reapers here. Speed timing should be when Beyond leaves, which is around 3:30 very typically, as we can see on the screen. And Lambo kind of knows that Beyond would know, and probably is just like, yep, send the drone out now.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I actually really like how Beyond is playing this so far. Not that I have anything wrong with how Lambo is playing it. You know, some people try to throw down the third hatch and get, you know, have to end up paying for that if they get it too quickly. But I do like that he's gone for the factory into that third command center and really going to get that macro starting.
Yep.
I do wonder if he's going to go for the very, very heavy 3-base barracks play at this point as well, because that has been trending a little bit lately, I feel.
Yeah, the 8 racks has been... I mean, it was a big talking point across many years of StarCraft, I would say. It feels like it kind of ebbs and flows as far as how absolutely deadly it is, right? It's always a build. It's been for I don't know how many years. It's always a build. It's always solid. But when is it so good that the Zerg players are primarily focused on how they're going to defend it? So I don't know if this is going to be the map for it, but you know, Beyond, he has gone for Araxes many a times. He's actually more well known for that than a lot of other things, I suppose. And he just loves that aggression. So very, very possible on Persephone.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Like, I think Beyond is best when there's just a lot going on and he's keeping the pressure on. I don't really like it as much when he falls back into a more defensive macro game like a Maru or anything like that. But we shall see on that. He is getting a Banshee out right now. A fast carapace upgrade here for Lambo. No big surprise, I'd say. And yeah, it's just kind of like a very quiet period while we're waiting for Stim, you know, get some medevacs out so some more pressure can happen. And of course, Lambo's just going to be looking to defend for a little bit.
Yep. He's definitely not going for anything aggressive. Banshees are going to make a way out, or maybe just lone Banshee, was it actually? The way that the build works out for Beyond, if he follows up with the 2-1-1 here, is just that there's nothing else really to do. Like, you're waiting for 16 Marines. So you have a bit of delay on Starport that you can build a Banshee. And that Banshee, it might never do anything on the offense. It probably won't. But having a Banshee for scouting, for maybe an angle on the creep spread, or even just trying to help out on potential run-bys in the future can be surprisingly helpful.
Yeah, definitely one of the better defensive units in that early stage of the game. Now, a Baneling Nest coming up. Lair is almost done, and Lambo taking that 4th base pretty quickly in that top right. Creep spread looking pretty reasonable as well here as Beyond moves out. And we're going to see very shortly, like, how many barracks are going to get added here.
Yep, that's the biggest question. Is it going to be a really fast 4th command center, or is it going to be those 3 extra barracks? That's kind of the 2 options that branch off from this one. The Ling will scout that the army has already unloaded and is heading over to the right side through those acceleration zones too, so it's quite quick. And it's a decent amount of army too. Lambo trying to make those Banelings in time. Queen's very slowly walking on over. Overlord does go down. Lambo is in a little bit of trouble, loses a Queen right there. In fact, Beyond sees more opportunity, goes for 2 more Queens, and he can always pick up if he gets surrounded, or it's Beyond. He'll just micro out of it, no problem.
Yeah, no need to pick up right there. And still microing back a little bit. In the meantime, his Banshee is going to be able to go down in that main base. Unfortunately for him, finding a Spore. But you know what? The 2 medevacs did a lot right there. And definitely still being a little bit annoying here against Lambo.
I would say a lot of damage. 3 Queens went down, a lot of Lings went down. You know, also kind of having to make that many Banelings, if you really had everything in position, the Queens on the front line with the creep to help out and transfuse, of course, as well as enough Lings, then technically you can kind of handle that without Banelings. So that was, you know, a decent commitment to the defense, as well as just, well, not a perfect defense at the end of the day. So Beyond, you know, he kind of gets the ball rolling there, probably starting to really feel the confidence. A little late in his armory, but 2-2 will be on the way. He's going to continue hammering this point, because the creep spread is always going to be an issue over here. And then, honestly, it's like, yes, this could be the point that he pushes, I suppose, but he could drop here over and over and over again, and then the left side, it's so quick to get from your 3rd base to a important base of the Zerg player on Persephone.
Now, a second factory coming up right now for Bjorn, right? He's making some siege tanks. With the second factory, I do wonder if he's going to switch into Widow Mines, because what we see out of Lambo, he's already thrown down the additional macro hatchery, and he's going very heavily into Zergling upgrades, right? So this might be a more Zergling, Baneling-centric, which, if you can pull it off, I love that style. It hasn't been, like, the most popular in the past few years, but I actually kind of like the idea overall from Lambo. But if Bjorn does switch into those Widow Mines, it could be really hard to pull it off.
Yeah, it is going to lead to a 4th CC, but obviously a lot of emphasis on the siege tanks and potential Widow Mines. This attack on the left side is a bit problematic, just with so little creep spread. But nice targeting there from Lambo to make sure to at least take out both tanks. One thing I did want to mention as we head into, obviously more in the mid and the late game of TVZ is that Fungals have really come back into play.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about Fungals as far as the Supreme late game over the last few years, but as far as the mid game, I feel like it was that Shin Clem series that actually made everyone be like, oh yeah, in the mid game they're excellent. Not currently what Lambo is shooting for. He is trying to get up to that hive, but I'm sure we'll see it as the game continues. So 4th Command Center on location for Bjorn. A lot of confidence right there. He knows that he has the map. Lambo is sending over Lings, though, and that is perfect. Bjorn might not be able to save the 4th Command Center in time. We'll see what happens, because that's a lot of pressure on Lambo's side of the map.
For sure. This is one of the annoying things about going for a Ling Bane type of style, is you don't have the greatest anti-air, so you can really run around a lot with these medevacs without being punished. And you can see here, clearing some of the creep. It's in the main base, but it can make the queens a little bit slower going back and forth. I will have to pick up here, but that's okay. I feel like Bjorn is doing things of value.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just making sure that this is never a point in which he can actually spread creep on the low ground for future big battles is problematic. Here comes the big old swarm. However, the Marines are able to get out before they're fully surrounded. The tank will be sacrificed, but not before it gets a few shots off. The Marines do get picked up and will continue to harass that particular location. On the right side, more creep spread being denied. More importantly, 5th base still being denied. That's also even going to impact the larva issue. We do see Lambo starting to bank up a little bit. He does have that hive, though, replacing some of the queens and actually getting to Vipers fairly quickly. I mean, spellcasters are strong. It kind of worries me that there's just not really a solid place in this game for Lambo, though. The foundation doesn't quite feel set. So having those Vipers be as amazing as we consider them, that is the question alongside all of the troubles he's having. The creep spread, the lack of the base, and just not obviously getting maxed out.
Well, here's the Ultralisk Cavern, which is what I was really kind of waiting for here with Adrenal on the way and +3 carapace and everything. This is honestly one of my favorite styles of Zerg vs. Terran, and I think he's just going to be utilizing those Vipers with Parasitic Bomb, to try to reduce those medevac counts over time. I actually really, really like that style. Of course, you can throw down on the Marines and everything to get your Banelings a little bit closer, but I love how Lambo's trying to play, but I feel like Bjorn has been keeping enough pressure on him. I just wish that Lambo could have kept that 5th base up earlier.
Yeah. That would have been what really feels like, foundational Zerg. Is those 5 bases up and running. But it's maybe not as strong as he could be in, but he's obviously making some good moves. That 4th Command Center cancel was also important because of the lighter 5th base for him. Gets a couple of SCVs with the Banelings as well, is always going to be a nice point for Bjorn to worry about, right? He has an entire avenue on the right side that he doesn't have a scout on, so he's always going to have to worry about that, although Planetary will take care of a lot of it. And just more aggression on this space. Lambo is close to maxed out. He does have those Vipers to help out as well. And this is a very big committal of Lings, but Bjorn anticipating this perhaps, knowing the Planetary wasn't done, sent some units over, might not be enough. Baneling's trying to connect with the Marines as Bjorn was just a tiny bit distracted over back at home, and Parasitic Bombs really helping out right there, not splitting off that last one, dealing a ton of damage to the medevacs in one fell swoop. It feels like Lambo is taking control over his side of the map, pushed Bjorn back. He did not end up getting the Planetary, but he did take down a couple of SCVs and I think a large chunk of reinforcements.
I gotta tell you, Lambo's putting out a very good game right here. I am quite impressed with him. A lot of these attacks are being thwarted here by Bjorn. He hasn't really been losing too much. One Command Center canceled earlier, but Lambo kind of is trying to punch through, trying to get some damage, but pulling back at good times here as well. And with +3 carapace, chitinous plating, and ultras all finishing up very shortly, it's going to be really hard for Bjorn to step on creep at all from there.
Yeah. A little bit of a split off of creep is going to keep Bjorn still on the map. Lambo can't chase that much more. Another Parasitic Bomb to further injure the medevacs and really just keep that count very low. Only 3 medevacs. You're going to have to replace that before you even start thinking about adding on Liberators. Very injured army right there, too. If it ever gets surrounded, it is in a ton of trouble. Lambo just very diligently pushing out, like it's been a struggle at every point to get the creep spread, to get the base, even to get harassment going. But once he found his opportunities, he's really making the most of it. Another very big run by on top of that planetary. Beyond no center tower, something that is absolutely missing.
Well, it's a hectic game. Sometimes you forget a little thing like that, and a counterattack like this can do a great job, especially with those excel zones on the right side. By the way, watching Speedlings go through there on the minimap, it's like glitching. It's so fast. But here comes the Ultras actually off creep at this point, coming up towards Byun's army. Of course, Byun is microing quite well here, kiting back, and he will turn around. But he's got that group of Ling Bane in the bottom right. Was he going to go, or no? He's going to bring that back?
Yeah, maybe waiting for a more opportune time.
I don't know. Is there a better time than right now? Like, just shove into it. Like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, he's really being quite patient about this. I think he might be feeling that Byun certainly doesn't have his entire army on the front lines, which I don't know. That actually, that kind of is a lot of it. Oh, is he setting for surround potentially? Maybe he was thinking about it. He does go after the planetary. SCVs are pulled immediately. Good focus fire as well from the planetary on top of the Banelings. Hoping to survive a little longer. It will not. 13 SCVs also go down in the middle of the map. Byun is forced to retreat. His medevac count is just so low. It's about to get lower as well. Another parasitic bomb. But Lambo does not want to overstep. He knows he has good momentum. He also has a drop in the main base. Banelings do make some connections. Medevac's hitting targeted down as well. One Ultra looking to hold on here, and it just might do the trick as Lings come running back to defend.
Sick transfusion there as well, just making that last a little bit longer. Finally, some infestors on the way here for Lambo, who is putting out an incredible game, but Byun's supply is very high. The thing is, he's down on 3 base. He has started another command center. I'm sure he's going to float that over the millisecond that it's ready, but his economy is not doing that well. And honestly, Lambo, he's been gaining a lot of value through things like the Vipers and the run-bys.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, absolutely. To be clear, Byun is still staying above water as far as the army supply, but it's one of those situations where, oh my gosh, if he loses the army, he's in big trouble, and that fungal was exactly it. Second fungal follows up, the last second focus fire there from Byun, but the damage has already been done. The Ultras are starting to lose out on the health, but where are Byun's reinforcements? He's dealing with another run-by. Liberator will clean that up, but Byun has lost that army. He is now down 20 army supply, forced to defend on his own home base. Lambo taking another good engagement right there, but he's also not able to finish it off. Only being able to remax up to 150, this game is still pretty scrappy.
It is, but I think Lambo's starting to gain some confidence, and I do have to point out the heart rate monitor next to the APM down there. His has gone down a little bit in the last couple minutes here. I feel like he's looking at this and saying, he's more calm now, because he has kind of gotten ahead, killing off that 4th base. He's taking good engagements. Those were great fungals, great engages with those Ultras. He's continuing to expand, and Byun is on the back foot. Where are Byun's drops? Where is Byun's multitasking? That's where he's strong. These defensive positions, he's not a player that likes to play like this.
No. I mean, especially, the game was set up for him to be aggressive, and it was working for a while, and it doesn't seem to be working anymore. He's the one taking economic damage. His Liberators are getting denied before they really do anything, and Lambo just feels like he's all over it. It might have taken a little while for him to get remaxed, but he is shooting up in supply. Meanwhile, Byun just trying to find the pennies in the couch cushion, He is pretty darn poor. He's forced to make an orbital at his 4th, and that just makes it even more vulnerable to run-bys. This one won't work out, but then on the right side, the whole Zerg army is heading to the 4th base.
Yeah, what are you going to do here other than lift and lose all of your SCVs? Not a whole lot. You can see the look on Byun's face, the tilt of the head. He knows this game is about over. And he's trying his best to hold on, but that is a GG. Lambo just put out top-tier game. That was fantastically done. Byun was actually doing better than him in the early game, but Lambo just stayed cool. He had a great strat plan, and he executed wonderfully.
That type of game can really break a less mentally stable Zerg, basically,
Yeah.
The 4th base I didn't really handle that well, and my 5th's still not up, and I don't really know if I need that high technology yet. I need to kind of worry about this. And Lambo just kind of stuck to his guns in a great way. So even though he was a Zerg player who wasn't rich, literally economically, but in the other things, the map control, the harassment, he just made sure that he kept on attempting it so that eventually it did work, while simultaneously defending against some very difficult aggression from Byun. I mean, Byun was definitely on his game for the first half of it, and then at some point it swapped. Feels like Lambo chooses his moments very, very well. And I gotta shout out the anti-liberator spore crawlers in the last couple of minutes. They were always perfect. They were literally there. It was like he knew where Beyond was gonna shift Q his liberators.
Yeah,
because the spores were there before they even got sieged.
Well, you know what? If you don't screw up Lambo too much in the early and early mid game, like he's actually one of the more brainy Zerg players, to be honest. Like that's I feel like I don't have a good descriptor of his style other than Lambo is very smart.
Yeah.
So for situations like this, where the game is kind of like in a situation that he understands and he's not under too much pressure, it feels like he just makes a lot of really great decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. And the parasitic bombs ended up really helping the medevac count. Like the medevacs, sometimes you witness parasitic bomb in the early game, and unless it's like, the Vipers, sometimes they don't do the spells the best. They get one medevac, they only cover one tank with a blinding cloud, something like that. But in that case, it worked, as in they hit multiple medevacs, and it really hit the most crucial point of Beyond's playstyle and game plan on a map like that, which was to abuse hopping between the top and the bottom. So that actually ended up being a wonderful play to skyrocket right up to them and able to really put Beyond into a difficult position alongside everything else they did that game. I mean, that was just really such a stalwart Zerg. It was nice to see.
Yeah, and it's kind of like an older style strategy. And, Lambo showing here that it can really be done in these scrappy games very, very well. So we're going to get into ley lines here for game number 2. Up here in the top right, our Korean Terran, it's Beyond.
And in the bottom left, we do have the Shopify Rebellion player now up 1. He is Lambo.
That's kind of sick if Lambo ends up winning here, right? Because then he plays Serral the first round, I believe,
I think he plays Clem, actually. We're not...
The first player out plays the defending champ, I thought.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. He will play Serral first. Serral wasn't the champion.
That's kind of an interesting match.
It is actually a very interesting one, because that also would be a best of 3 to start things off.
Anything
Lambo,
can
absolutely. One of the guys who can upset in ZVZ for sure.
Yeah.
That might be the most ideal scenario, really. Is then the alternative facing Clem TVZ?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're making a road right now for Rogue to go right through. I'm excited about it. But we have 3 proxy racks here for Beyond, so he's pulling out the aggression now here in game number 2.
Yep. Good old-fashioned proxy racks, but not the 2 racks that Maru kind of proved could be more of like a macro opener. Even that's pretty old-fashioned anyway. No, a 3 racks. So it's not literally the most all-in, which is a 4 racks. Possible you bring the SCVs with that one too or something. You could with this if that's just how you decide to play the game. But obviously you do grab the orbital. You will eventually get to a factory. And just about how much damage this does. Lambo, having no idea about it, just left his Overlord in the kind of neutral zone that says at least I can see it incoming. But dealing with 3 racks, 3 Marines coming out, it's very, very difficult. Drone's already being pulled, trying to go for that surround, gets a partial surround, can't quite complete it, loses 2 drones for it.
Oh, I'm not sure why that came back out. That's unfortunate. Now, has he actually identified that this is 3 racks? I'm not entirely sure of that, but right now the Marines coming forward, pressuring heavily. That spine crawler under a lot of fire right now. I'm really liking where Beyond's at, but that is a nice surround there from Lambo. Unfortunately, it doesn't go that well.
Yeah, these Marines, a little too numerous as well. The spine crawler is very, very low, although the Queen on the front line is helping to save that. No, not to inject a creep spread, by the way. You absolutely need the transfuse, and the drones do need to go back to mining. But with 3 racks, there is a potential for you to just collect Marines and go again and hope that the Zerg player doesn't read it correctly.
Yeah, we'll see if he continues that heavy production. I would imagine that he would from here. And in fact, knocks down that spine. There are a few lings on the way, but actually he was already back in a drone. So yeah, GG. I feel like Lambo didn't really get a hang of what was going on there quickly enough. Well, at all, really, because he was making drones.
Yeah, he might have also felt that I was already too far gone with how many drones died in the first round process, plus the Overlord. Like, he knew he needed to save it, but it just didn't buy enough time. So, I mean, he seems to be taking it in stride. I do feel like in the history of StarCraft, a lot of responses to dying to a proxy racks is like, yep, the Terran did it. Yeah, all right, cool, fine. And
something win rate, something.
Exactly. But the chances of them doing it again is awfully low. Even when they do win with it, it's just that Beyond, he is like that fearsome Korean Terran, and he clearly is capable of proxy raxing. I wouldn't bet all my money in him not doing it again.
Well, that would truly be ballsy, wouldn't it? That would be very surprising. I love that he pulled the trigger on it, though, in game number 2, because it's like first game, well contested, a little bit back and forth, big macro game, long game. He's like, but what if I just make 3 barracks in the center of the map? And immediately ties it up. And now suddenly, Lambo has to be feeling a little bit deflated here. He wins a hard-fought game and then just kind of gets caught off guard, and Overlord pops, drones try to get us around, it's not quite enough, and that's it.
Yeah, talk about a momentum breaker, 100%. Another great reason to include the proxy racks. So that was it just feels like, we're a little deflated,
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like,
Well,
this
that
was
rack
such a great series, and now Beyond went and ruined it. What? Oh.
Well, hopefully the third game also delivers. It's always amazing when we get that proxy 2 racks into the barely hold, into the macro game. That's what I could hope for here as we watch all of the trademark-free animals right there. In the bottom left of Tokamak, taking that last game. We're going to do a 1-1. He is Byun.
And in the top right, trying to recover from the anger of losing to a Marine Rush, it is Lambo.
Maybe like Terran does that. Very cool. Maybe if this was
he's a pretty good player. I'm pretty impressed.
Kind of weird.
Diamond player definitely couldn't do that.
It couldn't.
No way. Not possible to make 3 proxy barracks and rally them.
I do feel like this is now the Beyond special, though. Beyond proxy racks into the command center first. Yeah. Especially because Lambo is so unlikely to, be cheesing a lot anyway. Like, he definitely cheeses, but it just, not maybe as much as some other Zerg players we can think of. Because I was thinking, if this was Dark, I could 100% imagine Dark being like, oh, you proxy racks me, time to roach all in you.
Yeah.
But it's not. So, I think this is a good read from Beyond. It's going to get him back into the flow of his best of as well, which again, started off very strong for him in the first half of game number 1, looking to get into a similar position. And I do think this is the map that we're going to see in 8 racks.
Well, I would like to see it from Byun as well. I actually think it was probably a better choice for that previous game than what he ended up doing, especially when you realize he was against just Ling Bane there. But, what you say about, planning out, like, oh, you're probably not going to cheese here. You're probably not going to do an all-in kind of blindly Lambo, so I'm going to go command center first. That's part of what makes a tournament and a scene like this so fantastic, because everyone knows each other so well, right? Like, everyone that is at this tournament has been a pro gamer for years and years and years, and everyone's seen each other play and played against each other countless times. So you really have a good feel, and you can get some really great mind games out there because of it.
Yeah. I was also going to say it just is also that little extra, the 0.001% extra that leads to tournament winners.
Yeah.
We talk about how people are good under pressure and with the crowd with them, and then off their home setup. But then there's also that, like, how good are you at planning out those best ofs?
Yeah.
Byun, obviously a champion a long time ago at this point, but still always threatening another run, right? He just knows how to do that so well. So he follows the command center first up into a 2 racks, and then into a 2-on-1 presumably. A little whoops on the mule. Meant to send SCV out to build the factory. And Lambo, he knows the command center first. What is the follow-up exactly going to be? Well, with Byun, I mean, it's strong possibility of just 2-on-1. He's not going to be able to get an overlord in there too easily.
Well, the Lings are out in the front. I don't think he's going to change into anything aggressive here. Honestly, the way I look at it is, by the time you scout that someone has gone for something like a command center first, or you've scouted that, for instance, there's no wall at the front here, it's already too late, right? Like, if you are already doing a build that kind of counters it, go for it. But to try to switch gears at that point, I think is like a huge folly. It's never, ever going to work at this level. So I like the fact that he's just making some queens, forcing some drones. He's trying to poke in, figure out exactly what Byun is doing, but I don't know that he's going to be able to find anything.
Yeah, the Marine did just move. So this would have been a good timing for Lambo, because at least he would have scouted. It would have died, obviously, but he would have scouted that it is not a 3rd CC. He might already be content getting kind of the outer edges of the base anyway, where a 3rd CC would most typically be. So there's that as well. He's getting even a little bit more. I mean, there's also the possibility it was a 1-1-1, I suppose. He hasn't seen any Hellions, however, and the factory would usually be on the front building them. So This is
Wow.
wow. Okay, yeah, he just got some free scouting right there. Actually gets out.
Some good control of vision. All right, very well done.
Because I do think, one other thing that Lambo will know about Byun is that Byun has the potential to actually still play on 2 bases longer than other Terrans. Most of the time, you say meta-wise, 2 base committals from a Terran player are quite bad. Like, they're not good enough.
Yeah.
But what Byun is really good at is, obviously the micro and aggression really works out with someone on 2 base. He's good at making sure the Zerg player never says, 2 base, 100%, army, I'm going to win. Or, no, he's actually macroing, so hold on, I need to build drones. Like, the Zerg player gets a little confused sometimes, even if they know that he can be tricky. It's just, what type of trick is he pulling kind of in that regard. So that's how he's going to play out from here, because his 3rd CC really isn't fast at all compared to normal TDZ, right?
Yeah. Well, he's pushing out right now, and we'll see what he's able to get done right on the edge of that creep spread. Looks like we just barely saw. Going to deny a couple creep tumors here, so that's good at least. But Lambo is already preparing. A lot of Lings on the way. That carapace coming up. Already 6 queens out in the front as well. I think Lambo will hold this without too much problem.
It is a few more Marines than the usual 16 for the 2 medevacs, so that's the kind of scary part, but really the secret ingredient to the first push out from the Terran, the Queens on the front line all together, and then a good number of Lings, right? And then don't get baited into chasing after them, and then they're never going to surround. Yeah, and then the next attack is where you're going to need the Banelings, particularly because Byun is committing so hard to 2 bases. He did build a 3rd Rax before building finally that 3rd command center. Yeah. But again, not just totally all in 2 base, it's this game plan where Lambo can think, I'm a good position, and then suddenly you didn't get up to 80 drones, and you do still get overwhelmed. But speaking of being overwhelmed, yeah, really one of those tanks. Byun caught onto it, picked him up, and then had the rest of the army come back in time.
Really good play from both players here. You see a little bit of tit for tat. He's trying to get the tanks, not quite working, trying to get the Marines, gets a few, has to run. Doing a little bit of a counterattack here, keeping him busy. But Byun's attack is just going forward as planned. He breaks through this wall. He's going to surround these Marines. He's going to hurt the SCVs as well, but Byun has a lot of units getting in position for his own push.
Yeah, Lambo needs those Banelings right now. The tank's getting sieged up in a very difficult place. Creep spread being cleared up as well. That is a lot of Queens, and one thing they'll at least do well for now is tank, especially with a couple transfuses. 6 SCVs went down. The Carapace finished during that run by, so that was perfect timing for Lambo to add that little bit of damage. Now the upgrades are even, but unlike many other TVZs, not the double upgrades. Byun still only on 1 engineering bay. Lambo moving up to 2 evolution chambers. Another big Ling run by. Wants to make sure no more reinforcements come this way.
I love that he puts the units right in between right there. And in fact, he's going to go ahead and roll through the wall with some Banes. Very nicely done. Lot on the ramp. The Baneling's going to try to come up, but Byun's micro so strong. Can he actually target that Baneling? Oh my god. And the Baneling will go onto a tank, so not the biggest deal, but he does pick off the tank. It's a few more SCVs, and of course, there's no reinforcements coming. So that push that Byun has at the top is getting weaker and weaker.
It is, but I'm actually a little worried Lambo. It's a really tough call. Lambo continuing to send these Ling run-bys is fine, because the army of Byun is not moving in, doesn't feel like it can get the blitz that it needs to do it fast enough. But there is a world where by being constantly aggressive and constantly on a low drone count, again, Byun finally puts a stop to the bleeding on the run-bys, and then just has more army than a Zerg player only on 59 drones can really tackle. That's what I'm still worried about. And I think Byun finally has just stopped bleeding from those run-bys.
Yeah, I think that last one was one too many. Well, it was obviously one too many because it did not do anything. He's taken a little bit of damage from this push still. But it feels like once you get that extra run-by that does some damage, you really do have to clear those tanks, right? Like the medevacs are not going to pick up every single unit. So you can just kind of sandwich it with a ton and break through. And that's what he's going to do finally now at this point.
Yeah, I made sure to get that medevac too. The other medevac goes down, and that is something that Lambo definitely needed to actually clean up the army, not let it go, yeah, you've been stuck on those low drone counts, I'm getting a 3rd CC, let's just pack it up and go home, boys. It still did cost a decent penny for him. A lot of army was used to clean that up, but at least he does. 4th base was built, so now he can go back into the droning and actually have good saturation. I love that he immediately plants down a 5th, even though he's not quite yet there on the drone count. He'll eventually need it, and also adds in the infestation hit. So it feels like it's still on a knife's edge. It might seem like Lambo had that under lock and key, but you really got to pay attention to how much the Zerg economy was suppressed.
Yeah, you know, I think the one thing that works really well for Lambo here is he did just finish up +2 carapace. And that's going to mean he's up that whole additional upgrade for a very, very, very long time. Like +2/+2 just started here for Beyond. So I think as long as Lambo just kind of is keeping track, where are these medevacs, making sure that he's responding immediately with this Ling Bane style, which he already showed us, by the way, that he's excellent at. I do feel like he's actually got maybe just a little bit of a lead right now.
Yeah, I would say so. There's a very similar game that was played between Byun and Raynor, I believe, on Tokamak, where this was kind of, if it wasn't the same build, it was very similar. It was another 2-base committal more than anything else. And there were a lot of like, oh, I don't know, like Raynor has to be really careful, like, geez. And then Raynor finally got a victory, like a push that won the battle, and then that was it. You know, as much as I'm talking about the Zerg player being suppressed and needing to be careful, the Terran player also is missing some of those crucial extras that maybe you don't think about, like obviously the 4th command center is later, duh. But then a 2nd factory, for instance, to really get you into that late game, it is also much later. So it's precarious, it's just the word I continue having to use, because it just doesn't feel like one of these games where, you know, everything was normal, everything was macro, everyone's exactly where they want to be. They both still have to try and make these reads and make these really smart decisions with battles.
Well, you know, I think that's what tournament play oftentimes is. It's like, yeah, it's not exactly normal. There's been a lot of different decisions here while they try to jockey for position, get in front of each other a little bit. And to me, to my eyes, I'm still looking at Lambo's position here and liking it quite a bit. But, you know, Byun is finishing up that extra command center. He's got 2-2 just about to finish, going for plating. Like, everything is looking okay for him, too. This feels like it's going to be like a very good long macro game.
And get a little engagement here. This is going to push the Terran army back. A little friendly fire as well, injuring those Marines further. Lambo, I'm not sure he's going to be able to continue much further, but Byun, as I was pointing out, now with a lot of factory units, no Widow Mines planted around every which way, but it's going to be a lot of bio. At this point, just like a purposeful decision. He wants to go more bio than factory. What ended up shutting this down was actually some nice aggression from Raynor in that game I was talking about, and he also got to lurkers, and that really shut down the multitasking.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, but Lambo sees an opportunity with Mass Ling Baneling, and he is looking for more damage. Byun needs to read into this and actually be prepared to be on the defensive. I think at this point he sees the entire army, and now the job is not to get surrounded, forced to go away from his 3rd base, but that was actually ideal. Lambo, he wanted this around, he had set it up exactly like that, and Byun just maneuvered his way through it.
Yeah, he slipped through that. I actually thought Lambo was going to catch him there a little bit more than he did, so that was a great engage from Byun, who is just about maxed out, up about 40 army supply, which can happen against Ling Bane for sure. It's very small amounts of supply for big armies. But right now, continuing to push. He is going to take down this army. Oh gosh, the queens are starting to fall. Byun is really leaning on Lambo after that poor engage.
Yeah. I mean, Lambo, he's hoping for that opportunity to work out. It doesn't quite. Now forced to take some damage while he rebuilds. He does rebuild, though, and on creep, he is going to send the bio hacking, but Byun is just going to return to maybe his home, maybe, but then unload and then come back again very, very soon. It looks like a lot of damage was in fact done by this Ling run by 22 SCVs in total. Byun does have a 4th base, but no SCVs on it. And now, not paying attention to his drop, loses that side of the pressure. No Marine survived thanks to the fungal. And it feels like in the blink of an eye, Byun has lost all that he gained from defending at his home base.
Isn't that crazy? This is really a back and forth game right now. I was like totally, before we saw those SCVs go down and the little army on the right-hand side get mangled, it was like, oh gosh, yeah, Byun, of course he's going to pull through. Of course he is. But Lambo right now kind of taking that lead again. Byun putting some pressure on this left side. A very Marauder-heavy army. I don't think it's going to quite be able to break through. Another attack on the right. The Lings try to engage, but they just evaporate.
Yeah, I wonder if that was even on purpose. Maybe he just was paying attention to the drop, because that was a long time to let Lings take a battle against that much bio without Banelings. Upgrades are still even, but Byun is also inching closer to 3-3. Once again, collecting his army, going for the aggression. No fungals in sight. Lings just dying as they run in right there as well. Lambo, he tilts his head back. He realizes he just lost so much army in such unideal fashion, and this might be too much. Again, Byun takes control and he finds it, and he is going to dominate that Lend battle. Lambo can't believe it, and we can't kind of believe it. That was whiplash.
Yeah, Lambo definitely had the edge, at least on 2 separate occasions in this game, but it went back and forth so quickly. You can see the frustration in his eyes, because he probably thought multiple times he was going to win here. But Byun does end up pulling it out. Lambo going to have to try to mentally recover. He does have a little bit, You know, he's going to play the winner of Estrella and Hero Marine a little bit later on. And I give him decent chances against both them there. So I think he's playing some great games here today. And I hope he doesn't take it too hard. I can tell he is, though.
Yeah, I think right now, if I had to guess, it was just about how the game went, you know? Because I think if he stops, he thinks, and like, how many chances do I have to get in the round of 16? It's very good. I think he's good against Estrella, and he just took such a great series versus Hero Marine. Yeah. But to be so close to winning, 2-1 there against Bjorn, and to lose out, it's a heartbreaking moment for him.
Well, Bjorn, definitely one of the favorites to get through this first play-in stage. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the interview.
Thanks so much, guys. Bjorn, crazy back and forth that last match there. Talk to me a little bit about your time on Tamakama.
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 마지막 세트 토카막에서의 좀 얘기를 좀 해볼게요. 정말 좀 치열한 접전이었는데 좀 어떻게 경기가 좀 굴러갔다고 생각하시나요?
저는 제가 나쁘지 않다고 생각했거든요. 이 경기에서 심리전을 한번 걸어놨고 심리를 흔들어놨고 3경기에서 뭐 무난하게 가길래 나쁘지 않다 생각했는데 생각보다 많이 불리하더라고요. 또 거기에 엎친 데 엎친 격으로 그 행성 요새가 분명히 버튼을 눌렀는데 안 만들어져 있어가지고 일꾼이 더 없어졌더라고요. 그래서 이거 졌다 싶었는데 마지막에 운 좋게 싸움을 진짜 잘해가지고 그거로 이긴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think I was pretty ahead because I already put the mind games in game 2 and I put a CC first in game 3. So I was I thought myself pretty much ahead, but actually Lambo put up a really good fight. And I think I made a really big mistake that I thought I pressed the P button to make a planetary fortress, but it's not. So I lost a bunch of SCVs and then I thought I lost. So let's could have put up a good fight, and then actually in the late game, I really put up a really great fight, so I think that's why I won.
Well, the mind games, the great plays, the comebacks, you're going to need them all because your reward for getting through this is to face off against Cyril. So what are your thoughts?
이제 그 모든 것들이 이제 또 다시 한번 좀 재현이 돼야 될 것 같은데 왜냐면은 이제 그룹 첫 상대가 바로 세라 선수예요. 그래서 이제 세라 선수를 상대하게 되는 좀 기분이 좀 어떠신지?
제가 가장 인정하는 스타크래프트 선수 중에 역대 선수 중에 가장 인정하는 선수고 지금도 가장 최고의 선수라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 항상 도전자 입장으로 항상 마음 편하게 하는데 만날 때마다 정말 힘들더라고요. 그래서 이번에도 또 만났는데 그래도 제가 제일 좋아하는 선수고 꼭 해보고 싶은 선수이기도 하고 그래서 많이 기대도 되고 무섭긴 하지만 그래도 열심히 해보려고요.
Yeah, I mean Sarah is one of the greatest player I respect the most. So yeah, every time I try face Cyril is actually very nervous, and I'm really scared to face him. But I'll try my best to put up a good fight with him.
If you keep bringing what you brought in these early matches, I'm confident that you'll get far. Thank you so much for bringing us such exciting games. You get to take a little rest now before that big face-off, and we'll send it back to the studio for another look at your games.
Well, there you go. A previous world champion makes it through into the round of 16, but it was not without its dangers going up against Lambo. I think a lot of us out there and watching at home as well thought there was an opportunity here for Lambo to have taken this series, but Bjorn does advance.
Bjorn does advance, but it was not as easy as I thought it was going to be, right? I really felt like that game 1, I thought Bjorn's having a great start. It's what we expected. Lambo really brought it back very nicely. Bjorn proxies, shifts the momentum in game 2. But that game 3 loco, it all fell apart for Lambo.
I think that was a very unfortunate situation right there for Lambo because we were obviously watching it as well, right? And then we look away from the screen for a little bit and we're all wondering like, hey, wasn't he just 50 supply up like a half minute ago? What just happened? Yeah, very nicely done for Bjorn. And I do like the way he played the series. So like game number 1 was pretty standard. Game number 2, he brings out the proxy triple Rex. And what does he do in game number 3? He goes command center first. It is such a Bjorn way of playing the game. He's very, very good when it comes to playing those types of, best of 3s, best of 5s, and all the rest of it. He's very smart.
Yeah, definitely. I was saying, also watching it, he loves proxies on this map, but also, Wardy, he loves proxies when he's down 1 game.
Yes, it's crazy.
He's not afraid, right? Like, he just knows, like, it's a good strategy. It's something he can bring to the table. and he puts the scoreline aside and says, if I think this is how I win this game, it's what I'm going to stick to. And that's going to get you far because that keeps you unpredictable. That's the kind of play that can win you some games and maybe cause an upset further down the line.
I think a lot of people look at Beyond, though, now moving into the round of 16 as the player from these 4 players, Loco, who had the potential best chances, in theory, going into that playoff pool, right? Moving further into the
I agree. Like, if you look at any of the names in that group, right, if you look at all 4, I think most people would probably say Beyond is the most likely candidate to make it out. Then he gets rewarded to play against Cyril, right? Like, do you really want to be facing off against Cyril after winning these series? It's tough.
I mean, it's Cyril or Clem, so...
Yeah, if you have to choose,
pick your poison, right?
I think he'd rather play PvT against Clem.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, we can take a look at the playing bracket in a moment, of course, here to confirm everything that's gone on. But Beyond has found himself in a brilliant spot, obviously advancing on. Unfortunately for Lambo, it did really feel like Lambo had a lot of momentum in some of those games here. But we do confirm that one of our Shopify Rebellion players has moved on. Thankfully for Lambo, though, because he won his previous match, that means he is in the second qualification match now here, Wardy. And he's waiting for the winner of Estrella versus Hero Marine.
And isn't that exciting, right? Because Lambo obviously dominated Estrella during the qualifiers for this. He dominated Hero Marine earlier today.
Yeah.
And so you've got a Lambo who probably feels good about both of those matchups, but then you've got the curse of going up against someone you've played against already. That sometimes doesn't always go the way it went the first time around. And then before that, Hero Marine versus Estrella is also a super fun series.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, before we actually get on to our next series here, let's check in with good old Cats once again and see who he's got this time.
I am here with Sandstorm, and I figured we should meet your host. So, Sandstorm, how did you first get into StarCraft 2? Did you play before? Did you play other games, Brood War perhaps? Or?
I want to say, I started off, I tried StarCraft Brood Wars, I tried a lot of StarCraft 2. I played the campaign. I want to say, when it comes to games, I love playing the campaign, I love the stories. So I played a lot of that. I tried playing it online and I got absolutely destroyed. I will never forget it. The first time I tried playing it competitively or ranked, I was struck with the Banshee starter where they destroyed all my farmers. So I was like, okay, well, you know what? I don't want to play ranked anymore. It's too hard.
That's fair enough. And getting back into it, knowing that you were going to host here, you've already hosted a few other games on this stage. Why is StarCraft 2 the best?
I want to say just how crazy it can be. We had a 20-minute game. We're talking about the series that's going on right now between Bjorn and Lambo. First game went for Lambo. It was 20-minute games. And then Bjorn, 5 minutes, 3 barracks rush, absolutely destroyed him. It was insane. So I'm saying the wide range of it and how crazy it can be is phenomenal.
And you were telling me you prepared a little bit for this event by watching some of our content creators. So who specifically and what did you learn?
I want to say specifically Loco. And to me, it's kind of funny that I'm working with him at this event. And I spent a lot of time, I want to say specifically last year and this year, farming his content, trying to learn as much as I can, because his content is very informative, it's very educational, and it's exactly what I wanted and exactly what I was looking for to kind of prepare myself for this.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sandstorm.
Loco, education. Anyway, never mind. I'm sorry, you're not going to have time to respond to that. We have got our next matchup on the way. I'll ask you about it later, Loco. We are going to have Hero Marine versus Estrella. It's do or die. One of these players is out. One of them will fight on into the next round against Lambo. So stay tuned.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, we have a very serious matchup coming your way here. Hero Marine going up against Estrella. One of them is gone from the Esports World Cup, but one of them will prevail on. But first, before we talk about that, Mr. Loco, what have you been teaching our boy Sandstorm on your YouTube? What's going on here?
I don't really know exactly what videos he's been watching, James, but I mean, there are some tutorials up there from
10 years ago.
Quite a few years ago at this point, yeah.
Have you taught him a 10-year-old meta? Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe some. Honestly, like a lot of the early game stuff hasn't changed that much.
The meta hasn't changed for Loco since 12 workers became a thing. It's
Oh.
like, you can 12 pool.
I haven't had a need to upload any updates, so it's fine.
All right, let's talk about this match, of course. It's getting serious now because one of them is done from the tournament as a whole. Hero Marine going up against Estrella. Wardy, what do you got for me?
It's a very interesting matchup because Hero Marine used to be so good at TVP. He understood this matchup inside and out.
Yeah.
And nowadays, it's a much tougher matchup. And I think Estrella showed us against Bjorn that he really has potential. He just needs to hold on in that early game. And I really think it's going to be actually a pretty difficult matchup for Hero Marine to play, I think, overall.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think across the board, like Estrella played really well against Bjorn, but I don't think it was the best Estrella we've seen, especially over like the last few months. The early game was a little bit rough around the edges, losing a few units here and there, and I've seen him play very tidy early games especially. So if he can bring just like a similar strategy but slightly better and he can try to force the games to go a bit longer, I agree with Wardy. I think he's got a very real shot at taking down Hero Marine.
It was mentioned in prior segments by the boys, especially the guys that were on the same flight with Hero Marine, that he is concerned about going up against Estrella, and Estrella showing what he did against Bjorn. I think if a few things go differently in that series, Wardy, we could have seen Estrella in that winners match.
It was very possible. Like, it was a very winnable series for him. You know, the first game where it went so wrong early and he's able to recover. He's able to kind of get his nerves under control. bring that game back, I think that's the danger. Hero Marine is great at just killing you sometimes and getting you out of that game, but if Estrella is given a thread of hope, he is going to run that thread until it runs dry, right? So yeah, I think it's going to be, I think that's why I like it so much for Estrella, because even if it goes wrong, I kind of believe in his ability to bring it back.
Quickest prediction, Loco. Who you think's making it?
Ooh, I think it's going to be close. I think it will be 2-1 Estrella.
Okay, all right, let's see if that actually comes to fruition then. Both players looking as if they are good to go. We'll be starting things on Pylon by the looks of things for both of these guys to get it rolling. So without further ado, let's head over to the commentators here for what is effectively one of these last players' games.
Let's get it on. It is Hero Marine versus Australia here in the lower bracket of the play-ins. There is at least $5,000 on the line for this match, but of course they are both dreaming of making it into the main event. I am Roddy. With me is State, as we will be covering this very exciting TVP. The desk, or the couch we should say, thinks it's going to be very close. State, agree? Disagree?
I mean, on paper, I would say that, yeah, probably very close. Personally, I would have Estrella probably leading this 2-1, but that first series versus Björn, Estrella looked a little bit shaky, didn't he, Roddy?
Yes, I mean, he had some moments. I thought that first game win was incredibly impressive because winning a PvT, a lot of people would say, that's not that impressive in this day and age. Sure, whatever. We're going to shy away from that. But winning a PvT when you take a lot of economic damage early on, when you basically start falling behind economically, you have a Colossus build, you lose one of your key units, the Immortal, without really getting much value out of it. Honestly, I was mega impressed that he was able to keep that together. I think whatever we saw in that series a little bit is what we're going to see here as well. I truly favor Gabe in the first 9, 10, max 11 minutes. But if Australia ever stabilizes on 4 bases, double forge, double robo, 80 workers, he is going to be incredibly tough to take on.
All right, let's get into this. Spawning in the bottom right, the red Terran player representing Maus. It is Hero Marine.
And that, of course, means that in the top left side, we're taking a look at the main base of the only player in this tournament that is not representing a team, the Lone Wolf. You want to, ow, like they did earlier today. It is Max Angel, Australia. Honestly, my highlight of the day so far. I've seen a couple good games, I've seen some great fights, but seeing Sandstorm and Rachel howl like wolves, yeah, that takes the crown from me.
Yeah, it's been a fun day thus far. And we're already at the first elimination match here in the EWC. Between Estrella and Hero Marine, one of these players will be advancing to face off against Lambo in that final qualification match into the main event, and one of them is going home.
Yep. Obviously, heartbreak. We know there's going to be a lot of heartbreak this week. There is so much to get excited over, but if you're emotionally invested in the run of some of your favorite players, you know this is going to be very tough to watch, and it's incredibly sad to see someone like Hero Marine or Australia be eliminated this early, but they basically made it here through an absolute last chance global qualifier. They could not qualify through Dallas. They unfortunately did not make it through their regionals. Australia was omega close, by the way, in the American regionals. Made it to the grand finals, pushed the trigger to the limit. They were 3-3 going into that final game, but in the end it was Trigger this time who came out on top. So they had one last opportunity, they both grabbed it, they were amazing in those global qualifiers, but that meant that they had to start a little bit earlier than the rest of the field here in these play-ins, and that obviously means that if you lose 2 out of the first 2 games that you play, you will be eliminated. It is a double Stalker opening by Australia, which I honestly think is already something we can talk about, State, because I feel there are so many Protoss players who will go Stalker into Sentry, right? Because we're all talking about how good the Sentry is, that constant scouting immediately in the early game, you'll never be surprised. But to see Australia go double Stalker before tech building, and he once more decides to go for the Twilight Council, that's of course not too surprising. I find it a little bit fascinating.
Yeah, I kind of like this actually, because the pylon that Estrella made in the main base of Hero Marine serves the same function that the Sentry would in the early game with the Hallucination, right? He sees the barracks, he sees the factory, he has a very good idea of exactly what Hero Marine is going for, and that's going to allow him to go into tech very quickly. But first, a little bit of pressure coming in here from Hero Marine. I think that Water Reaper's probably going to get taken down. Yeah, the last shot from the Stalker, the grenade actually catapulting it forward. Nice little parry there on that early aggression coming out from our Protoss.
Yep, I would have maybe loved it if Hero Marine would have gone for a Workers there. Maybe he hoped if it's like Stalker Sentry, that the Sentry shows up a bit later, because Sentries move a little bit slower than Stalkers, and if there's no shield battery, like just one Stalker cannot win the fight against 2 Reapers and a Hellion, because all 3 of those Terran units move quicker than the Stalker. And yeah, with the second Stalker, that's just too much HP to deal with Asteria units early on. The pylon will confirm that it is a Cyclone first. It's going to be Cyclone into a tank. Hero Marine also has a medevac on the way, but Astrea's got a very safe shield battery in his main base. I don't hate that at all. I think it is like very safe, and some pros will say like you can just blindly build batteries everywhere, but in such an important game, it can make your life so much easier. Because if a medevac sneaks in the main base early on with 4 Marines and a Cyclone, and you're a little bit out of position, if you lose 5 probes against a man like Big Gabe, you know you're in a world of trouble.
Yeah, these safety shield batteries have really caught on in the meta right now in PvT. Players like Astrea, they're mostly trying not to take too many bruises in the early game, because mid-game, as soon as those expansions ramp up, as you near max, as you add on the extra gateways, you're usually in a really powerful position here as Protoss, and already that shield battery paying dividends. Hero Marine coming in right now with a Cyclone with the Marines. You can see he's struggling to even focus down one of these probes, as a couple of these Marines not quite quick enough to catch a taxi back home.
A battery really makes a night and day difference there. Without the battery, that first Stalker is in trouble. You're probably going to end up losing it, or it takes a crazy amount of damage, but then 4 or 5 probes will fall down. So it was a 10 out of 10 investment for Astrea. It seemed like that's really the opening that he expected. Blink is done, has not quite started up charge yet. Astrea has a hallucinated Phoenix again flying to the other side of the map, has now seen the second wave of Gabe, no longer just that medevac. We've got a tank in the mix as well. This medevac being low on HP from the drop earlier is actually very painful, because if Gabe wants to continue this push, it is incredibly important that he keeps that medevac alive for as long as possible, because that medevac can be used for hot pickups on the Cyclone, but above all provides some very crucial healing for these Marines that of course don't have stim or combat shield yet.
Yeah, that medevac being low HP, and actually Astrea just barely catching with his vision. This siege tank unsieging, able to pick that one off, and Hero Marine, he's going to use that opportunity to jettison straight into the third base here of Astrea. A lot of pressure being levied, but we have a strong Protoss army to blink forward, Roddy.
Yep, Gabe knows that he's going to lose everything here. Now the only goal for Gabe is to kill as many units as possible. At least he got 3 Stalkers. That Liberator is about to make it to the main, but unfortunately for Gabe, it now shows up after this party already got shut down, and that means that it should be a lot easier for Astrea to deal with this and not lose too much. Well, how about that? 0? I didn't even know that was possible state. I played a lot of games, I never lose 0, but Astrea is showing us that it is possible. Unfortunate for Gabe, because if that Liberator shows up while the battle is still going, if that second tank would have still been alive, there's a good chance that Liv easily grabs 5 workers before Astrea can even pay attention. Our American Protoss is absolutely flying here. 6.5 minutes into Pylon, everything is going his way, and don't forget that this was actually Hero Marine's map choice.
Hero Marine now with that Liberator, able to get a couple of probe kills here on this third base, but you see Astrea, I mean, this is just minuscule damage compared to the amount of army lost by Hero Marine earlier on with that push at the third. As Astrea, he's powering up. Charges near completion, second forage is online, Colossi production has begun. This Liberator already down to 54 HP, probably not going to be able to get too much harassment from this point forward, and now, for Astrea, I'm really liking this position right now. I think you just kind of sit on these 4 gases, you add in additional gateways. In a moment, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 4th base go down for our American Protoss player, and I'm really liking this spot.
I don't think you're the only one. I think Astrea is truly loving this spot as well, because so far, let's say there were 3 stages where things could have gone wrong. First, that first medevac with 4 Marines and the Cyclone. Nope, a perfect parry on the side of Astrea, took 0 damage. Second spot where it can go wrong is that Marine tank move out. Snipes one of the 2 tanks before the fight even starts, because he had an observer that gave him a little bit of vision of when Hero Marine was unsieging and moving out, so he passes the second test. The third test would have been that Liberator in the main base that could have shown up at a painful moment. That one also gets nothing done. I mean, what's not to love so far for Astrea? I really feel like it's been about as good as it could have been. He's going to see this move out as well, and I'm sure that Gabe is feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. He's playing pure Marine tank at this point. That Liberator gets picked up as well. I think if Astrea is able to warp in like 8 additional Zealots, he should be fine, because a few tanks shouldn't really be all that scary. This is a pure Marine army. The SMBs come in from the left, but they go straight into the meat grinder. Look at these Colossus having a field day, and this is a horrific attack so far for Hero Marine.
Yeah, the SCVs isolated on the left side. They did not come with the main army, and Astrea is waiting with open arms. So many additional gateways just finished up, and you see this beautiful concave that Astrea is orchestrated between the natural expansion and the third base. Hero Marine, he is inching forward with these siege tanks. It is all or nothing right now for our Terran player, but I feel like Astrea with another Colossi finishing up, he is in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, was maybe waiting for all those upgrades to finish up. +1 attack done, +1 armor done, extended thermal lens done. I'd say Australia, to make this perfect, you send 5 Zealots on the right side down that ramp. They sneak up on this Terran army from behind, dead on top of the tanks, and it's going to be the easiest victory of your life. There you have it, State. I love it. I'd say great minds think alike, but I know my mind is nowhere near as great as the mind of Max Angel. This is going to be a very comfortable hold. I am certain of that. I'm sure Australia is certain of that. And Big Gabe is in all sorts of trouble as he loses his 3rd game in a row here on the big stage. Needs to win the next 2 to stay alive in the Esports World Cup 2025. I don't want to say it was a perfect game by Australia, but it was pretty close to perfect, State. Like, very little went wrong for him.
Yeah, it was a very impressive defense from start to finish, and right here in this replay, perfectly encircling this army right now with the Stalkers, the Charge Elves, as you pointed out, coming in for the low ground, make this basically a 180-degree surround, and Australia really firing on all cylinders. I have to say, I was concerned after Game 2 and Game 3 versus Beyond because it seemed like maybe the early game of PBT, a little bit shaky for Australia in that first match here on the big stage of EWC, but talk about bouncing back in the next PBT. That was just a wonderfully executed Game 1.
That was Hero Marine's map choice, and Australia, I just felt like he had a soul read on that game. Everything happening from start to finish. It felt that Australia was getting ready for it, was preparing for it, like no battery in the natural, but a battery in the main, and it worked out perfectly. There is a world where maybe that first poke from Hero Marine actually becomes very annoying if it shows up in the natural right before Blink is done, and you don't have a battery there, then 4 or 5 Stalkers can sometimes struggle, but it really was close to a perfect game for Australia, who has looked pretty damn good today. Don't forget that he was close of making a big upset happen early on against Beyond. I love this, by the way. Those things remind me of Chip and Dale from Disney. You know?
Oh yeah, they kind of do a little bit. I always thought they were like cuter. I don't even know what to say. They look like something that would have been a Beanie Baby a couple of decades ago.
You know, it took me like 35 years to realize that in English it was called Chip and Dale, because in Dutch we call them Knobbo and Bobble, and I thought they were called.
That's Knobbo. A much better name. Yeah, wait, how do you say that again?
I thought they were called Knobbo and Bobble everywhere.
Bobble. Oh, that is so cute. All right. Well, Game 2 on Tokamak has loaded up. It is elimination time right now. This best of 3, spawning in the bottom left, fighting for his tournament life in EWC. It is Mouse Sports Hero Marine.
Such a promising start to the day. Those first 6 minutes against Lambo, it looked like Gabe was on fire. He was roasting and toasting some drones, and it felt like it was going to be another strong performance at the Global Championship, but so far it's not his day. This man, though, has looked pretty damn good, especially against the Tyrannus. The only player that is not representing a team here at the Esports World Cup, it is Max Angel, Australia. Such a great name. We have to mention.
Oh, yeah. That's like the kind of name that you look up because some actor just has the perfect name, and you look it up on Wikipedia, it's like they changed it to their name to this when they were like 27, but Max Angel, he is just born with it, man. He's got that star stuff in his blood.
I love born with it. Not Maybelline.
That's not Maybelline. It's Max Angel.
Well, next is before the Cybercore here, by the way, on Tokamak. Obviously a slightly larger map. It feels in general that Protoss players like the larger maps because that's where they should be able to sneak in a Templar Archives a bit earlier. And these days with Energy Recharge, you immediately get a couple Storms to work with. And the most powerful thing about the combination of High Templars and Energy Recharge is not necessarily that you get 2 Storms immediately, but it's that those 2 Storms can buy so much time for the other High Templars to get their first Storms. And that's where, as a Terran, you no longer like try to hit a sharp timing where it's like, okay, they might have 1, max 2 Storms. No, now they have 5 Storms to work with. And it's incredibly difficult for a Terran army without Ghost to attack into 4 or 5 High Templars. But then if you slow the game down and you get Ghost out, well then Protoss takes 5 bases, have 80 workers and 22 gateways, and you're like, well, now I've got a different problem. I can sort of deal with the Storms, but I cannot deal with infinite amount of Zealots and Stalkers.
Yeah, it's a tricky conundrum right now in TVP. You know, for a very long time, Storm, everybody knows how powerful it is. The mid game and the late game, of course, in PBT, but getting that online was almost a Herculean task sometimes, especially before we had Energy Recharge, even for scouting on the sentries, because Terran typically has so many curveballs to build. These Reapers will have to vacate the main base and move down into the natural expansion. But now, as you said, with Energy Recharge, just being able to buy an extra 10, 15 seconds, It might not sound like a lot, but at this level of StarCraft 2, especially in a matchup that often kind of teeters on a knife's edge in the early game of PBT, it is impactful.
It is very, very impactful. And then we also have to think back of last year, where a lot of Terrans looked obviously very good against Protoss. Back then, the ghost was 2 supply, and that's something I think you really feel as a Terran in this matchup as well. If you now go for quicker ghosts, those 3 supply ghosts, you just have a little less firepower to work with. So either you have an answer for the High Templars, but you lack bio, or you have too much bio, but you don't have an answer for all those storms. So far, the Widow Mines have connected with the hallucinated Phoenixes. It is at least something. Hero Marine is a man that I think is mentally incredibly strong. He's a very experienced player. He's been doing this for over 14 years at this point. He joined Mouseport a little less than 14 years ago. He's been on so many big stages. He has been staring down the barrel of defeat many times and keeping it together and turning it around. This is once more a great opportunity for Gabe to show us how mentally strong he is, because I'd be shaking in my boots, State. At this point, I'd be like, oh my god, I've been looking forward to this for months. Here I am, 3 games in, I've lost all 3 games. Let's see if Gabe can keep it together and turn things around.
Right, Widow Mine drop here in the main base.
Doing very good so far. Hasn't fired with a single mine yet. Love the retarget. Does get a shot off, but he's buying time. I couldn't quite, I guess, unburrow that one. I think Hero Marine was afraid that if he would have unburrowed that mine, that it would have just died without getting a shot off. The only 2 workers is not great, but the real victory here was the lost mining time. The indirect damage that will absolutely be shown. Good job there with the Reapers, moving it right on the spot to block that Nexus from going down, just in case that probe would have been able to warp in the Nexus as its final act before it would fall. Gabe finding a couple little victories here. It's not fantastic, it's not what the Terran dreams are made out of, but at least he's got something going.
Wow, and look at the respect that Estrella is showing for the aggressive potential of Hero Marine. He's adding 2 additional gateways, Templar Archives and Charge, all before taking the 3rd base, Roddy. He is gearing up to try and parry some attack that might be coming down the pipeline in the next couple of minutes. And looking at Hero Marine's development, it feels like that might be the angle with +1 potentially.
This is something that Classic, I think, is very fond of, right? Where
yeah.
It's like, no longer Protoss is rushing, trying to get up to 3 bases and create a 10-15 worker economic lead and defend the first Terran push with pure Stalker Zealot. Nope. Now they're completely comfortable taking 4 gases on a slightly lower worker count, and we're just going to get a bunch of gateways, quick storm. If you want to attack into me, that's fine, but if you just want to let it go, I will still eventually get that 3rd Nexus, just a little bit later. Incredibly curious to see what Hero Marine's response is going to be. Gabe has already now dropped a 3rd command center on his side of the map. I think that's the correct choice. Against the Protoss that stays on 2 bases a bit longer and mines a lot of gas, you really don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, eat 1 or 2 storms to the face, and that's it, end of the tournament. I like the choice by Gabe. It also means that this is going to be a very difficult game that is most likely going to lead into monstrous armies.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I do think it is the right choice. It's usually, with a 3rd base this late, a very narrow window to get some damage done. It's actually that shield battery doesn't fully cover this mineral line. Hero Marine is going to abuse that here, getting 3 probe kills in total, just spending all the energy on that Raven. In the meantime, he is moving through the center of the map. Estrella does spot this with his Observer. Storm nearly done right now. One of these High Templar, very high on energy. I think we have 3 storms right now at the disposal of our Protoss player. First one, not really getting the big connections, but the follow-up is good. A lot of Marines going down. They are in the red. 3rd storm, a bit of a whiff there. He does zone away the Terran army, but
getting the sentry is very big, by the way, because the Zealot will die a lot quicker without that Guardian shield. Immortal did show up in time, gets the 1st tank. Immortal is locking on the 2nd tank, gets that as well. And Estrella pulls off a pretty damn good defense in the end. But this was still a pretty strong sequence of events for Hero Marine, as he again delayed the economy of Estrella, as he forced him to make a lot of units, forced him to warp in a lot of gas-heavy units as well. Most of those High Templars died. The Sentry died, and Hero Marine actually kept a decent amount of bio alive. So I really don't hate it so far by Gabe. I think he's played an excellent game. If only he was able to maybe protect that 1 tank a little bit longer, this could have gone even better. So far, so good, even though Hero Marine is down 5 workers. I think we can live with it. And I'd love a few more Widow Mines. I actually think Widow Mines are going to be very good against this style of Estrella. But what Widow Mines truly hate is Colossus. Well, we won't see Colossus for a long time. And Storm can be good against mines if all the mines are on top of each other, but I'm not expecting Hero Marine to do that.
Hey, here we have a look into Estrella's perspective right now as he's trying to get the lay of the land. Hasn't yet spotted the third base from Hero Marine, but I think I could safely assume that that triangle base has been taken right now by the Terran opponent. Extra Widow Mines coming in here as they're slowly getting trickled out of that factory, and it seems like he is trying to set up for some kind of flank right now on the left side.
Absolutely loved it as Raven is still here, has already allowed Hero Marine to kill one observer. It seems like Australia did manage to lend a feedback there on it immediately, but it's so important for Gabe, I think, to keep that Raven alive, because that will tell him where those High Templars are coming from, or if the Protoss army has vision of the Terran army. And it's going to be way easier for Australia to land big storms if he has vision of this army and miss Rally the Immortal. That's painful. Australia is down 40 army supply and has already used a couple of the storms. There's one High Templar here. Hero Marine is going to split his army back, has a couple of ghosts in the mix as well. He's probably looking for those EMPs, lands an EMP on the High Templars in the top left side. One final storm for Australia is good enough, but here are those leftover Widow Mines. They will get some good connections. Gabe ain't done yet. I think Gabe wants to just heal up and continue pushing.
Yeah, that was the last storm that Estrella had at that fourth base, but it was a good one, getting so much damage done. But now with these Templar getting EMP'd, low on energy, even the Archon getting caught in the fire. It's Hero Marine fighting back right now. Zealots are going to try and set up some kind of flank, but there's a Widow Mine waiting for them, and these Templar don't really have an easy target. Should Hero Marine pivot, he can actually just take down those Templar, but no. Instead, he has his eyes set on destroying this fourth base. And Estrella, over the past minute, has just collapsed from the pressure that Hero Marine is putting on.
Why settle for 2 High Templars if we can take out the fourth base, take out 12 probes, kill a couple pylons, and just continue? Gabe is ruthless, to use the word of Polaris over here, as a couple of High Templars morph into an Archon, but this army of Australia does not stand a chance. It's a great storm, but it's just a little bit too late. The too much Hero Marine, as Gabe again shows us how mentally tough he is, losing 3 games in a row on the biggest stage, but he's really turning it around here. Even though Australia is not going down without a fight, I just don't think he's got the firepower anymore. A final few Zealots are not going to make up for this 50 supply deficit. There are 7 or 8 medevacs here in the mix as well. They will keep on healing these bio units. Strong game by Hero Marine as he keeps his EWC 2025 dreams alive. Really impressive.
Yeah, we're going to be going to a game number 3. And I'm liking the way that Hero Marine played that mid game against an Estrella who seemed like he might be untouchable. He played very conservatively, adding in those additional gateways into the third base. There were so many Templar with so much energy, but the EMPs were clutch, and even more than the EMPs, the dodges coming in from Hero Marine. I think we had maybe 2 extremely clutch storms from Estrella over the course of the game, but against an army, especially with this many medevacs and with this many Marauders, you need to get a little bit more than that as the Protoss player, and so Hero Marine, his army, it might be in the red, it might be in the orange, but I'm telling you, it does the same amount of damage. He just ran a battering ram through that fourth base. And now he is looking to go into that final match versus Lambo. We have one more game to decide who is going home and who will be going into that final best of 3 here in the play-ins.
Yeah, big performance by Gabe there. I love the Raven, man. Keeping that Raven with the army is so crucial. Because what allows Protoss players to land massive storm after massive storm is having a little bit of vision. They don't need to have the Observer on top of the Terran army. You just catch a glimpse of those forces moving out. You move a single High Templar forward, bam, storm. Often they have a second storm. A different High Templar comes in from another angle. But the Raven, it does such a good job in making it a little bit harder for the Protoss to figure out, is the Terran army coming through the center? Did it go left? Did it go right? And you could really see that Australia was just falling apart a little bit, especially when that Immortal was rallied into the Terran army. He wasn't ready to receive that big Terran push at that point because the Raven took out the Observer earlier, and then High Templars came in from very awkward angles. Like every High Templar dreams of a Terran army running towards the High Templar, because then it's basically like head-on collusion, and the High Templar loves it. You just stare down that army, drop a storm in the middle of it, it can die, no big deal. But High Templars are awful if you're trailing the Terran army, and that's what we saw there a couple of times. Because Bio with Stim is way quicker than High Templars, so the Bio army can just run away, and then these slow High Templars are trying to play the catch-up game, and you'll never land perfect storms if you're coming in from behind.
Yeah, you need perfect storms when the medevac count balloons that high. We had, what, 7, 8 medevacs with that final push, and yeah, the storms, they were able to get maybe 1 or 2 ticks of damage in total, but unless you actually kill the Bio with it, especially those Marines, you aren't getting enough damage done to really stop that pressure from building up, because Storm, if you don't mix in additional splash damage like Colossi, like Disruptors, that is your firepower. Unless you have an overwhelming army on the ground, you need those Storms to carry you through, and Hero Marine, he did not allow that to happen. Spawning here in the top right, representing Mouse Sports. He's fighting back in this best of 3. It is Hero Marine.
Big game, as all his fans call him, as he likes to call himself as well. On the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our American Protoss from California. This is Australia. Ley lines, I think, a very fair map. A lot of things to get excited over as a Protoss player, but a decent amount of things to get quite excited over if you have a Terran heart as well. One more thing, by the way, in that last game that was quite crucial is that Hero Marine's start was pretty damn good, because he denied that third base once or twice, sniping that probe, just delaying it a little bit, and that Widowmine drop in the main base, it didn't get dream connections, but to be fair, these days it very, very rarely does. Ever since they reduced the splash radius of the Widowmine, you don't see a Widowmine killing like 8 probes anymore very often. But what Gabe did do is he dragged it out, and linked it on for a little while, the barrow, the unbarrow, the retarget, and on top of that he was able to save one of those mines and save the medevac and bring it back home to make his next push stronger. These are tiny details that actually have a massive impact on that mid game that is so crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, and our Observer did a great job of highlighting that too, just the income differential created by a fully saturated main base, halting mining for a period of, 20, 30 seconds? Yeah. At this level, that is just absolutely massive.
That's the difference between 2 High Templars, again, with a few more storms, and then it doesn't matter how good your splits are, because you're just forced to stim so many times that even if you dodge every storm, it's like, well, now I've kind of injured my own army, and we're still not battling, so just a strong opening by Hero Marine last game. And Gabe will know that that is once more what he's looking for. It's going to be a double Reaper into an Hellion, or a factory, probably with a Hellion first. And I'm curious if he is again a believer in the Widowmines, or if he's willing to make a few more Hellions and just click Reaper Hellion into the natural, close your eyes, hope you kill a lot of workers. Very risky. I wouldn't hate it, because Australia very often gets shield battery in the main, doesn't get a shield battery in the natural. And you can honestly just bounce a couple stalkers out of the way and run past it. And yes, you're going to lose those Terran units. Gabe is going for it. Triple Reaper, multiple Hellions. I think this is a strong build. And if Australia does not get a shield battery in the natural, but only in the main, he is in danger of losing a lot of workers here.
In game 1, Hero Marine went for a very similar approach, but Estrella threw down a pylon very early in the game and was able to see the full production setup of the Terran players, so he was anticipating that push coming across the map. But here in game number 3, with everything on the line, Estrella a little bit more in the dark. When he sees that second Reaper, he might have an idea, but of course, again, that's not necessarily a tell. The third Reaper is absolutely a tell. And are we actually going to have Hero Marine come into the main base with these 3 Reapers? Indeed, he will.
You can just go for it, honestly. You can honestly just go for it. A triple Reaper versus a single Stalker is not the greatest fight for one Stalker, but Australia is anticipating the Hellions in the natural. That is a great move, but this still hurts your Protoss economy. Honestly, that was sick. I don't know how he knew. I don't know how he caught a glimpse of that, because he doesn't have a sentry with a hallucinated. But the Reapers have turned around. They're back in the main base. Australia is struggling here. He just has very few units. He needs to respect the double Reaper. He needs to respect the Hellions. The Hellions are here once more. They're actually going to go into the main base as the Stalkers were in the bottom right of the main. You need 3 shots to kill a probe. This is solid by Gabe. This is very, very, very solid by Big Gabe, as he gets a 7 workers and a lost mining time. Sure, he lost those basic units. I can guarantee you Gabe is happy with that. And don't forget that Australia even did build a shield battery. It was just a little bit late. And he lost the Stalker. And Gabe's going to be loving life. And I don't think we got a Robo yet, right?
We might not have. Yeah, there's no Robo on the field right now in Cloak Banshee. It just started, so there is going to be a window where that Observer is not done and not in position to actually deal with this Banshee. And already Estrella did not have a shield battery in the main base. That's one of the reasons why Hero Marine sent those units directly to the main mineral line, was to try and get as much damage as possible. And now that the pressure has mostly faded, as Estrella, you're trying to cover lost ground. You're not going to be throwing down a shield battery right now in the main. This Banshee can get a lot of damage done, Roddy.
Yep, it's either going to be a lot of lost mining time or a lot of dead probes. No, don't go for the sentry gate. Probes is what you want. He doesn't really know it yet. As a Terran, sometimes you're a little bit hesitant. We're like, where's that Observer? Is it close to coming out? No, it's not. Gabe's gonna be loving life right now because this right here is already tremendous damage. Now you see the timing. He can actually kill probes, by the way, in the bottom left side because that battery is so far on the top right side. And Australia knows it. Even if he's got a battery here, there are still a few mineral patches he cannot use. The ones in the main he can absolutely not use. That is a good blink though. And he will get the Banshee, but he's down 4 workers. Australia, I forgot to mention it, but also had a pretty significant supply block at 46 out of 46. And that was right after that Reaper Hellion skirmish. He was shaking his head a little bit. I think he was flustered. He's out of position now for Banshee number 2. Oh no, State. It is a bit of a nightmare game here for Australia.
Yeah, that Banshee coming right back into the spot where the previous one was able to get so many probe kills. The entire mineral line getting vacated right now. And Australia, he already warped it. They moved cross map to try and get damage done. So he has to wait for those gateways to finally come off cooldown. Indeed they do, but so much economic damage being done to Australia already. I don't see an easy path to equalize here for our Protoss player. Now there might be an opportunity to get into the main base and get some damage done, but there's already one siege tank. The second one's going to join in a moment.
I don't like it. I really don't think you should be hanging around here. And definitely do not blink into that main base. Hero Marine throws down the scan, gets the observer. It's just a monstrous game so far for Gabe. Almost everything he touches turns into gold. And Australia has looked visibly very frustrated with the sequence of events. First it was the Reapers in the main, then was the Hellions in the natural, then it was the Reapers and the Hellions in the main. And just when he thought it was over and he was a little annoyed over that supply block, when the Cloak Banshee showed up way before that Robo was done. Australia's just in all sorts of trouble and he knows it.
Yeah, and this push coming across from here, Marine has a third command center behind it, but from Australia's perspective, it probably doesn't feel that way. This is a monstrous army that is marching towards that third base of Australia, which still isn't even fully saturated right now, pushing 7 minutes. The Banshee is going to be joining forces as well. We do have a shield battery and additional gateways coming in.
But we lost the observer earlier. Does he have a new observer? Oh, it's just so freaking annoying. There's one more, but where is that observer then? I'd love to see it. We throw down a scan. Hero Marine wants to size up that army, and he's probably not intimidated by it. And a couple of force fields do go down to these Terran forces at a little while longer. But Hero Marine is just all over Australia. There is no other way to put it. Everywhere we look, Gabe is finding victories. And this army is big, it's serious. The Zealots don't quite have charge yet. They will in 10 seconds. But how many Zealots are we truly looking at?
Yeah, there's very little front line right now for this Stalker army. The positioning from Australia, especially with that shield battery, is solid. And Hero Marine actually making a very smart choice now to retreat, you know, converge all of the forces in the center of the map because he knows that Australia is not in the economic position that he wants to be in. One of the win conditions for Australia is maybe Hero Marine overextends. Australia takes a big army advantage and then can use that momentum to expand and build up the economy again. But instead, Hero Marine, he's going to wait until all his forces, some nice force fields there by Australia, though able to pick off some of these units.
I just don't really see the numbers here for Australia. His army is incredibly tiny. Zealots would be intimidating for these tanks and marauders if we're looking at 15 Zealots, but 4 or 5 Zealots, they will just die before they even get in range. The Immortals cannot get in a sweet position to get on top of these tanks. He is counting down the seconds until the Robo-Bay is done. He's making a Colossus. I would almost say make a Hail Mary Disruptor here, and I know that's probably not going to save you, but a Colossus is going to take forever, and the Terran army is already here. We do have a few extra Zealots being warped in. Australia knows it though. There is just so much Terran. The Widowmine connections are fantastic, and the German veteran Big Gabe once more shows us how strong he is. Down 0-1, tournament live on the line, has turned things around. Incredibly impressive, and he can get ready for the rematch with his German rival Lambo. Unfortunately for Australia, he has stayed. The journey ends.
Yeah, and what a painful loss too here for Australia. You can see the emotion on his face, shaking his head. After the defense was so solid earlier on in the series in Game 3, Hero Marine was just able to find every possible angle to get damage done. And that was not a gap that Australia could close before Hero Marine's army marched across the map.
Yep, the start of Game 3 as we take a look at some of these closing moments, but I think we all know that they don't mind when we can see that Australia, before this battle is even fully done, already knows it. It's a fight he can't possibly win. It's the start, man. I really love the Reaper Hellion opening against the men. That doesn't make a very early sentry, but it goes for multiple Stalkers, because then you just see it a little bit too late. But that's enough from us. Let's hear from the big man himself as he is on stage. Take it away.
I'm here with Hero Marine, who managed to take down his opponent in a 2-1 fashion, and will be moving on, and he will be one game away from making it to the group stage. Hero Marine, congratulations, insane performance. And I want to jump right into game 2. How do you think you were able to finally break through the ranks of your opponent? Because it looked like it took forever to break through.
Well, I noticed also in my first series that my opponents, I was streaming a lot before this tournament, so they had a lot of information. And for some of the games, especially in the first series and the first game, I decided to play something like random and freestyle, but they countered it perfectly. So in game 2, I just changed it up, went back to my just normal play style that I do all the time, and it started working much better.
And looking at game 3, what was the game plan going into that one? Because I want to say, looking at the first game and the third game, it looked like there was a lot of focus on trying to just eliminate as much as you can from his early game, or try to slow down his scaling, focusing on his resource gathering. It looked like it worked out a lot better in the third game. So what changed in that final game as well?
Well, he played a little bit greedy by skipping the shield battery. If you do that against that sort of opening, it's really annoying for the Protoss. If I microed well, which I think I did, it's really hard for TOS to not take damage. Also, he didn't wall off against Reapers. You can wall off against Reapers, especially on the third map. And if he had done that, I wouldn't be able to just jump into the main and go into the nature of the other units and that type of style. So that with the shield battery, worked out very well in my favor.
Well, congratulations. I want to have one more question for you. You're going to be having a rematch against Lambo before you make it into the group stage. What are we going to expect? Are there going to be changes, or what do you think you're going to be working on to make sure that you qualify to the next stage?
I think I'm very well warmed up now.
Okay, well, fair enough. He's warmed up. And you know what? We have the key crusher behind us because you get to crush the first key of the StarCraft tournament here. You excited?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, well, we'll head on over to the studio and we'll be preparing ourselves to crush some keys. See you guys in a minute.
Well, it felt like it was rainy season in Estrella Villas. We did have storms galore at some moments, but it did not go the way of our Protoss. Joining in here to talk about this series, it's Wardy as well as Loco, and now Hero Marine comes back in this series. I thought it looked a bit dicey for him during it, Loco, but obviously we do have him getting the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first game definitely did not quite look ideal for him at all, but ultimately he brought it back, right? I like that he said he was kind of freestyling a little bit. It's were you actually freestyling, or are we just, are we just saying that now? But across the board, Hero Marine played a very strong series there, and in the straight-up macro game, he just looked a little bit better.
He did, didn't he? When things didn't quite go amiss, when the early game didn't go so badly wrong he couldn't recover, he got into his groove. And I feel like that's a massive confidence booster as well going into the next match, because getting a couple of wins, right? He was 0-3, having to defend his tournament live, and now you win a couple of maps, you feel good. I think that's a major boost coming up as well.
Yeah, going into game 3 here especially, as we see that, unfortunately for Estrella, he is done here at the Esports World Cup. Hellion Reaper harassment into Cloak Banshee harassment. I feel like we've never checked in with the players' reactions more than we did when it came to Estrella, because constantly you're seeing he knows it's going to be such an uphill battle to try and get back into that game, and Hero Marine just didn't let him.
Yeah, it snowballs really quickly, right, for Protoss, when you start losing a unit here, and you lose a unit there, and then suddenly a couple of Hellions drive in and you lose 7 probes. It just gets out of control really quickly, and then Terran gets that big power spike with Stimpack and Combat Shields. It's just really hard to hold.
Yeah, well done for Hero Marine. I mean, after that first series where you kind of, let's not call it a tasteless bop, but it was where we're getting there, right? Because Lambo kind of made him look a little bit silly in that first series. So I was concerned for Hero Marine, but it's good to see him back on the road again, doing something here for EWC.
He did play poorly, right? He played pretty well against Lambo. It's just barely not enough,
Yeah, I think definitely would have been weird to see Hero Marine drop out so quickly, because he never really does that. Hero Marine may not be the guy that goes out and wins these tournaments, but he's very rarely the guy that comes in and just doesn't do anything in these tournaments, right? Usually he lives up to his level, and it would have been weird to see him drop out 0-4, so I'm glad he brought it back. Really sad to see Estrella leave. I'm really excited for the rematch, because I thought that was going to be a struggling matchup for Lambo initially. Now I feel like Hero Marine's going to be a bit more reinvigorated, and that really kind of gives you the potential for a really cool rematch where anything goes.
Yeah, I got to agree. A really cool, I was going to say yeah, maybe Heromarine can kind of take the series off him, but I think regardless, it's going to be a much better series than that first one, right? Where Heromarine will feel a little bit more, as he said, kind of warmed up almost going into that series against someone like a Lambo. In a few minutes, we will take a look at that bracket and see what we can fully confirm there with how, unfortunately, Australia has fallen out. And we can take a look at that right now. We have got ourselves Bjorn, who's moved through in first place into that round of 16. As we say, unfortunately, Australia is gone. That means we will get that rematch. Are you also, Loco, expecting a bit more of a banger compared to the previous one?
Well, I really like the first series they played, right?
Okay.
Like we don't see a ton of battlecruiser play in general in StarCraft 2 in 2025, and it's fun to see that brought out, even though it didn't really work. And then obviously in game number 2, we had that really big Roach Ravager all-in with just like +1/+1 in speed. Also a bit of an oddball in 2025 again, so I've got a feeling we're going to see just a much more conventional series here, I think.
Maybe. How about yourself? What do you think? Similar?
I think it's going to be interesting to see if Heromarine wants to play mech again. If he does, I think it's going to be a very different vibe of mech.
I would agree.
And then interested to see if he actually gets to play a bio game without getting overrun early, because we didn't see that, right? We saw, the BCs into Lambo coming across and getting some work done.
Yeah.
We saw the Roach 1-1 attack before Heromarines really set up to do anything at all. So this second match could look very different by how Heromarine chooses to play, and also because I don't expect Lambo to do similar things. We might even see a map pick mix-up as well, which could also make, obviously, a rematch much more interesting.
I think there is a world, right, where both players maybe anticipated this being that lower bracket final, right? If they think to themselves, okay, yeah, maybe Bjorn is the favorite for this bracket, Loco. Maybe he will be going through first place.
Yeah.
And looking at the overall general historical power level of these guys, the German attack once again here by the two of them might be the likely chance.
Yeah, and let's not forget that like Lambo looked really strong as well against Bjorn, right? Like, I mean, that was a series that was his, honestly, to win. He kind of ended up fizzling out a little bit in the last few minutes in that series against Bjorn, but honestly, across the board, it kind of looked like he had it in the bag. So, yeah, obviously, Heromarine must have seen those games too. He's probably not too excited to play a full macro series with just good old Bio Terran, but we'll see. I mean, he's clearly prepared some fancy strategies here, so we'll see what he brings.
Yeah, and I mean, if something did kind of come out of left field a little bit from Heromarine, but it's very likely it will not be happening. Like, he's had to go through someone like a Bjorn who's very willing to go for kind of proxies and things like that, so Lambo should also be pretty warm into this matchup.
Yeah, I think so. I think there is a benefit to Lambo playing the same matchup all day as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if Lambo would have liked to have played Astrea, because he played very well against Astrea in the qualifiers. His ZVP has been really good lately, and I think he probably concerns himself a little bit with what happens as well.
Ooh. Our first key crush here for StarCraft 2 for EWC. You like this?
Yeah, it's always so cool, right? So you get to crush the key of the opponent you just beat, who you eliminated out of the tournament.
Sad for Australia, his key is the first one to go here for StarCraft 2, and Heromarine will be the one to do it. Will it explode is the question.
Yes. Bam.
Do we get an explosion? Boom. Oh! All right. Yeah, a little shard goes. He really crushed that one, jeez.
Yeah. It's fun too, because all these guys get along so well, so like to force them to do something evil like this is kind of cool.
Who was Crusher Man just next to him, just there?
I'm not sure.
Who was the Crusher? I've crushed one of those keys.
Ooh.
Last year I got to crush one, yeah. Barney Banks' key. It was great fun.
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah. We'll try and get you one this year. Who are you going to defeat? All right, well, we are going to a short break. When we return, we have the rematch, the salty run back, as Lambo goes up against Heromarine.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you.
I'm here with my friend Max. He's always smiling. Yeah, I mean, I'm the Green Reaper. This time around, Max, I get to do the exit interviews, and I'm really sorry that it had to be you. You know, I was rooting for you. All of America was, but yeah, it happened as it did. So you said that you were a little bit frustrated with the result. Why don't you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm really frustrated in particular because there's something the last few days that felt wrong with my settings or something. Like my mouse accuracy has been really bad the past couple of days. And I haven't been able to figure out if it's a setting on the computer or if it's just I couldn't get used to the setups. But it's frustrating that I'm not able to bring my best when I really want to, because obviously I want to perform as well as I can on this stage. So yeah, I mean, yeah, everything felt a little bit off for me, and I definitely wasn't able to play at 100%.
I mean, I totally believe you. You know, like I'm in touch with a lot of the players, and everyone had been hyping up your PVC, your PVT, you as a Protoss player. Recently, they were saying Estrella is one of the best, and yeah, just I guess I mean quite a few people, yeah, who want names, but yeah, I mean it's quite unfortunate that you weren't able to bring your A game, and yeah, what do you think? Is it just mostly the setup, or is there nerves in between or something else that you think is holding you back from performing at this scale of event?
I mean, honestly, I was a little bit nervous, but I don't think it affected my play too much. So much as just not really feeling like I had any mouse accuracy. Yeah, I really think that's all that held me back this event. I think I could have prepared a few more maybe aggressive, unique strategies, but I really chose to bring standard play for the most part. Not, I guess versus Beyond I played DTs a few times. But versus Hero Marine, I chose to bring standard play, and he played really well game too, because I thought I was in a solid position. But
all right, well, that's Max. Max, I'll catch you later for some board games, hopefully, and yeah, good times.
Sounds good.
Tough scenario losing any player, but Estrella still a smile on his face. He goes out in 18th place here for the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2. But let's talk about a new qualification match that has opened up, and it's a run back of our two German players going head-to-head with each other to qualify through into that top 16. Lambo and Hero Marine will duke it out again. Joining me, Tasteless and Artosis, to talk about this one. Tasteless, it didn't look great for Hero Marine in that first encounter they had with one another, but at least he has an opportunity for redemption.
Yeah, you know, this series was one where really Lambo kind of bulldozed Hero around the map. Hero Marine was never able to develop. He was never able to get to the point in the game where he gets to do what he wants to do. I guess the big question would be, can he play with that style again and make it work? Because a lot of times when someone has a very particular style, and then you get to rematch against them, you can recalibrate. You can change your play style and adjust, and that might force Lambo to do a different approach in the matchup.
Yeah, I would say, like, if you look at both of the games that they already played against each other, like Roach Ravager timings, basically. I mean, against like Battlecruiser and Namek, that's pretty standard. Like, we see that pretty often against that. The second game was the one that I don't think Lambo's going to be able to do again. Like, if Hero Marine is playing kind of normally, he's going to be really dialed in and ready for an attack like that. So I think we are going to have to see a wider range, which we already saw against Beyond.
Yeah, I suppose it would be interesting to see the map veto, right? Because as the guys were saying when we were actually watching that play out, right? Zerg doesn't particularly enjoy that match, or that map, other than going for some kind of big all-in against Hero Marine, and Hero Marine just kind of let it happen for the most part. Lambert got to his base, realized there was a bunker, some supply depots, and some Marines there, and was like, well, thanks for the win, I guess. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, as Hero Marine, you need a lot more to stop a big attack like that on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think both these guys are a lot more warmed up.
Agreed.
You know,
Agreed.
this is kind of where all of StarCraft 2 leads up, truly. And you get this far, and honestly, it's not a lot of matches in order, to get eliminated. So we're going to see what can exactly happen here with Hero Marine if he's recalibrated. But the fact that both these guys have gotten this far, the fact that we're here revisiting this match again, means this should be a pretty exciting close one.
Yeah, it should fill Lambo with some confidence, though, that not only did he look good against Hero Marine, he also kind of looked good against Bjorn in that match, right? It could have gone a different way against Bjorn in that qualification match, Artosis. Just small minor things here or there. We could be talking about how Bjorn going up against Hero Marine.
Yeah, I would actually say Lambo played overall a better series than Bjorn. Bjorn just took game number 2 with an all-in and lost like a close macro game 1. And honestly, Lambo was ahead. I think that's why he took it so hard when he lost to Bjorn. It's because he was actually ahead in game 3. I actually was like, I think Lambo's actually going to take this. So I think Lambo is playing very well. As long as he's kind of calmed himself down, I'm actually looking at him. I actually think Lambo is slightly favored. Going into the beginning of the day, I thought Hero Marine was. But after watching both of them play multiple series, I'm kind of digging Lambo here.
Looks a little less concerned there does Lambo as we take a look at Hero Marine as well, getting ready into this. I'm sure that Hero Marine is, because the one thing that Roddy mentioned as well is that both of these players, Tasteless, feel like they should be favored over the other one, right? They're two players that are very confident against one another, but Hero Marine just got the short end of the stick in the previous series.
Yeah, obviously both these guys being from the same country, these guys both know each other really well. They're very hungry to move on.
Yeah.
I think this could go either way. Obviously, we saw, Lambo crush earlier, but Hero Marine could certainly swing it back in the other direction.
No torches for this veto as well. As we now get into this series, Tasteless says somebody could be crushed. A key will be crushed after this, and we move one player on to the round of 16.
It's a rematch. We got ourselves a Lambo versus Hero Marine for another best of 3 to determine who will make it into the round of 16 and who will have their key crushed. Zombigrub casting with Wardy. How do you think this is going to go?
I am super interested because I had my expectations turned upside down in the earlier series between these two. Lambo looked so good, the least close series we've had all day, right? But that's just not what I thought would happen. So coming back in a second time, I really feel like it's up in the air. Was that just a great, one-off series for Lambo? Or is that just his level of ZVT? He did play better against Bjorn than I thought he would as well. Again, I've been saying all day, I think ZVT is kind of his weaker matchup. But he brought it versus Bjorn too, which gives me a lot of confidence for him here in this one as well. I honestly think Hero Marine's best chance would be like the Banshee Battle Neck stuff. So we'll see what we get as we're kicking off game 1 on Pylon. In the top left-hand corner, representing Mouse, we have got Hero Marine.
In the bottom right, representing Shopify Rebellion, he is Lambo.
Fascinating series. Anytime you get a rematch, right, it's already very interesting. The chance to see these two having a bit of time to figure out what went wrong, figure out what you're going to do next time, and now we get to see it happen so soon. Will Hero Marine be able to shift the balance from what happened earlier today when we started things off on this playing stage, and now just one match between these guys and making it into the top 16?
Yep, it's quite nerve-wracking, I would say, for Lambo to get so close and to just crumble at the very last second for that upper qualification spot. Like, I'm just hoping that he is able to reset, mentally. As I was said during the final moments of that game, it was just like, yeah, it really, really sucks now because you could have won, absolutely. But if you really think about it, which he's had time to think, he was able to watch the Hero Marine Estrella match and just kind of like, do whatever he needs to do to get back in the zone. You did just beat Hero Marine, like really solidly. Even after like a bad start to game 1, you made the right decision and kind of made him look like he was going to fold no matter what you did. And then game 2 was also surprisingly easy. So this is supposed to be a match that feels favorable actually for Lambo at this event of like this current day, right? Because previously Hero Marine was definitely favored. But Lambo has clearly brought it, and the onus, I would say, is absolutely on Hero Marine. How does he change things up to make the match look different than, what was very one-sided to begin the day?
Yeah, I think you scrap the BC build, and then I guess you get rid of torches for the series also, right? Because that was kind of a funky scenario, which is what gets me excited about this matchup, right? Because I think we're going to see it be fresh. I think it's going to be a complete redo from earlier. I think it's very difficult to just, as Lambo, be like, oh, let's just replicate that exactly, right? if you talk about the Lambo Beyond series, yes, do some replicating of that, like the longer games, the macro games, those decisions. But replicating what happened earlier against Hero Marine is not going to be easily done, just because those situations are not necessarily going to arise on their own.
Right, yeah, almost certainly not. In fact, it does feel like, we talked about it on the couch, which is like all this mech talk, all this Cyclone talk, and surprisingly, we don't see it, as much as you would think, considering some of the people, talking about it. And I do feel like it is also in that stage where you do try it once. Like, for instance, Maro would try it a couple times, and he loses with it, and he's like, never again. Never mind. Nope, it's not that good. And that might be the case here for Hero Marine, too. I mean, doing it again, trying to do something different other than the Battlecruiser opener, that might work. So, I'm not saying it's a bad idea if he does it again. But I would like to see an 8 racks. Like, I think that was what was missing from the last TVZ that we saw, even though Beyond obviously won. And I do think we could see that here in this best of 3, maybe not on this map. Lambo adds on a Roach Horn, actually, so that's a bit of a different start for him.
Yeah, different as well, because we saw him open Roach Horn early in the other matchup, but it was with the, going into kind of gasless. Like, he took the gas, but he pulled out of gas, and then he went Roaches, so it was kind of like that gasless opening. This is going to be Ling Speed starting, yet Roach Horn also on the way. So very interesting here as the Reaper is going to get in. Get around the side. Already seeing this gas continue to mine would be huge, but he turns around before he gets there.
He also canceled speed. I wonder, yes, he is absolutely going to restart it. I really like that. It was only 10 seconds in, right? So that is absolutely worth blinding your opponent by faking that. If it was halfway done, there's not really much you can do other than change your entire game plan. This Reaper ends up still being a nuisance because it is going to come back in, and if it does see the spawning pool, perhaps you'll be thinking of the potential Roach, even Lings coming across the map. It's a little scary. The Lings are going to stop the Reaper from getting to the front. The drone stops the Hellion from getting into the natural. Wow, that was actually slick. Oh, okay, finally a drone dies. There you go.
Finally, it was getting pretty good for Lambo, right? He did a very good job of holding this off, buying some time. That Reaper is going to hop down. There is a Roach nearby. There's Queens nearby. Surely we kill the Reaper off.
Wow.
As it is going to slip out the side. It gets away. Joins up with those Hellions. Obviously, Banshee on the way is a big deal right now. A couple of Hellions, though, going down as Hero Marine just does not notice this at all.
No. I really wonder if he's thinking about this Roach Ling attack. He has not seen that speed had started, right? So this is... theoretically, Roach or a Hellion Banshee can make a hold happen. There's always the question of how much damage happens before you finally push the Zerg out of your natural, perhaps even main. The attack is on the way. Lambo gonna go for a very dedicated attack in game number 1, and here Marine, not quite aware of it as of yet, has no wall. The Banshee is not getting on top of the units fast as they are already in the natural, and this is going to be very difficult for Hero Marine to hold against.
Losing so many, the Hellions means the Zerglings are not as easily cleaned up, but they did arrive a little early. The extra Zerglings now going to help a lot. The Ravagers too. Yes, those Banshees are going to do a lot of damage to the Roach Ravager, but we've got an eternity, it feels like, for this Roach Ravager force to kill SCVs, and that's what they're going to get to. The Hellions around the back going to take some of the damage here. Oh, we get rid of one of the Banshees. That halves the damage output against this army.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. 2 Banshees would be so helpful for tearing down these Ravagers. The wall was attempted to be held at the main base, but instead it just lines them up for the Corrosive Bile. 29-30 SCVs going down. That's already enough damage to call this a success, but Lambo is looking for more. He's looking to break into the main base and kill Hero Marine in game 1.
Yes, he is. He's not stopping. That depot goes down as well. He is going to be in. He's going to be jumping on these Marines, and he will be able to go after even more SCVs. The Banshees have cleaned up the Roaches, sure, but the Lings can continue to do their thing, and more of these SCVs. Fresh mules can go down, not mining. Hero Marine will struggle to recover from this, as so much has been lost. More Lings still being made by Lambo, not going into that kind of just drone production. I mean, I don't think he needs to. I think this is a great choice because he's continuing to get so much damage done because he's wiped out so much army so quickly.
Yeah, as I said, 30 is kind of the good point to say, like, that was good damage, but to get almost 60 SCPs, literally almost every single one, will 100%. Mules will not save you in that one. Hero Marine does have to tap out. I think it was pretty clear how long he stood in that game that he just didn't really want that game to end, you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, well, this is like, I was building my sandcastle, you came over and you just kicked it, and that's really rude. This is not how I wanted the second best of 3 between us to start off. After the first series, again, was so one-sided for Lambo. This was so decisive. I loved it from the Zerg player here, and it working out is great. This denial of the Reaper in the main just makes it extra sick.
Yep, the Reaper saw the cancelled Ling speed, right? Never got back in again. And again, just a few of those Hellions going down, right? If you can keep some of those Hellions alive and then give up some SCVs protecting the Hellions at home, maybe the extra Flutterlings doesn't get as much done, but you lose so many of the Hellions unnecessarily, and that is going to be one of the reasons Lambo is so successful, on top of the fact that HeroMarine was responding out of thin air, essentially. You just saw it so late, so...
Yeah.
Lambo getting up to 1-0, and still convincing, right? When
Yes.
I know the first game these guys played today was not convincing straight away, but it was convincing after he lost the 17 drones and he went for the big attack. It's just convincing games from Lambo. Great builds, great understanding of the timings he's working for. I love it.
Yeah, great fakes. He also built double evolution chamber, which then helped against the Hellion harassment, and also further convinced HeroMarine that it was not going to be the attack. So just like big brain all around, and to have it work out so perfectly is always the dream. So HeroMarine now on his absolute last life in this tournament. Lambo, he used the all-in, he did well, he got the win. Now, I mean, I'm not going to say he's not nervous, but it's kind of like, okay, well now I can play a macro game, which I also just proved I'm really good at.
Exciting stuff. Let's see what we can have happen going into a game 2. Can HeroMarine fight back? Can he finally get one on the board against Lambo today? In the bottom left-hand side, fighting for his Esports World Cup tournament life from Mouse Sports, it's HeroMarine.
And in the top left of Persephone, we do have the blue Zerg player. He is Lambo.
Take a peaceful moment before things heat up. Lambo has been bringing it quick and heavy in these games, so I really feel like Lambo's playing very on point. Like, initially against the Reaper and so, like, he did a great job of keeping a lot of drones alive that could have potentially gone down and so on, so just little things like that. I feel like Lambo's feeling it at this event.
Yeah, yeah. It almost looked like he was still not satisfied enough, like at the end of that game. I mean, I don't even know how to read into that. It just... Like, I feel like his eyes are on the prize. It was just, he was so close to it that we saw more emotion when he did lose against Bjorn. But he's just like, it seems like he is just so full of confidence that it's like, well, it's not about this one anyway. Like, I gotta get into the next one and I gotta face, Unfortunately, this does mean that he's gonna be facing Clem, which is less ideal than that top spot as we had talked about. But yeah, I would be afraid of Lambo in a form like this. He did well in the macro game against Bjorn. He did well in the kind of just strategy game and decision making against HeroMarine in the first series as well as this one so far. Yeah, Clem is pretty good, but Lambo is clearly playing some of his best StarCraft. Nothing to really talk about so far. 1x expand versus the typical Zerg opener nowadays, and we're waiting more so on probably what HeroMarine's tech is going to be. That Lambo already threw out a 1 all-in. I would say he doesn't usually do the second, but if he's feeling it, go for it.
If it's working well, right, where it's just like if HeroMarine's not getting the scouts off, if he's not making those reads, if he's trying to play the greedy kind of styles, then do what works, right? No need to shy away from it when it's going so well for you so far.
So we'll start up immediately. The Reaper is, I mean, it was actually very annoying in the first game. Like, this is not something where you can say like, oh man, the Reaper didn't really try to get the scout, and it probably did more damage. HeroMarine tried super hard to get both of those things, and Lambo denied him at almost every opportunity. Is looking to do so once again on the harassment, but does lose that drone, so not absolutely perfect. HeroMarine's got to take that and run with it. Yeah, drone. Okay, we're still back in this game. Third CC as well for HeroMarine, so he's not going to drastically change up his game plan. I mean, Hellion Banshee into a solid bio play, I think can work wonders for HeroMarine. He just didn't get to it in game number 1.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's one of those things where it's just, if you can get that, I think HeroMarine is terrifying to play against with that harassment opportunity, slick transitions into very powerful timing-based builds as well. If you can crank out like an 8 racks or something, like those are terrifying builds to go up against, but he's just never been given the chance to get there against Lambo today. And this Reaper is going to get a good grenade off, pushes the Queen off creep and out of position a little bit, but doesn't really have much to find more of. But a lot of lings on the way, ZG, so we're going to see something a little bit spicy from Lambo.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder how he's going to play with this, actually. Half, show at home, and then half go across, or like all of them go across. Hope to find the Hellions either out of position or not being controlled correctly. It is going to be basically all the lings heading across. HeroMarine did not get to see that in the Hellions. Well, the first two typically go out. Usually it's if it's like a roach attack, it's the next two Hellions that might need to stay at home, but this is so fast with speed And the two Hellions are so unlikely to be at home that this is just a good opportunity to get some SCV damage.
Got to be kind of careful on the micro here, right? You don't want those Hellions to get caught as 2-3 SCVs going down. Lambo wants to get a good bit done here. He gets one of the Hellions. That's a lot of the damage lost. The Marine will go down as well. The other Hellions are returned home. They'll be here in a moment. How many units do we end up killing? 7 SCVs. That plus a couple Hellions and a Marine. He's kind of fine. Some of the Lings are still there on the natural. They will run away. I think this was great for Lambo.
Yeah, it's wonderful that these Lings got away too. Like, all you want is, I think, just a handful to make sure that the Hellion potential counterattack, you just use all your Lings, you know? Doesn't actually kill you, gives you time for Queens to get into position. More Lings are still being created because it is going to be a decent number of Hellions. We may even still go up to 6, for instance, even though 1 died. But yeah, Lambo keeping the Lings actually for a potential another run by. Here, Marine, he was conservative with the Banshee in the first game. He will do so again in the second game. And this won't find too much, but even just 2 or 3 SCVs is really nice. Another distraction as well. So here, Marine, he actually saw on the minimap, he pulled the Hellions back, decided, okay, no, let's go for it. Can he actually get some return damage? It looks like the answer is going to be no. The Queens are here, just enough Lings to body block them. And then there's really not a whole lot at the third. Oh no, there's way more at the third. Oh god, the drones are in a little bit of trouble, but a little bit of SimCity helps out, and these Hellions still did not find the equivalent.
Loads of Hellions going down as well, right? For the one drone they killed, that just was not worth it. Reaper in the main base will get the second kill of this effort, but that is still just not really it for Marine. Like, he had a real opportunity there. That's another Hellion going down. This is map control that just keeps on being lost.
Yes, absolutely. Banshees, I mean, they could probably go out on the map and help out and try and get harassment done, but at this point, it just, you know, obviously they've been scouted, they shouldn't get a whole lot. Here, Marine's even added on a third Banshee, which I wondered if he was going to go to mech, and that's exactly what he is going to do. The mech play is back. Let's see if he can get the win here. Or he was not able to do it in the first series. 2 Banshees running across. As Lambo have his Queens in position, actually kind of out of position, so at least 1 Queen from these Banshees.
Yep, there is obviously a spore, but only 1 Queen in the main base. Just a little lack of creep between the natural and main right now. A little issue as a couple drones start to take some damage. The Queens try and position, try and figure this out. Lair just finished, right? So Overseer should be on the way. Get that mobile detection and make dealing with these Banshees so much easier.
Hyperflight Rotors, we got ourselves some speed Banshees. This can be very annoying. I would say more often than not they are annoying. As far as whether they get big damage done is another question, but they're almost always annoying. Ling Baneling so far for Lambo. I don't believe he's gotten into the main base to see the factories. He hasn't, obviously hasn't seen the speed for the Banshees or the third one as of yet. The remake of the Hellions is a bit of a tell. But there's also that concern that you all are going to get Ling flooded as you transition over into Bio, for instance. So this could also just be remade Hellions, which might actually find success. Once again, the SimCity blocking is very good, allowing the drone to get behind the Queens, which would body block to save them. And these Hellions just can't find the damage done. Lambo adds on a Hydralisk then as here Marine continues adding on his factories.
How much do you hate the Hydra Ling Bane that Lambo's ending up on? Because it's not a lot of people's main choice against mech, right? But sometimes it can be okay-ish.
I am a little worried about that. I'm more kind of, I feel like it's just the mental state for when you know if it's mech versus bio that I'm really worried about. Obviously, the actual units you have is a very big concern too. But 4 Banshees are my biggest concern. And that should really say that it is mech. And the 4 Banshees, I mean, they're going to kill a lot of Queens, especially as the Overseer's not quite done. No Transfuses were saved up either. Spore Crawler will save the day. You don't really want to tackle that because the Banshees are so expensive and so useful in many other regards. But yeah, you can see they even just dip back in to kill 1 Banshee. Looking for a second. This time the Transfusers are here. Lambo does lose a decent amount, committing it to the Ling Baneling that he kind of has to. And a lot of it being made, actually, his army supply is already at 70 drones, 4 bases, not a ton of creep spread. There is a weak point for Hero Marine as far as just the amount of Cyclones that he is going to have right now, as well as their ability to maneuver. But moving into those Cyclones, it's always such a risky maneuver, because if you have to back out, the Cyclone lock-on just does so much damage.
Especially with something like Hydras as well, where the moment that the Ling Bane's gone, those Hydras just get shredded, right? And then they are super expensive units, so you don't want to kind of pressure across the map and leave those potentially vulnerable. I do like the counter-attacking idea, though, right? If you can catch Hero Marine putting too much on the map, then that can be great for you. He's got a few more units otherwise at home already, Lambo, so might be able to get some work done there as we do see these Hellions showing their Blue Flame showing up. The Ling's got to be super careful. There's just nothing that tanks Blue Flame well at all right now, apart from the Queens, but the surround comes in, and we will clean this up, albeit at a cost.
Yeah, that was actually very, very well done. Jeez. The Hellions meant to bully forever right there, actually. If they were not surrounded, they would just constantly threaten it. But surrounded they are, and Lambo once again setting up for a potential run-by in the future, too. Banshees are going to just continue to be annoying. There's really nothing against that. You're not going to be able to Spire and both Corruptors are like to go and deal with them either. Since the Overseer speed is the main problem anyway, it's just a matter of, I mean, maybe you catch them, right? Like not being paid attention to. Maybe you catch them running across the map, but basically you're not supposed to catch them when they have speed if they're being controlled correctly.
Yeah, this is feeling quite concerned for Lambo. I think he's just setting up to kind of go a little bit, right? Lots of Banes morphing in, but he also just added on a few more drones. We'll see what his final decision is going to be here, whether he commits to this or not. His economy is not great. His long-term plan is not great, right? Ideally, I think an infestation pit and some infestors would be the next logical step for him right now. Great against the Cyclones, great at locking those down. But he might be able to get a little wraparound on this army as well. Here he's coming from the top side, and we are going to see Lambo going to be able to connect in with some of the Banelings, and you have to turn into the Banelings as well. The Circlings on the top were a little bit late to join, but we still got a decent trade at the start of this from Lambo. Was it enough?
That was actually a lot of Cyclones that went down towards the end with some help from maybe the friendly fire of the tanks. But it's a good question, was it enough? You know, these are actually desperation tactics. He needs one amazing engagement, which I think he's going to see. It's not going to be this one. Lambo gonna have to give this game up, actually, by the looks of things. It's just not the economy that we want, or the map presence you want, or the technology you want. There's just nothing you want as the Zerg player in this situation. He's not gonna tap out right now, but you can bet that he knows the percentage, oh, a little mistake there, of him winning is just incredibly low.
Yeah, this is just rough. He did not know about it being mech for way too long. It was Ling Bane Hydra. The Banshees did really well also as a distraction, and yeah, we're going to watch from Heroine's point of view for a second.
Did he actually go triple upgrades? Did we just completely miss that?
I think that.
It was like, I thought maybe that was one of the drone walls that he had made, but he does have 2 attack upgrades and Carapace, which is not usual. Usually it's like 1-1 with Carapace, or it's both attack upgrades. So yeah, we just thought I missed that. Anyway, the upgrades are not going to save him, unfortunately. I think here Marine, you know, he has a mobile mech style anyways, although it's quite a few tanks as well. But the point is, he knows how bad that was for Lambo. Lambo, again, has no map control, barely any creep spread. So running across the map is a relatively safe thing to do. So you're going to get sieged up in their face, and that is one of the worst things to have happen. Zerg player versus mech.
Yeah, this is going to be rough as we see the Banshees just going to cloak up, back away. The Hydra's going to try and take that chance to dive in. Some of the Banes already jumping forward, but Hellbats dropping on top of the Hydralist, and that just leaves them with no good option. Banes have to crash into Hellbats, but just don't really have much here for Lambo. Extra Banelings finishing up. Can they be enough with the tank sieging up and starting to get hit off? Most likely not. It looks like we might get a game 3 in here, Marine, with a bit of momentum behind him. Is going to be looking scary heading into his final game if that's where we go.
Yeah.
It's time to clean up for now, extra Lings.
It will. Not enough Hellions protect the tanks here. The Lings getting some excellent surrounds, I guess you would call them. Partial surrounds. Without those Hellions, Lings are rather good at breaking those tank lines. So that is going to be a hold. Here Marine holds on to a slight supply lead, which is really good if you're considering mech. But Lambo, as I said, he's like not willing to give up. We could have another chance for an amazing engagement where maybe Blinding Clouds, even plus Fungals, though we don't have Infestors on the way, could really help out. You do have to kind of read into the mech player at this point as to whether or not they are sticking with Cyclones or going into mech, or obviously a mixture of both is also good, just to determine exactly what composition you would want. Things being tracked down and barbecued. Here Marine could keep his Cyclone Hellion on the map and just make sure Lambo doesn't get away with like extra bases or extra drones. These Hellbats will not find that opportunity.
Yeah, a few Banes do crash in. That's going to be an easy cleanup. Although maybe we didn't really want to use the Banes there. This hatchery is going to go down quick, and you can see Lambo immediately evacuates. He's not in position to defend it. The lack of creep on the map sucks, right? It's just so frustrating to not be able to get that jump or get that little bit of momentum onto that army. And Lambo now supply blocked as well. Not going to be feeling pretty as he tries to play cleanup once again. This Hydra line will do what it can, but it is getting tougher, especially with the addition of some Liberators to help hold down these positions. Here Marine Supply is looking better than ever in this game too, and he is pushing on forward.
Yep. Got that 2-1 finished as well. Some Viper Abducts try to help out, but at this point you can see here Marine knows these Cyclones are going to win the game. There's nothing else coming out from Lambo, and he does have to tap out. That was just an awkward game for Lambo, wasn't it? You know, I don't think he really realized it was mech. If he did, and that was a plan to destroy it, including those triple upgrades, if that's what we missed. You know, it never found the right opportunity. And even when it looked like it might with the surrounds, had the surround happen, there's like, you know, definitely a chance. But even at that point, Lambo was down 10, 20 army supply, I want to say. So I'm not sure he would have really broken Hero Marine at that point, and he still would have had all those infrastructure problems we were talking about.
Yeah, it was just a weird position from the start, just the lack of info. The Banshees really did just do so much. They were rough to deal with. I mean, it's just like you start losing Queens, right? And that's meant to help you, especially if you're playing Ling Bane. It's meant to help you against the Hellions, and then they maybe can just be a little bit more threatening. And now we get to go to a final game in this elimination match. The winner moves into the round of 16. The loser is out of the Esports World Cup, coming down to this game right now.
That's nerve-wracking. That's, I mean, for both of them, but one thing like Roddy was pointing out in the green room was just how cool Hero Marine is in every situation. You know, he really did not have a good start in this tournament at all, and then to actually come back and defeat Estrella, and then once again have a bad start, an even worse start actually versus Lambo. A lot of people would have snowballed, spiraled out of control, but Hero Marine does always seem pretty just collected, you know, never really showing any tilting, and just kind of planning his gameplay out and executing it, you know. Lambo also looking very, very concentrated. So it's going to be maybe a matter of mental or maybe just actual execution this time. Mike finally worked out. Will Hero Marine do it again? We're going to get our answer. We're on ley lines for game 3. In the bottom left for Mouse, he is Hero Marine.
In the top right for the Shopify Rebellion, we have Lambo.
The pool first. Wonder what this is going to be for. I doubt it's a defensive maneuver. Hero Marine not a particularly popular proxy racks. In general, the build's not as popular as it once was, but obviously Beyond did do it, so that could be a concern, but I doubt that's the reason for it.
Yeah, it's really fun to see what we get with that. I mean, everything that Lambo does is typically planned out, right? It feels hard to believe. It's just like, I just feel like pool first right now. So I feel like there's a plan that goes along with it. We'll see what it is. 6 Zerglings on the way initially.
This is interesting. So, I mean, a Reaper pops out, right? It goes across the map. The Lings are able to circumvent it. It can do a decent amount of damage, actually. It should never kill the command center, although that has actually happened in some professional games, which is like a really, really poor handling of the situation. But it shouldn't do that. But, you know, say it gets maybe the follow-up Marine. It's a lot more Lings, actually.
He's up to 10 now. With those 2 in production popping out, he'll be at 10, so maybe that does kill the CC, especially if Hero Marine no scouts, right? Reaper's a little out of position.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. This is maybe a ploy to actually kill the command center. The Reaper, though, how far away will it go is basically the question. Like, how fast can it come back and help out? Marine follow-up is on the way, but obviously one Marine will not do the trick. Reaper just heading right on over, as you typically would. And this is when the Lings arrive, and it is so many of them as well. Gonna be able to get that partial surround of the command center immediately, and then just like,
cancel.
I think they're just gonna go for it, right? Like, you're gonna force the cancel even if you lose the Lings.
Yep, you're gonna kite around the other side, only one Marine dealing damage, you get the cancel, and now you try and make the most of this, right? This is where you try and get some SCVs on top of the command center cancel, and this is already looking not so bad, right? You're gonna get the Marine, the SCVs get away, we didn't lose any of those, so that is nice. These Lings will be trapped, but we knew that going in Islander that they were probably not making it home. But you cancel the CC, you slow things down. Obviously, it was a commitment from Lambo to do this, but it has thrown Hero Marine off his opener.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that it was actually canceled with that many Lings, pretty much a guarantee, unless the Reaper stayed at home for some reason. I mean, that is what you wanted from that build. The follow-up here for Hero Marine, you know, going into Commander on the high ground makes sense. 3rd CC is still going to come down. He should be maybe a little nervous about follow-up pressure, but that's what the Reaper is for. And then I just want to note that one Marine did survive, which is actually kind of nice for the Terran, just because you still have something to block out an Overlord Scout for... Okay, I wasn't expecting the 3rd CC on location. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely a cute little addition when your natural's in the main, but the 3rd is on location. Not one you see every day, but yeah, if he believes there's really nothing else behind this, why not?
Yeah, and the Reaper has gotten enough scouting to see, certainly to 3rd hatch. This could still be a follow-up more to the mid-game, but at that point, there's other issues. Roachborn is going to come down. This is going to be scouted. What's really extra interesting about this is just that Lambo did have the Overlord off to the left side, which Team Hero Marine was aware of. Again, that Marine survived. He stops him from getting any further scouting. It just would almost never be over there at the 3rd, right? So this is such a... It's cheeky. It's one of those things you're just like, I can't believe he got away with that. But it actually makes sense when you watch it unfold.
Well, Banshee's coming up again. The Roach about to finish as Henry from the Hellion try and put some work in. That Evolution Chamber finishing in a moment. The drone is there just in case we need the wall off as well. So Lambo being very cautious, very careful. Lambo going to see the Hellions moving out. Again, doesn't see the third on location. Not really a reason to risk your Overlord Torch just yet.
It's just not something you think about scouting for. He is going to move it to scout the main, but that is going to see a finished third command center. That doesn't feel great. Hellions look for the third base. No drones as of yet, just the one the building cancel. But yeah, a solid defensive setup here for Lambo. For here, Marine, he really wants to track how many roaches are coming out, and obviously if there is going to be speed behind this, there is not. Here, Marine's going into pretty safe opener overall. The Hellion Banshee didn't save him in the first game, but didn't really get a chance to even try. This game, it would feel probably pretty nice and safe. They get your 3cc up immediately. Also feels really good as a Terran player. Being able to build your third SCV and have it rally to a mineral patch like right then and there just feels like such a world of difference.
As soon as this Overlord's seen, double gas, extra factories, and now into mech. So I wonder if, obviously here he's trying to hide this as long as possible. Wondering if Lambo picks up and if he rescouts, if he double checks, if he thinks it still could be mech from here as well. There's a lot of questions to ask right now. As Hyperfly Rover starts, it's going to be that similar kind of Banshee kind of battle mech style that we saw before.
Yep. See if the Banshees do as much damage, which I think also really helped get the ball rolling in the last game. So, all right, the mech is here. Lambo does need to scout it, but the good news is he can maybe, theoretically, he can be delayed on the scouting as he has something stronger against, for instance, those Blue Flame Hellions, which he took out brilliantly with the surround, but it could have been a much bigger problem. He still wants to know just kind of the flow of the game, however. It's really why you would want to see the mech. You're not going to be paranoid of the 16 Marine drop. It's going to be a while before they really have anything like that. But the two Banshees once again show up. Once again, find a Queen right off the bat. Survive. Barely, and then to the orange, and then find a little bit more beyond that.
Yep, go and get to the natural. 2 more queens here. And so 2 in the natural, 2 in the third. One of the Banshees goes low, but does get away. Obviously important to keep those alive because we're building more of them. We want them to be in good numbers, use their speed to really get some work done. As Lambo Anti-Evo Chamber is adding some roaches, roach speed, Overlord speed as well. Obviously does feel as though the Evo Chamber is just a block, so the Overlord speed feels as though we might be thinking we're getting a bit aggressive.
Well, it's Infestation Pit as well.
Infestation Pit, though.
Yeah.
So there you go. Never mind that one.
Yeah. Infestation Pit's going to come down. I mean, it does feel like he knows the setup right now, and Fungals would help out against both the Banshees as well as the Hellion Cyclone that is on the way. Hellions continue darting around looking for opportunities, so far being denied, but it's just going to be very constant. We do have an Overlord drop.
Is the Infestation Pit? Where is the Infestation Pit? Maybe it's just a follow-up, like if he does well here, then he has it, so he has the feature set up. But I mean, he's loading up, right? He's going to put the Queens in there. We are going to go across the map right now. Tanks already producing from Hero Marine is a big deal in this scenario.
Yes, that is a very good point. Tank's going to be extremely helpful here. All right, this is it. Once again, Lambo going to be very aggressive, this time with the entire tournament on the line. The Banshees already find the Roaches on the offensive. 4 Banshees worth of damage as well. Their Crucibles now being depleted as the Ravagers die. The Queens actually are a little bit of trouble. I mean, the micro that has to be done here is just so much more than you would want, and 4 Banshees still rule the skies, feeling that extra damage. The Queens have to be microed so much, and the Cyclone Hellion is just already getting a lot of shots off. The tanks get into a really great position. 1 Banshee does go down, but Lambo definitely needs to do a lot more here. SCVs have to be pulled. He's going to go after the tank and find that one, but a tank in the natural also helping out. SCVs can be sacrificed for the greater good as long as you make the hold, and it looks like the hold is going to be made. 2 Banshees still alive. We're down to 1 Queen, just a handful of Roaches, and more reinforcements are on the way. Here, Marine, he loses 25 SCVs. Is he okay in the long run?
I mean, you would think so, right? He's held on against what is a low attack. Man, the Queen micro, by the way, was pretty nuts. Lambo did so well with those, but this wasn't enough. The Banshees doing so much damage initially. Catching the Ravagers on that left side was huge. Just so much damage before it even began. You're going to try and contaminate, slow down production at the moment, but that's not what Lambo wanted. He's now getting a high down. He's now starting +1 missiles, and the Infestors coming online as well. It was good damage. Probably keeps Lambo in the game, but I would say that for him, he's pretty happy with how this turned out.
Yeah, I think that's the way I would put it as well. It keeps Lambo in the game, but that was not what he was hoping for with that. Yeah, the Ravagers going down immediately, and the Banshees just providing so much of that damage. Even like the damage output from them, even if they're being targeted by the Queens, when it's 4 Banshees, is just so much added. Well, Lambo might be able to get himself out of the situation. Fungals are certainly going to be great at buying time. Here, Marine will perhaps hesitate whenever he tries to go for that map control because he knows Fungals will be lurking around. Hive is on the way. We're still on 4 bases. Adding on those drones, get up to 86 as well. I mean, it's not easy for Here Marine to win this. He has to play the rest of the game out very well. But I think he knows that that was a good position for him. 4th Command Center, extra factories on the way. And we got ourselves into a later stage. Lambo's got some recovery to do.
Yeah, Lambo finally getting out of his supply block, lost multiple overseers over in the main base that were just left around trying to contaminate further. So just getting out of that, getting back on track, Hive on the way up. Like, the infestation pit being there was a saving grace, because if that wasn't there and he has to slowly go into this whole tech tree, from that point that would have been rough. And then you do get a catch on a few Hellions here. So a nice little grab on about 4, but the Banshees are going to show up into the natural. A couple Queens need to be very careful with where they're at, and that's the biggest issue right now, is that these Banshees are so annoying once again. Overseer showing up, a Hydra popping out as well, but that's going to take some damage to get rid of one. The other is super low. These run-bys of the Banshees have just been such a frustration.
Yeah, very frustrating. And Infestor was nearby, but then he wanted the Hydras to help out, so it kind of got locked out of the choke and the natural. And yeah, I think he knows like the Infestors have to be careful too. Once they show themselves, the Banshees obviously just run away and they don't get close enough to Fungal. That Hellion Denial still going strong. That's the good news there for Lambo. He is reducing the amount of follow-up damage. Because yeah, it sucks to lose those Queens, but these aren't killing 20 drones, or well, maybe they will get a hatch.
He's going to get the Fungal off those, so it's going to cost you the Banshee to try and turn away, so the hatch lives as well. That's amazing for Lambo. Those Banshees have been the bane of his existence recently. And so that going down and the hatch surviving for now, great little combo.
Yeah, absolutely. There are some units on the front line, however, tanks included for the anchor as well. Lambo, how is he going to handle this push? That 5th base is very injured already, so just a couple of lock-ons, honestly, will kill it in the blink of an eye. Something that Lambo also knows and has to take kind of a preemptive stance with his army. Got a little run-by of something over on the 4th base, not yet a planetary. Roaches will cause some issues. And here, Marine obviously not going to pull back for this, just send his reinforcements over there. If he loses some SCVs, that's actually probably okay. He still has a very strong position on the offensive, and he is going to get this hatchery again. Just a couple of lock-ons, and it's gone.
Where are the Vipers at? He had a couple of them. They're going to be very important to deal with the siege tanks if you like just giving up this base and going the other way. Yeah, they are gathering energy, so he will have Blinding Clouds available for future fights. Here, Marine's going to have to be careful about how clumped up he leaves those tanks. He does not want them to get massively Blinding Clouded and just stuck. He's spreading them out pretty nicely right now. We're actually going to go for some abducts like that as well. That's essentially free damage being done, because anything you grab in is definitely going to die.
Yeah. A couple of Cyclones go down, but the tanks still in a strong number and siege hopping consistently forward. Vipers once again back in the action. What will he do? Looks like not too much. And now grabbing more of those Cyclones. Lambo hoping to thin this army out before it actually starts to harass and pressure that 4th hatchery. But here Marine is not going to be deterred. He still thinks that he has a strong position that he doesn't have to evacuate with, and he will continue pushing until Lambo forces him back. And Lambo is struggling to do so, having to buy that time for the Vipers to regain their energy.
Yeah, going to come around from the side though. Wants the Blinding Clouds right now. There should be a Blinding Cloud opportunity, right? Get it on now. He doesn't have one for the back siege tank. He's going to abduct instead. So we're going to clean out some of the tanks here, push the space back a little bit. This tank line is super deep though, and Lambo's just going to keep on going, letting the Hydras do their thing. Finally pulls back, has a little bit of creep to work with, but he lost a lot right there.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not sure he realized how deep the tank line actually was, but also like 20 Lings could have been huge right there. There were no Hellions, the Cyclones aren't going to be enough, and unfortunately they weren't there at the right time. They're now here, but so are Hellions, which are going to be made very quickly, obviously, as well. And here Marine is just hoping that this is going to turn into a noose, you know? Like, if Lambo tries to defend here and fails, he'll have lost his army and another base, and that would be catastrophic. Coming in from the backside with a couple of Vipers, Blinding Clouds trying to help out. Lambo will take down some frontline units, but is this enough again to actually deter Hero Marine? Now, Hero Marine stands his ground.
Yeah, Hero Marine is going to hold this position. It's getting tough for Lambo. Vipers are out of energy. The Infestors died earlier on as well, so they are without the ability to come in and aid this. This hatchery is super low as well. You've got to imagine that a Cyclone lock on or two could start to chip through that and put the pressure on. Lambo begins to just evacuate this location. He does have other bases coming up now, so this entire defense here has been for a reason, to give time for those other positions to come up and online.
Yeah, and it's really good that he made that decision too. Like, if he made the decision to save it and then lost anyway, that's actually probably the game. deciding just to let the hatchery go and save what army that he has, especially having bought time for 2 other hatcheries, makes a lot of sense. He's going to find maybe a couple of units that were left over in the middle of the map, and now here Marine has been pushed back, allowing Lambo to breathe a bit. And with that breath, he's going to start up a Greater Spire.
A little bit surprised. This forward hatchery, this one's rough to hold onto, and I don't know how much we're realistically going to try and use it as Lambo. Any tanks in that middle of the map can make it so tough to keep that, as we do have a nice abduct though. One more Cyclone going down. Now a couple of Vikings though, going to help to zone out those Vipers. And well, we don't even need the siege tanks. All 7 of those drones go down instantly. There's a new infestor that just popped out, a couple others on the way. And like you mentioned, the Greater Spire incoming. It'll be very interesting to see how we use this as Lambo tries to go around the bottom right side. Seems like Hero Marine was moving over there a little bit, but he's not fully caught onto it.
Yeah, Hero Marine set up so well back at home, by the way. Has the +2 on his upgrades, did not go for a second armory by the looks of things. Has 5 bases, starting to add on those extra command centers as we can see. And I mean, the infrastructure is fantastic. This is a lot of the reason why like Hero Marine has felt like he's in the lead, as well as just his army being on Lambo's side of the map. But this is where Lambo would really love to change the dynamic of this game from being only the defender to trying to actually get something across the map. That's why we have potential run-by set up. Broodlords might also be able to do it if you can kind of hide them long enough that they don't have Vikings or Thors, usually is more so the answer. But honestly, you need a decent amount of Broodlords, and we can't quite afford them as of yet. Cyclones go deep for a hatchery kill. They are going to be caught because of that, so that was a good number of Cyclones killed.
Yeah, it was, but Lambo gets knocked down to being a 3-base.
Oh, yeah,
that's a production issue, that's an economy issue. It's a lot of issues, right? As the Corruptors are coming out, I mean, we're going to have a chance to get some Broods into play, and we're just going to have to hope that these Broods can do something to give Lambo some time at home to rebuild. He needs to rebuild a bunch right now. He's oversaturated. He needs these bases to come online. He needs some map control. The creep spread is basically non-existent.
Yeah.
He needs a lot right now. Maybe the Broodlords can give him a little bit of a breather, but it's not going to be easy.
I mean, he just saw a Corruptor. Maybe that was the first time that was funny.
Yeah.
But the point is, you see a Corruptor, you know what it is. Broodlords are on the way. 3 Vikings is already a solid start against the amount that we're coming out with anyway. And then we could add on Thors. Fungal tries to hit something better than just a single Viking, doesn't quite catch it. That catches quite a bit, but you can't follow it up with any of your ground army at the very least because of the tank. So that's what the Broodlords are for. Broodlords trying to take things out. The Cyclones should never get close enough with those Fungals protecting them too, but here Marine, I think he's pretty okay with this trade. He knows that Lambo is desperate, that he's on these Broodlords as a desperate play to try and improve the trades here as he desperately gets back his bases. 2 more are arriving for Lambo, but he's also been sent down to 62 drones.
Yeah, the economy's just not been there, right? If he'd kept the bases alive and this sequence of events comes about, I think it's okay for him. But losing the economy for a while really was not it. We are knocking down some Vikings, but the Vikings aren't going to be the issue soon. It's going to be those Thors.
Yeah.
And maybe the only saving grace now for Lambo is that it's a lot of Thors versus the amount of Broodlords. Only 4 Broods, so maybe if we can get enough of everything else back up, perhaps we still like this. And obviously Thors are very slow moving as well, very clunky. Maybe it buys you the time as Lambo to get remaxed and to maybe look at taking fights again in your favor.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it just feels... If he was completely maxed out and had a partial remax beyond that, I'd be with you, right? Because Thors sometimes aren't what you need against like a full ground army, especially because they wouldn't be fully upgraded with like 3-3. But Lambo is struggling to get maxed out, which certainly means he will not have a bank for the generally required second max out of any Zerg matchup, actually. Aliens are going to try and go in. Nice block with the SimCity again. That's really been very on point in this entire series, this entire tournament. But these are just... It's trying to stem the bleeding. You're putting your tourniquet on, but like your 2 legs are also cut off.
Yeah.
So it's not doing enough.
Yeah, you keep yourself safe on one side, but the other side is just bleeding out, and that's exactly the case here. This hatchery goes down, so Lambo will expand again to the top, but we're talking about him trying to get a 5th hatchery up in an 18-minute game where you're playing against a 6-base Terran. These numbers don't add up. This situation is not how it's meant to be for Zerg right now. Lambo is trailing, he is hurting, and after so many good games against Hero Marine today, his opportunity to make top 16 may just be slipping away unless he finds some really good fights in the next couple of minutes.
He is getting that Neural Parasite, which is a requirement if they become more of a Thor army. But to be honest, I don't know, the late game Zerg army, even in a more ideal situation, maxed out, well composed, and with a bank behind it, struggles against the growing Thor mech count. These are some good abducts. They will kill 3 Thors, a couple of Hellbats going down too, more Thors being brought in, but they are at the end of the day trades. These tanks are getting some shots off, the Thors are actually killing units. Lambo's supply continues to plummet. The Neural Parasite will never see the light of day. Here Marine realizes it's just not enough, and he just continues the fight. Lambo taps out.
unfortunately will not be making it on, but for Hero Marine, he makes it into the top 16 of EWC.
He does indeed. He gets to go to the top 16. Lambo, great fight. It really felt like today was almost his day, man. Like, he looked so good in some matches, but these last couple of games, he could not get control of the Banshees. He could not get control of the mech, and he just wasn't able to get enough done. The attack in this final game just fizzled a little bit too soon, and ever since that point, he just wasn't able to get enough online.
Yeah, Hero Marine had so much time to get everything. You know, the 4th base up, the 5th was being made really easily. Nothing was pressuring him on his side of the map, so with that infrastructure, he could stand his ground so much more often. There was never a point where Hero Marine looked scared and like, oh, maybe the Zerg player is reinforced faster than me, because he had 8 factories so early on, and it was just a matter of time, a matter of making sure that you dot your I's, cross your T's, which Hero Marine is going to be very good at, and he once again takes down Lambo.
Great stuff for Hero Marine. He brings it back. It was a rough day for him, but let's see how he's feeling now. He's made the top 16.
Thank you so much, guys. Down here with Hero Marine after a tough-fought battle, back to a victory there in that 3rd round. You're telling me a little exhausted after that one.
Yeah, especially the last game was very nerve-wracking. It was pretty close. If I didn't break him there, it can like snowball out of control. My defense, I think, at the beginning was good, but then, yeah, one close fight kind of won me the game, but it was still like very hard fought.
But he's stuck in it for so long. He had several opportunities to kind of come back. Did you at any moment there feel like it was moving in your direction, or were you fighting for the last second?
Yeah, like I said with the first push, I was very fortunate to eventually break his 4th base. That was very important. When he got Brute Lords out, I was getting a little bit worried that he would take a good fight and then like counter push, and I made a mistake. But fortunately, he didn't have enough Brute Lords to push through, so I was able to win with the last push.
And does it feel a little like revenge from the first match earlier in the day?
Yeah, definitely. I still feel like I wasn't very well prepared. Yeah, we got to step that up a little bit for the further rounds.
Well, you get to do something else again. You get to crush another key. You ready to do that? Or key for the day?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for in the play-in stage at least.
There we go. We're going to send it back to studio, and I'm going to hook Hero Marine up with the Crusher.
Feels like our marathon runner went the distance in this one. Hero Marine, what a last game as well, going up against Lambo. The revenge has happened. He has been able to get himself into the round of 16. Congratulations, Hero Marine. Tasteless and Artosis joining me. Tasteless, what do you make of it?
What a turnaround.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that game 1 went, that's like the worst nightmare scenario, right? Is the all-in works, you bungle it so bad, you lose the Banshee, the Ling's split. I mean, from there, you really have to have the perfect redemption arc, but he did it. He came back in 2 games, and he's moving on.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah, Lambo played very, very well today.
He did.
And honestly, if we had extended series, he's up 3-2. But it is not such a world anymore. But no, he played very well. He was very aggressive, which I think is a good style to bring here. But Hero Marine just stays so calm under pressure. Like, he took a lot of damage in the beginning of game 2 to those Zerglings.
Yeah.
But he just got those speed Banshees out, did such a great job with harassment, and what a strong mech player he is.
I think what you're saying is a fantastic analysis of Lambo as well, because when you're watching Lambo trying to deal with a lot of the harassment that's coming from Hero Marine, every single time the Hellions are coming in, bam, Evolution Chambers down every single game. But yet, Hero Marine was persistent. He got the Hellions in eventually. He got Cloak Banshees in eventually. He just didn't let up.
Yeah, I mean, the Banshees were so fast. They did so much damage. And you have a situation where the Zerg is trying to put out so many different fires.
Yeah.
And then we saw game 3 get closed out with that huge mech push.
I think that game 3 for me was my favorite game of the day so far, to be honest with you. Really kind of back and forth, really testing the mettle of both of these players, Artosis. And it is a shame to lose Lambo, but now we might get him on the desk.
Yeah, you can come up. We have a lot of room in between us, actually. Get him up here once he dries those tears, because that is sad. He lost his key. He wanted to make it to the World Championship again. He did make it. But I think he had a great run. Honestly, I thought he was going to win that series. He won the first series. I thought he was going to beat Beyond. He was so close.
Yeah. A lot of emotions there. I respect it. You put in all this hard work, all this practice, all this prep, and in one best of 3, it all goes away. But you're right. I mean, we could get him back here on the desk. He did an excellent job last year, so There's always that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Two Terrans now advancing into our round of 16 as Bjorn as well as Hero Marine are going to be making it through. Hero Marine, though, does have to go up against Clem, which means Clem is going to do his chameleon-like things and probably shift into being a Protoss for that one, Dan, but you can't sniff at Clem's Protoss. It's monstrous, so Hero Marine's not going to be too keen on going up against good old Clem, the world champ.
Yeah. You know, I think that it is a little bit dangerous, but you know what they say is every Terran's main race is actually Protoss.
Do they? Wait a minute.
Well, you haven't heard that one? What? I say that all the time.
I just got word that Bjorn is facing Clem, actually, which makes it an interesting scenario for the seeding, I guess.
Yeah,
I figured that since Cyril would be second seed, he'd be
No,
going
I know.
against-
They did it randomly, actually, is what happened.
Oh, it's just random.
Yeah, we were
Okay,
just
well,
finding that out.
I've been bamboozled. That's fine, that's fine. All right, well, you're going up against Cyril. Good luck. I don't know what more to say than that, Dan. Tasteless, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You know, every tournament like this, you got to take it one step at a time, right? But eventually you're going to hit potentially that wall where, like, if I could advance past this, then I think I can go anywhere. But it's going to be a tough hurdle to cross.
No, indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket then and confirm what we already know from our two Terrans advancing on forwards as we've got ourselves good old Bjorn taking that #1 spot. Now he has to go into a TVT versus Clem, we have been informed. And Hero Marine will go up against Cyril. Yes, you've taken down one Zerg, Artosis, but taking down Cyril, that is a mean machine to deal with.
Yeah, there's only a few players in this tournament I think that have real potential to beat Cyril, and I'm not super sure that Hero Marine is one, especially, you know, Cyril's watching this, right? And he's going to see like, oh, you're not holding anything back against Lambo. You know, you're using your best stuff. So Cyril just got to watch a 5 Hero Marine Terran vs. Zergs.
Yeah. All right, well, without further ado, we can actually hear from Lambo, who unfortunately will be going out of the tournament here at the Esports World Cup.
I am here with my friend Lambo. Your tournament run has obviously come to an end, sadly, against your biggest rivals, Large Gabriel, in the German Classic. How do you feel about it all?
I feel pretty bad right now. Yeah, I think you could guess from the ways the games went. I also won in the first one. Like I basically won 3-2 and I'm out. Feels bad, man. I also lost twice to the Cyclone, which is also feels bad, man. I think I prepared way better than him. Like I think I basically got the early games that I wanted every single time, and I still couldn't close it out. So in the end, I can only give the fault to myself. I think especially at Persephone, I played kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, third game started as well as it could have probably with the kill in the or the cancel in the command center. You went after the Marine with the circlings. Do you feel like you could have maybe killed a couple SCVs if you chased them, or was that too sketch to go for that?
I think he always saves them. Maybe I got more mining time out of him if I chase the SCVs, but I'd rather kill the Marine because then I got free scouting. He actually made a second Marine, so that then means his Hellions are later, so I don't mind. Like I think the spot is pretty good. That was exactly what I expected. I also wanted to feel him out. Like I wanted that map to be map 3 because I wanted to see if he scouts. He didn't scout, so I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go for it, and yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then later on, I guess, as you were planning for the Roach Ravager with the 4-Queen drop, that was pretty cool. I was kind of nervous just watching it because, you know, it's 4 Queens, but he did have 4 Banshees, which was a pretty wild amount. But you also dropped an Infestation Pit behind it. Was that, I wonder, indecision, or was that just a planned transition in case your attack didn't work, or how were you thinking about that?
I decided in practice it's not bad to get the Infestation Pit anyways, and in this game he didn't show more than his initial Hellion, so I wasn't even sure if it was mech or not. That's also why I got Carapace instead of Missile. But I think 4 Queens in an Overlord, if microed properly, always beats the Banshees. But I actually practiced the micro here because we play with ping, and it's super difficult to pick up the Queens because everything, I don't know, like this single interaction actually gave me some trouble in custom games as well. So I wasn't even 100% sure that I wanted to play it, but I felt like the start went so well, I should be able to kill him, and the unit count also looked like I should be able to kill him. It's like just execution, poor execution for me.
Yeah, even then, I mean, you were in a pretty good spot. Like, yeah, we're obviously sorry that you lost, but as selfish casters, we're happy that that maybe get to join us a little bit more on the desk. So I hope you're looking forward to that still.
I'm down to do that. Yeah, I'm down to maybe be an analyst once again, and maybe also coach Rainer a bit. I think there's some good use that I can bring my time towards.
Sweet, thank you.
Great to hear that, Lambo. Is good to join us, but let's take a look. Here, Marine gets to crush 2 keys in this. Now, the question is, does it explode or does it bend? I'm going to go with explode. What do you think, Tyson?
I'm going to go with bend here.
Okay, okay.
Hold on, we got to make sure there's plastic around it.
You know what?
That's better.
Lambo had such rock-solid defense. I think the press is going to break.
Whoa. Like, it just doesn't bend at all. You're like, oh, why didn't it crush?
Here we go.
Keep pressing. Yeah! Oh, it exploded. I was right. I'm 2 for 2. I got double explode. And you know why I went for explode this time?
Why?
Because it was Hero Marine last time, and he just kept pressing. He just didn't stop.
We had a shot.
Oh, you get to decide how much to press it?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say this every single time, but I've crushed them, and you get to press. Yeah.
Who did you beat?
No, last year.
Who did you beat?
What? It was a bit. All right. Anyway, it's time to go to a break. Shush, you guys. And we got the world champion now entering at the stage here. So we'll be back in just a few with more StarCraft from the Esports World Cup.
Hey guys, I'm Showtime. I'm with Cyril, and we're going to play a game of Pictionary. You want to start?
Sure, I can start, whatever.
Go ahead and...
Alright, it's pretty long text already here. Okay, then let's see. Fair. It should be pretty easy.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to it.
So,
What was that, heartbeat?
this is very good drawing. Alright. What are the guesses?
I have no clue so far.
Come on, man, this is so obvious.
So it's like a snake in the middle, is like some, I don't know.
It's like the most obvious drawing of all time.
I have no clue. Wait, okay, let me think. So it's like some StarCraft unit, probably. So it's like what, a drone in the middle.
Alright, here's my drawing.
I have no clue, man.
This is very good.
I don't know.
You know final guess or anything?
I have no final guess. I think it's like it looks like a drone, and there's like 2 crowns next to it, and then the other stuff is
I mean, it's pretty close already, no?
Yeah?
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah, I give up.
So this is like the desert. So this is like in Riyadh.
Okay, yeah.
And this is a command center.
A command center?
A command center in Riyadh.
What is this supposed to be?
These are like the mineral fields.
Oh my god, okay.
That's pretty obvious.
I mean, there's no shot at getting that one.
All right.
That's my turn, I guess.
How do I wipe it? Oh, that's a sponge. I'm pretty good at guessing.
How does it even look like? I don't know. Okay, there's no shot you're guessing it. You might guess the unit, I think.
Well, it's a void tray.
Yeah?
On top of void tray on Mars.
No.
I'm pretty good at guessing.
I mean,
on top of Riyadh.
No, it was a void tray being filmed by Steve Irwin, but no clue, to be honest. I look this way.
Alright, if you don't get this one, it's game over, I think.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this again.
Not a good start. Eiffel Tower. Colossus attacking Eiffel Tower.
That's good enough.
Good enough?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. It was a Colossus burning down the Eiffel Tower.
Burning. Where are the flames?
Well, I didn't get that far yet.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Come on, give me like something doable. Okay, okay.
All right. A bailing in a house.
No, it's not a bailing.
You can't tell me everything.
Come on, what does it look like?
A coast.
Yeah. Is it obvious?
Is it obvious? No, it's not obvious.
Really?
That's
Yeah. It's all I got.
Ghost Academy.
I mean, you got that part right. Okay. It was it was a ghost in a haunted house. Like, this is a house. I thought the ghost a bit too big. I wanted to do like tombstones, but I didn't know how the tombstones work.
Oh, those are tombstones?
Yeah, I don't know.
They're like, they have like a round top tombstones.
Round? Not all of them.
Well, not all of them, but I think if you throw it and it's.
I didn't know how to make it haunted.
Yeah, that I don't know if that's very haunted.
Yeah, that's true. But a ghost in house, come on, it has to be good.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I can do that.
Are you getting all the easy ones?
Come on, man, that was pretty easy. I'm just making it complicated. All right, this was my picture. It was half good, but...
It looks like a spying crawler, but I don't know what the rest is.
You don't know any... You know final guess?
No, I had no clue.
Well, like, obviously you can't get it completely correct with this photo, but...
What was it?
Well, this was a Mutalisk, obviously.
A Mutalisk?
That's how Mutalisk looks like. It's like a J with wings. No, it's a J with wings. But it was in a sauna. But the sauna is like half done, you know. So.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I thought it was a spine crawler, to be honest. Or like a spore crawler. Like, did they actually have like this?
Doesn't really... Yeah, it's a J with wings.
But it should be the other way, no? Isn't it like straight and then at the bottom it like shoots the stuff? Yeah. Oh, it's from your perspective. Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, you're watching it like this way?
Yeah.
Should I do it? I guess maybe I should do it.
Now it makes more sense, yeah. To me it looks like a spine crawler or a spot crawler.
You're watching it from a different perspective.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Oh my gosh.
All right, that was Pictionary with Cyril and me. I think we did a somewhat decent job. And yeah, see you next time. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, guys and girls. It is time for the round of 16 as we have got the very best in the world going head to head, and we're going to start things off with Bjorn going up against Clem. Oh boy, Bjorn, congratulations for getting here. Your reward is going up against the world champion who was able to take that trophy home in 2024 as we have quite the fixture coming up. I've got Rotterdam and State to talk about this one. State, I think Clem is going to look super cool in Riyadh once again.
Yeah, I'm really thinking that he has a good chance to repeat the EWC performance that he had last year. I mean, this guy coming into the tournament, it's probably him and Classic were my favorites overall. But I have to say, Bjorn, that was a very impressive run as we take a look at the bracket here in Group A. I like Clem a lot in the top half of that bracket, but we look at the lower half, Rainer versus Shin. I don't know who's going to win that one. I feel like Maru definitely favored versus Trigger, but a very well-balanced bracket overall.
Yeah. Your thoughts on the bracket? Now it disappeared.
I mean, I love it. Like Group A, Group B, obviously people will immediately compare them. Which one is the tougher one? And a lot of people say Group B is tougher because you've got that Classic against Rogue match, winner plays Cyril. But like you look at Group A, you've got Maru, you've got Rainer, you've got Clem. Those are already three of the absolute top favorites. Now another previous world champion in the name of Bjorn gets added to A. Like I think they're both equally stacked. And we say like congratulations to Bjorn, you get Clem. But you can also say the same to Clem. It's like Clem, you're seed 1, congrats. Now you get Bjorn in round 1. Like
Not
that's
easy.
a really tough draw for Clem.
Yeah, definitely, especially since he's going to have to do his, Protoss shenanigans, we suspect, coming on into this CS State.
Yeah, I feel like Clem is one of the best PBT players in the world. I mean, we look at his Terran versus Protoss, and it's so good, and a lot of that knowledge also comes in the PBT. I feel like Bjorn's going to have a hard time with it.
Well, we can actually break down that a little bit further after this, but before we do get to this match, let's take a look at how some of these players were able to make their way forwards here to Esports World Cup. There are few tournaments in StarCraft as esteemed as the GSL, a place where legends were forged. This year serves also as a gateway to the Esports World Cup. The first one to step through is none other than the smiling assassin himself, Hero. In May, he first topped his group after defeating Cure and Bjorn then later in the playoffs, took down Gumiho.
Hero has just wiped the floor with his Terran army. He is going to the GSL Codes Finals.
Only to battle Cure once again in the grand final through all 7 maps to finally secure his win in Season 1, together with the Esports World Cup spot.
GG! Hero is your GSL Codes Champion!
그게 비시즌 동안 제가 다른 선수도 안 할 때 열심히 해서 이뤄낸 다시 EWC 기간 동안 굉장히 많은 연습을 했고 자신감도 많이 붙었던 것 같아요, 지금.
In Season 2, all eyes were on Classic, who displayed a strong performance and made it all the way to the final. There, he had to battle Rogue, who earlier was able to stop Hero in the semis. They went the distance, but in the end, Classic triumphed.
GG! Classic is your GSL Codes Champion!
However, due to the Protoss having already grabbed his spot at DreamHack Dallas, it was Rogue who signed his ticket to Riyadh.
군대 가기 전에는 제가 되게 잘했던 선수였어가지고 진출했던 게 이제 그래도 되게 그동안 열심히 한 거에 보답받는 것 같아서 되게 뜻깊었던 것 같아요.
Now, let's turn our attention to BellamGen's Elite Star Azagora 2025, our last offline qualifier, where placing 4th is not necessarily a bad thing. The bracket was a true battle of attrition, but as the dust settled, the familiar faces prevailed, like Clem, the champion, Serral, and Zaun. All 3 had already booked their spot at the Esports World Cup, meaning Fortune smiled upon Showtime, who was earlier defeated by the Finnish phenom.
Getting 4th place at Star Sagara was definitely not a bad thing. I mean, qualifying was pretty much why I went to the tournament. It was like the main goal, so yeah, I was very happy with 4th place.
All right, Showtime, calm down there. Putting us all to shame. Yeah, but he did get to qualify on through via Star Azagora. Rotterdam, you were there to watch that as that goes down. It was a great time, but we have to talk about this match. Let's focus in, because obviously Clem, a Terran world champion, switches it up when it comes to TVT.
Yep, we have seen this a few times in the past, like Raynor had a little phase where he would play some Protoss against Zerg, but I felt like for Raynor it was more fun, memes, and prove a point that Protoss back then was not as bad as some of the Protoss players did say it was in that matchup, and I'd say that he got a couple nice wins, including a best of 1 over Serral, yada yada, but in the end he was still a Zerg player and he was always going to play ZVZ when it was for all the marbles. Clem has exclusively played PvT now for 9 months, what feels like, and we are 99.9% sure that he is going to play only Protoss against Terran. He's playing Beyond, he's gonna play Protoss. Why? Well, couple reasons. TVT has gone through a couple of changes, and I have the feeling that Clem doesn't like the current TVT meta that much. The old one, where it was a bit of an all-out brawl, suited him more than slow, methodical TVT, and clearly he thinks that Protoss is pretty damn good against Terran, James.
And overall, to summarize that, off racing at this level state is unreal. So to see our world champion being able to do it and do it spectacularly well with great results is just a treat to watch.
Yeah, he's one of the best PvT players in the world, which is incredible to see. But it makes sense. We see him play TVP, and he also looks like the best Terran versus Protoss player in the world. So just the understanding that he has of this matchup on both sides is phenomenal. And when you play Protoss and you have a very good read on exactly what Terran is capable of doing at every facet of the game, that is going to go a long way to helping you win.
I still think it's such a scary decision that he made obviously a while ago, and he's at peace with it, and he's always going to play Protoss here. But online, a couple minor cups is like, okay, you do your thing, and he tried it in an offline final against the Gumiho, the Home Story Cup. That was the very beginning of his journey.
Yes.
He got a lot better, but it's still scary to do it at the absolute biggest stage. What if you start falling down 0-1? Do you immediately have that little voice in your head saying like, maybe this wasn't the best plan all along? Like, I'm very excited to see how Clem's Protoss looks at the absolute biggest stage. I know he did it a bit in Dallas, lost the map to Percival. He's gonna have to be cleaner than this here, because Percival's good, but Beyond is a whole lot better.
I'm already theorizing a world where we get to a grand final and Clem is suddenly against a Terran, and then suddenly he wins a world championship as a second race. Can you imagine? Anyway, we are ready to get into this. It's going to be a treat for sure. We get to witness the world champion going up against Beyond here to figure out who's going to be advancing forwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, we wrapped up the play-ins and we have our players in the group stage now. Just gonna give you a quick rundown. 2 keys were crushed by the same player. It was all done by Hero Marine, Big Game himself, and he makes it into the next stage. But now, we have our first match of the group stage. Rachel?
Absolutely, we're heading into that. And just a little update, the way that is done is our group placements in the bracket from our play-in is randomized, not by seed. So, turns out Beyond is going to be facing off against Clem for this next match. Something he seems relieved by, but I don't understand that at all. Clem's so scary. So, if we're prepared, let's bring him on out.
That we shall. First match of the day. It's none other than Clem versus Bjorn.
From Team Liquid, the defending champion of EWC and StarCraft 2, it's Clem.
And up against him, a Terran with unmatched control and fearless micro, bringing chaos to the battlefield one stim at a time. All right, boys, the stage is set, and I believe we are now ready to begin the group stage of StarCraft 2 here at EWC. So let's head on over to our casters.
What's up, everybody? Tasteless and Loco here, bringing you a match of Clem versus Beyond. Clem, of course, the previous Esports World Cup champion, but going up against Beyond, someone who's looked very solid and very strong this year. We're going to find out if we have ourselves an upset or if things go as expected.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This should be a really interesting match. They already talked about it on the analyst desk, but it is very likely that we are going to be seeing Clem not playing Terran, but Protoss instead. For the vast majority of this year, he has just been playing Protoss whenever he goes up against a Terran opponent. The thing is, even though he is favored against Bjorn, even with Protoss, the last time they played against each other, it was a Bjorn win. Tasteless, this is only a best-of-3 series. If you're off-racing against a world-class Terran like Bjorn, I mean, even if you are the favorite, I think this is a scary match for Clem.
I'll tell you what, Loco, I think it's doable for Beyond. You're right, a best-of-3, that's not that many games. You only have to pull it off twice to advance. That being said, Clem is eerily strong as a Protoss player. You know, he's not a guy that will off-race as Protoss and have one gimmick or one thing he does. Instead, he's got a big range of stuff he could do. So it's going to be real tough, I think, for Beyond to go in here and take it. But again, if he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, I think it's certainly possible.
You're absolutely right, as we are loading into the first game of this best-of-3 series. It looks like we are indeed on the map Torches. And spotting right here in the bottom right, playing with Terran, we have Bjorn, a previous world champion of StarCraft 2, of course, back in 2016, if I'm not mistaken.
And in the top right, normally a Terran player, but now playing Protoss from France, is Clem. Of course, winning last year in 2024, here to do it again in 2025, and we've already got some craziness going. So this is a proxied barracks by Beyond. Now, it's on the other side of the gold mineral patches. We've had a lot of interesting cheeses where we have proxy stuff set up on the other side and you use workers to mine through, but this is you know, it's such a dirty cheese. I love it. Curious to see how effective this is going to be.
I think it's really clever, because if you let Clem just do his own game, he's actually very dangerous. I think Clem's Protoss versus Terran is rivaling that of, for example, Hero, for example, MaxPax. His PvT is excellent. But, of course, he doesn't have this, like, broad knowledge that a lot of those other Protoss players have, just because he hasn't been playing Protoss for as long. So throwing a curveball like this may just be able to catch him off guard. Now, this is weird. Why in the world would that... Even you just chose it. Why in the world would that SUV be carrying golden minerals?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, and even coming from the trajectory as well. Yeah, you immediately know. I think it was unwise for him to actually grab the gold minerals, because that kind of telegraphs what's going on. He's clearly been in that spot over there. We'll see if Clem can brace for impact. This is off of a proxied eBay to block where the Nexus would go. Keep in mind, this isn't like a full-on all-in. It's not like he has several barracks over here or anything to try to snowball the fight. Instead, it's going to be one Reaper coming in here now. The Stalker halfway complete.
Yep, and this is exactly that scary moment, right? It's only a single Reaper. That barracks is going to have to go back home. And so far, perfect control right there from Clem, as we have come to expect, losing absolutely nothing.
So, for now, yeah, I mean, you know, one of these, you know, proxy and like this, it could be a double-edged sword, because if you don't get that much done, well, then you have infrastructure that's on the wrong side of the map. So, A second Reaper comes out, but he's going to have to bail with this. And what looked like it could be an explosive and exciting start is already looking like Bjorn here in a disadvantage.
Yep, this is excellent right here for Clem. He did lose, apparently. I think that must have been the scouting workers there, but now the barracks is going to have to go back home, and that means that the factory has to be building its own add-on. If I'm not mistaken, that was a reactor, yeah. So we got to try, or sorry, a tech lab, of course, so we can try and transition here into a cyclone. Very important for Bjorn to get it out, but he has put himself a little bit behind because of it, and this is going to give Clem all the time in the world to transition to whatever he likes.
So now Clem going to put a little bit of pressure on here. The Zealot can basically never fight the Reaper. The Stalker's obviously going to be stronger, so he has to play keep away with that. Almost, I thought for a second he was going to push the Stalker into that of the Reaper, get the kill, but he takes it out with the Adept right at the start. And, you know, I got to say, Clem, usually when you get proxied and have to deal with some kind of rush, there's some kind of compensation that has to be made on the defender's end to keep things going. I don't know if that's the case in this game this time around.
Nope, I think Clem is totally fine. He's transitioning into Blink Stalkers. He loved those units. Rarely do we see him opening up Stargate in this matchup. It looks like he's going to follow it up with a Robo too, so Blink Stalker into Colossus will be more than likely here for the Frenchman. But so far, I think this is exactly the start that Clem is looking for. Right now, Bjorn is going to be forced to at least relax a little bit, right? Like he may move out with a drop or two, he may send some units across the map, but Bjorn has slowed himself down just a few seconds here and there, and it is going to give Clem quite a bit of wiggle room, but of course these sort of Medivac drops are still scary. He needs to make sure, though, that he does not overstay his welcome, because Blink is really not far off.
Yeah, and Blink can punish this very strongly. So the Cyclones are going to come up here. Going to go for a Worker and a Stalker. He can basically press forward, but you got to be careful not to overextend. The Stalker stays alive. The Medivac is going to be boosted away pretty perfectly there from Bjorn. He gets 2 probes, but you know, it's not enough right now for what he needs.
Okay, in the meantime, there is an Adept on the other side of the map as well, just mostly used for scouting. Would not be surprised if we're going to be seeing a third Nexus here in a moment as well. How many gateways does Clem actually have at this point? He's on just 2. Yeah, so he will very likely be expending in just a second.
Yeah, unless he decides to be like maybe more aggro here. He does like to do these kind of moves over here. So the attack comes in, and I think there's not quite enough SCVs, and so that tank is going to go down. The Stalker's coming, and they actually blink underneath the Medivac. An interesting exchange here. It seems like the Stalkers are going to be driven away, leaving 3. Yeah, Clem, it's funny, he likes to be very aggro with his Stalkers a lot. We've seen many games where he blinks into the natural, tries to snipe a tank or maybe even a bunker if he's got the momentum on his side. And he's going to just stay on the outside, maybe try to blink it again.
We get a little bit of first-person view here from Clem, who's following this up with even more gateways, Tasteless, so he is not done whatsoever. He did lose a few Stalkers just now, though. You need to be very careful. Those Cyclones are not to be underestimated, and that Micro, of course, there. Oh my god, he's adding on even more. Are we going, like, how many is that? Like 8 in total now? Are we going like an 8 or a 7 gate all in?
So I've seen some of it. It's very unusual. It's kind of counter what we would expect is textbook. And so he will take a third eventually, but the idea is he front loads the gateways. And a lot of times Terrans, they tend to push out around when that third is started. And you can basically clobber the Terran here. So, you know, the Stalkers are going to come out at a rate that's a little bit unusual. And, you know, Bjorn, who might be trying to go with a normal ebb and flow of a TVP, could get punished.
Yeah, it's a difficult map to push on, though. Like, how in the world do you engage here in that natural expansion? He did go for charge, and he did go for the storm. I'm mostly concerned. Can he catch this? Nope. Medivac does get away for now.
Looks like he noticed just not in time. Little loopy-loop there from Bjorn. He's going to go back here through the bottom. As we get in further along into this game, we want to watch really carefully and see if the Terran overextends, because if the Terran is going to smash the Protoss, you don't want to be hemorrhaging units here and there.
Yeah, I'm mostly concerned here for the economy that Clem has. Usually at this point in a Protoss versus Terran, Protoss is already a little further ahead. And at this point, Bjorn is starting to outgrow the opponent a bit, but we do, of course, have that very quick storm, and, well, we already saw that earlier today as well, as it looks like one of the units ended up going down.
You know, it does seem, yeah, I think we just barely...
He's not happy about that at all.
Yeah, I think we
it's
just saw...
I was going to say that looked like an Immortal, but he must have accidentally rallied that across the map. This is when that little voice in your head, though, here, as Clem starts talking to you, too. Maybe I should have been playing Terran instead. Looks like we are going for the High Templar snipe. At least there's not going to be Storm now on all of them, because one of them was morphed into an Archon.
Forcing that Archon is big. A nice Storm over here it's all going to be about how much storm damage the Terran absorb here, and that was quite a bit. The Zealots are going to come down onto that tank. This push has been shut down. The Stalker's going for even more damage. He ends up getting everything but one medevac. Beyond frustrated in that moment, I think especially when he forced the Archon with the Cyclones coming in there, I thought he'd be able to do a lot more, but Clem immediately able to just handle that engagement. And now the counterplay is going to come in here. I don't see enough to actually repair this bunker. He blinks away with a perfect dodge. The Warp Prism comes in here with a Warp in, and it's just SCVs. I think this game might be over.
Yeah, that medevac drop, though, it did sneak towards the left and has now arrived over at the third base, as you can see in the picture-in-picture. Still, though, Clem is going to continue the aggression and blinks into the main base. Whew, that was sick.
That was a wild endgame there. You could see it was a little crazy for both of them. We caught the tail end of it, but Clem lost the spotter outside of his base. He said it might have been an Immortal even rallied there.
I think he believed that he sniped the full medevac, so he just sort of considered that the push to the third base there wasn't even a possibility. And keep in mind, he even had a misrallied Immortal here. So this was for at least Clem's standards, which admittedly are very high. This was still a relatively messy game, I think, from him. And the fact that he still actually gets the job done here is kind of crazy.
He certainly seems to know when the Terran is weak, right? He knew that not only could he shut down the push, but he can follow it up with potentially a game-ending counterattack. You know, when you lose those tanks in the push, and it's pretty hard to get away with the tanks if you don't put them in medevacs, suddenly you don't have a whole lot to protect that position. Now, Clem knows he's just one win away from advancing to the next moment here, but that was a bumpy game. Let's also give Bjorn some credit here. He opened up with the proxy racks that did virtually nothing. And so, you know, that's where the double-edged sword of the proxy comes into play, right? I mean, if you don't get a lot done, I think a lot of times we think of it from the defender's advantage, but the reality is your barracks is on the other side of the map. You're not making a lot of the units you need out of that would help you into that mid-game push. And so I'm curious to see what kind of opening we're going to see here from Bjorn. Clem, of course, having an incredible range here as well. When it comes to Protoss play, he's not defined as necessarily aggressive or defensive. He's really almost like a Zerg player who's very reactive. He kind of scouts, sees what you've got, and then deals with it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I haven't really seen him play a lot of Stargate openers in this matchup. I would really like to see some of that, although it feels very far, especially a Phoenix build, it feels very far from what Terrans are used to. But, you know, there's a lot of overlap, right, between the ways that you micro Stalkers and Prisms compared to, for example, Medevacs and Marines and Marauders. It's a lot of activity out on the map, whereas something like a Stargate opener, which is not entirely uncommon in this matchup, it's very different. It micros entirely differently. But either way, we are now on a map called Persephone, and spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Bjorn.
And his opponent here in the top left in the blue from France, it is Clem. Last year's Esports World Cup champion here with a very decisive victory versus Cyril. Looking strong today. Similar themes in game two. I guess, you know, it's going to be a different build. The ingredients a little bit different here. A double racks.
It's so funny because in the series that we've seen Bjorn play today, when he falls behind and he loses the first map of a best of 3, he switches it up and goes for a cheese in game 2. It feels very counterintuitive, you know what I mean? When you're behind and you're like, okay, well, I guess we gamble. Let's bring out the coin flip. It's very risky here, but of course, Clem is looking around. He sees that a gas geyser is taken, at the very least, that will give him some info. But you never know whether or not there's a second barracks out, whether it's just going to be a single one. Bjorn, I think in hindsight, he should not have gone for that. Lose a little bit of mining time.
That's actually a pretty big deal. When you got the very best in the world, if you can bait them into attacking you, every resource is going to be returned a little bit later. Obviously, from Clem's perspective, not seeing barracks inside the main tells you all that you need to know. There is hidden racks, in this case 2 on the map. You know, this is Reapers again. It's more barracks, but the barracks
he does it a second time.
I can't believe he keeps doing that. And I do feel as though Beyond the nerves are really kicking in.
That's big, though. That is... He finally wants to get it, but okay. Well, he snipes it, but he lost way more than the minerals that he gained there. But.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's some closure there to that nightmare part of the early game, but, you know, he's going to have Reapers coming out on the map. It's going to be up to Clem to play a defensive game. More Reapers this time, but obviously further away than in game 1. And Yeah, I mean, I guess the most mystifying thing to me about this game is just how many times we saw the SCV pull there from Beyond. Unusual at this level of play.
So far, the Reapers haven't really done anything yet, right? I mean, Beyond is going to be able to get that mule mining going now, so economically he will be okay. But he made all these Reapers, now finally they spring into motion, but there's not like a quick factory on the back of this. He can obviously join them up with like Hellions later on if he wants to, but those Reapers are, generally speaking, worse the longer that the game goes on for, right? And, well, maybe they can somehow pass each other by here in the middle of the map. That's probably the luckiest thing there that Beyond could have had. He doesn't even know, but he's gonna find the base mostly unprotected.
Yeah, he's going to try to close it on this Stalker. We don't have the Protoss trainer. Oh my god, he gets to the battery just in time. The 3 Reapers are going to go into the main, but we've got a big attack down here in the south.
Yeah, in the meantime, in the natural expansion of Beyond, there's a lot of units there too, and the command center gets delayed. The bunker looks like it's going to get sniped as well. This is an eye for an eye, but I think the eye here that Clem is getting is way better because the bunker is gone. And if he can force a council on this command center, that would be absolutely massive. So far, Beyond just can't really get his feet under him.
Yeah, I mean, forcing a cancel here, I'm not going to say it's fatal, but it's hard to see a trajectory where Terran can make it through the rest of the game. The command center's in the low. You can see Clem just scurrying a little bit back here in case there's something to close in on it. It's canceled. We have another command center made in the main, but
supply block here as well because of it, by the way. Like he relied on that command center finishing up, so Beyond is slowly falling apart. He does have a supply depot finishing now, but the clock is ticking. Clem is getting the Blink Stalkers going once again. They're about a quarter of the way done, right? That upgrade that is. He's going to continue the dance for the time being, though, even though this is usually a little unheard of. He's got the numbers.
Yeah, he's almost going to be able to force his way up here.
Yeah, risky.
You can see the difference in intensity. Next to the APM monitor, we have the heart rate monitor here. Clem at a heart rate of 87 compared to Beyond at 131.
He's relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, Clem completely in a relaxed state, basically trying to gauge how to navigate the rest of his game. Beyond, look, if he loses here, he's going to lose this best of 3. It is a game that is maybe going to be one of the hardest ones in his entire career. Playing from behind versus Clem. You know, not only is Clem one of the best Protoss versus Terran players, even though his main race is Terran, there's not that many games of him out there compared to other players that would main with that race, right?
It's actually kind of weird too, right? Like, you know, losing is never something you want as a competitor, but I feel like when you lose against your opponent's off race, it's just like a little bit more painful.
Something feels very wrong about it. All these pros can play all the races on some level, but I mean, this is really historic here that we're seeing Clem choose Protoss at the Esports World Cup here, and making it work right now.
Now, I like this here from Beyond, though. So Beyond basically fell behind. He's like, okay, you know what? I am in a very rough position. I'll just add on 2 command centers at the same time. The problem becomes those Stalkers. Clem is ready for a push once again. He's once more not going for a super fast third. How much damage can he deal right over here?
I mean, there's nothing in the main to protect this. It's going to be a lot of kills on all the workers. Oh, maybe he's just going to go for the tech lab.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. It's not even upgrading stem, but I guess he might as well take it out and delay that even further here. He's actually able to keep most of these Stalkers here in the back, doing damage to the factory. You know, normally you need about 3 tanks to keep Stalkers from doing this. There's only 1 right now. And, I mean, he's going to take out the Cyclone. He can basically take advantage of this surface area. Remember, there's no medevac here. So the Marines can't heal. Any damage on them is basically permanent.
That was great work right there by Clem. Even though he didn't really kill anything super critical, he still got some value, right? And that is Clem in a nutshell. He will always continue doing things when he has the APM available. Even though that didn't really hurt the Terran too much. It's just a little bit of frustration and a very small advantage. Now, what I really like here from Clem, though, is that across the board, he seems to be prioritizing tech over expansions. I feel like over the last year, we've been seeing Protoss players go for faster third next side than this. We do have the Reapers going in. Finally, Beyond getting a little bit of counter damage done. So far, he hasn't really been able to achieve much, but now by the time that Beyond can actually go for a push, because the third has been delayed in favor of faster tech, we're gonna get Storm again. And how do you do any all-in? I mean, we've seen a lot of 2-base all-ins lately. How can you do a 2-base all-in against somebody that has Storm?
I think it's why it's so popular. I mean, as an example, you look at Classic, who likes to do this just on 2 bases, just because it simplifies the mid-game so much. But we've got Clem on an operational 3 bases. Medevacs are going to go out. I think he could run into this.
The Stalkers are here. He has a Zealot on the
it's in
side. There's
spot.
no way.
It's perfectly through the blind spot. I think the Zealot may have seen the flicker.
That was so close. I mean, Björn doesn't even know how lucky he got there. If he would have gotten blinked on and he loses 2 Medivacs full of units, that would be an absolute disaster. Now maybe he's got an opportunity, but keep in mind there are High Templar at home to defend against this, and it's not like Björn doesn't usually go for drop play. Great movement there on the probes as well, and other reinforcements are coming in. Here's the Prism with the High Templar. Boom, he sees exactly what he's playing against right now as well. Clem is actually so freaking good at playing Protoss.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Now we have the Medivacs stuck in the top left. I mean, there's a way they could get out. They might take some more damage. We don't have a third base here for Terran. There's a lot of factors here that are just adding up to Protoss being further ahead. It looks like the third command center is going to try to glide out over there further to the right, adjacent to the second base. I do feel like we will see Clem wind up with a big attack, and I think that's actually going to happen right now.
Yeah, he does decide to push in. Charge is available. He needs to go through the choke point. There's just not enough units available here, though, for Gun. It looks like as we have the Storms landing on whatever Clem can really aim his Storm on right now. It's because, though, there is still a Medivac drop available. Those were hiding in the top left-hand corner. But, I mean, you may be able to deal some damage to the Protoss' main. If you lose the entire natural, it is not worth it at all. And honestly, Clem making it look easy here in his first best of 3 of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very decisive win, very clean. You know, you could see Björn didn't have a whole lot of solutions as far as what he needed to do. Try to do something to come in there and do a little bit of damage early on. It didn't work out. In fact, in a lot of ways, it backfired. Clem really seized that moment, came in there, punished, and closed it out, 2-0.
Absolutely. And you can tell here that Clem plays it very similar to the way that he plays Terran too, right? Like he grabs a small advantage and then he builds on top of it. Like he layers the aggression up, and it's extremely similar to the way that he likes to play that Terran bio approach as well. Honestly, a phenomenal series right there by the world champion. I mean, we had a couple of sloppy moments, I guess, in game number 1 with the Immortal getting misrallied, but I mean, he still made that one work. I think across the board, that was what Clem would probably consider a nice warm-up.
Yeah, Clem really making history. Off racing versus Terran, doing an incredible job, making it work. I don't know who's going to be able to stop him in this matchup.
All right, well, let's hear from the man himself on the stage.
Thank you very much, boys. I am joined by Clem here at the SNB Esports Arena after a very quick series for the first best of 3 at the group stage. Now, I want to ask you, when it comes to that first game, you lost that Immortal early on, and then you saw Björn coming in with the push. What was going through your minds?
Yeah, I got very nervous at that point because, of course, it's a massive blunder at this point to lose the Immortal like that. I just didn't pay attention. And honestly, I was a little bit nervous as well. But I was very scared when I lost that. And I saw he was just like going to my base. I was like, oh no, that could get very ugly, very bad. But then it kind of worked out nicely. The 2 High Templars that had no energy got caught. But it was kind of fine because I killed the 2 Cyclones and I morphed them into an Archon. And then the only High Templar who had energy like came back in the back and then stormed his army. So that worked out nicely in the end, but yeah, very, very scary.
It was very scary, and it was very close, but look, you still closed it out. You still got that 2-0 in the first best of 3 for yourself. Now, I want to ask you, you're playing your off race, you're playing Protoss versus Terran. Talk to me about that. Do you think you can take on any Terran player with your Protoss?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been having better results with my PVT than my TVT over the past year or so since I've been playing Protoss against Terran. And honestly, I just really enjoy playing Protoss as well against Terran. I think it's very fun. So I enjoy it. I enjoy practicing it, and I think I could take down anyone. But yeah.
Well, so far, you're proving that you can do exactly that. 2-0 in your first series against Björn, and you'll move on to the next stage. But now we're going to head on over to the studio as we prepare ourselves for the second game in the group stage.
Well, that was slightly terrifying because Clem just looked like he was playing with his food almost, going up against one of the best Terrans in the world with his Protoss. Clem, 2-0 here in his first series at the Esports World Cup. Joining me, Rotterdam and State, to talk about this one. Rotty, I'm scared for the Terrans.
I think a lot of Terrans were already terrified to go up against Clem, the man who's known to have the best Terran versus Protoss in the world, and some say he's actually the best Protoss against Terran player in the world. I was incredibly impressed by the first start, or like basically the early start of game 1. Proxy Reaper, Zealot is out of position, Reaper hops into the main base, immediately starts getting on top of the probes. So I was like, okay, this is right now a moment where it's very important, keep your nerves under control. I say it's a guaranteed probe loss. Very often that's -2 probes. Clem loses 0. I'm like, oh, that set the stage, all right. Like, that's as good as it gets. That was perfect probe micro. I think that gave him some confidence. He did have like a little slip up, and it actually got a tiny bit scary. I felt like in game 1, but energy recharge is pretty good. You drop a couple storms, and yeah, the rest is history.
It was impressive, man. I feel like Clem, and this sounds so crazy to say because he's been playing Protoss for, what, less than a year? But just around a year, right? He has like some of the best PBT micro I have ever seen.
Yeah.
It is phenomenal. You see the control that he goes for in these fights. He is so decisive. He is so aggressive. You know, he takes fights where it looks like he should win, and of course he does win them, but he wins them so much harder than you would expect.
Yeah.
It is just kind of insane how the momentum, it changes in an instant and it just turns into a kill move.
Terrifying to go up against someone that you know has the understanding of your race at a world championship level, right, as well. So to be able to play both sides of that matchup, Roddy, it is a very insane skill to have, which means then when you're a Terran on the opposite side looking at it, you know you've got to work all that much harder to try and put a dent in the boy.
Yep, and it's just a difficult matchup right now for a lot of Terrans.
Agreed.
Especially, like, you need to get something done in the beginning, but Protoss has a lot of strong defensive tools early on. But if you don't get anything done, then Protoss takes 5-6 bases, and you're going up against 20+ gateways, and it's just Zealot Stalker galore everywhere. I am very impressed by Clem, but I also am a tiny bit disappointed by Beyond in that second game. Like, we pulled SCVs, like, what, 3 times to kill a probe that's going around the main? Like, come on, that's something we did in the first week of Wings of Liberty. Like, you just don't do that. That is so bad for your build order. And obviously that second game, the moment that command center gets cancelled, it's almost game over. Like, that's not something you come back from against someone like Clem, who's incredibly good in the matchup. The first game, I felt that Beyond maybe could have been a tiny bit more decisive early on. Like, we were sitting in the background, like, just click that Reaper in, kill some probes. Like, the early economic damage you deal hurts Protoss so bad. And I'm completely okay with losing a Reaper if I get 2 probes. I'm even more okay if I kill 3 probes. He didn't do it. He was a little bit hesitant, and obviously Clem capitalized.
Watching the reactions of Beyond, I do wonder how much mental hardship he's going up against Clem in that kind of scenario, because watching him mid-series as well, he does do the a lot, but also, you know, you're just kind of seeing how his eyes are moving around, stuff like that. He was definitely fighting battles in his mind as well.
It is the complete opposite of Clem too, because we see Clem turn game 1 on a dime where it looked like it maybe wasn't in the best position, and then he takes one good fight and the game is over like a minute after that. And you see him after the match is over, he's like, oh, I guess that worked. You know, he's happy-go-lucky, so cheerful, whereas Beyond, it looks like he's just being tortured trying to play TVP against one of the best PvT players we have in the world right now.
Yeah, just terrifying, terrifying. All right, well, that does mean now Beyond unfortunately falls down into the lower bracket, so he's not done just yet. It is, of course, double elimination format here for the groups, and Clem will be moving on a little bit further. Look here. I think Beyond, as always, must have said something a little cheeky to Clem at the very end, and Clem is like, no, don't, because Clem is still, as much as he is our world champion and playing 2 races at a world champion pace, he's still very humble about things. So great to see Clem starting off very fiery here, Roddy.
Yep, with his off race. That is now his main race in this matchup. No, it is incredibly impressive. Obviously, Team Liquid has a lot of high hopes on Clem. Cure as well, but they are expecting to score some real points in StarCraft 2 for that club championship. And Clem obviously off to a good start. I'm sure it won't be the last W we'll see Clem have, as he is going to now face the winner of Zaun Solar. I think no matter who Clem faces, then Clem will be the favorite, but those are obviously 2 incredibly scary Koreans as well. And we'll see him play Terran, that's a guarantee.
Yeah, bear in mind as well, it's not just this stream that you guys can tune into at home. We also have the B stream that is watching some of those games unfold here throughout the day too. So make sure to, you know what, just have both open. Or, you know, go check out the VODs later on if you're not able to do that and how that's all going to go down. But so far, did I see that Solar was 1 up against Sound? Did I see that?
I actually missed that completely. Yeah, he might have been.
Okay, well.
I was so keyed in on just watching Clem play PvT that everything else in the world kind of disappeared for a moment, you know?
I was so busy listening to Roddy that I was like,
I trust your eyesight so much more than I trust mine.
Do you?
Yeah. I've got hard contacts, but I don't know what they're doing right now because it's pretty blurry over here, James. So if you saw it, I believe you, but I didn't.
All right, well, I get word that we are ready for a break here before we actually move on into our next series. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to that break, and when we return, we have more awesome StarCraft 2 on the way for you. right, you rapscallions, look at that. We have got Shin going up against Reina next here on the main stream to find out which Zerg is more Zergy. And look at that, both of them are ready to be as Zergy as possible. And speaking of rapscallions, I have two rascals here on the stage to talk to me about everything that's going on. I got Loco, I got Wardy to talk about Shin versus Reina. What do you think about this one, Loco?
Well, it's a Zerg versus Zerg. It's a best-of-3 series, and it's between two players that don't really play against each other all too often. Obviously, Reina, mostly on the European server, Shin, mostly on the Korean server, and ZVZ cross-server, because it's such a fast-paced matchup, it's just really difficult. So, in general, I find this a really hard one to predict as well, right? Because Shin has just gotten very, very dangerous. Reina is always scary. I mean, historically, he's one of the very few players that could actually take on somebody like Serral. I honestly don't know what to expect from this one.
Yeah, Shin internationally for me became the new age hope ender after Rogue had already gone away for a little bit and some of these international tournaments, Wardy, because he just came in, was demolishing every race he could and really ending a lot of people's dreams in late stage brackets.
That's Shin, right? Like he ended that Serral run that year, you know? He's been out there for a while now, and he's been consistently doing the same thing, which is like, hey, look, I'm Shin, and sometimes I pop off. And I think ZVZ is the matchup he's most likely to do it in. Reynor has not been perfect. He's not been the Reynor that we talked about in years gone by, at least not yet. Maybe in a couple of days' time, we'll be talking about something different there. But I think the reality is it's a difficult matchup here for Reynor because it's an uncertain matchup, and it really could go either way, especially in a best-of-3. That's super scary.
Yep, for sure. Obviously, Reina plays at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He is going to be no stranger to trying to bring the fight here to Shin, but Shin can be tricky as well. So what do you think for kind of Reina's prospects coming into, I guess, not only this match, but coming into the group as a whole?
I think Reina is like one of like the favorites for the entire tournament. I mean, maybe not like at like the level of like a Clem or a Serral, but he's always a monster, and he's been putting in the work.
Yeah.
But like Wardy was saying, right? Like Zerg versus Zerg is super volatile, and it's only a best-of-3 at this stage in the tournament, so not a lot has to go wrong for like everything to fall apart. Now, he did hang out with us in the green room for a little bit, and he seems really comfortable right now.
Oh, okay.
So he just sat down for a little bit and watched some of the games with us, and he seems like he's ready. But, you know, still, it's a ZVZ. Anything can really happen, and Shin is an absolute monster.
Yeah, it's that uncertainty that really gets me, right? Reynor could show up 2-0, look really good, gets a good scout, gets a good read. And no one would be surprised. Like, of course, he's meant to do that, right? But I just wouldn't be surprised if Shin does something a little tricksy, catches Reynor off guard, the all-in Reynor's not prepared for, right? Because that's ZVZ in a nutshell at the best of times. And like I said, like Reynor has been caught out by Korean ZVZ lately, especially against Solo a lot of the time. Now I think Solo is actually one of the better Zergs in Korea right now, so, you know, maybe that's fair enough. But Shin has that ability. Like I say, if this was another matchup, I feel a lot more comfortable for Reynor. I think it's actually one of the worst draws he maybe could have gotten in the first round.
Fair. All right, well, before we actually get into this game, let's take a look back, because we've had many steps towards the Esports World Cup. So let's take a cheeky look at DreamHack Dallas. Let's do that. Many roads lead to the Esports World Cup, but few are as harsh as DreamHack Dallas. A final test before the World Championship, which only 4 players managed to pass. The first one was Maru, a true icon and master of the Terran race. In Bracket A, he glided through his opponents and earned himself a spot in the playoffs without dropping a single map.
제가 국제전 우승이 없어서 너무 아쉬웠는데.
Later, Maru took care of the Protoss, passing through Hero 3-2 to later then take down Classic 3-1. After that, only Solar remained in the grand final, which became a very one-sided TVZ.
일단 드림핵 달라스에서 생각지도 못하게 우승을 해가지고.
Yes, Solar indeed fought valiantly and secured his grand final spot after dealing with Bracket D opponents, where he only lost to Serral.
Like, he was really strong than I expected.
In the playoffs, he disposed of his fellow Zergs, Reina and Shin, and thus could already start packing for the Esports World Cup. Speaking of Shin, he also reached top 4 starting in Bracket A, where he had to fight all the way through the lower bracket after suffering a defeat at the hands of Creator. 5 games later, he landed in the playoffs and reached the semis after taking down none other than Clem.
제가 근데 항상 모든 해외대 갔을 때 1일차에는 사실 잘하지 못했어요, 항상 거의. 그래서 2일차는 뭔가 자신감이 좀 있었던 것 같고, 그리고 오히려 패자조에서 하다 보니까 좀 편하게 게임을 했어요. 그러다 보니까 좀 잘 됐던 것 같아요.
Lastly, we have Classic, a Protoss who almost had the perfect run in bracket C. Almost being the key word, as he was stopped by Clem, only to later redeem himself by defeating Bunny, and in the quarterfinal, silence none other than the Finnish phenom, Serral.
제가 달라스에서 세랄 선수를 이겼었는데 이렇게 승리까지 할 줄은 몰랐는데 3대2로 승리하게 되어가지고 정말 너무 기뻤습니다.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Thank you, Kalaris. As we now focus on how all of these players actually got here.
You want to be a guest on the couch as well for yourself.
You know, I'm so proud of you, James. You got so many jobs nowadays.
You can walk over here if you want to and just talk to yourself.
I'm not allowed to move from the chair. I've been glued to the chair. Do not move, Kalaris, all right? Unless you're doing some voiceovers for something else. I got to do a lot of voiceovers recently. It's very fun, very fun. But yes, we had a great time over in DreamHack Dallas watching all of those players actually be able to advance on, and Shin was one of those coming out of that loco.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's been looking very strong, right? In general, I mean, taking down some of the very best players in the world. I feel like Shin is one of those names that can genuinely win against anybody. Like, nobody would be too surprised if he takes down anybody, but I also feel like very few people would pick him as like a favorite going into a big tournament like this.
Yeah, I mean, so if you cast your mind back to that Intel Extreme Masters Katowice where he was just destroying dreams left, right, and center, I think that was just a perfect opportunity for him to try and maybe take a cheeky international here and there. It's eluded him so far, Wardy. I don't know if this is the one. With all the expert names that are here already.
It's really tough. Like, he's definitely in that dark horse category, right? Where, you know, it's actually funny because coming out of last year, after Esports World Cup last year, he had this crazy run where he was like the player to beat online. Yeah, like, he was knocking down everybody, and he kind of lost a little bit of that. And it's just like, if he could capture that just for a few days, maybe he could. He's been to the top 4. He's been so close. Just a couple matches away, but those last couple matches are always going to be hard, no matter who you've taken out on your way.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a magical run for Shin for sure. But let's take a look at the updated bracket and see what we've got so far from our group, because we did, at the very beginning of all of this, have Clem look insane in PVT. It just looked a ridiculous showing from him. And now we actually have the update that Solar 2-0 Zaun. So Zaun coming in as part of that green wave that Rotterdam was on about. But it's slowly, the green wave is petering out a little here.
Well, you know what, Clem? I mean, he's listed over here as a Protoss against Solar. I don't think he's going to be playing Protoss against Solar.
No.
He will certainly be playing TVZ
Change that logo right now. But anyway, actually, let's check in with the B stream and see what the update they have to give us regarding that Solar matchup.
We are here from the B stage where we just witnessed and casted, actually, myself and Dave, Solar and Sound go at it. Dave, how about a quick thesis statement about what just happened?
Yeah, Solar came in just ultra aggressive and battered his way through Zaun. Zaun had put up a real strong defense in Game 2, but he eventually crumbled to that unrelenting pressure that Solar is so good at.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much confidence in Solar as he was kind of saying, this is what I expected, this is what happened, and this is what was always going to happen, right? He was very much playing the mind games and everything worked out in his favor, or that's how the interview with Ravi went. But then the confidence kind of shattered.
Yeah, he found out his next round opponent was Clem, and you just saw, like, all the joy drain from his face. And, yeah, you know, I honestly think he's a pretty good matchup against Clem, but it was a very interesting juxtaposition to see that happen, and that's what a reigning world champion will do.
Yeah, I mean, he said, please fear me a little bit, was his battle words. So, yeah, but we had a great time here, so thank you for having me guest cast, and we'll see you guys around.
Thank you very much, boys, for that update. Great to have Steadfast here along for the ride, as he is, of course, replacing Pig. And we also actually, now that I mentioned that, congratulations, of course, to Pig for the fantastic news he has as well. But also, Steadfast taking hairstyling tips from Hero Marine. What do you think about that, Loco?
Wait, what happened? I missed this.
It was unbelievably tall.
Oh, yeah. No, I saw that as well on Hero Marines earlier. Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, and on Dave as well, apparently, here, Wardy. Impressive.
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 You know what, James? If I'm not going to say much at any point, it's going to be talking about fashion.
Yeah, no, fair. We're not exactly the biggest fashionistas, are we? To be frank. Speaking of which, before we actually get into this game, what do you think of the new Basilisk jersey? I think that's quite the fashionista choice as well. It looks good, no?
Yeah, they do look really cool for sure. I mean, I would kind of like to have one. I heard there's a whole lot of them somewhere.
Wait, what? Here?
Yeah, apparently there were quite a few for the players, but I don't think they're going to let go of any of them.
Oh, well.
No.
Damn it. All right. Oh, well. We'll hassle Rotterdam. Rotterdam's bound to have
I'm sure he will
something.
love that if you do that. Sure.
Yeah. Actually, if you could tweet at Rod... No, don't do that. All right, we're almost ready to get our player walk-ins going, but let's reset back to seriousness here for a very important match between these two. Wardy, your impressions as we take a look at the map vetoes going into Shin versus Reina for their match. Important match.
I mean, we've got some of the bigger maps, right? Maganatha is going to be in there. Incorporeal plays very interestingly if you get to the later stages. That's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee we even get to Game 3 either. Persephone's fun too because it's got very kind of left side back and forth, but you can also do some really cool things, harassing, pull back to that healing shrine, get healed up, go again.
Yep.
So as far as ZVZ goes, I think we've got some fun maps. It's still going to be a volatile coin flip, though.
Ooh, Mr. Loco, your thoughts before we go in?
Yeah, I think they picked the big maps just to make sure that at the very least the games go a little bit longer, right? Because you're always worried that like there is just a 13-12 or some sort of hyper-aggressive Zerg rush coming across. I think it's smart to pick the larger maps and maybe at least force the games to go a little bit longer. Because again, it can just be over in a heartbeat, and I don't think either of them really want to, they don't really want to risk it.
Yeah, I'm getting word that we're just 2 more minutes out from the game here, so we will just wait a little bit more before we actually do get to it. I get it about the bigger maps and things like that, but sometimes you get ZVZs where they pick the bigger maps, and then someone in their infinite wisdom says to themselves, ha, we picked the bigger maps, so I am going to cheese.
Yeah, they think they're real clever, man.
Yeah,
You
they
just
do.
pick the bigger map and I'm going to cheese anyway.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Reno did that because I think Shin on a big map might be like, oh, you know what? I fancy cheeky little Spire.
Yes,
so
yes.
I think something like that might come along. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Like that's the best part of ZVZ, right? Is that anything can really happen. Like there's no guarantee we see a late game. It could be quick and dirty. That is the fun of that matchup. And with so much on the line, because dropping down to that lower bracket's not looking fun. Like, Bjorn and Zaun have lost so far. They have to play each other. Like, that's a rough matchup for both of those guys. It's getting real here.
Yeah, for sure. A previous X-World champion, of course, in Bjorn. Zaun has just come off the back of winning a Home Story Cup. I mean, a Home Story Cup, there's things involved in Home Story Cup, but it's still a decent tournament to actually take here. Looking at Zaun's win against Showtime in the final. Showtime felt like he was just a little bit out of shape in that final, but Zaun's clearly no pushover. Has been playing some great StarCraft recently.
Oh no, Zaun is like one of the very best Protoss players in the world now. Like he is certainly not a walkover at all. He's a dangerous player. Yeah.
He really is. And to be honest, I love it when Steadfast explained that Solar was aggressive coming out the gates. I was like, no, Solar? Aggressive in the ZVP?
He's been doing that for some time.
Yeah. But I mean, the entire bracket shaping up to be fun, right? Solar against Clem, I actually think it's a really good matchup. I don't think that's easy for Clem. Solar has been actually really pushing him online in ZVT, so I could believe in a potential upset. It's not going to be easy, but there's hope.
I mean, I'm trying to think with our top 16, are there any disappointing matches I could even think of? And I really can't think
This
of
entire
any.
tournament is set up perfectly.
It's
Like honestly, like all of the games are good.
You fly all the best StarCraft 2 players out. It's like, oh no, they're all great, right?
Like all the matches are really sick. Yeah.
It's unbelievably stacked. Unbelievably stacked. I mean, admittedly, like we get moments where Cyan might come in as a bit of an extreme underdog, right, compared to some of the other names. But we have had Chinese underdogs do cheeky things in the past.
They've done okay.
Things can happen, Loco.
Didn't he start off that Katowice tour in Maru, though, for that time, like a year or so ago?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So, like, don't count him out, especially in the first round best of 3. Yeah. Anything's possible, man.
All right, gentlemen, we are ready. Thank you very much, everybody else, for tuning in around the world. We are good to go to the stage. So without further ado, let's get our next match underway here for the Esports World Cup.
Thank you, Kalaris. Thank you, Kalaris. Thank you, Loco. Thank you, Wardy. And Brett, ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the day is done. We are now going into our second match of the groups. It is a clash of titans, as we have Europe's fearless prodigy taking on Asia's rising Zerg in a ultimate showdown.
Let's welcome to the stage for their first games of the tournament, from Weibo Gaming, Shin, and from Basilisk, Rainer. Shin struck a blow to the champion Clem at DreamHack Dallas in his quest for qualification. But is his ZVZ up to snuff?
And on the opposing side, hot off a 2-month warm-up in Korea for EWC. Can Rainer step up to the plate and start his journey here at EWC with a win? One is a world champion, the other out to prove he belongs. Rainer versus Shin starts right now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Tasteless. Back with me is Artosis. Good to be with you, Artosis. The band is back together again. And what a match we've got. A ZVZ here with Shin versus Rainer.
Yeah, pretty excited to finally start casting some Zerg vs. Zerg games with you, Tasteless. We are the garbage disposal unit of matches at these live events. Whatever other people don't jump on me and Tasteless look at each other, we wink and we say, we love ZVZ.
This is going to be a fun one. Shin lately has been playing extremely well. Bringing a lot of really strong play. I think this year and last year, he's really proven himself after being overshadowed by not just Zergs in Korea, but by Zergs, in Europe as well. He's going to be a threat, but at the same time, Rainer's in extremely good shape. He was actually just recently in Korea training, participating in both the GSL as well as the RSL. I think Rainer should take this, but it's very possible that we have an upset.
Well, everyone keeps talking about the volatility that exists in Zerg vs. Zerg, and it is true to a certain extent, but, Rainer was just actually over in the caster green room talking to us and said he's in very good shape right now. He's feeling strong. His ZVZ is well prepared. So, yeah, I definitely do lean towards him, but you shouldn't count out Shin. He is one of the more underrated players of, the past 4 years.
That's right. He's definitely brought in enough of a range of play where it's very hard to tell if he's going to be aggressive and try to all in, if he's going to be doing a macro game or some kind of a timing. He also just has a lot of different types of unit compositions that he can use, so he's really the complete picture. Rainer, of course, a previous world champion, was hungry to come back and win last year's EWC. Of course, we know what happened there. Clem ended up taking everything, actually defeating Cyril, but at the same time... Oh, nice. Okay, so...
Be quiet,
I know.
Tasteless.
Enough with the history immediately out of the gates. I was talking about Shin could macro or he could cheese. Well, this is a very, very early pool.
Well, that's a 12 pool right there. I'm excited for it, man. This is about as cheesy as you can get to build your spawning pool absolutely first. Can't wait to see if he can actually break Rainer with this. If you're a pro-level Zerg, you're very good at holding on against rushes like this, but sometimes it's just not going to happen.
Well, let's not forget, it's one of these rushes where if you slip up for even a half a second, the damage will get in there and that can compound pretty quickly. And let's also be sure to mention, the stakes are so high here at EWC, and a best of 3 is as short as you get in a competitive match. So if we could see Shin pull the rug out from under Rainer and take him out with this rush, that would be huge.
It would be huge. You can start to lose a little bit of your mentality there, too. There are some players that are completely cool under that pressure when they lose a game. And, I think Rainer, obviously, he's won so much in the past that he has a strong mentality, but I could see this throwing him off a little bit with how well prepared he thinks he is.
Now, usually the Lings go, in some cases, around the Overlord. They're not going to do that in this case. They're making a beeline right underneath that Overlord because the damage needs to hit right away. The Baneling's nest is almost done. The hatchery is going to complete. Shin will throw down his own hatchery, but he's got a massive drone deficit. So what we want to watch for here is how many workers can Shin kill? Can he snowball this into a fight? He's going to focus on the hatchery first and foremost.
Now, the incoming Baneling nest is going to be a big problem here for Rainer. It's such an all-in coming in from Shin. He makes a couple of Banes. He has to get some amount of damage here. So far, really not that effective, but the defense has not come together yet here for Rainer.
Yeah, it's going to really kick in when the Banes get here. He's going to show that first Bane. The other Banes are going to come down here. Rainer with actually perfect splitting cancels one of those Banes. Yeah. 3 drones isolated, but they managed to escape. And now Shin is going to try to pull in here onto the side. We've got a Queen out. We see attacking on that Spine Crawler. The Banes don't have an ideal target just yet.
Yeah, the Lings are actually doing a great job, though, and the Queen goes back between the minerals. Very, very good choice. Great micro here from Rainer thus far. And the Banelings still haven't found a great connection point. And look at this, like a really, really strong micro. Finally, the drones do come up to block there. One of the banelings goes off and actually gets some reasonable hits.
Okay, so that's 9 drone kills. That's going to have a fairly even drone count as we go into this. It's going to be 12 drones to 13. Raynor's certainly going to be in this game still. Right now, economically, things are fairly even. Obviously, with a tech advantage here for Shin, he does have the Baneling tech, whereas Raynor does not. But I would imagine that there's more queens in the game here for Raynor as well, so he has that on his side.
Hey, that is certainly true. But, you know, because Shin has been a little bit aggressive, he's kind of able to choose, okay, now I'm going to drone up a little bit, which is what he's doing. But Raynor has caught on to this very, very quickly. He is making some more drones here as well. And we'll see in a moment if one of them wants to try to get aggressive again. But, overall, I guess he blocked it well enough here. You know, they are very, very even on 20 workers each.
Yeah, this is less than ideal for Shin, at least for the build order and the strategy that was paired with it. He wanted to come in here and do a lot of damage. At best, kill Raynor. At, least best, he would have crippled him.
Yeah.
Right now, Raynor seems to be absolutely viable. So the game goes on. I wouldn't say one player has any kind of tremendous lead. And so now we have to see if Shin, as we go into mid-game, can go toe-to-toe with Raynor.
Well, Raynor right now getting his Zergling speed and his own Baneling Nest, so he's definitely going to put some counter pressure on. We'll see if Shin actually wants to, go for a Zergling speed upgrade. Is he just going to kind of bank a little bit more? It's hard to say. Like, he is mining gas. He just got 100. Let's see. Does he start that speed?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that to come into play here. You'd have to imagine it would come eventually, right? I mean, it's such a must-have upgrade. Even if it's just for scouting. And so it's going to be a layer. So he's actually abandoned the Ling speed tech to go into a very fast second layer.
Yeah, that is a very fast second layer. So he's probably just going to have to wall in all the way. Now, I think it's most likely that this will be like a very quick Roach speed, but it could be Mutas. They haven't been as popular lately in Zerg vs. Zerg, but, that is an older build.
Yeah, you're right. That was something kind of in the past, a bit more of a relic, but sometimes you can dig up some of those builds that are basically fossils, and they're pretty applicable, actually.
Totally.
In the modern era. I'm guessing it's going to be a Roach timing attack here, but, a lot of times with the Roach timing attacks, you do want that Ling speed, so maybe we see that paired in there a little bit later on. A lot of times you're pushing with the Roaches, but you're having the Lings basically tank.
Yeah.
Sounds counterintuitive because, Lings die so quickly, but the reality is the Roaches are the real damage dealers, so as long as something's in the front, you're kind of okay.
Well, we're going to see now. The layer has just finished, so if he's going to go Mutas, we'll see the Spire come up. If not, we'll see Roach speed get started. He is getting quite a bit of gas, and there is the Spire from Shin. So he is going for like a 2-base Mutalisk play.
So in case anybody's confused at home, yes, the missile upgrade is being made right next to a Roach Warren, and this is basically masked very well.
Yeah.
You look at this, and any good StarCraft player, they're going to scout something, they're going to use that information to glean what's going to happen. So he's basically investing in a fake tech in the hopes that the Mutalisks will blindside him when they finally get in there.
Yeah, he's even making some Roaches here, and you can always do like a switch from Mutalisks back into Roaches. So I really like the kind of mind games that Shin is using here, opening with a 12-pool Baneling, going into 2-hatch Muta, but making it look like it's going to be a Roach. In fact, he's going to walk his Roaches out. And the Lings slip in and see the Spire. A huge error from Shin.
Yeah, I mean, a great tactical play there from Raynor. He managed to bait out the attention of the Queens. They were pulled just a little bit to the right, creating a very small window where there was an opening in between the Evo Chamber and the Roach Warren. The Lings darted in. They spotted the Spire, and that was before the Spire had finished. Now we got to see, is Shin just going to go and commit with this? Does he want to try to do something else? He's starting the Mutalisks. But of course, we know this whole strategy is hinged on the element of surprise, and that surprise is gone.
There's spores on the way already, so you're not really going to get any damage on those drones. So what are 4 Mutas going to do? I don't think they're going to do a whole lot. And with Raynor sitting here on 3 base, I really like Raynor's position against Shin.
Yeah, and Shin, maybe he wants to try to seesaw the game into a different kind of tech, but what tech would you go into? I mean, Raynor's already got the lead as far as the Roach upgrades. I guess when you go for the Spire, you might as well try to clear the Overlords, make the map more ambiguous and opaque for your side. Raynor's already gone into Hydras, so it almost doesn't matter what the next tech is going to be because he can just pair those Hydralisks with the Roaches. And I would not be surprised if this game ends with a push from Raynor that denies that third base or second base, crushes that too here for Shin.
Well, Shin is going for 2-1. He might have to try to wiggle into like a really late game position here. I think in a different world, like maybe if the mutas don't get scouted, he gets a little bit of damage. He might have like a timing attack while the Hydra switch is going on. But I don't see that here. On the 3 bases, even with 2-1 upgrades, I don't think Shin is going to have quite a big enough army to ever break Raynor.
So the mutas, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit of scouting here. I think it was a smart move to just go up to 4, right? 4 is enough that it can do some damage, but you haven't overmade them because those Mutalisks are gonna be useless when the Hydras come into play. Seems like he's gonna try to snipe a Queen, and he will get that, but on the other side of the map, Raynor has set a small group of Lings in here to take out even more drones.
I really like the Lurker Den coming up here for Raynor as well, while he gets a few drone kills of his own. And the top right is being taken by Shin. That's kind of interesting. Like, he's going to have a pretty reasonable Roach force. I'm a little bit nervous we're going to get into one of these weird positions where it's like mass Roach Ravager trying to like bile on Lurkers and everything, because Raynor's tech is just continuing to grow, whereas we're kind of stalled out here on layer as Shin.
Yeah, I think Shin is basically locking in a layer, and he's going to make a lot of Ravagers. So this is a big amount of gas. We really want to watch those Corrosive Biles. We don't expect too many to hit at this level of pro play, but you at least can force the army of Raynors to reconfigure as they have to create openings there in their defensive position. Lurkers are going to be available. The Lurkers, you know, Ravagers can kind of force the Lurkers out. It's not the easiest interaction to have. But right now, also, Shin's going up onto a 4th base.
Yeah, you can play this position as Shin for like a little bit, but really, you know, Raynor is just going to outscale him as far as the army goes. If you just keep building some more Lurkers, you're going to be in just a fantastic position against Roach Ravager over time. But Shin is maxing out, and that's definitely something you can do very quickly with this type of comp. He's coming down, and you know what? If he can get some damage, it might open up a window where he can get into Hive as well, but I can't see him actually winning the game.
Yeah, there is a base just down to the bottom right over here, but it does seem like the attention's really going to be forced into this location. He's going to shimmy the Lurkers back to avoid the Corrosive Bile. One does actually take that out.
Yeah, not bad. He has a decent concave here. Of course, the Lurker that is growed and attacking does so much damage to these Roaches, as you can see. A lot of them getting very, very low. And we do have a little bit of a scuffle in the middle as well. Raynor has sent a few units around to catch reinforcements. I think you've got to back up here. This is getting a little bit too dangerous for Shin.
Yeah, and you can see now Shin kind of running by this naked expansion. It would have been a great target to take out. He can't get it now, and we're going to have a surround over here as Raynor comes in from both the top and the bottom.
Yeah, this surround is absolutely fantastic. He's going to target down what units he can, throwing down Biles towards those Lurkers, but really good on-the-spot micro here from Raynor. Shin coming down with another group of Roaches to try to get a little bit of a flank, but too little, too late.
Yeah, he's going to drive those back. At this point in time, Shin in a fairly big supply deficit. Raynor with a much larger army.
Yeah.
Raynor, from this position, the game is fairly simple. He just has to make sure to not overextend, to angle himself for attacks where he can create big openings. Even these 2 Roaches back here staying out of range of that Spine Crawler forces some of the Roaches away. Now the larger main army that we have on screen right now can move into a position that could be devastating.
Oh man, those Lurkers as well. How do you attack into that with a Roach-based army? It's just not going to end well here for Shin. He runs up. He's trying to snipe down the Lurkers, but look at the amount of Roaches just dealing so much damage to him. The flank comes up in the form of a rally here from Raynor, and he is just in complete control of this game.
Yeah, there's a period where Raynor was surrounded but still winning the fight. He just had so much more. He's going to regroup here, but I think the next few reinforcements could cause a snowballing effect. And that would allow Raynor to then push into the natural or the third. He can choose whichever he likes, but that would result with a game-ending GG.
I just don't see a way out of this for Shin. You know, it's like he doesn't even have any gas built up, so he can't do something like a Muta switch again. You know, there aren't really that many Hydras around, so like maybe if he had a bunch of gas, he could do that. He doesn't have his own Hydralisk Den or Lurker Den here. You know, no Hive tech. There's just not much left. He is popping out Roaches as he can, but Raynor's macro is really undeniable, and I think we're going to see GG here in just a second.
A beautifully navigated game one from Raynor, identifying, well, actually, I should say, first of all, holding off that crazy all-in there from Shin, keeping it even. He then identified the hidden mute attack with a perfect tactic at the entrance.
Yep.
And that great control, as well as the great scouting, made for a very easy macro game. And so looking into the twilight here of game one in this replay, we can see why that push was so easy for Raynor to pull off. Shin took risks, and they didn't work. Raynor played a more stable game, just trying to advance and macro and develop. And here we are with Raynor having a 1-0 lead versus Shin.
Yeah, really, really well played from him. You know, it was a little bit dicey at the beginning. I actually applaud Shin for the opener, right? Like, he went 12 pool Baneling. That's, you know, it's definitely very risky. And if Raynor had defended a little bit better, the game might have looked even more one-sided. But some great defense there from Raynor. He knew exactly how to tech up. I think it was really, really important that he got into those lurkers when he did, because that's what really stabilized him, where Shin just didn't have any chance of a killing blow.
Yeah, Shin made the game extremely exciting, but Raynor made it even more impressive with the fact that he was basically prepared for everything. I do think that is one of the hardest possible ZVZs to play, is, you know, skipping Ling's speed, going into a very deceptive fake Roach upgrade build where you're going for mutas and you get scouted. I mean, we could talk about the positions and the fights later on, but if there was a point in the game that was the most important, it was that moment there. So now we're getting ready to gear up and go into game two in this best of three.
All right, what does Shin need to do here to win, to take us to game number 3? Do you think he should be playing hyper-aggressive again, another kind of cheesy play? Do you think he can fall back on a more standard macro approach and play toe-to-toe with Raynor?
I think he can. It's going to be tough, but it is possible. All right, guys, we're going to go here into game number 2. In the top left in the red, he is Shin. And in the bottom right in the blue, Raynor.
All right. So, looks like we're going to just have that hatch first. And over on Shin's side, he's gonna open up with a quick pool. Okay.
Yeah, and let's see.
Maybe something interesting planned.
Yeah. Let's see what he's got. I can't say that I totally blame Shin for going for something aggressive, if that's actually what we're going to see here. ZVZ, a lot of times you have to look for the look at the production tab and kind of see, okay, where does the difference in the builds come? Because otherwise you're just sort of stating that they're doing the same thing. In both these games, they've immediately opened up with 2 very different branches.
Yeah, and the 6 Lings being made immediately definitely will cause a defensive reaction from Raynor. Do you think it'll actually get any damage, though? I'm not so sure.
We're going to find out. I mean, there's nothing that's more on a knife's edge than an early game ZVZ fight. Zerglings are literally the most brittle units in the game. And then Banelings, if they are used in this case, are the most high damage units. So it really is an art trying to perfect this. We're looking at Raynor's perspective right now. The Lings are going to be inbound, and I guess they want to see from Raynor's perspective, does he notice the Lings, or do the Lings actually go around? There's many different rushes you can make. You don't have to make a beeline, like a straight line to their base with the rush. You could run around the Overlords, and then the Lings hit a little bit later, and maybe someone like Raynor's made some more drones. So that's what we have here now.
All right. Gets a single drone so far. Starts to pull back a little bit more. He is causing some lost mining time as well. See Raynor here trying to micro against all of this.
And so I was kind of fun to see that from that perspective, that he saw that. This is a rush with a spine crawler. The drones are surrounding, and they're going to force cancel.
And he will end up pulling back. So, you know what? At the end of this, very similar as far as the drone count goes. The spine did get killed, not canceled, but I mean, the drone probably wouldn't make it out anyways.
We should point out that it's Raynor with Ling speed coming, not Shin.
Yes.
So, a lot of times you see the Lings running, maybe things die down. Oh, hold on. Is he going to come in here for a surround? Can he actually get this? I think
like
he
just
can
barely.
just barely.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, he does get it.
Well, you didn't know the very last hit of that.
Did you know that exactly tasteless?
Oh, man.
Oh. So I don't know how totally worth it is. But yeah, to the point I was saying earlier, you expect normally Ling speed to finish for the guy that's rushing. Maybe there's a round 2. We can try to do that. It's going to be Shin that's going to have to hunker down and turtle back in his base. He's plugged up the entrance with the Roach Warren and the Evo Chamber. I highly doubt we would have anything like the Mutalisk attack like we saw in the game before. Double Evo Chamber going down here now as well, so you only need 1 queen to blockade that entrance.
Kind of a interesting set of games, these two, right? Because the first, it looks a little bit similar. If you look like, okay, you attacked with Zerglings, it didn't do too much. Okay, Raynor got speed, and then Shin walled in. But like Shin has a better overall like economy compared to Raynor, rather than game 1. But the layer is pretty slow, so I'm not entirely sure what the plan is. Like maybe it's something similar. I don't think he's going to go Spire again. I'd be pretty surprised.
I don't feel like you can recycle that again.
No,
I mean, sometimes we've seen these games in a series where they'll bring out the idea that failed once because it's so counterintuitive.
Yeah.
That the other player is basically discarded that as a possibility, but time will tell.
Well, I got to tell you what, I actually really like the +1 melee here from Raynor.
Yeah.
Because I think he's reading this correctly, that it's not likely Spire, it's probably actually a Roach build. And if he's going to get like a very fast +1 melee, that will help him immensely if it's a Roach build. His Lings will actually be quite useful against that.
Yeah, I think Raynor's navigating this game really nicely. Shin's going to come down and put his hatchery here, and it looks like it's going to be one of these eye for an eye games. He's going to try to come in and get the queen and get revenge for that queen that was taken out earlier. Now, there's so many Lings here that this hatchery has to be canceled. And this is going to allow Raynor to get way further ahead here.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Raynor right now, I do have to say. Like, he's playing very, very well. That third base is up. He's denying his opponent's third base. Again, the +1 melee looks perfect for this type of situation. You know, we don't even have the +1 carapace that we had last game coming in for Shin. So
right.
The Zerglings are going to just tear into any Roaches that try to come across the map.
Yeah. And, you know, Lings, when they get surrounds like this, they're just going to wipe this out entirely. So many Lings here, they don't even have that much surface area. In fact, we saw the Roaches from Shin come down and then run right back up into safety. So everything down in this position is going to be wiped. And we talked about in the last game how it was going to be a pretty easy game for Raynor to play. I think this one's going to be even easier. We saw Shin toss his head back.
Yeah.
Feeling the frustration. We're only 6 minutes into this game, and the walls are already beginning to close in.
He's honestly getting really destroyed this game. Like, everything has fallen apart for him. He lost so many Roaches there. You know, you're looking for a critical mass to be able to stop something like these Zerglings, and he's not going to be able to hit it now.
Shin goes for a Overseer there to buy some time. The Roaches are going to come out, but, you know, by almost every metric, Shin is behind. It's not like the techs are asymmetric from each other. You know, like you have air, but he's got strong ground, but, you know, maybe you can use the air to run around and do damage. It's the same fundamental tech. The only difference is I believe it's missile upgrades here for Shin and melee upgrades here for Raynor.
And to be fair, the missile upgrades allow him to two-shot Lings, right? So it's still a very solid, very good upgrade. He's got a nice group of Roaches here, no doubt. But this is not an uncommon position overall in Zerg vs. Zerg. The 2-base guy with like the Roach speed and the better upgrades against like a 3-hatch Ling Roach, more on the defense. And Raynor's going to know how to play this position very well. And as you can see, like, look, he's pumping out Roaches. He even went into that +1 carapace a while ago, and that's going to help him out quite a bit, getting a spine, going up into layer. And with this just vastly superior economy, he should be able to just pull ahead into an area that Shin is going to be forced to deal damage, and I don't know that he can.
We have Shin attempting to finally take advantage of his third base. That is an odd thing with the 4 Overlords kind of like right there in the middle of the map. I think Shin's been pretty preoccupied in this game. The Lings are going to come around again. I've lost count as to how many times this hatchery's been force canceled, but, you know, for some perspective for everybody, Raynor's taking a 4th base. Oh, he's going to run in with the Lings. That's a perfect block with the Roach.
Yeah.
To one side or the other, and the Lings get in. So that really saved the day back there.
Well, it might still happen. Oh, okay, another Roach does come down. And he's picking off so much. The thing is, the Lings aren't really going to continue to scale, so anything you get done with them is very, very nice at this point.
100%.
He's being so active. He's being really highly annoying with it. And it's just allowing him to do things like take that 4th base where Shin hasn't even droned his 3rd yet.
Yeah, the Lings are going to come in once again. They're going to deny that 3rd hatchery, I believe. Shin's going to try to come down with this big battering ram attack. The Lings are going to do a great counterattack. The problem is if Shin doesn't do some kind of incredible damage right now, he's probably going to be out of range of winning this game.
I definitely would agree with you on that. Now, here he comes. He's coming in here. He does have that +2 attack upgrade. It is 1-1 with +1 melee there from Raynor. Now, Raynor's making as big a concave as he possibly can. And, you know, Shin has a lot of roaches here, but we're so close to the rallies of Raynor. I feel like he's going to hold this. It's going to be a little bit close. He backs up. He's waiting for some reinforcements, trying to maybe utilize some transfuses and the spine.
Yeah,
but Shin has to do more than this.
Yeah, he's pulling the queens up here. We haven't seen Shin really break the position just yet. Although, as I say that, he might have found a little bit of a weakness here up at the top. But then, of course, Raynor comes in up at the bottom. We're starting to see an overwhelming amount of roaches. The reinforcements from Shin are trying to come in. Keep in mind, there are no drones right now from Shin mining at that 3rd base, so there's a stronger income here for Raynor as well.
Yeah, Shin is only on 38 drones. Like, you could not be more all-in than he is right now. If Raynor ends up holding this, the game is really over. And you can see the roaches are reducing in number. As Raynor starts to fall down a little bit, he just pulls back. He had brought up that sunken, or that spine to help a bit. And, you know, just pumping out these roaches. Look at this. He's just about caught up in that roach count.
And there's not a lot that Shin can really do right now. He did send some drones over here now, but he knows he's behind in every possible sense.
Yeah.
He's behind in workers. He's behind in army. He's behind in expansions. There's really not a whole lot he can do but try to force his way in here, maybe with better engages. Maybe he fractions off 3 or 4 roaches and tries to hit another location. He's hoping for a better position. Behind this, by the way, we're seeing Raynor develop in tech. He's getting more gases.
Yeah, and look at this. He's just trying to take a trade here. He knows that he's going to get further and further ahead if he does. And that's going to be it. GG. Raynor defeats Shin 2-0 in, honestly, a pretty one-sided match. Raynor definitely showed the greater skills here.
Yeah, Shin tried to get an edge early. He tried with that rush in game 1. And then later on with that really deceptive muted attack in game 1, but Raynor spotted it. We saw the same thing with that spine crawler rush, a less common rush nowadays, especially at the highest level, but Raynor was ready for that as well, and Raynor basically stuck to the basics. He defended what he was hit with, knowing he's going to have either a drone or an expansion or a tech advantage later on, and then he kept that lead.
Yeah.
He made some very good decisions in the mid-game, and frankly, as we got further along, the game became so simplified for Raynor.
Yeah.
How could he not lose?
Well, I do want to mention, you know, I was able to interview Shin yesterday, and we were talking a little bit about his DreamHack Dallas run. And the thing that he worries about most is the very first match that he has in the day. He feels like he normally doesn't play well from there, and that's really big. But he made a big run through that loser bracket in Dallas, and here he is in the loser bracket once again. I think he's going to feel a lot more comfortable in his next match, and you can't count him out yet.
Yeah, it's all about being warmed up and being ready. We're going to go to an interview now and see how our players feeling.
Down here on the stage with Raynor, we're wondering what his heart rate was on that one. I was too fixated on the battle there. An excellent hold against Shin to turn the tide of it in game 2. What was going through your head?
Well, those were some games. Very interesting. I prepared a lot. I knew he would do, since he let the map through, I felt like he would do some sort of weird all-in. It just made sense. I don't know what happened the second game. He wasn't looking at my base until the links hit. So I was kind of confused, but yeah, I guess it worked out in the end.
Hey, you were playing for 2 months in Korea before you came out here. Anything you learned in those 2 months that kept you ready?
Well, I learned that the Korean Zergs all in a lot, but I knew that beforehand as well, so guess I didn't learn much.
Well, you're coming to this tournament, one of the favorites. You've won here in Riyadh before. A lot of players worried about facing you. Any thoughts you have for the rest of them?
I don't know. It's it's just the usual guys you gotta look out for. I guess everyone is kind of scary in this tournament. So no, I'll just keep on going, do my best. Felt like my play was a bit shaky here, so I'll try to clean that up a bit.
Strong games for shaky play. Very impressive 2-0 win there for Rainer. Let's send it back to the desk, take a closer look.
Somehow your ears are not on there.
All right, well, Rainer is able to weather the Roach Ravagers with his own lot of Roach Ravagers here in the Zerg versus Shin. Admittedly, in that first game, had a little bit of a Spire action going on here, but Spire action is not infinitesimal amounts of gas, and that does cost you a little bit moving into the later stages of that game. Joining me, Loco, as well as Wardy, to talk about this one. Rainer looking pretty good to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked very powerful this series. Obviously, that first game started off with a pull into a gas, which is one of those very, well, quite literal hit or miss strategies, right? And if the opponent defends it well, it's just so difficult to get back into it. So even though he dealt a lot of eco damage in that game, it was still so difficult.
Yeah, it was a daring start. He obviously felt like he needed to do something a little crazy, set the tone of the series, but it just wasn't it, right? And I don't like that build personally. I feel like it didn't do bad, but you've got to get so much done to be in an okay position off of that, and it doesn't happen very often. So rough start for Shin, and then Rainer was good at scouting. He built up a better army. He got teched up. Second game, same sort of deal. He just controlled the game. He said, okay, let's get out here. Got my Lings out. Shin did not deal with that well. Rainer did a really good job of it. And Rainer really just transitioned it through extremely nicely.
Yeah, definitely. I have to agree. And you say kind of setting the tone for that series. And on the opposite side of things, I feel like this series kind of set the tone for where Rainer might be at as well, right? It feels like we might be seeing a Rainer here that's all business, no nonsense, not the happy-go-lucky Rainer that we sometimes see. I think he really desires, because he has won in Riyadh before, and we would like to see him, or he would love to see another win at Riyadh as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he won the World Cup as well a bunch of years ago during the COVID times, and he didn't quite get to lift a trophy, like a physical trophy at the time. He would love to go back, but you're absolutely right, though. Like, you mentioned it as well before the game started. Like, we're on the large maps. Maybe we're actually going to see some Zergling cheese, even though we did decide to pick the big maps. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, it's a volatile matchup, right? We always talk about that in Zerg versus Zerg in particular. And if you can look dominant in a ZVZ against a top-level contender, I mean, it must mean that you are in really good form.
He did all the things to negate potential advantages, potential trickery from Shin.
Yeah.
Like you say, in that second game, he took the game into his own hands and he dictated how that was going to go.
Yeah.
And he played a very solid series.
All right, well, let's get an update from the B stream as well and see what's going on in the rest of this bracket.
Another update here from the B stream, where Maru, the expected victor, defeated Trigger with Swift 2-0. The second game crushed Trigger's hopes after saying that he was kind of hopeful for the state of Protoss in this patch and his chances in the tournament. Maru came with a very fast and swift SCV pool to accompany his Marine tank push, and kind of just, flatline Trigger just like that. We see that behind me on the stage, people are setting up, and the crew is working hard at getting things going over here. So, yeah, that's the update.
Well, thank you very much, Cats, for that update as we continue to keep everybody informed as to what's going on. Here's some of the final moments from what we were seeing here from the SEC replay as Maru was able to take the victory over Trigger. Again, what kind of an expected result. Trigger may come in as one of the underdogs, I would say, here for this World Championship.
Yeah, he definitely comes in as one of the underdogs. I actually think Trigger had some chances depending on the matchup he drew. Maru is not it. I really hope that he gets someone... honestly, like, no one's easy, but certain players are better in certain matchups, and I think Trigger is not going to do well against Maru, but I actually think he has a good chance against a lot of other players in this tournament. Still an underdog, yes, but that doesn't mean there's no opportunity.
And three absolute killers making their way to this stage, as well as we have quite the fixture coming up next, I think is fair to say. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go to a break. When we return, it is Classic going up against Rogue. You do not want to miss it. Hold on to your seats because we have a banger coming up here. One would say a Bobby Dazzler. It's going to be classic going up against Rogue. Yes, please. Put it on my plate because these two have already fought fierce matches recently, and we'll get to that in just a moment's time. But of all things, it's a first round match for these two going up against one another. Joining me, Tasteless as well as Zombie Group, to talk about this one, we have an insane match. ZG, talk to me. This is going to be great.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Is that it's going to be great. It's a rematch of a GSL finals that went 4-3. Went to the rubber match, or whatever you would say, you English people. And it was a really fun series as well. We kind of saw everything. We saw some late game. We saw some cheeses. We saw some interesting strategy. It is odd to consider that best of 7 and how grand it was, and then be like, okay, quick, best of 3. Like, it feels like you can't condense that power and that kind of epicness that they brought. And that does, I think, change the dynamic of like who comes out on top quite a bit. Classic is favored, but a lot of people are eyeing Rogue as the the trickster who can come in with a couple of good builds, a couple of surprises, and actually topple someone with just like quick jabs. Just get in their face right off the bat, and then don't let them take control.
And good old Time Bones was there to cast all the GSL goodness for that final. So talk to me about this matchup, mate.
I think this is going to be close. I think a lot of people are expecting a Classic to win here, but that could not be the case. Best of 3s are brutal. And the fact that this is going to be a rematch of something that was so close. A lot of people, by the way, didn't think it was going to be that close going into that GSL finals. It's going to be interesting. Protoss seems to be in a stronger state than it's been in before. I know it's always been like a meme to talk about a Protoss OP or this or that, but a lot of times they don't win tournaments, right? We've had a lot of Zergs win. We've had a handful of Terrans that seem to be unstoppable, but it does seem like Classic has been able to harness, the strength and the current state of the game and make it work. But again, man, a best of 3 for this, anything could happen. Rogue could just pull up a couple aces out of his sleeve and take it.
Well, especially with the resurgence of Rogue. That's what really interests me, ZG, because obviously we didn't have Rogue for a while, and he was absolutely terrifying before that. He goes away, comes back, had a result, but then then makes the GSL finals.
The stories between these two over the last few years, we'll say, because Classic was at Gamers 8 and he had that really strong performance where we kind of looked at him as the hope of Protoss.
Correct.
He didn't quite make it far enough. He didn't win, obviously, but we still, I think, remember that. And that was kind of more PVT, but I feel like overall, he's just gotten better at everything and he kind of pushes the narrative forward for Protoss overall. But Rogue, on the flip side, yeah, he's been a little more quiet. We don't really know as much, or we don't have a lot of expectations for him as far as winning tournaments. But the thing is, now that he's here in the round of 16 of a world championship, I've been talking about this, he might do the thing where he's just like, I'm Rogue and I want to win this tournament.
Yeah.
I might lose the next GSL, right in the round of 32, but it's fine because I'll win this tournament.
Yes,
so you never count him out, and just the more that he steadily rises over the past year, I would say, the more you don't count him out.
Yeah, very akin to SOS from yesteryear, where he would suddenly rise when the prize pool, I only show up for $100,000 first place. Or that was kind of Rogue for a little while there.
Yeah, it was like some kind of special RPG stat where he got a buff if there was enough money at stake. You're right. I mean, anything could happen here. I think Classic is in very good form, and I think he's the safer bet. But if Rogue wins, it should not be too shocking, especially considering the small amount of matches that we have here.
I don't know why. When you said that, all I've got in my head is Rogue on Sephiroth just coming down and stabbing Aerith, and I'm like, I'm very concerned.
I'm not sure how to make that analogy. I'm trying really hard.
He said an RPG stab.
I mean, Classic is kind of one of the hopes of Protoss, just like Aerith was one of the hopes of the
Is
Earth or
Classic
something.
Aerith? Good question. That's
I
awful.
hope not. I hated that lady. I'm just gonna get so many people angry at me. This is my purpose. Yeah, I was glad when she died, so that's good.
Jeez. Oh my god. Video game. It's fine. Video game.
Back on the video game that we're actually talking about, though. I mean, no one ever calls Rogue a hype killer, though, right? Rogue comes in and takes out some of the fan favorites or some of the storylines that we built up, but his storyline is that anyway, and everyone's still excited to see him do it, and he does it in such an appealing way, too.
Yes.
Very fun games. It's not quite comparable to that previous game we were just talking about.
No, true. Very excited for this one, though. Obviously, as we get that true rematch of what we saw in the GSL finals. As you guys mentioned, yes, a best of 3. Technically, that means we could see a little bit more volatility about it here, Tasteless. But if you had to put a pin on it, what would you be thinking?
If Rogue can't kill Classic early, he's probably not going to kill Classic at all. Classic has really leaned into this very robust macro. He's almost like a Zerg, right? I mean, there was this whole period where we kind of treated Protoss as if they had to be cheesy and deceptive, and then there was stats and a couple other guys that came along, Rain as well, and they made it work, and then it went away. It seems like it's back now, and it's back with Classic. So if Rogue's going to win this, he's going to do some kind of a rug pull, he's going to do some kind of a cheese, he's going to do a rush. If Classic wins this, I doubt it's going to be with aggression. He's going to just kind of grow out, be too big to fail, and then take it there.
I think you're on point, and actually it's astute, because I was going to say almost exactly the same thing in terms of his late game kind of feels stats-esque, but with height and Tempest use. We see kind of Classic really lean into that when it gets to that late game against these Zergs, and it can be terrifying to deal with, ZG.
Yeah. And when you talk about a best of 3 and just kind of your best chances to win, I think a lot of people would pin Classic as, don't do anything super aggressive because you kind of don't have to. You're the one that's supposed to survive and then win eventually. So I think Rogue will tend to be aggressive and Classic will tend to be more defensive. But I think I remember calling that when I was casting the GSL as well. And actually, I was surprised at how good Rogue was deflecting all the defenses. When he did play a macro game, he did play it very, very well. So I think, just to be clear to the audience, we're not saying that if Rogue does get to the late game, he's automatic loss, but it should favor Classic.
No, I agree. I think that, let's not forget, Rogue was the macro god of the time, but StarCraft 2's been out for so long that we have these guys, they go up, they're dominant, they go back down, and now we've been around for so long, some of them come back up. I mean, Classic was the best Protoss in the world, I think almost 10 years ago. We had an interview on GSL about this.
Sure.
And I remember thinking, God, I thought that was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, or it didn't feel that far away for me. So, yeah, I think there's a world where Rogue can definitely hang, and we did see this in the GSL. But I think as of right now, Classic is maybe the scariest slow cook Protoss that there is.
And now that I mention it here, for this game in particular, for day one, this is the Saudi National Bank match of the day. Is there any surprise, really, that this is going to be taking match of the day, brought to you by Saudi National Bank? CG?
No, I think we all looked at it when it was released. The bracket was released, and we were like, cool. Whoa, the GSL Finals is happening again. Wait a second. So I'm actually looking really forward to this. I wonder if Rogue is like mentally just kind of like, I'm going to get some revenge. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, he may be. I mean, considering he's had a little bit of time to deal with it, right? Of course, GSL traditionally has been thought of as a preparation tournament, right? If you're going to prepare for any match, it will be the first one here coming in for it, even though it's kind of a weekend tournament as a whole. So now Rogue has a great opportunity to get a little bit of a strike back.
100%. I mean, these guys have fought each other so many times.
Yeah.
And they all had an idea, basically, of where in the brackets their trajectory would be, who they have to face. So 100%, especially for this phase of the tournament, that's where that GSL prep is going to kick in, because they've got days and weeks to get prepared for that. Once they get further along in the bracket, it's going to be a little bit more of that weekend tournament feel, right? Where they have to then concoct more strategies and plans in order to engage with their future opponents later on in the bracket.
Maganatha, Top Mac, and Incorporeal if we need it. 1 minute out from going into this match, ZG, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that, it's not really surprising maps, right? They're actually kind of all standard. So, maybe Rogue not going to rely so much on the aggression. It would be kind of on the nose to begin with. But I don't know. I think the storyline still sits. Classic, defensive, macro, get to the late game, more likely to win. Rogue, before 10 minutes, get some serious damage done, knock him on his butt, and then just swift 2-0 is the best thing he can do.
Maybe. All right, well, without further ado, I'm going to go for the triple B. It's not just a banger. It's not just a Bobby Dazzler. It's a barn burner as well between these two to figure out. You like that? You like that? I like that. You should like it at home as well, because we have Rogue going up against Classic here for our next match. It is a rematch of our GSL to figure out who is going to be able to move through in the bracket here from the round of 16 only. So these two are only just starting their journeys into the bracket as a whole. Thank you very much, Tasteless. Thank you very much, ZG, for joining me here to break down this match. It is now time to head on over to the stage to get us ready for this match, PVZ, and figure out who is going to be able to move on and try and conquer what is going on here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
I mean, you told us 3, but we got 4 instead, Kalaris, but it's fine. You can't count. That's why you're on the analyst desk. Anyways, boys and girls, 2 matches down from the group stage, and both of them going 2-0. Is that going to be the story for the rest of the games here for the group stage? I don't know, but things are hitting up, Seltzer.
Things are about to get a little hotter, too, as this battle kicks off. It's going to be a great one between Veritas Pros Classic and Falcons Rogue. Classic qualified at DreamHack Dallas and then picked up a first place finish at GSL Season 2, so he must be feeling good heading into this.
And his opponent, none other than Rogue, set up for a salty run back from GSL Season 2 Finals. He has a chance now to reclaim that dub.
These two have a high-stakes history, but there's more about to be written, so let's hand it on over to the casters for our Saudi National Bank match of the day.
All right, thank you so much, Seltzer. Very excited here. We have Team Tasteless sidekicks, old and new, going up to cast some GSL players. Going to be great state. How you feeling about this match?
Dude, I am giddy.
Classic versus Rogue.
Yeah.
In the first round of EWC, a GSL Finals rematch. I cannot wait to get started. I'm telling you, when the bracket released for EWC, and I saw Group B and I saw this section of the bracket where, the winner of this also goes up against the winner of Serral and Hero Marine.
Yeah.
I was thinking, all right, these are the games that I want to cast, that I want to watch, and now we're here.
It literally, in the first couple rounds, we're going to have 3 of my favorites of the whole tournament. I actually think Classic might be the favorite of the tournament. Serral obviously always going to get very, very deep and maybe win. And Rogue is my dark horse for this event. Like, I think there is a very decent chance that he can make a sick run. Like, if you look at his match he had against Classic in GSL Finals, he could have won 4-0. Like, he had big advantages working up in both of the first 2 games. He won the 3rd and 4th games, right? It was a close, well-contested series. Great job to Classic winning it. But Rogue is playing a different brand of Zerg vs. Protoss than anyone else, and I like it. I think he's really on point right now.
He is so good at concocting his own kind of strategies, especially on the variety of maps that we have right now. And I feel like that favors him in a best of 7, but in a best of 3 also, you got to think about how explosive some of these builds or timing attacks can be coming in from Rogue, because I was scratching my head heading into EWC because my head was telling me, yes, Classic probably is the favorite, but if we look back at his games in the GSL and the RSL and other tournaments, we see a Classic who is overarchingly playing basically the same macro style, and that kind of is a double-edged sword, because if you can keep that level of play up and parry whatever it is your opponents throw at you, then you're just unstoppable. We've seen Cyril do this in the past at his macro games. But if somebody can find just 1 or 2 weaknesses in that play style, then suddenly things can just completely fall apart. And in a best of 3 series, I think if anybody in EWC can find those weaknesses and exploit them, it's going to be Rogue.
It's literally exactly Rogue. That's like who he is. Like, you guys can't forget, like, before Cyril rose up, he was the best late game player in the world and the best rushing player in the world. Like, you very rarely get a player like that, right? It's like, yeah, him and Maru have been like that, and I can't even think of anyone else. But he really comes in well prepared. I think he had ridiculous plans in that GSL top 4, right? To see his ZVP and the way he's setting up builds where it looks the same as something he did in the previous round and then it's completely different, and it's like, God, Rogue is just, he's back and he's looking great.
Yeah, that was really incredible to watch unfold, because that was a Rogue who was thirsty for a seed into EWC. You know, he didn't have it guaranteed. He went to the GSL round of 4, and it was either him or Gumiho. And Rogue had to get through a hero who looked basically unstoppable at the time. Everyone was expecting him to repeat GSL Season 2. He was on fire in GSL Season 1. And then Rogue just basically pulled the rug out from under him. Hero was toppled so quickly and in such short order. And just as you said, it wasn't even like the preparation for Rogue ended there. Even though the semifinals and finals in GSL now, they're played on the same day. You see him go up against Classic, and he's doing some builds. It looks like what he did earlier in the GSL. It looks like what he did against Hero. But it turns a completely different corner.
Exactly. And he's had a lot of time to prepare for this. He already played against Classic. I'm sure he's rewatched those games, thought about those games. How can I play differently? How can I abuse his style? Because Classic is a bit predictable, but not 100%, okay? He's an improvement. People are saying like, oh, he kind of plays stats-esque, and it's true. He's got that really great defensive, block everything type of game, but he also does mix in cheeses. Like, look back to his match against Cyril in DreamHack Dallas, right? He's cannon rushing like multiple times. This is what stats always needed, but what Classic has, which is also, you know, I'm like convincing myself one way that Rogue's gonna win, and now that I'm talking about Classic, I'm like, well, I mean, Classic is the greatest macro Protoss, and he's mixing in cheese, which is what I've always wanted to see, right? Like, normally we have a Protoss going one way or the other. So, I mean, both these guys, it's so the best first match. It's so ridiculous that they have to play in the first round, and one of them has to go to the loser bracket. That's silly.
It's silly, but I'm kind of grateful for it, man. This is going to be so much fun to
I'll
watch,
take
so much
it.
fun to cast.
Oh, the dopamine centers in my brain are firing right now. So
yeah,
I'm here for this, but in a way, in the back of my head, I do feel a little bit bad for them that they have to fight this early.
It's a tough draw, especially with Cyril and Hero Marine waiting on the other side of the bracket too. But I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see how these games eventually do play out. I think that my head says that Classic does have that edge. Of course, toppling Rogue in that best of 7 GSL finals just a couple of weeks ago, and since then somehow looks even stronger. But only time's gonna tell. I feel like a lot of this is gonna come down to what playstyle Rogue is going to bring in this best of 3 series, because at a best of 3 you can throw a lot of curveballs. You do not need to consistently beat Classic's almost impervious mid and late game plan where he's going to get up to 6 gateways, blink +1 into Storm, and then use that to catapult him into a late game where he gets up to full Sky Toss. That is not what you have to do.
And, well, let's get this started in the bottom right here of Maganatha. It is Classic.
And spawning in the top left, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue.
Oh man, I'm a little bit wiggly. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what these guys want to pull off. Like, well, with Classic, I already pretty much know what he's going to do.
I think
right?
we all do, right?
Yeah. He's going to go ahead and open up with an Oracle. I would be very surprised if he used that weird Robo build that you said some guy in the ladder is
yeah,
crushing
the farmy.
That's what it was. I can't remember that. Anyways, I would be super in a best of 3. Like, I mean, I guess you could. I'd save that for Cyril, but I think against Rogue, he'll probably feel a little bit confident, which I don't think he actually. Well, I mean, you want confidence, but you have to look back at that series and know you very easily could have lost. Even as far as Game 7, like if the Corruptors didn't click, there was some mistakes on either side, and Rogue here, you got to really be careful and scout what he's doing.
We're seeing shades of peak Rogue, from the GSL Season 2. And I have to admit, seeing Rogue come back, after military service, he wasn't quite as impressive as he was at his peak. And I mean, I say that, but it's basically impossible to be as impressive as Rogue was at his peak. And so I looked at the games going into them, and I wasn't really expecting all that much, but then after he defeated Hero in the semifinals, and then he went into Classic and he played the way that he did, pushing it all the way to the rubber match in game number 7, it was so exciting because so often in PBZ, we look at the game from the Protoss perspective. What is the Protoss going to do to try and derail the Zerg?
Yeah.
I feel like Rogue is one of the very few players who it's like, actually, what is he going to do in the early game? How is he going to stop Classic? And it's such a fun role reversal to see.
Yeah. I actually think that the late game, like when you get into these really slow, really long macro ZVPs like we saw with Cyril against Classic, for instance, I think it has gone a little bit towards Protoss. I know that it can definitely go either way, but it seems like the onus of engaging correctly is a little bit more on Zerg. And so that's why I think that Rogue is actually like a great pick for this tournament, because I think he's recognized that as someone who used to be a master of that type of play. And that's why he's mixing in these early kind of weird aggressions, like bringing back the very old Hydraling Bane. When's that from, 2017 or something, when we really saw that popping up? But yeah, I'm very excited to see if he tries that here against Classic.
Yeah, some nice early move here with the Adept getting a drone from Classic. Any kind of chip damage you can get in early against a player like Rogue is going to go a long way. And you can see Classic actually playing a little bit defensively here, adding in 2 additional gateways before taking the third base. Very often.
Yeah.
In the Korean meta PBZ, we are seeing 1 gate third base, of course, with energy recharge, able to fill up that Oracle with energy. It's a lot less dangerous than it was in the past, but to go for 3 gateways here, I wonder if we're actually going to see some more Adept Warp-ins.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know why you'd go 3 gates. Like, I mean, I could see 2 into the expand to be safe, but you wouldn't go 3 defensively into expand. That doesn't seem to. Well, I mean, he makes it, but I think he's going to make Adepts and try to push a little bit, right?
Yeah, I've got
that is one of the ways that Rogue has lost some games here and there. He hasn't been perfect on that type of defense.
Additional gas guys are now coming in for Classic. We'll see if he does go into 4 gases here. Is we're getting a little bit of damage done on that Nexus, and I think in total we might have, 5 or 6 Adepts already, and he's warping in more in places that Rogue can't see, I believe in the natural expansion, so it does seem like we are heading down the path of some kind of Adept timing attack coming in from Classic, and oh man, these Lings, they're not getting the best service area, but at least 2 of these Adepts gonna go down.
It picks off some. That Oracle very, very close to death there, just barely got out of range. And, warping in a few more Adepts there at that third base. That +1 melee that Rogue has just been absolutely loving in this matchup. Getting upgraded, and, it's kind of funny. Like, I got to say, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a move out of those Adepts. He's sitting back really, really defensively.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. He's warping in 3 more right now. This is such a delayed timing, but, sometimes the way these builds work out is if you hit it at a timing that isn't good, sometimes it's just better because your opponent just isn't anticipating this anymore
100%.
as a possibility.
Yeah, every strong player has like windows in their mind of like, this is when this is going to hit, and you kind of let up watching for it. You can't watch for everything all game long,
Yeah, but seeing 3 more Adepts warp in here from Rogue, I think he's likely anticipating some kind of Adept timing attack. Doesn't know if it's going to be Glaives or not, but now Classic's hand is revealed. A ton of Adepts without Glaives going cross-map. Rogue, he's going to do a counterattack right now at the third base. That shield battery providing a lot of assistance to these probes, but the damage is going to come in from these Adepts.
Well, they do appear here and go after a Spore. The drones get pulled very, very quickly indeed. The Lings don't actually end up killing that many probes, although they did damage quite a few. The Adepts trying to shade in.
It's the Spore Door!
The Spore
Somebody
Door.
phone Tasteless! It's his favorite mechanism here. Oh man, the SimCity is perfect enough. The drones can move through and the Lings can move through, but the Adepts, I believe, cannot shade through.
That's
the Spore Door.
sick. I love the Spore Door.
That is
Let's
so
go.
clutch.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the
Did
Spore.
Tasteless name it the Spore Door?
Of course. Who else is going to call the Spore Door?
Of course. Well, now look at him. He's trying to be a Timmy 2 screens. Oh my gosh. Well, shades up into that main base. The Roach is going to chase him back a little bit here. +1 melee almost done for Rogue. You know, the Adepts are being very, very annoying. I don't feel like he's done critical damage with them, though. I think that Rogue is still fine.
Yeah, I think you want to get a little bit more done here.
It was a lot of
Classic.
Adepts. Like, he spent a lot of money on this in the early game.
All right, well, behind it, though, what Classic was able to buy is quite a bit of time back at home. He's saturating his 5th and 6th geysers now at that third base. 5 more gateways coming online, so it's going to be 8 gateways. Link +1, Storm about a third of the way done. And he's already even adding in shield batteries, he's adding in cannons. He has a worker lead. He didn't get too much done with the Adepts, but he slowed down the machine of Rogue quite a bit.
That is a good point. Rogue does have his 4th base up and is going to start droning that a little bit. We see the Hydralisk Den coming, also the Infestation Pit. I'm actually wondering here, it kind of looks like Rogue is just going to go into the late game, like a more standard late game that we haven't seen as much out of him. Like, yeah, he plays lurker games sometimes into Hive, and he used to do it a bit more, but haven't seen it as much lately.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent of Game 7 of the GSL Finals here on Naginata, where we had one of the most epic and drawn-out PvZs of the entire tournament. Of course, Classic was able to take the advantage from that one and the victory, but I feel like Rogue right now, with that 4th base coming online, being able to now eclipse Classic and the worker count, he's done a pretty good job of navigating his way through the mid-game despite kind of the quirky Adept timing that Classic threw at him.
Yeah, I think he's done a good job kind of holding on. He's up at 80+ drones, still popping a few out here and there. Hive on the way, Lurker Den coming up, getting his upgrades rolling. Now, we are going to have Classic move out with these Blink Stalkers and put on a little bit of pressure, but it doesn't feel like he really has enough to, like, threaten anything that's going to change the game too much.
He might be able to get some damage on this 4th base as Rogue has a lot of resources banked up, and also those Overlords going down is going to force a supply block in. Wait, how many Storms do we have on these Templar? Okay, one of them used already, but at least 6 more in the bag right now as Rogue's going to be going for this around. First Storm dodged really well, but the follow-up one is good.
Yeah, it does hit a couple of very good ones right there. There are a bunch of Hydras that are popping out right now, so hopefully, yeah, he does have at least one more Storm in there and will make a couple Archons. So starts to come forward now with the Roach Hydra, starting to push those Stalkers back a little bit. The drones pulling up here as well, and look at that, Classic with great execution, bringing up those Psy Storms and getting some pretty significant drone damage so far.
Yeah, this is huge. This 4th base is bleeding drones. 20 workers down already. Reinforcements of Hydralink coming in, but Rogue, he was gunning for the late game. He wasn't anticipating this timing coming out from Classic, and if it was just the Stalkers and the Oracles, this never would have gotten anything done, but those Templar bringing in the Storms.
Absolutely.
Just diffusing the threat of these +1 Lings.
Very tough position here for Rogue. Is he going to be able to hold on? You know, he's still got that Hive tech. He's trying to get into some lurkers here. But realistically, I feel like he has to save this hatchery to have a chance in this game.
I mean, so much damage being done already. Another Storm, man, every single Queen and the Lings getting hit by that Storm. These +2 Zealots making quick work of the Lings, and Classic with a convincing Game 1 win. That timing was so clutch.
It really was. That was a beautiful move out with the 4 High Templars coming up from behind, and Rogue just wasn't quite ready. I actually liked how Rogue was doing it because, you know, he defended the Adept push and was like, that's okay, I can go into a Hive and play a late game, right? Like, Classic kind of stole his thunder where he couldn't hit with the aggression, but then to move in with this attack, I feel like Rogue just wasn't anticipating it. I certainly wasn't, and I could see the whole screen.
Yeah, we saw the Blink Stalkers. We're like, okay, that can get a little bit of damage done with good micro, but how much are you really going to be able to kill? And then the Templar come in with like 7 or 8 storms or something completely ridiculous, and it just turns the math on its head. You know, I was a little bit worried for Classic for a moment because looking at the pace at which Rogue was getting the Lurker Den online, the Hive, there was probably going to be a window had Classic not attacked where, you know, the Stargates are a little bit too late, the Fleet Beacon's a little bit too late. Rogue can get some big damage done with those high-tech Lurkers, but no, he just has the keen insight. He's like, you know what, this is my time. I'm going to move out with these Templar. I'm going to get damage done. And now he is 1 match win away from defusing his toughest opponent from GSL Season 2.
Well, we're going to see what Rogue chooses to do this game. I think that Classic, you know, that was kind of a smart opener with the delayed Adept attack. I feel like just keeping that pressure on stopped a lot of the aggressive moves that Rogue might have wanted to do. You know, sometimes you get attacked earlier, you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm the defender. Anyways, we are getting into game number 2 here. In the bottom left, we have our Protoss GSL champion. It is Classic.
And he may have lost game 1, but he would love to come back and win game 2 and 3. It is the legend himself, Rogue. And I am so curious what he's going to do here in game number 2. I have to say, honestly, I wasn't expecting a straight-up macro game to start things off against the macro Protoss player in the world right now in Classic.
No, I certainly wasn't either. And I do wonder if that was the original plan or the Adepts kind of forced him into that, right? Because we weren't really to the moment where you had to decide yet. He was kind of in the droning phase when those moved out. You know, he had put a little bit of pressure on, but we're going to see here what Rogue has planned. You know, obviously, his winner bracket life on the line. You do not want to go to that loser bracket so quickly, although, you know, whoever does advance here is most likely going to have Serral in the next round, which is, like, the hardest opponent you can get.
Yeah, this latter half of Group B is just so unbelievably stacked. And, you know, for Classic in terms of development, it's looking like plain old Classic. He's going for that fast expansion. I'm expecting we will likely see the Stargate play again. I feel like Classic has done a very good job over the past couple of months of, you know, the bones of his builds, the skeleton of the builds, the macro style that he goes for is almost always the same, but he tweaks a couple of dials in every series.
Yeah.
Like in game 1, going for that Adept timing attack at really an obtuse timing. Like nobody is anticipating that many Gladeless Adepts to come out, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why he's such a dangerous opponent to go against is, he does have this keen macro play that he could always fall back on, but the way he gets there is always just slightly different.
Yeah, Classic really is one of the greatest Protosses ever. You know, I think you can easily put him top 5 of all time. And he's always had such like a versatile style where he can play those really great defensive games. He can plan very well. He's actually, you know, he's got great control. Like he can do rushes. We don't see that as often, but you know, I love that he has just kind of like this basic opener where he's pretty much safe the whole time. He knows exactly how to defend. It's really beautiful to watch him defend some of these all-ins too. Like if he pegs what you're doing, you're not going to break it.
And even when he isn't completely in the know about the Zerg's game plan, just the pace at which, started a Phoenix for a moment. I got excited.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I haven't seen a Phoenix opener in a bit. Okay.
Yeah, let's energy recharge some Phoenix. I want to see it.
Lift those queens for days.
Hey man, energy recharge this entry. You got 2 more hallucinated Phoenix at the push. Who knows?
There you go.
But no, it's going to be the plain old Oracle now coming in. And we'll see what kind of mix-up Classic is going to go for here in game number 2. In game 1, it was that 3-gate Adept timing attack, but so far I believe this is just the 2nd gateway coming online.
A little bit more standard, right? I think we'll very likely see him throw the 3rd Nexus down and just kind of get into Twilight Forge, as is normally the case. But yeah, the Oracle going to fly in, and let's see how that defense is. I feel like Rogue has really improved his overall defensive capabilities quite a bit.
Yeah, the Queen positioning has been really good. Even in that last game, we didn't remark on it too much, but being able to snipe 1 or 2 of those Oracles just with absolutely good insight into where they're going to maneuver across the map was very clutch from Rogue.
Now the two Adepts going to shade towards Rogue's base here. Queen's moving to intercept them.
Oh, it's allow it to complete. I feel like the body block could be pretty clutch here for Rogue. Oh, yeah. Does move one Queen out of position a little bit, so 3 drones in total going to go down. Rogue at the same time trying a little bit of counterattack, but these Oracles actually adding insult to injury, picking off the additional drones that had saturated that third base.
All right, if you're going to get 5 drones at this time, I'm fine with the 2 Adepts going down. I think that was very high quality. Another drone!
And if he sticks around, he might get 1 or 2 more here at this natural expansion.
Okay, saves that that one Oracle.
I think there is an angle where you might be able to perfectly position these Oracles. But you know, the fact that Classic full sent it out of there, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
All right, well, these Adepts are going to go down. Shield battery about to finish, so I think things should stabilize right now, but Rogue getting a little bit of counter damage in. Of course, this is just 2 gateways here for Classic, so he doesn't have quite the capability to rebuild these Adepts as fast as he would like, but I'm expecting this to go, yeah. Actually, charge first from Classic is interesting.
Oh. Well, Baneling Nest is going to meet him, so I'm not entirely sure how well that will work for him. It could end up backfiring, but yeah, it seems like Rogue is getting ready here for his own form of aggression. Now, is this just going to be Banelings trying to run in and deal some economic damage? Well, he's getting a lot of gases now.
Yeah, this is...
We doing like crazy Hydraling Bane here or something? I'm not...
I feel like it must be, right? I mean, Hydraling Bane is a very gas-intensive composition with a layer coming online and basically every gas being taken
Let's
right
just
now
go
from
Spire,
Rogue.
man. Screw it. Let's go.
Oh, I would love that. Never in a million years are we going to see it, but I would absolutely love it.
Yeah. Well, he was one of the guys that really kind of made it popular way back in like 2017, 18, something like that. He kind of brought it back a bit. But it is going to be the Hydralisk Den. No big surprise there. He really has like Lingbane Hydra quite a bit. But Psystorm is already on the way. Robo already on the way. And we've seen that if Classic identifies this, he's so good at spreading the cannons, making enough cannons, and just destroying with Psystorm.
Yeah, with so many additional gates coming online, we're going to hop into the player point of view right now of Classic, as it looks like he's setting up to take a 4th base. And honestly, just looking at this position, against an opponent like Rogue, the mini-map is so dark. You never know what kind of build he is cooking up. Of course, he is going to be able to thwart these Lings from denying that 4th base, but the gold base being taken, Classic is unaware of this. He doesn't know exactly what the drone count is going to be from his opponent at this moment as well. And I'm actually wondering myself, how many drones are we going to have in total? Because with that gold base saturation, I wouldn't put it past Rogue to cut drones maybe like 70-something. A little bit lower than you would expect in a very deep macro game, and just go full pedal to the metal, Hydraling Bane. Sure. Let's spend those 6 Vespian Geysers and just make so many Banelings.
I got to tell you, he has a lot of High Templars ready. He's getting those additional Archons as well. Also, I feel like Classic is making a lot of the right decisions.
It does seem that way, but he's getting a little bit aggressive right now. There isn't Hydra speed just yet, but with so many Lings and Banelings morphing in right now, you got to be very careful here as Classic. You do not want to overextend. Ling Baneling, very good against a charge lock composition, especially a 10-gate charge lock comp like this, because we do not have Blink on the field yet for Protoss. It is all going to be on these Zealots, and if those Banelings get good connections, this battle can turn on its head in a hurry.
He's not going to be happy to see this. Oh my god, you can see how weak that truly is. Kind of surprised that he's moved out this aggressively, but you know what, maybe he can storm a little bit on the drones. I don't know if you even want to utilize storms to hurt economy, because honestly, with how many Zealots he's made, if he doesn't save storms, he's just going to die.
Yeah, it's a tricky position to be in right now, and I do like the move out coming in from Classic. It's reminiscent of game number 1 because, you know, this was the timing that basically thwarted him, but oh man, the Baneling's coming in on the Templar! Classic, I don't think he sees it. He would have morphed Archons if he had. Instead, 3 Templar get taken out. He realizes now the damage done as his eyes. He was focused on this attack happening by the 4th base.
A little bit of juggling going down, but his Psystorm count has been absolutely pulverized. Rogue has some huge control in this game, up on 5 base, including the half gold, so he is mining very, very well. Infestation Pit coming up, getting ready to just bring that tech up to even another level. Classic, you know, the one thing I can say for Classic, he does have 4 bases, right? 4 base Protoss can make a lot of stuff.
It's interesting to me that we have more Archons morphing in. I think that he's feeling the pressure. It's only 4 Templar right now for Classic. That's going to be, what, about 5 Storms here in a minute as those 3 gather up enough energy. And he's even building out Immortals. This is kind of an old school PvZ style we're seeing, harkening back to the last meta with Charge Lot Arc and Immortal. And I don't think it's what Classic wants to do, but it's probably what he feels like he has to do to survive against this push. And that Archon, perfectly positioned there, is going to be able to absorb a lot of the damage. Still, 8 workers going down.
Oh, man. Yeah, more Banelings rolling in, shutting down some of these defenses. You can see, though, he is starting to get all that static D up. And on 4 base, like, you can afford to make a lot of cannons and batteries, and you get a lot of gas, okay? This is more Archons than I expected, though.
And more Immortals, too. Another one in production.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny-looking composition. You do have to be careful, because if the Archons start actually engaging the Hydras, it doesn't go very well. Obviously, Psystorm is kind of a counter to that, and that's the dance of a PvZ that's going to look like this.
All right, Rogue posturing again for an attack here at this 4th base. Couple of Hydras getting caught by the Stasis Ward, but Rogue's still going to push in. First Storm not really connecting with it very much there on the top side. Those Banelings going to hightail the retreat, and simultaneously an attack taking place at the 3rd base. Only 4 probes going down, and look at all of this static defense. I feel like I'm watching Neeb right now with the number of photon cannons getting thrown out of these expansions. We just need a ton of Tempest to assist them.
Yeah, really. We just saw him pull a Clem there with that Immortal rallied into the center, so unfortunately that does go down. Now, I mean, he's going to send some of the Zealots around. I do like that. I kind of wanted to see him do that before. He still had quite a few Zealots left over. But yeah, some of those counterattacks while Rogue is putting on the pressure could be very, very good. Obviously, if it gets caught, it's going to be cleaned up very easily with the Banelings, though.
This is so many Archons morphing in for class. How many Archons do we have on the field right now? This is unbelievable. 8 in total. This is... A 9th one is morphing in right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird.
It's very odd. Now, there isn't a lot of tankiness to the army of Rogue. You know, should those Lings connect on the Archons and the Archons just vaporize them, the fight could turn in Classic's advantage very quickly. Positioning is going to matter a lot. But with 11 Lurkers on the field right now, Artosis... You know, Charge Lot Archon Immortal is one of the few ground compositions for Protoss where if you have the right angle of attack, you can actually go toe-to-toe with the ultimate ground army. But in a choke point like this one, the Lurkers just completely shut it down. And my eyes are going to be on the production tab. Will we have a Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate come in? All right, it's already started. So Classic, he's not maxed yet. He has a lot of supply to make use of in terms of transitioning into the Stargate fleets.
Yeah, definitely getting ready for that. Trying to break through up here, but yeah, the Archons coming back will absolutely destroy that Blink Bane. You know, the Spire coming up for Rogue, he's definitely going to get ready. This is something that we have seen from him where he'll try to play aggressive, try to play aggressive, try to play aggressive, and then eventually go into that Greater Spire. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think that this one could turn into like one of these long, like 36-minute PvZs?
I feel like it has the potential, but with an army composition right now of Classic, as he's going to retreat here from this tremendous arc that Rogue has on the top side of the map, while dropping in the main base, I feel like the comp might just be too explosive on both sides. I feel like if there's going to be an exchange, someone is going to come out ahead, somebody's going to go out.
Yeah, it really does seem that way. The Lurkers going up to actually blow up the Nexus is a great move. Already stopping the mining from there and should be able to secure the kill as well. And the thing is, Classic can hardly get on the creep. It really feels like Rogue is taking complete control at this point.
Oh, but this is a brilliant angle of attack coming in from Classic. If he can get the full surround on these Lurkers, they will be dead to rights. You see so many of them just targeting that one Immortal on the bottom side. The supplies, yes, they are still in Rogue's advantage, but Classic, with such a cost-efficient trade. He did lose a base, though. And look at the mini-map right now. Rogue, 6 expansions.
Yeah, and the mineral patches at the main and natural are almost gone here for Classic, so losing that base was very impactful. Yeah, he killed a lot of Lurkers, but I still think that that was better for Rogue than it was for Classic.
I think I'm with you on that one. The Nexus going down. Rogue has done such a good job of just controlling Classic on 4 bases. Do not let him take a 5th. Do not let him unlock that 9th and 10th Vespene Geyser. In Classic, you can tell he's feeling the pressure. He's trying to break through right now, but Rogue with another counterattack at the natural expansion.
Some great play here from Rogue. He's going to be able to break through the front. And Classic coming back for a flank. Like, he might be able to clear this once again, but I feel like Rogue is still going to trade well enough considering the base count.
Yeah, the income right now, the differential It is massively in favor of Rogue. This trade, I feel like, even isn't that bad for Rogue, all things considered. A lot of key units going down for Classic. He has been able to retake that 4th base, but 20 workers going down, I think, right here at the 4th or maybe even the 3rd. I'm not sure where exactly those fall. Maybe a mix of every single expansion because Rogue is everywhere. And look at the supply right now. 170 to 110. Rogue is taking yet another base at the 3 o'clock position. He comes in, confirms there is no mining. Artosis, I think we're getting closer and closer to a potential game number 3, but Classic has a little bit of fight left.
He does. He still has a strong army. Right, like that's kind of the main thing here. You know, that 4th Nexus is going to be mining, and you know, he's making the mothership. He's trying to make something happen. He has a decent amount of Psy Storm and all that. But Rogue is like, don't forget, Rogue is good at late game. Like he can play Hive Tech and stuff. So in he comes, just going to run up and try to just try to blow this whole army up. A nice recall goes down, and he'll save the Tempest, but I think everything on the ground died there.
Yeah, there is nothing left on the ground right now for Classic. Half the supply of his opponent, and Rogue is just firing on all cylinders. You look at the income differential on the bottom, it's what, almost double the mineral income.
Yeah.
It's more than double the gas income right now for Rogue. He doesn't need to be cost efficient, but at this point, he basically just always is. His army is so refined. Usually in a PvZ, if you're going 15, 16 minutes, it's typically the Protoss that's going to have a little bit of an edge in terms of whose army is more developed, but we look at what we have from Classic. The army on the ground is bare bones. Yes, we have Storm, we have Archons, those are good units, but with just 6 Tempests in the air and basically no more firepower, Rogue can just completely push in to this 4th expansion. At the same time, these Lurkers wreaking havoc at the 3rd.
And, you know, the Lurkers, they are going to be able to blow up this Nexus. It's too bad here for Classic. I think with that Nexus going down, his chances of winning this game are down to 0. Like, yeah, look at that. He's got Lurkers over here as well. Classic still trying to make something happen because he does have this very cost-efficient type of army. But Rogue he's done so many different things this game to get himself into this position. And I love this move. He's doing it again where he's running up with the Lurkers and burrowing. It kind of reminds me when Dark started using Ultras against Air Toss to kill the High Templars with. Here he's just using Lurkers. And GG is called. Beautiful game there from Rogue. Really, really fun game.
Yeah, that was a exciting map number 2. You know, I would have been disappointed if this series did not go to a Game 3 Artosis, but the fashion in which Rogue won that 2nd game, that was just an epic victory right now from our Zerg player. And I love what you said with these Lurkers. I mean, he is just so aggressive with the positioning because he knows that his economy is that good. And also, I mean, in a spot like this one, with so little on the ground for Classic, it's like, yeah, the Tempest, they're going to kill a good number of Lurkers. I'm going to take that L. It's worth it just to reset these high-tech units counts you have on the ground, basically back to 0.
Well, that's how Classic wins all his games, is just high-quality unit retention, right? Is he just keeps High Templars alive and continually gains value off of Storm, and you have more bases, but it doesn't matter because his cost efficiency is through the roof. So if you're able to reset those, that's how you win as an aggressive Zerg here. I think it was really expertly done there from Rogue. He shows such a wide range of play. I think that's what is so difficult to really pin him down and figure out how you're supposed to beat him.
It's very fun to watch. And in that game, it almost reminded me of the ZVT meta that we had last year at EWC. And I mean, even sometime before that, when Ghosts were only 2 supply, where a lot of Zergs, they would look at it from the perspective of, okay, how do I prevent the Terran player from taking the 5th base? Because if they get to Ghost Mech on 10 Vespene Geysers, it's not an easy position to win from. And Rogue had kind of the same approach to that game here versus Classic. It's like, you know what? You can take those 4 bases. That is a problem, but it's really the 5th base, where if Classic is able to take that, he's able to get those extra Vespene Geysers and able to safely navigate his way to a maxed army that has unlocked all of the pieces of the puzzle, where the game becomes, you know, a Herculean task to win. And in any case, Game 3 has loaded up here on Incorporeal. Spawning in the bottom right, the reigning GSL champion, it is Classic.
And in the top left, making a beautiful game in game number 2, it is Rogue.
So fun to see him take that really fast 4th base to gold after really taking like a hit on the chin with that double Adept and Oracle combo leading to what, like 5 or 6 drone kills or something like that, plus some lost mining time.
Yeah.
I just love him going immediately for the gold. He's like, you know what, we have less workers. How do we try and find a way of closing the gap a little bit? And there was a little bit of fortune smiled on him a little bit because Classic went for the charge lot opening, which he typically doesn't go for. It's almost always 6 gates or so, plus 1 ground weapons, Blink, and then Storm on 3 bases. He went for charge into Hydraling Bane, which is always kind of a bad feeling right there as Protoss. I would be surprised if we saw that again here in game number 3. But Rogue just did not skip a beat. You know, he took every possible advantage that he could take, and he did not let them go to waste, just ramping up the pressure. I am so excited to get into this map number 3. I feel like we're probably going to see something like Hydraling Bane. I almost, coming into this game, or this best of 3, I should say, I almost fooled myself into thinking we're going to see some kind of really cheesy, crafty timing attacks from Rogue. But he has just gone toe-to-toe with Classic in the macro game.
Yeah, he's done a very good job of it. Like, that's the thing. Like, he uses a lot of cheeses. So I think especially after that GSL Finals, where he was playing overall a bit more aggressive, people might look at him and be like, yeah, you know, he's so good at making strategies. He's so aggressive. And the thing is, you can think back and think of plenty of games in his career that are like that. But he literally was the best late game Zerg for years. Like, he was you know, top of the heap. So the guy can really play all the different positions. He can play all the different strategies. He's honestly one of the best strategy makers we've ever had as far as planning out a series. So, like, I don't know what to expect here. Because, like, a player like this, and, you know, a champion that has won countless tournaments, how can we even look inside their brain as to what they think is appropriate here?
Yeah, it's kind of a Pandora's box. You just do not know what you're going to get when you open up against Rogue.
He started a Phoenix again, and he's not canceling this time.
Oh.
Because he started last time, and then he canceled, and now he's started this time, and he's not canceling. So he actually wants a Phoenix.
This reminds me a little bit of the way that Showtime sometimes approaches PvZ, where he will go like Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle, and the Phoenix's only job is to keep the Zerg player in the dark. And so he's immediately going to be gunning for this Overlord that is spotting the gases of the natural expansion. And I wonder if that's just because he knows this is a target, or if he's going to be trying to hide something, because...
Could be.
The Phoenix, it's not going to get much value unless you build a lot of them, and people almost never do. The real value that's gained is that Zerg is in the dark. They don't know what to expect.
Yep. And, you know, sometimes you can just get reactions even though you're going to play completely normal from there. You know? So an Oracle does come out second. See if he gets much more damage with the Phoenix. You know, the Phoenix can do some good quality scouting as well, so I like seeing it. Like, you know, Classic has always been, like, a step ahead of the Stargate meta anyways. Like, this is the biggest... He was, like, the biggest Void Ray user for years, where no one else was making any Void Rays, and he'd make them in almost any matchup.
All right, Phoenix now coming in, and it's basically ushering all of the Overlords back into the base of Rogue, and that might lead to some opportunities for Classic with, you know, mitigated Zerg vision to actually get some damage done with these Oracles. Very cool opening.
Evolution Chamber coming in, and we'll see. I'm sure he'll start the melee attack. That's the only thing he's been going for lately. And, okay, he does end up lifting one, so this is going to allow him to get a little bit more damage with the Oracles than sometimes you get. I mean, 3 kills is not too bad. You know, I remember we used to joke for a couple years ago where it was like, yeah, he made Oracles, so he's going to get 2 drone kills and pull back. You know, but he's got 3 here, and you know, the Phoenix can do some fun things like that, like just remove a little bit of DPS for a moment.
Yeah, very often in PvZ, you kind of look at 2 Oracles, and against most players, it'll be like, okay, well, 2 or 3 drones are basically guaranteed. Any more than that, and Protoss is happy.
Yeah.
We also have something we call a sort of the Zerg player, the Swedish Zerg player calls it, we call it the Ricky roll, where if it's like more than 7 or 8 drones go down, he just leaves the game. As we have a lot of Adepts actually coming now into this 3rd base. They are shading into the 3rd expansion. Are they going to go, oh, actually they're shading into the natural expansion. He's going to allow that to complete, but there are so many Lings here, Artosis.
Yeah, very, very quick surround. So only ends up getting 3 drones on that pass. So 6 drones total. You know, he saved most of his units. But I still feel like Rogue is deflecting reasonably well considering the different attacks that have been thrown at him.
Yeah, those Adepts, you're hoping to get a lot more done. than Classic actually was able to accomplish with that timing attack. But, you know, the way that Classic is developing right now, you know, we were wondering whether he might do something different because the Phoenix is denying so much vision from the Zerg. Oh, actually missing that drone. Should still be able to get it. Indeed he does. And I'm curious if Classic is going to go for the same mid-game timing attack that he opted for in Game 1 and Game 2, where, you know, he has 6 or 8 gateways coming online. Storm is done, either charge or in this case Blink is done, and he tries to get damage accomplished while Zerg is going into Hive Tech. Because Rogue is still on Lair.
Yeah, and he just started Aspire, by the way, which I find interesting. It feels a little bit early for him, but we'll put a pin in that and just kind of wait. He did get a bunch of gases and everything. And in fact, he's already started the gases over here, which is kind of a tell that he wants to maybe actually go into Mutalisks. I think that would be really cool.
That would be awesome.
You know, if you maybe show a few Hydras, then your opponent might be like, okay, it's Lingbane Hydra, something like that, or they see the Hydraless Den, right, which he did already make, and he is making a few Hydras here. But, you know, if he were to go into Mutas, like a 4 to 5 base Zerg going Muta Ling Speedbane, like that turns to base trade against a Stalker type composition almost always.
And Classic, even though he's usually very rigorous about throwing down static defenses, I'm sure we're going to see it at the 3rd or the 4th base in just a moment right now. He usually goes a little bit light on the static D in the main and the natural, so
yeah,
you know, it's possible that should we have a ton of mutas get queued up here from Rogue as he's sitting at about 500 resources apiece, he's, I think, deciding exactly how he wants to do this, and yes, he does queue up those 6 mutas. These could just go into the main and the natural while Hydra Ling Bane hits the front bases.
That's kind of a cool idea.
Just wreak economic havoc on the Protoss.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he's making some more mutas here as well. Like, Classic has no idea about it right now. I'm really excited to see if he makes any more mutas. Look at this, 10 mutas. Okay, so he's made some Hydras. I think he's mostly faking. Okay, did he actually see that, though?
I think
that was like an insta pullback. He might have seen it. We'll see. He starts... Okay, more cannons are being started right now. Archons are being made, so I think he realizes that mutas have been made now.
Yeah, I think he did spot it.
And that's big.
A fraction of a second, but there's no pylon here in the natural expansion that could actually throw down cannons near the mineral line. It's mostly just the main, the 3rd, and the 4th that are protected here. And Rogue, it does look like he is posturing to go straight into that main expansion. Meanwhile, also going into the infestation pit, a lot of upgrades coming online. There is a photon cannon. The mutas can take this out.
Okay, a lot of Stalkers being warped in here, but the Muta's gonna try to fly away. They're getting like a few kills, little bit underwhelming, I feel like, so far, but he gets the Oracle, continues to fly around a little bit. He doesn't quite hit that secondary attack you were talking about, which I think is a decent idea here, but he actually doesn't have Baneling speed yet, which you definitely need for that attack.
Yeah, I think instead, actually more mutas getting queued up. I am so surprised. I thought this is kind of, you know, you make 7, 8, 10 mutas, you try and get some damage done, you try and keep them alive, but then you play the game off of that. You know, you go into Hive, you go into Lurkers.
Well, again, if you do actually commit to Speed Bane Ling Muta, like, it used to be a comp. Like, I haven't seen it in a long time, but it used to be a thing. And you know, Stalkers don't counter it that well.
Yeah, usually you want ranged Phoenix, and we do have the second Stargate, the Fleet Beacon coming online.
Yeah.
But is Classic going to anticipate this? Because, I mean, even you and me, we can see everything. We can see the whole picture, and we're scratching our heads about this.
Well, look how many Banelings he's making. So part of the strat is sometimes to try to blow up Stalkers, but the thing is he still has a lot of Hydras too. It's a very strange looking composition. Like, this is not a balanced comp to have 12 Mutas, 23 Hydras, 28 Banes, 36 Lings. It's like, okay, tell me more. I want to see what you're doing.
Usually you lean a little bit harder in one direction, whether it be Muta. Oh, he's actually going to snipe the Templar. 2 of them going down. He doubles back, gets the 3rd. It costs him every single Muta, but now there's only one more Storm available right now on this High Templar Rogue. Is he going to continue to press the attack?
I'll tell you what, he's been watching too much StarCraft 1. It's completely normal in that game, but gets blown up very quickly indeed. Continues the attack forward. But there is plenty here to hold off these Hydras.
Yeah, it feels like it's starting to peter out, but that was a lot of very expensive units getting taken down by Classic. Rogue is going to maintain a supply lead. Classic actually paying a lot of respect to this, going for, I believe, Phoenix Range right now.
Yeah.
Adding in additional Immortals as well. And I love the playstyle coming out from Rogue. But against this static defensive Classic, it makes things so hard. You know, I mean, you have so many photon cannons at that fourth base, at that third base. It is very difficult to find an angle. And carriers now starting for Classic, Hive finishing up for Rogue.
What a fascinating game this has been. For those of you that only watch StarCraft 1, like Muta's sniping High Templars is the most common thing you ever see in StarCraft 1, not StarCraft 2. So to see that kind of used here by Rogue is a really interesting idea. I did feel like Classic won out on that overall. I really do feel that way. And the fact that he's able to get into his carriers here, look at this, he's adding the forges. He is on that 4 base. His economy is looking really good at 83 probes. But lurkers are being made. The Hive tech is up. Like, Rogue still has a lot of play in this game, and he has a ton of bases and really good creep spread.
To me, I think it's all going to come down to whether or not Classic can secure a 5th base, because I agree with you, that probably was better for Classic in total, but Rogue is basically his entire half of the map.
Yeah.
And in a situation like this one, where Classic just burned so many resources, I mean, a lot of Templar got picked off, Archons died, I think even a lot of Stalkers got taken out. For Classic to re-max and also have a bank behind that, I don't think his army is actually going to be as refined as he would hope for it to be.
That's a good point.
And so it's going to come down to, I think, this 5th expansion. And on Incorporeal, yes, you do have that bottom left base you can take. Classic trying to actually go for this one over here at the 3 o'clock, which almost kind of like the way a Terran player would expand with a planetary fortress to put pressure on the Zerg. It could backfire on him. And actually, he's being caught out of position. These lurkers are going to go straight into the natural. They might even be able to get +1 air weapons.
But we can see in the little picture-in-picture here on the right side, base is picked off by some charge zealots. So that's a little bit of a problem. Rogue comes up, cancels that kind of forward nexus position as well. These two dealing a lot of damage to each other.
Yeah, but with nothing right now to assist those lurkers, yes, they were able to get a lot of infrastructure damage done at the natural expansion, and +1 air weapons getting delayed is going to hurt Protoss quite a bit, but that is a lot of lurkers to lose, and simultaneously the Zealots in the main base here for Rogue, it seems like they are likely going to get cleaned up, but the angle's pretty good here for Protoss.
Man. Yeah, he's actually getting a lot done with those Zealots. Oh my god, in that main base. The lurkers are still dealing a lot of damage as well. I can't even believe this. This is so crazy back and forth. Classic supply definitely eclipsing Rogues at this moment. Some Vipers being made here, though. You know, a little bit of an add-in. Maybe he can start yoinking forward some of these carriers or something like that. But he took quite a bit of damage during all this as well.
Yeah, this game has gotten very scary now for Rogue. Those natural expansion, or the lurkers that push into the natural expansion of Classic were a very expensive loss, and I think one that probably wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
And now the Skytoss fleet here for Classic. I mean, we have so many carriers on the field right now. What, 4 in total? I think a 3rd Stargate, but 6 in total. Oh my goodness. You don't even need +1 air weapons at this point. You have so many with no Carapace upgrades here for Rogue because he loves to favor, you know, +1 melee attack, as you pointed out, +2 range attack.
Yeah. And I got to say, the re-wall that Classic did after he lost the wall, like, Rogue was trying to abuse what he did get from the lurkers, which was knocking the wall down. And Classic is just too on top of his defense everywhere.
And now he has this staging ground at the 3 o'clock position where he's trying to slowly get up photon cannons and shield batteries. And if Classic becomes entrenched at that 3 o'clock position with so many carriers, I'm not sure how much Rogue is going to be able to get done to deal with it. Unless we have some fantastic Viper control, they're able to get the yoinks off and dodge the Templar, which against a player like Classic is so hard to do.
You know, his finger's going to be hovering over that F button, man, just waiting for those Vipers. Because it really feels like that might be the one way to peel apart this army, is you really do have to get some grade of ducks down.
Well, 9 carriers.
Yeah, it is a huge carrier army right now.
In a straight-up fight, I almost feel like the carriers just beat the Corruptors. it is kind of absurd. With all these Archons, too, and the Templar, Classic, he's got a fighting composition.
I do like that there's a lot of lurkers in here, though. Maybe he can blow up the ground army. Like, if you could clear the ground army away so that extra splash damage isn't on the Corruptors, it gives Rogue a much better chance. But definitely the army of Classic looks a lot better right now.
All right, pushing in again. Already one hatchery has gone down. The lurkers are going to siege in.
And the Corruptors charging in for the attack. We do have detection right now. Parasitic Bombing also getting thrown down. A lot of the carriers actually being taken down on the front line, but those Corruptors, they're so low on HP. I think the trades right now have been very good so far for Rogue, but still Classic. With this many carriers remaining, I feel like that was basically the best fight Rogue could possibly take in that position. He must defend the hatchery at 9 o'clock, but Classic's army is just so strong, Artosis.
It is. I like the parasitic bombs he threw in there as well. I thought he was going to play a slower game there behind like a spore wall, that type of game where you're trying to fish things out. But like, honestly, Classic's too good at that type of game. I like this approach where he's like diving. He's diving with the lurkers to try to blow up the ground army. He's diving in with the Corruptors and, during the mayhem, trying to throw down those parasitic bombs. So I definitely don't mind. He's continuing those upgrades, but so is Classic. Classic taking bottom left at this time as well. Another little attack in, a little lunge forward there to get rid of the cannons. Yeah. And he might be able to blow up this base before Classic can do anything. Yeah, Classic just going with a counterattack.
Yeah, he's just going to trade bases. He knows he's expanding into the bottom left. This hatchery, or this Nexus, excuse me, will go down. And Classic, with his speed, he might actually be able to take down 2 bases. In fact, yes, he is going to set his eyes on this triangle base here.
It looks like we have a counterattack going through the middle of the map as well here from Rogue. So he might be able to blow up bottom left. It looks like there's very little there right now. So this is a really smart move to send the Lings. If he can get that, he's going to still have chances in this game, but I don't know. Is this army going to get down here? No, I think the Lings do get it.
Yeah, with Adrenal. The Nexus goes down so quickly. It's kind of absurd. That's even with +1 shield.
Yeah.
All right, more Corruptors now in production, and Classic, he's basically been reset down to 4 bases, which we were talking about earlier can be a difficult position for Protoss, but Rogue also lost his expansions. He's also reset down to 4 bases, and somehow things have found their way to equalize. I still give the advantage to Classic just with the army composition that he's got.
Yeah, he definitely has a better army comp here, I would say, as well. But, Rogue has been pretty good with the aggression. The thing is, if he had one more mining base, I'd feel okay with Rogue. But as is, like, look at that army, man. That is not the right army.
Yeah, that army even has 2 changelings eligible. I think Classic is not quite noticing just yet. And I'm not even talking about these 2. There were 2 earlier that were following the entire Sky Toss. But yeah, here they are. And
they're
Classic
Protoss units. How is he supposed to tell, man?
Yeah, of course.
That's the whole point.
But Rogue has basically the full picture. Finally, now the changelings do get cleaned up, but I love this use of changelings, just being so proactive, because the next fight is really going to tell the tale. And Classic, he is gunning for it. Okay, Abduct coming in. We do have the feedback, but a little bit too late.
Yep. So good Abduct. I mean, anytime that you can pick off any unit right now, it's going to be nice. But, if the slower this game goes, the better it is for Classic. So, like, Rogue, oh my god, the Time Warp, the Psy Storms, it just looks brutal.
There isn't even really an angle for Rogue to get the Abduct off right here on this army. Oh, the Storm's just massive right now on the Hydralisk. Neither of the players have a bank to rebuild these armies. It's all going to come down to this. Corruptors are diving on the carriers, but they cannot take them down. Classic standing too strong, and man, Rogue pushed it all the way into the end. But Classic, the reigning GSL champion, will emerge victorious here in this best of 3.
Wow, you can really tell, though, just how strong both these players are from that series. Rogue really brought the heat. He was very, very close there at times to possibly taking down Classic. And, like, this part of the bracket is just crazy because Classic, I would imagine that Cyril is probably going to beat Hero Marine. What a match that's going to be. You can see how strong this guy is against Zerg.
Yeah, that was just a tremendous PvZ. Well worth the match of the day, in my opinion, as it did not disappoint. And honestly, even for Rogue to be able to work his way back into a position like this one, the early and mid game were not that good for him. Yes, he did catch those Adepts, but I was very, very impressed. After the Mutalisk tech switch didn't quite work, that he was able to pull the game back.
All right, well, let's go up for an interview and see how he's feeling.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with Classic and with Maddox to provide translations. Of course, Classic, the reigning GSL Season 2 champion. And it was a beautiful rematch, honestly, on the SNB arena. Congratulations, first of all, on the win. And I want to throw it back to game number 1 at the very early stage. You tried an adept push, Rogue defended very well, but then you instantly came up with another stalker push after that. How were you able to run it back so quickly?
이제 1세트 경기 승리 축하드리고요, 김도우 선수. 일단은 저희 첫 번째 질문 1세트로 좀 돌아가 볼게요. 1세트 때 일단은 사도 푸시를 했는데 그래도 이병현 선수가 어느 정도 잘 막아냈는데 그 이후에 바로 다시 전멸 추적자 푸시를 가서 또 경기를 끝내는 데 성공을 하셨어요. 좀 어떻게 좀 그렇게 경기를 끝내실 수 있었는지 궁금합니다.
우선 사도로 그래도 피해를 어느 정도 줬었고 상대가 사도를 맞고 나서 이제 올 게 없을 거라고 생각하고 좀 배를 불린다라고 생각을 해가지고 그 타이밍에 가면 좀 뚫을 수 있겠다라는 생각을 가지고 있었고 생각대로 잘 됐던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so I did pretty good damage onto the Zerg. So, and that being said, he wouldn't have anything to counter, so he might go greedy. So I think that would be a greatest time to push.
Well, it was a beautifully timed counterattack. I want to say very well played from you throughout the series. Now I want to ask you, when it comes to the preparations, because this was a GSL Season 2 Finals rematch essentially, how did you prepare for this matchup against Rogue?
이제 또 이게 GSL 시즌2 결승전이 또 리매치이기 때문에 또 준비하시는 과정이 또 쉽지 않으셨을 것 같은데 어떻게 좀 매치를 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
네, 첫 상대부터 굉장히 강한 선수라고 생각을 해서 쉽지 않았고 저희 쪽에 저그밖에 없어가지고 좀 저그 선수 구하기도 힘들었고 굉장히 잘하는 선수이기 때문에 좀 제가 열심히 준비를 안 하면 이기기 힘들겠다는 생각으로 정말 열심히 준비를 했습니다.
Yeah, the preparation wasn't easy because there's a lot of Zerg players in my group, so I didn't have much practice partners. So that being said, I prepared a lot to face against him because he's a very good and very solid player. So try my best to prepare against him.
I mean, speaking of Zerg players, your next matchup, it is going to be against Cyril, so it is going to be against yet again, a DreamHack Dallas rematch. So talk to me, how are you going to prepare for that one?
이제 마침 또 저거 선수들 얘기 나와서 그런데 다음 상대가 또 이제 댈러스에서 맞붙었던 세레 선수인데 다음 경기는 좀 어떻게 예측을 하시는지 궁금합니다.
달라스에서도 굉장히 힘들게 이겼고 워낙 저그 선수 중에 최고이기 때문에 정말 어려운 싸움이 될 것 같고 그래도 최근에 제가 이겼던 경험이 있기 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 좀 열심히 준비해서 내일 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, obviously he's one of the greatest players, and it was very hard to win against him in Dallas as well. So with that being said, I won against him, so I will try my best to repeat it.
I mean, you've done it before. Let's see if you can do it again. But that is a wrap for, of course, Classic 4. Now we still have one more match to wrap up day number 1 of the StarCraft tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much, Maddox. Thank you very much, Classic. We're going to head on over with our final match. But first, back to the studio.
That's right, the green wave continues for Protoss. It's Classic taking a victory after getting his victory against Rogue in that GSL final. He continues on that track. Joining me, Tasteless, as well as ZG, to talk about this series. And ZG, to get things really rolling here, it was a really good series overall.
Yeah, I feel like it was actually like kind of the same. It represented the GSL finals, but condensed. Only 3 games.
I agree.
You know, we got a little bit of everything. You got, of course, Rogue actually getting a map, Classic winning 2-1. You got some aggression with adepts, and then you got like a super late game. You got some moments that were a bit uncharacteristic overall as to the mistakes, like with the High Templars, right? I mean, it delivered once again, but Classic continues to prove that he's just like a little bit more consistent, and we'll advance on.
Yeah, you know, Rogue definitely demonstrating why at periods of time this was the scariest player in the world in the late game, but thematic in how Classic has won a lot of his games that go on for a long time. Even if the Zerg looks really strong, really stable, eventually Protoss completes every piece of that puzzle.
Yeah.
Eventually they're so teched out like we're seeing over here. And then it gets tough. Then it's pretty tough for Zerg to deal with the death ball. They can try to do counterattacks, but it seems like in this state of the game, the Protoss is also able to grow to be pretty crazy bigger than we're used to seeing, at least in games in the past.
And of course, in those final moments as well, very tough for a Zerg to deal with that kind of army that Classic's made if you don't have a bank CG, like if you can't remax.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of feels like, maybe I shouldn't remark on it, but it kind of feels like when a Protoss player, you know, they're struggling, maybe they're like hanging on, which did happen in that game. You know, you see that 60 supply difference. It's very normal. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But then there's that chance that even if they take like a bit of a worse fight, that they're able to steadily climb up. But then for the Zerg player, it does feel like there's a lot more of like having to ground your feet. You know what I mean? Like you have to have this really good situation kind of in the mid game at the very least to give you a bank, map control, plenty of bases. You know, a lot of able to see like all the run bys that they can do to actually take the Zerg down. I mean, that's how Zerg works. They need that remax to beat basically every army in StarCraft, but it does feel like it's difficult for Zergs to transition to that point and have that remax necessary.
Yes.
So it's, you know, that is going to be the way PvZ plays out for a while.
And speaking of Classic's next opponent, of course, which we just mentioned was going to be Serral, here over on the B stream, Serral was able to get things done against good old Hero Marine. Hero Marine having a bit of a tough draw of it, Tasteless, I think is fair to say.
I mean, he's definitely had a hard road, you know, in this tournament. And, you know, Serral, we kind of expect this, right? I mean, this is sort of par for the course and as far as this matchup goes. No shame in losing to Serral, one of the greatest players of all time. We thought he was going to win the World Championship last year, but things changed pretty quickly when we had that crazy upset and a one-sided Esports World Cup finals for StarCraft 2 where Clem actually took it. But I think Serral, I think a lot of people, and this is going to sound a little weird, might be sleeping on him a little bit. I think we've got, you know, Clem has kind of stolen a little bit of the hype, and we were so used to Serral being so unstoppable for so long. I think it's undeniable that Serral is going to be a real threat to this tournament.
It's a bizarre sentence that you say, but
I think it's
I understand it. I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Because we don't see, like, it's like Serral and Mario in particular, they're not playing all the weekly tournaments like a Clem, and we get to see his form every single week, basically, ZG.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is it. That's what it is that you just do not see them every single week playing, you know, all different types of opponents. They really, like, mostly show up for these bigger events, but Serral has obviously proved a lot of consistency. Maru too. I mean, Maru also was like, quote unquote, again, like slept on, like not talked about as much going into Dallas, and then we were like, I don't know what his performance. And obviously he won that too. So we always take those two and you know, kind of presume they get very far.
Well, let's check in with good old Cats and see what is coming up on the B stream as well that you can be watching alongside what's going on here on the main stream.
I am here with a heartwarming report from the B stream and the B stage, as we have a lot of Chinese fans that have shown up to support Cyan in his journey.
All right, well, that is going to be a challenge here for Cyan as he gets ready for his next match over on the B stream. I think he's going up against Showtime.
Hero.
Oh, Hero. Sorry. Yeah, that one. Okay, yes. A challenge and a half, I think is fair to say.
I love it. I love seeing the fans coming out to the Esports World Cup. It's so exciting to see everybody coming out here and duking it out. And yeah, let's see how he fares.
All right, well, on our stream, of course, coming up next, it will be Showtime going up against Cure. So stay tuned. One more best of 3 series here for day number 1 of the Esports World Cup.
Welcome, everyone. We're at EWC. I'm Zombie Grub with Kolaris and Loco, and we are doing a little fun game, what is called the Pixel Game. The game is described as basically a low-resolution, pixelated image of something to do with StarCraft, maybe. And we're going to show them, and they're going to try and decide what it is. Then I'll reveal it, and it's supposed to get harder as it goes on. So we shall begin. You guys ready?
Yeah?
Yes.
Are we working together?
I think so.
I think so.
Okay. Ooh, I can't see anything. That is. Oh, yeah.
Siege Tank Man.
Yes, that's a Siege Tank portrait.
You guys are wrong about that.
Is it the Thor?
Is the Thor guy?
The Thor.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, let's quit right now.
You said it so confidently. I was like, okay, he's probably right, but I wasn't sure if it was Siege Tank or Thor, but it's okay.
All right.
That's a bad start.
Starting off strong then. Maybe like highly pixelated, you guys reckon?
Okay.
With the bandana? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, next one. You should get this one.
I have a light in my face.
It is a Protoss unit with...
Dark Templar?
Is it just a Dark Templar? But is it like a fancy Dark Templar or a regular one?
I thought it was a fancy Dark Templar.
I don't know if we're doing like co-op units and whatnot as well. We're still early, right? So this has to be an easy one. So I'm guessing just Dark Templar.
It is just a Dark Templar.
Okay.
For the Siege Tank situation, I was scared.
How often do you look at the portraits now?
Yeah,
apparently a lot, because I got all of these really easily.
Oh.
That's why I thought you guys would get them.
All right.
I was clearly wrong about that. How about this one?
That's a Barrett.
A flying Barrett.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, 100%.
I'm so scared.
They're not supposed to be tricky yet, but I think this one is pretty tricky.
A few Zerglings.
I think those are Marines. You see the little guns?
Oh,
they have
right,
little pixelated guns.
Are you convinced that that is Marines?
Especially the top one with like the horizontal bar.
I feel like the top one is wide enough for it to be Zerglings with little...
Oh, yeah, now you mention it, the middle one especially has like a little, yeah.
Final answer?
Zerglings, let's go with Zerglings.
Zerglings. You're right.
Good one, good one.
Red Zerglings.
Hooray. We didn't
Next
even mess
one
Your gun bit
is
threw me off.
Yeah.
very interesting.
The long battle cruiser?
A battle cruiser? Are you sure this is not a StarCraft 1 unit?
Oh no, don't.
That looks like a Defiler to me, but I'm not sure.
Defiler? I'm lost. I had battle cruiser in my head and I have nothing else.
Battle cruiser?
I know it's really long. I was thinking that like, you know the really long campaign, no, is it the campaign battle cruiser? Like the mercenary one? That's really long?
The Gorgon ones or whatever they're called? No.
I shouldn't be thinking this. I think
we haven't arrived at that level yet.
No, okay.
Any final guesses?
It is some Terran unit for sure. Like it's blue, and I feel like we're probably doing like lore accurate colors here, so it has to be something Terran.
Okay, last guess right now.
Battle
Go for
cruiser
it.
feels like a decent answer, but
Battle cruiser?
Okay.
Okay.
What? What is this, Ducati? What is this?
It's something. It's a motorcycle.
It's a motorcycle.
It's a motorcycle.
Oh my.
It kind of did look like a Terran unit, though. To their credit.
Like a battle cruiser.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
glad
it
you were
kinda did,
confused
yeah.
though. Yeah.
But that, that
right.
was the
I
trick one.
protest. No.
Yeah,
That was the trick one.
was
I
a
was
little
like,
mean.
I tried to give you a hint. I was like, is it a
Okay, we have
StarCraft one?
curveballs. All right.
All right, this is great.
That's a sentry, no?
That's from Heroes of the Storm.
No, that's the sentry portrait.
I was thinking the Phoenix from Heroes of the Storm, but it's probably the Sentry. I'm sorry.
We're gonna go with the Sentry.
Oh,
Good
okay.
job.
Yeah.
Nicely done. And I think that was it, actually. So
Wait, we did it?
Wait, is
you
that
guys did it, except for that like utter fail in the beginning. You know, in the bike tripping you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the tank and this, the Thor, they're siege units.
like,
they're
when,
like
I see,
mech.
when I see people playing mech and they're clicking on all the things, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's some of the things,
The Thor has like the headband and he's like rocking out.
What does the siege tank have then? Why am
a
I
bald head?
You have to be bald.
Nothing
to
cool
drive a
about
siege
it.
tank.
Yeah.
But yeah, passing grade for Kolaris and Loco. They know something about StarCraft, proven here at EWC. So thanks for watching the Pixel Game, guys, and enjoy the Esports World Championship.
Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby?
One more series for the road for day number 1 here for StarCraft 2 at the Esports World Cup. Showtime! He's ready for it. He is gun-ho. He's got the guns. He's pulling them out, and he's going to aim them directly at Cure. However, that is going to be a difficult target to take down for our final best of 3 of the day. As soon as I saw Showtime growling, I just had to go with it. We've got Artosis and State here joining us. Artosis, how does it feel to steal State away from Tasteless?
I believe State's first cast was actually with me, so...
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. I gotta say, definitely Tasteless's better half, and I cast with both them today, and State gets an A+.
Oh, what do you have to say about that, Stain?
You're too kind, Dan. Thank you very much. But no, it is really good to be back here at EWC and cast with Artosis again, because for a long time I was like the GSL sub, and I miss casting with you so much. So it's a treat.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah,
That's fun.
There you go. Right,
And anything to make Tasteless jealous, you know?
True. Or just annoy him in general. Let's talk about the matchup that is coming up here, though. Showtime going up against Cure. In my mind, this is the best Showtime we may have ever seen. He almost was able to eke out Home Story Cup really quite close. He didn't really favor his condition there in that final, but he is one of the bigger dark horses, I would say, in the tournament as a whole coming in.
I would feel like basically any other year coming into this, I would expect Cure to 2-0, and I mean no disrespect to Showtime.
No,
it's
fair,
just that
yeah,
Cure
I
has
agree.
been a TVP killer for ages, but ever since that GSL Season 1 where he lost to Hero, I feel like it just hasn't quite been there. He's been struggling a lot more with Protoss than I think he did in the past. And as you said, Showtime is looking so good right now. He's looking so strong, not just in PvT, but basically in every single matchup. I could see this one going either way.
Well, great thoughts from Steak, great thoughts from you as well on this matchup. Let's head over to Showtime thinks coming into this match.
I would say I feel pretty good. Obviously a bit nervous as always, but I think nerves are good. You know, you will get into the zone hopefully, and I will play well, and yeah, feel good. Match is important because you don't want to lose the first match. It always feels bad. You get in the loser bracket, it ends up being like do or die immediately. So I hope to avoid it and advance. Just have like a more comfortable spot in the bracket, and then have a good match against whoever wins the other match as well. One message for Cure. Sorry, buddy, but you're going down.
Well, a confident Showtime coming in here. What do you make of that, Artosis?
I mean, I hope he can do well. I'll be honest. Like, I love Showtime. I love his style. I just like him as a person as well. Really fun to talk to and everything.
Yeah.
But I just see Cure as a stronger player. You know, I just see Cure as a player who has been so good at TVP over the years. We're at a big event. He does well at events like these.
Yeah.
I do think that Cure has the edge.
All right, well, we'll find out here as both of these guys go head-to-head for our final best of 3 of the day. We have had so many good games already throughout the day, and hopefully this one will live up to those as well. There is also still another match going on over on the B stream, but for now, it is going to be Showtime going up against Cure.
Thank you all day long, we've borne witness to the talent, creativity, and execution of some of the best in StarCraft 2. Our next and final match of the day here at the S&B Esports Arena promises more of the same.
More of the same? Maybe. But when the standard is excellence, we'll take more. So, without further ado, let's introduce our final 2 players for the final showdown of the first day here at the StarCraft tournament at the Esports World Cup. It's starring Showtime versus Cure! Showtime with a 3 hot series winning streak of 2-0s, including a win in DreamHack Dallas. Can he continue the hot streak, or will his opponent find the cure?
If anyone can do it, Cure can. He won Wild Series versus Top Protoss in GSL Season 2. But does he have any more tricks in his VP bag for Showtime? Let's send it on over to the casters and I'll find out together.
Showtime versus Cure, as the Dust said, might feel like Cure is the more established veteran player, but perhaps has been struggling in this matchup. On the flip side, Showtime has never looked better versus Terrans, versus Korean Terrans, and versus Cure.
Yep, and he's looking damn good in PvZ as well. That's not very relevant, as he's not going to play a Zerg now. He's not going to play a Zerg in the next round if he wins this one. But that is one thing that really makes me a bit of a Showtime believer. Coming into this Esports World Cup, in the past you look at the field and you're like, there's just a few too many guys that Showtime can beat. I'm looking across the field right now. There are not many people that are here that I think Showtime has no shot against. And I think that's why maybe he's feeling a bit more nervous than usual. As he said, nerves are good. I feel like that means that you care as well, that you're dialed in, that you're locked in, and that your heart is in the right place. But I really think that Showtime feels so damn good about his Protoss gameplay overall. His PvP, fantastic. His PvZ, as good as ever. And his PvT was the one matchup that he has indeed tripped up on in the past, especially guys like Maru. It just felt like they were in a different league. He couldn't really hurt them. I feel on this patch, Showtime can hurt any Terran out there. I really think Showtime can dream of an excellent run. It's going to have to start here against Cure. State said in the past he would have figured out this was going to be an easy win for Cure. In my eyes, this is 50-50, but if I choose somebody, I'm actually leaning towards Showtime. And that's for once, not the European bias shining through Zombie Grub.
For once.
Yeah,
no,
for
the data
once.
absolutely backs you up. If you look at their overall head-to-head, 100% Cure has won far more often. Last 2 years, Cure had only won one more series. In the last year, Showtime now has the better statistics. So this is Showtime's moment, absolutely. But I do think 50-50 is appropriate because basically for my questioning of this series is as if Cure knocks Showtime off of his confidence game, right? Come in, great, confident, a little nervous to your focus, sure. But then as soon as something goes wrong, don't let it snowball, which has been still a little bit of a problem for Showtime in these bigger matches.
Absolutely, but one thing that does set Showtime apart as well is that he's so difficult to kill. You can get ahead against him, but he is an absolute warrior. He can hang in there, and he doesn't really completely fall apart. Like once or twice in the past against Clem, where sure, Colossus was only being rallied into bio units and everything went wrong, but it is so rare. So even if Cure gets a good start, finds some damage, it is still going to be really hard to get Showtime out of a game. I'm incredibly curious though, because we cannot underestimate Cure. He has been one of the smartest Terrans in the game for forever, if you ask me. And I was taking a little look at Maru against Trigger early today, because that was a match I was actually pretty excited. I was like, man, the green wave is here. It is upon us. Protosses are cooking. I know Trigger has practiced incredibly hard getting ready for this event. Man, I wonder, can this get difficult for Maru? Obviously, if you compare the resumes, that should have never been close, but I think a lot of people actually expected Maru to struggle a little bit. He didn't. Like, he just looked so smart. He played it, he thought it out so well, and he basically never let Trigger, I think, do any of the things that he was practicing, because basically he was forced to react, and then he was just in too much trouble and he was dead. And I do see a world where Cure can create that same scenario against Showtime, where it's a bit different, he finds one or two little victories, and then he just gets the job done with one game-defining push.
Yep.
Yeah, that's obviously, I think, the real story of this best of three, because if Cure is just going to chill, I think Showtime is going to look fantastic.
I do think it's less likely for that to happen. Cure has been very aggressive in this matchup, which he was once definitely, I believe, the best in the matchup. It seemed unbeatable at Gamers 8, actually, just a few years ago. That certainly has changed since then, and Showtime has also changed. His versus Terran win rate, not as good as apparently as his other ones, but I believe it has climbed up recently, whereas Cure, a bit more on the downtrend, unfortunately, for his matchups. He has been struggling a little bit more, but a big stage, this is where Cure can come alive and where Showtime kind of still needs to prove to us that he can make that next step and get to, for instance, a round of 8 in a big tournament like this.
Yeah, Showtime definitely a player who's had a lot of success at offline events in the past, but very rarely at the biggest tournament of the year. He had one BlizzCon where he did have a good run, made it into the quarterfinals, but lost to Elaser back then, I believe.
Wow.
And Swarm host, the BlizzCon. They made it both into the quarterfinals, and then I think Elaser beat him in the quarters. So that was basically the biggest run he's ever had. Top 8 at the Global Championship. Yep. Still something to be very proud of. Let's see if 2025 is another one to be proud of, as this man is proudly representing Team Sentinels. In the bottom left side, it is D. Mauer. Showtime.
And in the top right has the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. He is Cure.
This will probably not come as a surprise, Zombie Grub, but Hero did just manage to win his PvP on the B stream, so he got the 2-0 victory over Lancer or Cyan, whatever Cyan wants to go by these days. Like, he's a bit indecisive. His shirt says Cyan, but he signed up as Lancer, so we don't really know what's happening. But Hero got the 2-0 victory, which means the winner of this best of 3 plays against Hero. That's of course going to be incredibly tough for both of them, but I will refuse to count Showtime out in a PvP. I've seen so many fantastic PvPs of Showtime against Max Packs, and yes, Max and Hero are very different players with very different playstyles, but I am a strong Showtime PvP believer. So this really is a unique opportunity for him where for once he's not running into Clem in round 1, he's not running into Zero round 1, or Maru, who has hurt him so many times in the past. Like, every bracket is difficult at Esports World Cup, but I really do believe that Showtime is allowed to dream here.
Yeah, I think it's very favorable for him. On the other side, should Cure win, it is a question of, well, how much did you already show in a best of 3 TVP going into a best of 5 TVP? So Cure, it does feel like he's got a bit of a challenge ahead of him, including fixing whatever this is. So that's unfortunate. Nothing to speak of yet as far as the build orders, guys. Very normal 1x expand, and then the Nexus coming after. Cybernex score, so
yeah, I guess we'll wait. Because I believe Cure is taking his headset off for a split second. Referee coming over. We actually had very few pauses today. Throughout an entire day, we had 9 best of 3s, I believe, on the main stream. It's been maybe 1 or 2 pauses, so overall I'd say this was a very smooth day. I am, however, a little bit disappointed in these co-casters of us, Zombie Grub, because I believe a couple of them showed up like 4 hours later than us, yet here we are covering the final best of 3 of the day. What's that all about?
I wasn't planning on bringing it up. I'm so glad that you did, though. Hey, you guys are on our side, right? No, that's we were actually. The reason though that it happened was because we wanted this matchup.
That is true.
Yeah. So didn't realize it was quite the end of the day. We began the day, but we wanted to see this PVT. We wanted to see Cure first to Showtime. So here we are, and I think we're okay with it. But unfortunately, Cure is also okay. So a little bit of a fix, and we got ourselves back into the game again. Very standard macro opener so far for both of them, but that is to be expected. No one really won bases anymore. Even like, well, proxies are definitely a possibility, especially for Cure in my mind. But for now, I'm thinking more of the 2 base builds. That's what I'm going to be paying attention to on Cure's side.
Yeah, if we think Proxy Marauder, a lot of people think Maro, but I really think Cure, man. Cure has done the Marauder stuff so many times throughout his career. Just 2 barracks or 1 base, other side of the map, and really a couple of Marauders. And everyone tries to defend that natural. Very few people are willing to give up that natural. There are some diehard Protoss fans out there that believe, like, oh, just sacrifice the Nexus, stabilize on the main, and then you make an Immortal and a War Prism, and it's a free win. I really don't think it's that easy. I think you're often faced with a lot of other different complications then, because you can get contained with bunkers, and if you never break out, you're going to be on 1 base forever. Cyclone Viking is excellent against 1 base Protoss stuff, so I don't know if it's all that simple, but Cure's not doing that in game 1. It's in game 2. Showtime so far going for the most standard stuff that we expect in this matchup. Stalker, Twilight Council, early Sentry, early Hallucination. He's going to get the Scout up. We have a 2nd barracks already being built by Cure. That's pretty early.
Yeah, he did also only go for a Marine, guys. No Reaper running around trying to get any scouting done. I mean, the presumption nowadays, like 90% of the time, it does feel like Blink is going to come out generally off of 3 gateways, sometimes 2, not really 4 anymore, not from Showtime. But that is exactly what it is. So if Cure's predicting that, he's absolutely correct. Saved a bit of that gas for the actual Cyclone that came out. And then, yeah, the 2nd barracks coming out already. It's going to be an extra few Marines, a faster stim as well. We are going to get this drop set up. Showtime knows about it. It's inevitable that a drop is going to be on the way. And it does feel like the Cyclone is the more popular option.
And there's a chance that Cure is going to get very quick stim here, and then turns into some sort of a weird 2-1-1. I'm going to keep my close eye on the production tab as well, because I wonder if there's even a moment where he will stop SCV production just to get extra units out and have even more firepower incredibly early. There's one Terran in Europe that I think of, Nikorakt, who's actually quite fond of this kind of stuff, and he does it quite often. I feel like if Showtime scouts it, which he's already done, which Protoss players pretty much always do these days with those hallucinated Phoenixes, it is unlikely that Cure can find a crazy amount of damage with the first 2 men of X-Full of Marines. But this is already nice though. You're on the low ground, you're going to be able to unpower 1 of the gateways. It's not massive, but it is annoying for Showtime as he's now also supply block.
Yep, very much. Just a light touch there from Cure. Doesn't want to try and find anything more, especially with Blink counting down around this time. You're not going to go for it. So yep, 3rd Nexus comes down, then the Robo. Cure with that fast stim. third barracks coming down too. I mean, the question of the matchup has actually been a lot about how often do you need to SCV pull. Cure definitely seemed like one of the more likely Terrans during his GSL run, for instance, but that's not necessarily what all the other Terrans are doing. But it is a threat, and it's something you have to consider. And it's still enough of a threat that even if you're pretty sure it's on the way, different variations of it, different executions of it can still trip up even a well-prepared Protoss.
Absolutely, and there are even a couple of SCV pools where Terrans are still building SCVs at home as well, where they're just looking for the right amount of damage, and they're completely okay with losing 10, 15 SCVs, but then they do have a follow-up. If the Protoss does barely hang in there on 2 bases or whatever, the Terran is not ultra all-in on 10 SCVs. Here are those boys already. Showtime, of course, light years away from Storm, light years away from a Colossus, so it's gonna have to come down to these Stalkers, but the Stalker count is damn high. The kiting is very good. Showtime going towards the top left here. I do find that risky. What do we do now? Do we recall, or do we keep on battling here, Showtime? Oh, he lost a lot of Stalkers there. He kind of have to recall, no? Otherwise, it's impossible to micro.
Yeah, but he might be thinking that's the better option. He's still stalling time. He's still able to get a tank right there. And this is already a great sign for a Protoss for handling these type of push-outs, is basically the Stalkers have to find the army and really whittle away at it as soon as possible. Already so many of the SCVs are killed, some of the army units as well. Cyclone gets target fired immediately. Shield, Battery, Guardian Shield, and Immortal that is still healthy. Looks like a start, but we have this awkward gateway situation. Stalkers coming on the backside, look for that second tank. They are going to be able to grab it at the cost of a few of their lives, but now it's just the Marines. They do have stim. Showtime needs some of those charges to get involved. His charge did finish. He just doesn't have much of an army right now.
Now, he does have a couple of minerals, so he can warp in as many zealots as possible. It's so difficult to micro blink Stalkers when it's behind the Terran army, when you're trying to defend the bottom side of the map. Showtime has extra gates finishing up though, and he's definitely doing a good job in dragging this out, just making it go on a little while longer than Cure wanted. Cure's had a very difficult time getting reinforcements to the other side of the map because of Stalkers, but this is a lot of Marines, and the Immortals are in a bit of an awkward spot. I do not like this fight for Showtime. He wasn't quite ready yet, Zombie Grub.
No, he wasn't. Able to save the Sentry with a Guardian Shield, but now a Pylon depowering. Well, only a Twilight Council, not too bad. Gateways are also depowered, actually, but they're also going down. Now the Zealots are trying to come in here. Stalkers once again on the backside, grab one tank. Second tank goes down. It is once again just the Marines, but it's also once again another SCV pool. He made more to pull more. Showtime realizing that this is the case. Fortunately, has a second shield battery. Unfortunately, it's depowered. The one that's actually active is out of energy. No recharge available. Second Immortal is being targeted already, knowing the first one would go down. Probes having to be pulled in response, and Cure might have just done it. If the first all-in doesn't work, all-in again.
There is one medevac with barely any energy. One more Immortal did just come out, but the SCVs are repairing the tank forever. The low HP Marines will stim deep into the Protoss main base, and I think Showtime knows that he's in trouble. He's got 600, 700, 800 minerals. If he had 8 zealots earlier, he would have absolutely smashed this, but he can't get his hands on it, as a couple of the gates have been unpowered. He does get the tank, but at this point, I'm afraid he's just not going to get the critical mass of zealots anymore. He knows it, and that's why we're going for extra Stalkers, but Cure is already so deep into enemy territory.
And looking at all these very injured Marines. You can, oh, a nice catch on the tank right there. Oh, a nice save from Cure as well. Yeah, the Marines look so low. This still looks possible. I mean, if we could just get a little contact with the Zealots, so many Marines would go down. But unfortunately, their firepower is too great. Showtime does finish his +1 weapons, but his own main base has been ransacked. He has so many gateways not powered. He can't afford to use them all anyway. As another pylon, a very important one, does go down. Showtime decides to actually evacuate the main base. He still sees a chance. Recharge on the shield battery to help out too. But Showtime, he's down in probes. He's significantly down in army supply. He really doesn't have enough here to clean things up.
Well, Showtime is incredibly hard to kill, as he's still trying to micro with these final 5 Stalkers, a couple of Zealots, but with all the gates unpowered in the main base as well at this point, Showtime can no longer grow his army. He obviously does not have an economic lead anymore after losing 22 probes in the last minute alone. Already lost a bunch of them before. He's doing a good job in picking up some of the reinforcements, but that doesn't make that army of Cure disappear. That was first in the natural, then in the main, and has now rotated all the way over towards the third base. One of the batteries gets picked up. Those SCVs are still there to once more maybe repair the tank. This time a little bit late. Showtime with a few extra Zealots is sort of pushing this back, but Zombie Grub, he's on 15 probes.
Yeah, that's definitely the problem. Cure is sending a lot of army across the map, though, assuming that's all he needed to actually win the game, so this might be still in a vacuum an okay trade for Showtime, but this is the problem. It's not a vacuum. Showtime has very little mining, every unit counted right there, whereas Cure could give some away and then still be fine on his 2 bases back at home. Showtime, I mean, you can see the potential, like so many of these units just caught out alone. It just needed to happen 2 or 3 minutes ago.
The third SEV pool, 10 minutes into Tokamak, why the hell not? As Cure again picks up a couple of workers, will once more unpower the gateways. I really love how decisive Cure has been. Because if Cure would have played that little dancing game where, okay, we stim, chase a couple stalkers, and you're wasting a little too much time, Showtime would have had a critical mass of gateway units. Knowing how close this got once or twice, and even now as the Zealots are still finding a couple of reinforcements, if Cure would have been slower about all of this, it would have not gone his way. But Cure knows what he's doing. He got right into the heart of the natural, jumped on top of the Immortals the first opportunity he had, went deep into the main base as well. Showtime tried whatever he could, but it was just a little too much Cure. Very well done by Cure.
Yeah, very well done. I think the second SCV pool coming as fast as it did, alongside just catching Showtime totally unprepared as far as the positioning went, that was really what sealed the deal. Even then, there was that potential. This is why Showtime not only stayed in the game, but then looked like relatively okay on the camera until the last second, is because he did have 3 bases, he did have a great economy, he did kill his opponent's SCVs. If he could get a critical mass of Zealots, then that would have done the trick. But unfortunately, that wasn't allowed. Cure knew where to go and how much to push it, and he went to the main base to actually cut the head off the snake, and it worked.
The fighting started when I think Showtime only had 1 Zealot. He warped in 3 extra Zealots, but that was right before charge. And he had that choke point you had to worry about with the gateways there in the natural. And I love Cure. When he looked at that army, he was busy dealing with the Stalkers behind his army, but he sees the 2 Immortals in the front. He's like, well, the rest of your natural is basically clocked up. Zealots cannot storm through here. I can stim forward. I can jump on top of those immediately. And that really made all the difference. Empowering a couple of these batteries. It was mega close on a proper knife's edge, but in the end it is Cure, our Korean Terran veteran, who will take the 1-0 lead on Tokamak as well. That is actually a map that a lot of Protoss players will look very fondly at. I have the feeling that the second one, I mean, leyline should be pretty fair as well, so nothing too extreme over here.
Well, now we are into the second game in the top right. Having lost the first game, looking for revenge, he is Showtime.
In the bottom left side of Leylines, we are looking at the main base of the man who was the runner-up at Game SA 2 years ago here in Riyadh, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. For me, okay, at least one of the barracks is being built on the other side of the map. It's kind of funny, by the way, because if you would scout Cure's main, like, I think all alarm bells go off immediately, like, it's 2 Rex Marauder, this is what he always does. But maybe Showtime can put 2 and 2 together based on the timings. He can keep the probe around as well to see if something else is being built in the main. But if I think back of that key moment where Showtime had a choice with his Stalkers, either kite slowly back towards his own natural, because he was doing quite good, right? Picking up all those SCVs, picking up a few Marines, but he decided to go towards the left side, towards that 9 o'clock position. And I feel at that point you're creating hell for yourself as Protoss, because it's so difficult to make the correct choices at the bottom side of the map, but still microing Stalkers away, further away from your natural. That is just so hard. And obviously he made a lot of, he got a lot of value. Yes, we have a proxy factory as well. But I still think that this makes it so difficult, and it means that little army that you have left at home, because the Stalkers are in no man's land, that army can't fight. Without all the Stalkers there, it simply cannot fight.
Yeah, well, this is going to be very interesting. This is not just a single proxy Reaper that means kind of razzle-dazzle and then leave. No, it is going to be proxy factory as well. I mean, it would be awesome if it was also proxy starport. This would be something we haven't seen in a long time. There was a dominating TVP meta that was entirely proxy-based a couple, I mean, more than a couple years ago, actually, at a BlizzCon. That was very interesting. I don't see it anymore. And, I mean, certainly that is in favor for Cure, right? Like, this is just totally unheard of. A whole 1-1-1 proxied in this day and age is not what you expect, and Showtime should absolutely be scratching his head.
Yep, I really wonder as well if Cure is gonna go medevac first, and if he even tries to poke into the main, or if he maybe goes for Liberators, right? With a lot of Marines, get the tank sieged up and then get Liberators for support. Viking, I think, is very unlikely, because a single Viking just doesn't really add a whole lot here. I think medevac is the most solid choice. Liberator could be kind of fun. Showtime still scouting around, wondering, has not dropped a tech building yet, is gonna go for the second gate though, so that's a really good choice. And he's gonna go second gate robo. I personally think as a Protoss, I like 3-gate defense the most, just for a lot of warp-ins first, and then after that, sometimes if you feel wild and adventurous, you can even go charge first instead of Blink. Like Blink takes forever, so I don't really recommend that. But I think 3-gate is good. 2-gate Robo can be very good as well, but it's so tricky because the Immortals, they can only shoot at the tank. If your Immortals are somehow blocked by SCVs or somehow blocked by Marines, and they cannot finish off the tank, Immortals, they don't have a whole lot, and they're so expensive. I mean, I've seen Showtime defend this time and time again. This is actually very gnarly, as he's now going to lose a pylon immediately. And oh my god, he's canceling the Robo as well, as he feels that he can maybe not keep that alive. This is a straight-up disaster.
Yeah, this is very troublesome right now. Not having those 2 gateways, one just still mid-transformation. Sap next one's going to go down as well. No Adepts, no Sentries, no Stalkers. That is a absolute huge problem. This is a very clever build to bring out for Cure. Not seen, that I've seen anyway recently. And even bringing an SCV for the bunker. It can repair units in the medevac too when he brings the tank as well. That's actually such a great addition. Showtime, I mean, none of us can believe it, but this is exactly what we were talking about for Cure, bringing it in the World Championship. This is absolutely what he needed to do to change that 3-loss streak he had against Showtime. And Showtime, you can tell, yeah, he actually just taps out. He has no production, he has no technology. That is it. Cure with a very clever 2-0 right there. Nicely done. He will advance on.
You're absolutely showing us that he's still a tactical genius in this matchup. That was so clever. Showtime couldn't even fight. Pure just knows that Showtime likes to wall off on these maps, takes full advantage of that, empowers the production facilities. And Showtime had nothing. He had 2 Stalkers and an Adept. You cannot fight that many Marines. You cannot fight 2 tanks. There was a Liberator on the way as well. That's... Pure just made it look easy. And he's probably giving a lot of Terrans the idea. It's like, hey, maybe we should do this more often. Why do that 2-base, 3-base SCV full stuff if you can just go back to the good old days of building a barracks factory and a starport on the other side of the map? I mean, it's beautiful. This is how you can take advantage of knowing where your opponent likes to build their production facilities.
Yep, very notable. You know, the Reaper block is excellent if you want to hide something or just, you know, keep the Terran in the dark, but it has repercussions when you have someone intentionally building around it. And Cure did an excellent job. Let's talk to him on the stage.
Thank you so much. I wondered if Cure was going to pull out something creative, and then we got that game on Leyline. So when did you decide to pull out the 1-1-1?
해가지고 이번에 맞춤식으로 준비했는데 이번에도 본진 입구를 막아줘서 좀 잘 통했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, so I noticed that Showtime blocks the ramp, so I noticed that 1-1-1 or even all-in builds kind of work that easy, so I think I prepared for that.
We have seen so many impressive matches from you recently against Protoss. Do you think the other Protoss in this tournament have a lot to fear going up against you?
Yeah. 이제 많은 다른 프로토스 선수들을 만나야 되는데 이 다른 프로토스 선수들 상대로도 좀 이렇게 많은 비장의 무기를 좀 준비하셨을까요?
아무래도 빌드는 한계가 있다 보니까 좀 많지는 않지만 그래도 아직 여러 개 남아 있어서 아직 여유는 있는 것 같아요.
I mean, yeah, there is a kind of a limit of the builds that you can prepare, but that being said, I still have some in my sleeve, so I think you can, I think you can prepare for that. I don't know, I still have something on my sleeve.
Well, I love to see the confidence on your face. Those are quick matches. You've got a lot of energy left for the rest of this tournament. So how are you feeling about your odds here in Riyadh?
이제 또 많은 또 경기를 아직까지 좀 치르셔야 되기 때문에 또 앞으로에 대한 경기에 대해서 좀 예측을 좀 해주셔야 될 것 같은데, 저 앞으로 어떤 경기들이 좀 앞으로 있을지 좀 궁금합니다. 본인이 예상하시기에 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 치르실 것 같은지.
작년에도 좀 준호 형이랑 힘든 경기를 많이 했었거든요. 2번 만나서 2번 다 지기도 했었고 이번에 또 만나게 된 것 같은데 이번에는 꼭 극복하고 싶네요.
Yeah, I faced against Hero 2 times last year and I lost to him last year, so I really want to get a revenge.
Excellent. We'll be looking forward to that for sure. Let's send it back to the studio and take one last look at those games.
Well, that was a quick one. Kyo just said, what if I had another base near my opponent's base and then just did some funny stuff? And unfortunately for Showtime, the funny stuff works out. Kyo looked brilliant here in this series. Joining me, Artosis as well as State to talk about this one. Artosis, that was quicker than I thought it was going to be, actually.
Yeah, I was kind of caught off guard. Like, the thing is, we always talk about how Showtime has such great defense, but, well, not in this series, unfortunately.
Definitely not. As we take a look at what I was alluding to earlier here, State, and it's just a really strong build to catch Showtime very much so off guard.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous build to dish out in a best of 3.
Yes.
The kind of thing that it's going to work once, and then after that, you're probably going to have your eye out for it.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is just an absolute killer. I feel like Cure, his TVP used to be the best in the world, and right now it's a little bit more rocky, and I almost felt like he's unleashing some of the pent-up rage of that over the course of this series, because Game 1, Game 2, those were both so dirty.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed for the last 2 years his TVP because it felt like in base trade scenarios, he felt completely at home, and he's able to do things like that, and obviously really dispatch of Showtime extremely efficiently in this game. So congratulations to him for moving on into the next match. That's not to say Showtime's down and out. Of course, he does fall down into the lower bracket here, Artosis, and we kind of bigged him up a bit since coming to here, as we're expecting Showtime. He's currently in some of the best form he's ever been in. He should be okay, we think, down in the bottom.
Well, I mean, this is such a tough tournament, right? I'm not sure exactly who he's playing against. But he's not the worst player in the tournament, that's for sure. He is very strong. He is in very good shape. He had a strong year. But yeah, some of these guys that are dropping down that loser bracket are very, very tough.
Definitely so, definitely. All right, well, I mean, seeing Kyo do that as well, I'd be scared for any other Protoss that he may need to go up against, because if he's got something like that in the back pocket, State, who knows what else he may want to throw out at some point, be a little bit cheeky with. You just need to be diligent about some scouting, I would say.
Yeah, I kind of expect more of that style from him moving forward in TVP, because, you know, in a lot of the macro games where Kerr used to excel, he's struggling, and that's one of the reasons why, like, GSL Season 1 Finals, he basically SCV pulled like every single game. It was like 4 or 5 of the games at least, I think. So, yeah, I'm expecting a lot more tomfoolery from Kerr moving forward.
All right, well, let's take a look at the wrap-up for the day and see all of the results that were coming in here from our play-ins into our group stage as well. Here's how the play-ins laid out, as Bjorn was able to take 2 decisive games, finding himself into the group stages quickly. It was good to see kind of the very beginning of it be so close. A lot of 2-1s in that play-in stage, Artosis.
Yeah, it was a really close one. Like, honestly, I feel like each one of those players could have made it out, even Estrella there. You know, he had Bjorn kind of, so too bad that we had to say goodbye to Lambo and Estrella, but they put out good games as well.
And of course, we rounded things out with Showtime going up against Cure that you've just witnessed. And we had some great matches before. Of course, it was really cool to see Clem's Protoss on this kind of LAN stage state, considering how deadly he looked as a Protoss.
Yeah, and I feel like the best of 3 format in this first round works so well for Clem too, because when I see him struggle in PBT, I feel like it's usually when it goes to like a best of 5 or a best of 7. And best of 3s, I mean, you see his micro. It is just incredible. But I feel like when you're quote-unquote off-racing the way that Clem is, you maybe don't have the same amount of range as somebody else, like a Classic, like a Showtime. And so, yeah, I'm excited for some more PBT from him. Overall, the game's been so fun today.
Yeah, definitely. And to see from our brackets, teams that are really very much so in the hunt for club championship points, all doing pretty well. Like, you've got your Falcons in there, Virtus Pro, you've got obviously Vitality with Maru doing pretty well up there as well. Obviously, you know, the points are nowhere near decided just yet, but it's going to do those organizations pretty, you know, pretty good in their heads to know that their players are doing all right.
I love that about EWC, that it gets everyone kind of involved. It actually feels a lot like old esports, like really old esports, where you know an org would have teams from every game basically. So very cool to see that, and they definitely had some very good choices.
Well, let's take a look at the Gadia plays of the day as well here, brought to you, of course, by Gadia, and see what they've been able to choose on out. And we got Hiramarin going up against Lambo first. Hiramarin really put up a strong fight in terms of getting a recovery recovery going eventually in that play-in stage?
Yeah, I was so impressed by just how cool he was under pressure. I can't remember exactly how many series it was, but it felt like in most of the games he was playing in the play-ins, he would lose like the first map. And then he just is totally chill moving forward. You see him basically never panic. It was so impressive. And then, of course, Clem versus Beyond, the decisiveness with which Clem is able to take one victory and carry it to a win.
Agreed, yeah.
It's crazy.
It's just a terrifying prospect going up against someone who knows the matchup from both sides so well, Artosis.
Yeah, and you know, when we got into Classic versus Rogue, I think that really delivered. You know, that was our match of the day.
Definitely, I agree.
And you know, it was pretty back and forth, honestly. Like, this first game ended kind of abruptly. It could have been a really cool game, and the whole series was fantastic.
Yep, yeah, I'm happy that one was picked of the match of the day, right? Like, considering that we get that run back of that GSL finals, we get to see Classic once again, just continue to assert some dominance there in that matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that we had so many 2-1s today, and yet the day felt like it went by so fast. We didn't really get any of those long, epic macro games, but if anyone was going to deliver that, it would be Classic Rogue, and they definitely did. That was, yeah, my favorite series by a lot.
Yeah. I was impressed. And of course, we're only in our first round of the group stage, which is kind of cool because later on we're going to get even more of these bangers here throughout the next 3 days. We've got our MVP as well for the day. Okay, so we were able to choose who that is going to be, and it's good old Hero Marine here, and I believe this is brought to you by Sony. So of course, congratulations to Hero Marine. I think that this was chosen mostly here, Artosis, because of the recovery he was able to make. Actually losing out to Lambo and being able to come back against him in convincing fashion, I would say, in that series later on.
Absolutely. He really did keep his cool. You know, he is someone that does not panic. And I actually heard that against Cyril, even though he ended up losing, he was having like a very good game there, which he actually was ahead in. So definitely Hero Marine came to play.
Respectable.
Yeah, he crushed 2 keys already. You know, it's day 1. He has 2 keys crushed. It is so impressive.
He's the only person to crush keys today.
He's got 2 of them.
That's why he's the MVP.
Absolutely, yeah.
Amazing.
I'm 100% behind that.
Yeah, well, of course, we will see more keys crushed across the next 3 days here. But for now, for day number 1, Hero Marine is the only man here at the EWC to crush some StarCraft keys. And he looked like he was enjoying it, to be fair. They did explode. We were happy to see that all go down. But again, a recovery like this, it's like we usually saw that in the double elimination group stages. It was almost a curse, right? Every time a player would like lose that first match, they'd have a little bit of time to reminisce, think about how they were going to play against them once again, and then come back and get the salty run back.
Well, he certainly did do that, and I think he did play like a more solid game. He was a little bit more ready for Lambo towards the second series. You know, Lambo really did play super aggressive against him, which I honestly don't mind. Like, Lambo made some very good games. That was a really close second series as well.
Still into mech, still using those Cyclones, but again, having a bit more room with those Cyclones state compared to that first series where they kind of did get a bit cornered. So the Sony Daily MVP will, of course, be Hero Marine.
Yeah, just a really impressive day all around, emerging from the group stage, or the play-in stage, excuse me, in really such a dramatic fashion, just playing basically the maximum number of games and absolutely not giving up, crushing 2 keys in total on the day. I think no one can debate he's the MVP.
You enjoy this key crushing thing, huh?
Yeah, man. I feel like it's even more exciting this year than it was last year. I like the symbolism of it, you know? It's nice.
Yeah. And then you get to unlock the trophy at the very end, basically, with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's entertaining. So we can actually check in as well with Kat, who is going to give us a little bit of a rundown of what's been going on.
We are here near the entrance of the Esports Boulevard, and as the night falls in Saudi Arabia, it starts to become very lively and populated. The lights are shining everywhere. It is really quite beautiful. To the right, we have a lot of the main stages for other games that are taking place right now alongside StarCraft 2, such as Call of Duty, Honor of Kings, and PUBG Mobile, who are all having their own independent championships, united by the team game that everyone is ultimately playing for. To the left of me are other important areas such as the totem pole that we explored earlier, and way down the line, as this place is truly massive, are a lot of games and attractions that we will be sure to explore tomorrow.
Well, that guy was definitely judging him at the very end. He was like, what's going on over here? But tomorrow we are going to have plenty of games. I hope that guy is going to be tuning in as well to see these games go down. We have some big fixtures to run down as a whole. Things like Solar versus Clem, things like Rainer versus Maru are
Crazy.
toast.
That is such a match. Oh my god, I can't wait to see that. Classic Cyril as well. Hero Cure, you want another GSL match there? Oh my gosh.
That's
just ridiculous matches for day 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's apt how that's worked out with Hero going up against Cure. And then, yeah, as you were mentioning here, Classic going up against Cyril, considering that Classic has looked good twice in a row on big high-stakes matches against someone like Rogue. Now Cyril gets to step into the arena here and see what he can do against Classic, our GSL champion.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun because when I think of Cyril, I mean, obviously he's capable of basically anything in ZVP, right? Like he can do timing attacks, he can do all-ins, he can also play the macro game, but his late game, especially the unit control with like Infestors and Vipers, is on top of the world. And Classic has been looking unbeatable in the late game. If he can survive and get 5 bases, up to 10 gases, he unlocks all the pieces of the puzzle. Nobody can beat him, but hey, maybe Cyril can. I cannot wait to watch that match.
Maybe. Yes, there was a moment where he was something ridiculous, like 90% win ratio in that matchup, but it was a few years ago, admittedly. But he does have strong mastery over the matchup as a whole. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here to wrap up the day. Thank you very much to everybody else tuning in around the world as well. That has been just day number 1 of the Esports World Cup here for StarCraft 2. Tomorrow we are back to get the group stage flowing even further and see how all of these players are going to shape up slowly to become the world champion of StarCraft 2. We'll see you then.
I am here joined by Fear Dragon and Tasteless to give you a wrap-up on the day. It's been a very exciting day of StarCraft 2. Nick, what was your favorite games?
I think my favorite match of the day would be Clem versus Björn. It's insane to think that we have Clem playing an off race, picking Protoss versus Terran. That's unheard of. And the fact that he's winning and he could go all the way in this tournament has been really exciting for me. What about you, Fair Dragon?
I mean, I was over on the B stream, and I feel like one of the most exciting matches for me was just watching Hero Marine versus Cyril, because even though Cyril won, which I think is what a lot of people expected, it was a really close series. I feel like Gabe has just been showing across the entire day really, really cool, sick games.
Yeah, it felt like Cyril really did the Cyril thing where he was behind in supply on Roach Ravager and somehow came back. It was, can you even call it a comeback at that point? Or, it's just difficult to say. And of course, Nick, there was some heartbreak. We got the American Hope, Estrella. As an American, how do you feel?
Well, it's sad to see that once again, the Americans are only going to be the best at casting. So that's too bad. In all seriousness, I mean, a big Estrella fan. I think he had a tough group. We had a period where there wasn't that much StarCraft 2 going on. So not everybody, I think, is in the same shape. But I thought he had a great performance. And I hope to see him next year.
Yeah, and I actually, for another North American Hope, Trigger also got knocked down to the lower bracket. He's still in it, so North America still has a chance. But yeah, it's been a rough day for NA.
But North America is not America.
Isn't it, though?
Okay, fair enough. And then, of course, there is the other heartbreak in Lambo, who got edged out by Hero Marine in the German Derby after beating Hero Marine in their first encounter.
I think it was the most emotional part of our tournament today. I mean, you can see he really took the hit hard. I respect that. I mean, his entire year has built up to this moment. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it.
Yeah, pretty brutal, especially since Lambo is clearly one of those preparation players. You can really see when he did put in a lot of preparation work. And I feel like he did also upset a lot of people's predictions, even with like the first couple of matches of the play and stuff. So it was sad to see him go.
Yes, indeed. And I think this has been the recap for now. So thank you for watching.